As an orphan, Wang Chen has traversed into another realm. He finds himself in a world of high martial arts. Moreover, he has become a student on the precipice of participating in the martial examination. Initially, he believed he could achieve the status of a formidable warrior, soaring through the skies and plucking stars and moons. However, the reality proved to be that of a talentless misfit, subsequently expelled from school under unfounded pretenses. Fortunately, the heavens do not forsake the desperate. Wang Chen awakened the essential system of a time traveler, the signing-in system. To his astonishment, upon his first sign-in, he attained the pinnacle of humanity's martial realm, the Martial King stage. Chapter 1. The Signing-in System. The year is 2350. On the bustling streets of Bayun City, throngs of people flow incessantly. Maglev vehicles glide silently along aerial tracks, while towering edifices flank the streets in a seemingly prosperous, yet somewhat indifferent manner. Amidst this backdrop, a youth of 17 or 18 walks with a forlorn expression. This youth is none other than Wang Chen, our protagonist, an accidental traveler from the distant Blue Star. His frame appears somewhat frail, clad in attire that seems rather ordinary for this era, the hems of his garments swaying gently with his steps, as if narrating his current sense of desolation and incongruity. This damned world would have been better left untraveled. Wang Chen mutters to himself as he strides along the street, his mind rife with grievances. Just 3 days prior, he awoke to find himself in this world of high martial arts, initially filled with excitement and dreams of becoming an extraordinary being capable of defying gravity. Alas, reality dealt him a crushing blow. As he gradually absorbed the memories of this body, despair engulfed him. The original owner of this body also bore the name Wang Chen, yet he was undeniably a failure, on the cusp of the senior martial examination, while still a mere third-tier martial apprentice. In this world of high martial arts, every individual begins cultivating martial arts from elementary school, with martial arts being the principal subject for all students. Upon graduating from high school, students undergo a martial examination. Those who succeed may continue their studies in martial arts at university, while those who fail must enter society prematurely. There is no notion of child labor in this realm, for all are cultivators. A child of merely 10 years is no less formidable than a 30-year-old. Typically, by the time of high school graduation, one would have cultivated to at least the 5th or 6th tier. Thus, a third-tier martial apprentice like Wang Chen is indeed an anomaly. Because of this, Wang Chen was expelled from school. The scene encountered earlier transpired as he was forcibly ejected by the school security personnel. As he walked, he cursed inwardly, "A bunch of scoundrels. If you wanted to expel me, you could have simply said so. Was all this theatrics necessary?" The reason for his expulsion ignited a surge of indignation within him. He had been diligently listening in class when a teacher at the podium suddenly bellowed, "Wang Chen, your incessant chatter in class, despite repeated admonitions, has led to your expulsion." In a state of utter bewilderment, 2 security guards stormed into the classroom, each seizing him and dragging him out. They swiftly escorted him through the school gates and unceremoniously cast him outside. The entire ordeal transpired in less than a minute, as if rehearsed countless times. As he walked, he continued to curse, questioning why such fate had befallen him, fully aware that this world was far more brutal than his previous one. This is a realm where strength reigns supreme, and those of lesser power cannot even ensure their own safety. Manhwaedit community, also known as the 10,000 people community, is the largest impoverished neighborhood in Bayun City, and it is where Wang Chen resides. Upon returning home, Wang Chen plopped down on the sofa, gazing at the modest 30-square-meter room before him, feeling momentarily adrift in bewilderment. He was uncertain about what to do next. Even securing a mundane job seemed a formidable challenge. In a world where martial prowess was the norm, even the most destitute citizens possessed the strength of 5th or 6th-tier martial apprentices. Who would want a 3rd-tier martial apprentice like him? In this realm, he was nothing short of a fragile existence. Suddenly, a notification chimed, indicating that the host's soul had stabilized and that the sign-in system was being bound. Sign-in system? Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but an indescribable ecstasy surged within him, nearly bringing him to tears with excitement. "At last, I've been waiting for you. Do you have any idea how I endured these past 3 days? Do you realize how utterly despondent I felt just moments ago?" Ding! Sign-in system binding successful. Quickly, dear system, enlighten me about your functionalities. Upon hearing the successful binding, Wang Chen eagerly inquired. It was essential for him, as a time traveler, to navigate this world effectively, and his survival hinged upon this system. Esteemed host, the system is imbued with formidable capabilities, designed to empower you to achieve greatness while in a state of physical and mental bliss. The system now activates the sign-in function, allowing for 1 sign-in per month, and will periodically issue tasks. Completing these tasks will grant additional sign-in opportunities. So, dear system, what happens if one fails to complete a task? Ding! Failure to complete a task incurs no penalties, though it similarly yields no rewards. Ding, a novice gift package has been detected for the host. Would you like to open it? What are we waiting for? Open it immediately. Wang Chen exclaimed with impatience. Ding, opening novice gift package. Ding, novice gift package opened successfully. Congratulations, host, you have signed in for the Martial King Realm Cultivation. Do you accept the inheritance of Martial King Realm Cultivation? What? Martial King Realm? Wang Chen looked utterly perplexed. What was the Martial King Realm? He had never heard of it. Could it be the legendary level of a national powerhouse? Dear system, could you elaborate on what the Martial King Realm entails? Ding, in response to the host, the current world categorizes cultivation realms as martial apprentices, levels 1 to 9 martial artists, martial masters, grandmasters, and martial kings. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Wang Chen began to grasp the concept of the Martial King Realm. In Wang Chen's previous memories, Grandmaster was regarded as the pinnacle of cultivation, with the next tier being national powerhouses. These national powerhouses were likened to the towering pillars of nation and the grand beams supporting the seas, synonymous with what the system referred to as the Martial King Realm. It was said that in the entirety of Baiyun City, the strongest individual was merely a 9th-tier martial master, with not a single grandmaster in sight. Yet he had achieved the Martial King Realm with his initial sign-in, a meteoric rise indeed. Dear system, let's proceed. Grant me the inheritance of Martial King Realm Cultivation. Ding, the Martial King Realm Cultivation is commencing. Before Wang Chen could fully comprehend, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from his dantian. At that moment, Wang Chen's dantian resembled an inexhaustible spring, with power surging forth like an unstoppable tsunami, flowing through his limbs and impacting his entire meridian system. His realm began to ascend rapidly, skipping past martial apprentice level, advancing through levels 1 to 3 martial artists, martial masters, grandmasters, and finally reaching the Martial King level, with his cultivation continuing to soar. As he sensed the transformation within him, Wang Chen was left in a state of utter shock and disbelief. He had already attained the Martial King realm, and his cultivation showed no signs of halting. Only when he reached the peak of the Martial King realm did the tumultuous power within him cease. Wang Chen stood up, feeling the terrifying force within him. As he clenched his fists, the very fabric of space around him seemed to warp in that instant. The air compressed to emit a sharp whistling sound. Is this the Martial King realm? This is astonishingly powerful. An incredulous voice escaped Wang Chen's lips. Dear system, do you possess any martial techniques or skills? Isn't it essential to cultivate martial techniques? Without them, how can I compete with others? Ding, in response to the host, prior to reaching Martial King, one must cultivate martial techniques. However, upon attaining the Martial King realm, the necessity to cultivate martial techniques no longer applies. Martial Kings focus on the manipulation of cosmic forces, and the Martial King inheritance encompasses the experience of wielding such forces. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, only to soon realize that his mind was enriched with newfound knowledge, understanding concepts intuitively and with remarkable proficiency. Indeed, if he were not proficient, it was likely that the sheer force emanating from his body during the breakthrough to Martial King would have been sufficient to topple the entire building. But what about techniques, dear system? Surely one cannot neglect the cultivation of techniques. Wang Chen had yet to engage with techniques and was somewhat bewildered, but understood that cultivating techniques after breaking through as a martial artist was a universally acknowledged truth. Ding! In response to the host, the cultivation bestowed by the system inherently includes the most compatible techniques, thus negating the need for the host to engage in further study. The host must bear in mind, the primary objective of this system is to cultivate the host into the mightiest being while ensuring the host's state of joy, with particular emphasis on the term joy. Regardless of the winds from any direction, the host shall shatter them with a single punch, without the need to contemplate anything else. Upon hearing the system's words, Wang Chen could not help but exclaim in his heart, "Wow, brother system is incredible. I am willing to bestow upon you the title of the strongest." Chapter 2. The first task. What does it mean to ascend from hell to paradise? At this moment, Wang Chen truly comprehended it. Just a moment ago, he was ensnared in the depths of despair, yet now he found himself in a realm of bliss. The overwhelming power coursing through his veins was utterly intoxicating. As Wang Chen understood, the mightiest being in Baiyun City appeared to be none other than the mayor, a level 9 martial master, who, in the eyes of the former Wang Chen, represented an unreachable pinnacle. Now, not only do I surpass a level 9 martial master, but with my current strength, even a mere glance from me could effortlessly annihilate that so-called level 9 martial master. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, a smile crept onto Wang Chen's lips, culminating in a hearty laugh that radiated with triumph. Ding! Based on the host's current condition, it does not meet the standards for physical and mental contentment. Thus, a system task is hereby issued. The host must secure a residence of no less than 1,000 square meters within 3 days. Successful completion will grant one additional sign-in opportunity. What is this? A residence of no less than 1,000 square meters? System brother, isn't that a tad excessive? It must be noted that this is not the previous world. Housing is exceedingly scarce in this realm, particularly within urban confines. Beyond the city lies the wilderness, the territory of monstrous beasts that frequently besiege the cities. If urban developments were to expand too much, how could there be enough martial artists to defend against such onslaughts? Thus, for the sake of safety, many small cities are constructed to be compact, inevitably leading to a dire housing shortage. A standard residence for a family of 3 cannot exceed 60 square meters unless one is a formidable martial artist, which is an entirely different matter. Otherwise, ordinary martial artists must squeeze into cramped civilian quarters. Ding. Response to the host. This is already the minimum requirement. System brother, do you hear yourself? What do you mean by minimum requirement? I suspect there isn't a single property exceeding 1,000 square meters in all of Baiyun City. Ding. The host is urged to complete this task promptly to earn an additional sign-in opportunity. Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen realized there was no room for negotiation. Despite his newfound strength, he still yearned for the sign-in rewards. He pondered for a moment. To fulfill the system's task, he would first need wealth and status. With his current prowess, these were virtually within reach. If he were to demonstrate his strength, the country would likely be more than willing to grant him a spacious residence. Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of receiving such generosity without contributing anything in return. Although he had now become a powerful figure, the mindset of a common citizen still lingered within him. It is essential to remember that the majority of ordinary folks remain quite humble. If he did not wish to receive a house from the state without any effort, he could only resort to hunting monstrous beasts to earn his fortune. Wang Chen began to formulate a plan. Given his current strength, slaying monstrous beasts would be a mere trifle. Ding. The system has detected that the host's thoughts have significantly lowered the system's prestige. It is advised that the host considers alternative methods. What? What do you mean, system brother? After all my effort to devise a plan, it is still unfeasible? Ding. As a martial king, does the host not feel it beneath them to hunt beasts below the master realm? Then what am I to do, system brother? We are merely in a small city. There are no large spatial passages nearby. Where am I to find formidable beasts? Wang Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Baiyun City was indeed a small locale, with its strongest inhabitants not even reaching the master realm. It was easy to deduce that there were no powerful beasts lurking nearby. Otherwise, Baiyun City would have long been overrun. The monstrous beasts in this world emerge from spatial passages, which are classified into 4 tiers. The first type is the large spatial passage, stable in nature, vast in area, and capable of permitting the passage of national guardian-level beasts. There are only 9 such passages worldwide, with 2 located in the Dragon Kingdom. The second type is the medium spatial passage, also relatively stable, allowing only Grandmaster-level beasts to traverse. There are nearly 100 of these globally. The third type is the small spatial passage, which permits only Master-level beasts to pass. Though it is less stable, any entity exceeding the Master realm could lead to a catastrophic collapse of space. The fourth type is the spatial rift, which is quite small and accessible only to beings below the Master realm. Unfortunately, only spatial rifts exist near Baiyun City, with not even a small spatial passage in sight, making it exceedingly difficult to locate beasts of the Master realm or above. Ding. The system has detected the host's confusion. In accordance with the principle of serving the host, a task guide has been generated. Haha. Thank you, system brother. You are truly remarkable. Upon hearing about the task guide, Wang Chen couldn't help but shower praises upon the system. Ding. The task guide has been successfully generated. Would the host like to view it? Haha. Quickly, open the task guide. I wish to see how I can procure a grand residence. Ding. An incident has occurred at the large spatial passage No. 01 in the Dragon Kingdom. The host must immediately proceed to assist in safeguarding the town of demon suppression. What? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Wang Chen leaped from the sofa in shock. It is common knowledge that the number 01 spatial passage is the largest in the Dragon Kingdom, a fact well documented in textbooks. It is said that this passage is perpetually guarded by 1,000,000 troops, alongside powerful guardians of the country. This is the Dragon Kingdom's most significant and vital stronghold, and its loss would yield catastrophic consequences. System, what do you mean? What incident has befallen the number 01 spatial passage? Ding. The host must immediately proceed to the Dragon Kingdom's number 01 spatial passage. What on earth? At such a critical moment, you leave me in the dark. What exactly has occurred? Are you implying my sign-in task has changed as well? Ding. The host's sign-in task remains unchanged. Assist the Dragon Kingdom in resolving the incident at the number 01 spatial passage. Surely, the Dragon Kingdom would not neglect the needs of a martial king like yourself in requesting a residence exceeding 1,000 square meters, would they? So that's how it is. Through the system's explanation, Wang Chen understood that with his current strength, he need not bother with any certification as a martial artist. Who could certify a martial king? Who would dare? There was no need to expend effort hunting beasts for a martial king. Such endeavors would be a mere waste of time. It is akin to the peace missile of my past life. Is it necessary to launch it? No. Its mere existence is its greatest value. Wang Chen is now in that very position. What is a martial king, if not a national guardian-level powerhouse? Once the Dragon Kingdom recognizes Wang Chen's strength, he would be akin to the peace missile of your, as long as he is well maintained. His needs, provided they are not excessive, will surely be supported by the Dragon Kingdom. Against foes of the martial king realm, there is no need for Wang Chen to intervene. They are simply not worth his time. System, let us depart at once, but I do not know the way. Is there a navigation system? Wang Chen did not dare to delay. If the system indicated an incident at the number 01 spatial passage, it must be a significant matter, or else the system would not have sent him, even if it were not for the completion of the system task. Wang Chen would undoubtedly venture forth upon learning of such news. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, it is his duty to protect it. Ding. Upon detecting the host's request, the system map activated. May I inquire if the host wishes to lock onto the Dragon Kingdom's space passage number 01? Lock it in immediately. Hearing the system's navigation capabilities, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This would greatly facilitate his travels. Otherwise, traversing the vast expanse of the Dragon Kingdom alone would be quite daunting. Without hesitation, he approached the window, opened it, and with a swift motion, soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as he raced toward the horizon. As a peak martial king, he commanded the powers of heaven and earth, rendering him undetectable in the entirety of Baiyun City. Unbeknownst to the citizens below, a superpowered being flew overhead, even if Wang Chen passed by others. As long as he wished to remain unseen, no one could perceive his presence unless they were stronger than him, a testament to the might of the martial king realm. Guided by the system's navigation, Wang Chen maximized his abilities, eager to experience the full extent of his power while hastening toward space passage number 01. Chapter 3, Space Passage number 01. According to the system, Baiyun City lay approximately 155,000 kilometers from Dragon Kingdom's space passage number 01. However, such distance was negligible for a formidable martial king like Wang Chen. As he glided through the skies, the surrounding air was forcefully compressed, producing a thunderous roar. His figure resembled a radiant flash, transcending all earthly comprehension as he sped onward. His velocity surpassed that of lightning by countless magnitudes. To him, lightning appeared as a sluggish snail, hardly worth mentioning. As Wang Chen whizzed through the high altitudes, the space around him seemed as fragile as a mirror, with fissures appearing in its wake. Ding. The host is nearing Dragon Kingdom's space passage number 01. Upon hearing the system's alert, Wang Chen reduced his speed, concealing himself within the void, gradually approaching the passage. As he neared, an air of desolation mixed with tension enveloped him. Suddenly, a magnificent and imposing city came into view. The city loomed like a colossal beast resting upon the earth, exuding an ancient and weighty aura. Its towering walls, built from massive stones glimmering with a mysterious sheen, bore the marks of time, seemingly recounting untold stories of the past. Peering down from above, Wang Chen observed countless martial artists within the city, the majority clad in military attire. Indeed, this place was home to a garrison of 1,000,000 troops. A martial king. At the city's center, Wang Chen sensed the presence of a martial king who did not conceal their aura, a mid-level martial king. Wang Chen was somewhat taken aback. It was said that the Dragon Kingdom was guarded by 3 national-level powerhouses, with one stationed within the kingdom and the other 2 safeguarding 2 major space passages. It appeared that the one stationed within the Dragon Kingdom must be at least of late martial king rank. Wang Chen mused inwardly, yet he felt no concern. Given his strength, he could face any situation with composure. System, what kind of upheaval are you referring to? Wang Chen observed his surroundings, finding no abnormalities. With his current prowess, there should be little that could elude his notice. Ding. The system indicates that an upheaval has occurred at space passage number 01. Is this the passage? Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by the system's words. What do you mean? Are you suggesting? Ding. Indeed, as you surmised. This is Jinyao City, not space passage number 01. Realizing the system's implication, Wang Chen understood that while Jinyao City was indeed the barrier facing space passage number 01, it was not the passage itself, which lay a considerable distance away. Without hesitation, he glanced at the system's navigation and continued his flight towards space passage number 01. Knowing that a change was imminent, how could he not investigate beforehand? Before long, another massive city emerged before him, distinct from the previous one, as it was teeming with monstrous beasts. Wang Chen gazed down at the immense city, carefully sensing the aura within, and indeed detected a mid-level martial king among the beasts. He sighed. Alas, there must be yet another city ahead. When space passage number 01 first appeared, countless beasts surged forth, overwhelming 2 cities before the Dragon Kingdom could react, leading to the demise of all humans within. For many years, the Dragon Kingdom had sought to reclaim these cities, but to no avail. The existence of these 2 cities provided the beasts with significant advantages. Disregarding the city, Wang Chen pressed onward, and soon, yet another city came into view. Similar to the previous one, it was filled with monstrous beasts. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that this city lacked any martial king beasts. This was to be expected. Had there been 2 martial king beasts, Jingyao City would have surely fallen long ago. Wang Chen continued his journey, and shortly, space passage number 01 appeared before him. Gazing at the passage, he was struck with awe. It was his first encounter with such a phenomenon, having never even glimpsed a spatial rift before. From a distance, this space passage resembled a colossal gateway to an unknown world, silently standing there, emanating an aura of mystery and profundity. Its diameter was approximately 200 meters, and the massive circular entrance appeared as though it had been forcefully carved into existence by a deity wielding the power of creation itself. Inside the passage lay an abyss of darkness that instilled fear. This darkness was not merely devoid of light, but seemed capable of devouring all illumination, sound, and even thoughts. Akin to the universe's most enigmatic black holes, a single glance would evoke the sensation of being inexorably drawn into that endless void, plunging into an eternal chaos. Wang Chen fixated on the space passage. Since the system indicated an impending upheaval, it must indeed be true. Regrettably, the inner workings of the passage eluded his perception from the outside. Without hesitation, he summoned the elemental forces of heaven and earth, enveloping himself in their power, and then swiftly entered the passage. Inside the space passage, darkness enveloped him. Wang Chen proceeded forward, uncertain of how long he had traversed, when suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Surely, this must lead to the world of the monstrous beasts. The far side of the space passage opened into the realm of the beasts, a world of immeasurable strength far exceeding that of the one he inhabited. Though many had proposed counterattacks against the world of beasts, each attempt resulted in catastrophic losses, for not only did the beasts possess formidable strength, but their numbers were overwhelming. Presently, even defense was a challenge, let alone contemplating a counteroffensive. As Wang Chen neared the edge of the space passage, he refrained from recklessly entering the world of beasts and instead carefully sensed the situation outside. Another martial king beast. In Wang Chen's perception, there existed a formidable beast of the martial king realm beyond the spatial passage. Though it was merely in the early stages of the martial king level, it was still a martial king nonetheless. Wang Chen gradually emerged from the spatial passage, enveloped in the power of heaven and earth, remaining undetected by the beasts. Upon witnessing the situation before him, Wang Chen comprehended the nature of the calamity the system had alluded to. These beasts were poised to launch an assault on the demon suppression city. Before him lay nearly 1,000,000 beasts in ambush, and when combined with the creatures lurking in the 2 cities on the other side of the passage, the total estimate soared to around 2 to 3 million. Most alarmingly, there were 2 martial king beasts among them. Without Wang Chen's intervention, the demon suppression city would be in peril. System, could this perhaps be the calamity you mentioned? Beep. Please, host, make your own judgment. Wang Chen was at a loss for words. You, an intelligent system, could simply state your thoughts, yet you choose to be cryptic? However, now that he had arrived, he felt confident that the situation was manageable. 2 mere martial king beasts were hardly a challenge for him. Without further hesitation, Wang Chen turned back along the spatial passage, soon emerging once more, returning to the demon suppression city. Chapter 4. Level 1 Alert. A piercing, fear-laden melody suddenly resounded above the demon suppression city. The shrill sound, akin to countless invisible blades, pierced the eardrums and hearts of the populace. This was the air raid alarm of the demon suppression city, signaling yet another impending beast assault. Oh, has it begun? Upon hearing the alarm, Wang Chen realized the calamity he had awaited was finally unfolding. He had been lurking in the void above the city, waiting patiently since his return from the spatial passage one day prior. Beep. Please prepare, host, to reveal yourself at the most opportune moment and valiantly defend the demon suppression city. Is that really necessary? Once the 2 martial king beasts appear, I can simply slay them, can't I? The system's words left Wang Chen somewhat speechless. Was it truly necessary to engage in all this elaborate planning? He had already resolved to dispatch the 2 martial king beasts swiftly upon their emergence, thus ensuring the city's safety while minimizing unnecessary casualties. Once the 2 martial king beasts were vanquished, the remaining beasts would pose little threat. With the merit of slaying the 2 martial king beasts alongside his own cultivation in the martial king realm, he would surely be able to request a grand residence from the Dragon Kingdom to fulfill his system task. Yes, that should be no problem at all. Beep. Please, host, contemplate this. The conflict between humans and beasts is a war of races. Although you are a martial king, it is unwise to undertake every task personally. Death and opportunity coexist. The system's statement left Wang Chen momentarily stunned, but he soon grasped its meaning. Though he was a martial king with formidable strength, he could not be expected to handle every situation himself. The Dragon Kingdom was vast, with numerous spatial passages and rifts. He could not be everywhere at once. The system seemed to suggest that he should reveal himself when the human forces in the demon suppression city were at their most desperate, as it was in desperation that the greatest potential could be unleashed, allowing them to feel the weight of the impending crisis. Truth be told, he did not wish to witness human casualties. If possible, he would forego this signing reward. Yet, the system was correct. It was a racial war, an inevitable process for humanity, and his individual strength was ultimately limited. Having come to this understanding, Wang Chen felt a lingering discomfort but chose not to dwell on it further. System, I understand now. You are right. I had underestimated the complexity of the situation. The shrill air raid alarm continued to blare over the demon suppression city, prompting the inhabitants to spring into action. Quickly, this is a level 1 alert. Everyone assemble. The echoes of commanding shouts reverberated throughout the city. It is essential to note that in this world, air raid alarms are categorized into 3 levels. A 3-signal alarm indicates a level 3 warning, signifying a minor beast incursion that can be handled by the city's martial artists without military intervention. A 6-signal alarm denotes a level 2 warning, indicating a large-scale beast attack necessitating the deployment of troops and all martial artists. A 9-signal alarm represents a level 1 warning, signaling an assault by city-level beasts, posing a threat of annihilation to the city. The piercing alarm echoed like the wails of anguished spirits, reverberating through the skies above the demon suppression city, each sound striking like a hammer upon the hearts of its citizens. Within the city, the defending army of 100,000 surged forth like a black tide toward the surrounding walls. The soldiers moved in perfect unison, their imposing presence radiating an overwhelming aura, with a palpable sense of murderous intent rising to the heavens, coalescing into a chilling force. Each soldier bore resolute expressions, exuding a determination to face death unflinchingly, their long spears and sharp blades glimmering coldly in the sunlight. Simultaneously, all martial artists within the city sprang into action, dashing toward the city walls. Some moved alone, while others formed small groups, their various powerful auras intertwining and permeating the air above the entire demon suppression city. On the city walls, the formidable weaponry that usually lay concealed sprang into action the moment the alarm sounded. Massive crossbows were elevated with deliberate slowness, their thick bolts resembling menacing fangs, poised to strike. These crossbows represented the world's most effective armament against the beasts. Each bolt was crafted from special materials designed to penetrate armor. Even those below the master level could be slain outright, and even a master could be injured if caught off guard. Unlike the powerful weapons of the former world, which were rendered ineffective in this realm of cultivation, here, even a master's strike could alter the magnetic field, let alone that of a grandmaster or martial king. Even the maglev vehicles within the city were powered by a unique crystal. In the heart of the demon suppression city, within the grandiose lord's mansion, a figure dashed into the central chamber like a gust of wind. This individual was Manhwaedit, the supreme commander of the million-strong army of the demon suppression city. His visage etched with gravity. Boldly, Manhwaedit's voice bore a trace of urgency and concern. Before him sat an elderly man in his 60s, composed and tranquil. This man was Li Guorong, a mid-level martial king and a powerful guardian of the city, also wearing a grave expression as he sensed the severity of the situation. What is the situation with the beasts? Li Guorong's voice resonated deeply, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Boldly, according to the intelligence received, over 3 million beasts have gathered, including more than 20 at the Grandmaster level. Most critically, there are 2 king-level beasts among them. Manhwaedit relayed in one breath, his tone tinged with worry. Such a colossal assembly of beasts, particularly with 2 nation-level creatures, clearly indicated a concerted effort to breach the demon suppression city. Given the current strength of the city, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand this assault. Upon hearing this, Li Guorong's brows furrowed tightly, a flicker of resolve and gravity flashing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. It seems we must fight with all our might. Leave the 2 king-level beasts to me. The rest will depend on you all. His voice was steadfast and powerful, resonating within the room. Oldly you. Manhwaedit hesitated, concern etched across his face, fully aware of the terror represented by king-level beasts. The reason why Jingyao City remains unscathed to this day is due to the balance of power between Li Guorong and the formidable king-level beast on the opposing side, where neither can overpower the other. However, with the emergence of yet another king-level beast, Li Guorong now faces a perilous battle, akin to a fight for survival. Observing Manhwaedit's demeanor, Li Guorong chuckled softly, a smile imbued with both relief and magnanimity. He patted Manhwaedit on the shoulder and spoke. The king-level beasts are beyond your capabilities to confront. Your assistance is futile. I shall exert every ounce of my strength to hold off those 2 king-level beasts, but the rest will be left to you. Elderly, I have already relayed our information back to the Elders' Council. Your task is merely to buy time. Do not engage in a desperate struggle. Nangong, do not place your hopes on reinforcements. It is a futile endeavor. Surely those 2 beast kings are not oblivious to our thoughts. They will not grant us the luxury of opportunity. But there are no buts. Prepare swiftly, even if I must perish. I will drag down those 2 king-level beasts with me. The rest is in your hands. Manhwaedit, the decisive leader, felt a surge of both valor and tragic resolve upon hearing Elder Li's words. With a resounding clap, he executed a sharp and dignified military salute, infused with the weight of 1,000 burdens. His arms stood straight as a spear, fingers aligned against the brim of his cap, his gaze ablaze with fervent fire. A testament to his loyalty to the mission and steadfastness to his beliefs. I vow to defend Jinyao City with my life. Nangong Wentian's voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing throughout the grand hall, seemingly piercing through the heavy clouds and reverberating across every inch of Jinyao City. This brief, yet powerful oath encapsulated the depth of his determination. Chapter 5. The Beasts Outside Jinyao City. The land appeared submerged beneath a surging tide of darkness, teeming with countless beasts, layered upon one another, stretching beyond the horizon. They ranged from colossal creatures the size of millstones to nimble and cunning beings exuding a fierce glint. Their variety was as extensive as the embodiment of all worldly evils. At the forefront of this beastly army stood over 20 master-level beasts. Leading them was a savage bull demon, wreathed in eerie green flames, its roar echoing as if it could incinerate all existence. Beside it stood a 6-winged crimson tiger, each snow-white, hair glimmering like a blade, stirring fierce winds with the slightest flap of its wings. Additionally, a massive 9-headed serpent loomed, each head exhaling different hues of poisonous mist, intertwining into a bizarre miasma. Though these master-level beasts differed in form, they all emanated a terrifying aura, a pressure that could send shivers down one's soul, akin to an invisible mountain crushing down, rendering one breathless. At this moment, all the beasts had gathered, restlessly growling with blood-red eyes fixed on Jinyao City, awaiting the signal to launch an all-out assault like starving wolves. On the side of Jinyao City, a similarly tense atmosphere prevailed. The towering walls bore witness to 1,000,000 soldiers arrayed like an impregnable fortress, clad in heavy armor and wielding sharp spears that glinted coldly in the sunlight. Countless warriors were scattered among them, some bearing long swords, others brandishing various weapons, their eyes betraying unwavering resolve and determination. Leading the charge were a dozen master-level warriors, including Nangong Wentian, standing like formidable peaks at the forefront. Dressed in immaculate military attire, his countenance was stern, with eyes like lightning. Fixated on the beastly army beyond the walls, his lips pressed tightly together, revealing the weight of his concerns. Beside him stood an elderly man, his hair white yet spirited, grasping an ancient sword that quivered slightly, as if sensing the impending storm of battle. A burly man, bare-chested and adorned with intersecting scars, each narrating tales of his bloody past, gripped a massive axe, its blade exuding a faint scent of blood. Every individual on the wall bore a grave expression. They understood the implications of the first-level alert. This would be an overwhelmingly one-sided conflict, one that could claim them all. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to a clap of thunder, shattering the tranquility above the beastly horde. In an instant, the once relatively calm sky was stirred as if by an unseen giant hand, the forces of nature swirling into a frenzy. Following this, a gargantuan hand, capable of blotting out the sun, descended towards Jinyao City with cataclysmic intent. Where this hand passed, the air was instantaneously compressed, emitting a sharp crackling sound, and an overwhelming pressure surged down like a tidal wave upon Jinyao City. Feeling the terrifying weight from above, the inhabitants of Jinyao City were instantly stricken with dread. Some weaker warriors buckled to one knee, struggling to breathe under the oppressive force. Fools! In that moment of impending doom, a voice, filled with fierce indignation, thundered from within Jinyao City like a sledgehammer. Before the echoes faded, a figure shot forth like a meteor, appearing in the sky above Jinyao City. This figure, though white-haired, possessed a vigorous form, clad in a simple long robe that fluttered in the wind. His countenance was stern, eyes glinting with boundless authority and fury. It was Elder Li, the national-level powerhouse stationed at Jinyao City. As soon as Elder Li steadied himself, he wasted no time in sweeping his hand outward. In an instant, a torrent of immense power surged from his palm, akin to a primordial beast breaking free from its cage, rushing towards that colossal hand with the might to alter mountains and seas. The two formidable forces collided violently in midair, producing a deafening roar that seemed to make the very heavens tremble. Light flared, and air currents raged, as the surrounding space appeared to tear apart, giving rise to tiny black fissures. In a mere exchange, the once mighty hand was shattered by Elder Li's strike, disintegrating into countless shards of energy that dissipated into the atmosphere. Elder Li had made his move. Witnessing the tall figure in the sky, an electrifying wave of excitement surged through everyone within Jinyao City. Regardless of whether they could defend Jinyao City or survive the encounter, Elder Li's presence instilled in them boundless confidence. This was the influence of a national-level powerhouse. With Elder Li's resolute emergence, the skies above Jinyao City began to shift dramatically. Almost instantaneously, the void opposite him warped, revealing an unimaginably colossal wolf-like beast. This demon wolf was enveloped in dense black mist, within which flickered arcs of electricity, as if a demon from the depths of hell had descended. Its body towered like a mountain, each hair resembling forged iron, gleaming with a metallic luster. In its enormous eyes burned a bloodthirsty glow, as if it could devour all existence. That colossal hand, which had threatened to crush Xinyao City, had originated from this very beast. Humans, this shall be your demise. The demon wolf opened its gaping maw, unleashing a roar that shattered the heavens. This sound resonated like rolling thunder, laden with boundless malice, echoing across the realm. Humph. Is that all you have? You lack the qualifications. Elder Li's gaze was as piercing as a falcon's, showing no fear of the demon wolf's menace. His voice was equally robust and resonant, echoing through the heavens like a resounding bell, steadfastly responding to the provocation of the demon wolf. Humph, let us see then, kill. The demon wolf, thoroughly incensed by old Li's retort, howled to the sky, and before the sound faded, it lunged toward old Li like a bolt of black lightning, moving at a speed beyond the grasp of the naked eye. Simultaneously, the vast army of demon beasts below, as if receiving a signal, erupted in a thunderous roar. Their eyes glimmered with a savage light, surging toward the demon suppression city like a relentless tide. In an instant, dust rose, obscuring the sun. The massive demon beasts advanced with heavy strides, resembling moving fortresses. On the demon suppression city, 1,000,000 soldiers and countless warriors stood ready. Witnessing the tidal wave of approaching demon beasts, Wentian's eyes widened in alarm as he swiftly drew his long sword, its blade glinting ominously. He raised the sword high, unleashing a roar that seemed to swallow mountains and rivers, reverberating across the city walls. All shall fight to the death, vowing to protect the demon suppression city. This thunderous shout ignited the fervor within the hearts of all present. Kill. Vowing to protect the demon suppression city. Vowing to protect the demon suppression city. 1,000,000 soldiers and warriors roared in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens. Chapter 6. Despair. Roars echoed, cries of anguish filled the air, and the ground trembled with the pounding of monstrous feet. A multitude of ferocious beasts of various shapes and sizes surged toward the demon suppression city like a black tide. The scene terrifying beyond measure. Beasts towering 4 to 5 meters in height, their muscles rippling, charged forth, causing the earth to quake beneath them. Even more daunting were those towering over 10 meters, resembling moving mountains, exuding an overwhelming presence. Their faces contorted in fierce snarls, their bloodthirsty eyes gleaming with a murderous glint. A palpable aura of death enveloped the area, as if they intended to consume the entire demon suppression city. Above in the skies, 20 Grandmaster-level demon beasts radiated a formidable aura, their agile forms soaring through the air like a swarm of black phantoms, heading straight for the demon suppression city. At this critical juncture, massive crossbows on the city were already in position. With the commander's command, the crossbows roared in unison, launching thick bolts like meteors toward the oncoming demon beasts. The bolts sliced through the air with a shrill whistle, their tremendous force distorting the very atmosphere. Meanwhile, Wentian and a dozen grandmasters surged into the sky, their auras pulsating like brilliant stars. Their momentum was skyward, their gazes resolute as they charged toward the airborne demon beasts. Kill. In that moment, the air was filled with the sounds of battle. The brutal clash of war had officially begun atop the demon suppression city. The heavy scent of blood pervaded the air, mingling with the cries of battle and the roars of beasts, causing ears to ring painfully. Countless massive and fearsome demon beasts surged up the city walls recklessly, indicating that they had come prepared. In the skies, the number of Grandmaster-level demon beasts far exceeded that of humans, their terrifying forms looming like a dark cloud, suffocating all beneath their weight. On the city walls, the presence of master-level demon beasts was dense, their numbers overwhelming, rendering the human warriors seemingly frail in comparison. From the outset of the battle, humanity found itself in a dire predicament. Many defensive positions were immediately breached by the demon beasts, their sharp claws tearing through human warriors, splattering crimson blood upon the ancient walls, staining the stones a deep red. In this precarious moment, a tall, armored general raised his arm and shouted passionately, "Brothers, we vow to protect the demon suppression city. If the city falls, the demon beasts will march straight into the heart of our dragon nation. At that time, we shall be the eternal sinners of our country, with no face left to meet our fellow countrymen. As soldiers and warriors, it is our duty to protect our homeland." His voice was firm and resonant, echoing like a mighty bell across the city walls, stirring the blood of all who heard. Kill. I shall die here in the demon suppression city today. A young warrior, his face resolute, bellowed as he swung his long knife toward the approaching demon beasts, his eyes devoid of fear. Kill. 1 for the cost, 2 for gain. The crowd erupted in fervent shouts. The warriors resolutely answered, disregarding their own safety as they charged toward the ravenous demon beasts. Some warriors had their arms bitten off by the beasts yet clung to their weapons with their remaining hands, fighting on tenaciously. Others were clawed and bled profusely but held on tightly to the beasts, choosing to perish together. Boom. The deafening sound resonated as if the heavens themselves had tolled a funeral knell, shaking the very air. A figure, like a falling star, plummeted from the high skies, trailing a violent gust of wind, struck down by a cataclysmic attack. Oldly, Oldly, gasps of alarm rose and fell like ripples across a calm lake, erupting into chaos. These cries, laden with fear and concern, echoed urgently from the humans within the demon suppression city. All understood that the clash of national-level powers would determine the outcome of this war. Only those at the pinnacle could contend with one another. A mouthful of blood erupted from Old Li like a crimson blossom. On the city walls, several master-level warriors reacted swiftly, surrounding Old Li like a fierce gale. Old Li, are you all right? One warrior asked anxiously, his voice trembling with urgency. Just moments prior, Old Li had been locked in fierce combat with the national-level wolf demon. Fully aware that two such creatures had arrived, even amidst the intense battle, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Yet, the other national-level beast, lurking in the shadows, proved too cunning. The moment Old Li let down his guard, it struck like a phantom, a sharp blade that instantly wounded him. With a single blow, Old Li was severely injured, falling helplessly from the sky. Now, Old Li's complexion was ashen, his breath shallow, his garments tattered. A grievous wound on his back, oozing blood incessantly. He appeared extraordinarily weak, clearly devoid of the strength to continue fighting. Haha, humans. Let's see how you defend the demon suppression city this time. A mocking and triumphant laugh echoed from the void, reverberating like thunder throughout the heavens, causing ears to throb painfully. Two massive demon beasts stood side by side in the air, as if they ruled this realm. One was the national-level wolf demon that had previously battled Old Li, and the other was the national-level fox demon that had just executed a successful ambush. The fox demon, slender and ethereal, was shrouded in a mysterious, wispy purple mist, enhancing its enigmatic and perilous aura. 9 colossal tails writhed exuberantly behind it, their tips adorned with tufts resembling flickering purple flames. A subtle smirk, tinged with mockery, graced its lips. These two sovereign-level demon beasts stood resolutely, their formidable presence radiating like a tangible force, distorting the very air beneath them. The human warriors atop Demon Suppression City felt as though an immense boulder pressed against their chests, making it arduous to breathe. Yet, they valiantly suppressed their fear, glaring defiantly as they held their final line. Humph, if you wish to seize Demon Suppression City, then come forth. Elderly, though gravely injured, shouted without a hint of trepidation. Indeed, come if you dare, even in death, I shall drag you down with me. Resolute in their determination, the humans of Demon Suppression City echoed Elderly's words, each harboring a shared resolve to stand or fall with their city. They were acutely aware of the inevitable demise that awaited them, yet none faltered. Humph, a bunch of ignorant humans, since you seek death, this king shall grant it to you, kill. As the roar of the sovereign-level wolf demon resounded, all the demon beasts erupted in ecstatic howls, preparing to launch another assault on Demon Suppression City. Ding, the moment is ripe. Host must immediately reveal themselves to suppress the Demon Beast King with an invincible force and safeguard Demon Suppression City. System, I am uncertain if my actions are justified this time, but witnessing so many lives lost is something I find hard to bear. Wang Chen had been concealed in the void above Demon Suppression City, observing the brutal battle below, and he nearly succumbed to the urge to intervene several times. Humph, my heart is unsettled. I can only vent my frustrations on these demon beasts. Chapter 7, A Majestic Entrance. Just as everyone in Demon Suppression City was poised to risk their lives in a final, desperate struggle against the approaching enemy, a thunderous boom echoed. 2 resounding crashes reverberated like muffled thunder before the gates of Demon Suppression City. The 2 formidable demon kings, once imposing in the void, plummeted from the sky. Almost immediately, a chilling power surged through the air as the forces of nature roared like boiling magma. It was as if an ancient and majestic divine mountain descended from the heavens. The overwhelming pressure enveloped the entirety of Demon Suppression City, causing all within to feel as though they bore an immense weight, rendering breathing difficult. That is. Within Demon Suppression City, someone widened their eyes, trembling fingers pointing towards the void. Their lips quivered incessantly, unable to articulate a single coherent word, their gaze filled with astonishment and disbelief. Is that a powerful being of our kind? A voice among the crowd cautiously ventured, glimmering with a flicker of hope. Is this a reinforcement for us? Another voice followed, imbued with excitement and anticipation. If survival were possible, who would choose death? It is a sovereign-level powerhouse wielding the forces of nature. Finally, someone confidently voiced their speculation, their tone brimming with reverence. At that moment, all within Demon Suppression City, including the demon army outside, recognized Wang Chen standing in the void. Among the throng, Elderly, despite his severe injuries, maintained a piercing gaze. As a martial king, his perception of the forces of nature surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The instant the 2 demon kings descended from the void, he sensed the anomaly. His profound understanding of the forces of nature intensified his astonishment beyond that of others. Goodness, I may have exerted too much force. Wang Chen observed the 2 demon kings, which had crashed to the ground without any reaction, shaking his head in exasperation. He had inadvertently unleashed excessive power due to pent-up frustration. Although he was acutely aware that the strength of these two demon kings was vastly inferior to his own, he nonetheless had employed 50% of his strength. Little did he anticipate that they would be so easily vanquished. System, was my entrance satisfactory? Wang Chen, still harboring a surge of emotion, could not resist inquiring of the system. Ding. The manner of the host's entrance was undeniably imposing, exuding an aura of dominance. We hope the host will continue to strive in safeguarding Demon Suppression City. The system's voice remained as responsive as ever, promptly addressing Wang Chen's inquiry. At least you're perceptive. I truly regret heeding your advice. Wang Chen felt a pang of discomfort as he gazed upon the fallen humans below. After concluding his exchange with the system, his gaze sharpened, surveying the vicinity of Demon Suppression City, everything around him vividly etched in his mind. He then elegantly extended his hand, and in an instant, the forces of nature surged once more, materializing into an invisible hand. Like a bolt of black lightning, it swiftly drew the two fallen demon kings into the void, as he beheld the two colossal demon beasts hovering before him. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Wang Chen's eyes. This was his first encounter with demon beasts. In his previous life, he had never laid eyes upon them. And since his transmigration, he had only glimpsed images of lower-tier demon beasts in textbooks. Beasts of this martial king caliber were seldom witnessed. Even many powerful masters had never encountered them firsthand. After all, such formidable creatures were exceedingly rare, typically appearing only in large spatial passages like the one in Demon Suppression City, of which the Dragon Kingdom possessed merely two. Nothing too extraordinary. They are just larger in size, Wang Chen muttered, then promptly stored the two Martial King demon beasts within the system space. He knew well that Martial King demon beasts were treasures in their entirety. They must not be wasted. Two sovereign-level demon beasts perished just like that? This can't be real. They are sovereign-level demon kings, one of whom is on par with elderly. How could they have died so easily? What level of power is this? Could it be beyond the sovereign level? The onlookers atop Demon Suppression City were left astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. In this world, people were aware of the existence of storage rings, yet they understood that such rings could only contain lifeless objects, a universally acknowledged fact. Now, with two sovereign-level demon kings having been taken away, it implied their certain demise. At this moment, Wentian had also arrived at Elder Li's side. Witnessing the scene unfolding in the void, even he, a seasoned warrior of high stature, was left speechless. Such overwhelming power transcended his comprehension. Elder Li, can you discern what level of power that is? Wentian inhaled deeply, striving to steady his racing heart, before directing his inquiry to Elder Li. I do not know, but it is undoubtedly an existence that surpasses the pinnacle of the sovereign level. Elder Li furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze fixed intently upon Wang Chen in the void. Speaking slowly, his voice laced with reverence, such strength was beyond his reach. After storing the two demon kings within the system space, Wang Chen's gaze shifted once more to the tumultuous scene below in Demon Suppression City. His eyes swept over the city walls, and upon witnessing the densely packed, surging demon army outside, his brows instinctively knitted together. At this moment, the once formidable army of demonic beasts had devolved into utter chaos. Although the lower-tier beasts possessed limited intelligence, their perception of danger was remarkably acute. Witnessing the instantaneous fall of two formidable beast kings, a thick aura of death descended upon them like a shroud, instilling a profound sense of fear. The 20 or so grandmasters among them were particularly close to losing their wits, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Their singular thought was one of escape, fleeing as far as possible. Thus, these grandmaster-level beasts turned tail without hesitation, desperately attempting to vacate this dreadful place, at that moment cursing the lack of additional legs. However, would Wang Chen allow them to succeed so easily? His gaze fixed intently on the fleeing beasts, his eyes flickered with electric intensity, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble. As his gaze shifted, the forces of heaven and earth began to surge and coalesce dramatically. With a slight elevation of his hand, an invisible yet immensely powerful pressure instantaneously radiated outward. Boom, 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 accompanied by a series of deafening roars. The Grandmaster-level beasts that were frantically fleeing appeared as if ensnared by an unseen colossal force. Under this power's influence, their bodies swelled and erupted in an explosion akin to resplendent fireworks. Yet this display bore the scent of death. Ultimately, these beasts left not a trace of ash, utterly annihilated by the tumultuous forces of nature, as if they had never existed in this world. Outside the demons subduing city, the previously disordered army of beasts, in the face of this terrifying spectacle, caused some to lose control of their bodily functions, while many others lay prostrate on the ground, too frightened to rise. At that moment, fear spread among them like a plague. Chapter 8, System Derivative Task. Within the confines of the demon subduing city, all eyes were filled with terror, fixated on the area that had just been teeming with over 20 Grandmaster-level beasts. Now, it lay desolate, the beasts having inexplicably vanished into nothingness. Is this truly the end? Some murmured in disbelief, their voices trembling with endless astonishment. Although it was effortless for a national-level power to slay Grandmaster-tier beasts, the sheer swiftness with which over 20 such beasts were rendered non-existent surpassed all expectations. Has it truly come to this? When did the beasts become so easily vanquished? A martial artist's eyes widened in disbelief. It is not that the beasts are easy to kill, it is that this senior's strength is overwhelmingly formidable. A bystander quickly clarified, his eyes brimming with reverence. It seems we will not perish. Many martial artists, amidst their shock, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had initially prepared for death, and their taut nerves relaxed in an instant. With the strongest of the beasts eradicated, the outcome of this war was now devoid of uncertainty. Just as the crowd remained enraptured by their astonishment, Manhwaedit was the first to regain his composure. His eyes narrowed, and he bellowed, "Charge out with me. Slaughter these beasts." His voice reverberated like a great bell, instantly awakening all present. "Kill. Rush out. Eradicate these wretches. First Division, follow me into battle." At that moment, a cacophony of furious roars erupted, akin to war drums, seemingly venting the despair that had just gripped their hearts. Leading the charge, Manhwaedit darted forth like a bolt of black lightning, leaping from the city wall straight into the throngs of beasts. Following closely were several Grandmaster-level powerhouses, unhesitatingly trailing behind him, plunging into the fray like tigers descending from the mountains. The million-strong army on the city walls was equally eager, scrambling to leap down. This was their first proactive assault. They had previously been exhausted from mere defense, let alone offense. In the long-standing standoff between humans and beasts, humanity had always been at a disadvantage. Now, with a rare opportunity to strike a fallen foe, who could resist the excitement, the exhilaration? This was a golden chance for glory. Charge! Quickly, this is a rare opportunity. The hunting squads joined the fray, eager to hunt down the beasts. Among them were numerous university students, dispatched to assist in the city's defense as part of their school assignments. Many ordinary martial artists had previously faced setbacks in exams, but through sheer determination, they had broken through to become martial artists, with some even attaining the rank of Grandmaster. These martial artists could choose to enlist in the army, join local defense forces, or pursue freelance careers. Those in the military could earn military merit points by hunting beasts, which could then be exchanged for training resources in military stores. University martial artists earned credits through completing school tasks, which could similarly be exchanged for training resources. In contrast, freelancers could only rely on money to acquire training materials. However, in this world, high-quality training resources could not be purchased with money, which constituted the greatest limitation for freelancers. In the void, Wang Chen stood tall, quietly surveying the tumultuous battlefield below. With the Grandmaster-level beasts thoroughly eradicated, only a few insignificant minions remained, all already paralyzed with fear. Wang Chen mused that it would be an opportune moment for these martial artists to hone their skills. Having come to this conclusion, he restrained his desire to intervene and opted instead to observe coldly. At that moment, a surge of heavenly power rapidly ascended from below. Wang Chen's heart stirred as he turned slightly, catching sight of a figure swiftly approaching him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the person as the human martial king stationed at the demon-subduing city. Li Guorong, despite enduring grievous injuries, managed to maintain his composure, albeit slightly unsteady. As he approached Wang Chen, clasping his fists in salute and respectfully stating, "I am Li Guorong, honored to meet you, senior." Although he was gravely injured, he still managed to summon a modicum of heavenly power, enabling him to rise to Wang Chen's presence. In his view, the battle's outcome was already determined, and it was of utmost priority to pay homage to this mysterious powerhouse who had turned the tide. Wang Chen regarded the elder before him with a calm gaze before softly replying, "You have done well. Since you are injured, retreat to recover." Wang Chen's voice was gentle, yet it emanated a formidable authority that made Li Guorong acutely aware of its weight. In reality, Wang Chen was merely speaking normally, without exerting any power. It was merely the psychological effect of witnessing his formidable prowess. In the realm of martial artists, strength reigns supreme as an ironclad rule. Individuals unfamiliar with one another regard each other solely based on strength. The stronger individual is deemed the leader, irrespective of age. Thus Wang Chen felt no need to extend excessive courtesy to Li Guorong. Nevertheless, he harbored genuine respect for the elder. Had it not been for his timely arrival, Li Guorong might have already shed blood in defense of the demon-subduing city. Such courage and sense of responsibility, sacrificing oneself for the country and its people, is truly admirable. At the very least, Wang Chen held great respect for him, as did the soldiers below. However, Li Guorong did not heed Wang Chen's advice to withdraw. He slightly bowed, replying respectfully, "Thank you for your concern, senior. This injury is of little consequence." Having spoken, he quietly stood aside, silently observing the battle below, much like Wang Chen. Wang Chen regarded Li Guorong's demeanor and inwardly nodded in agreement. He understood that, despite Li Guorong's grievous injuries, he steadfastly clung to the pride and dignity of a warrior. He would certainly not abandon his so-called junior to seek healing. Li Guorong was acutely aware that the individual before him was far from being as simple as he appeared. In this world where strength reigns supreme, where could one find such an exceptionally young powerhouse? Li Guorong was convinced that Wang Chen's true age was surely not as it seemed. Even if Wang Chen were to divulge his age, he would undoubtedly remain skeptical. For a fleeting moment, the void fell into a brief silence, interrupted only by the cacophony of battle emanating from the arena below. Time slipped by rapidly, and after approximately an hour, the fierce conflict beneath Jinyao City finally concluded. At this moment, the vast expanse of land 10 kilometers in front of Jinyao City had devolved into a veritable hellscape. Various corpses of monstrous beasts lay strewn across every inch of the ground, some as massive as small mountains, while others, though diminutive, were equally grotesque and terrifying. Blood gushing forth and staining the earth a deep crimson. Amidst the towering pile of beastly corpses, numerous human bodies were also intermingled. Where has always been thus? How could there be any conflict without bloodshed and sacrifice? Such is the unfortunate reality. Humanity has, over the long passage of time, emerged from one war after another, gradually evolving and maturing. The future holds countless wars for humanity. Each battle serves as a trial, an opportunity for growth. At that moment, a crisp notification sound suddenly echoed in Wang Chen's mind, followed by the system's voice clearly resonating within his consciousness. System notification. A derivative task has emerged. The host has now made an appearance. Proceed to eliminate 1 or 2 forbidden zones. Upon completion of the task, a sign-in opportunity will be rewarded. Stunned by the abruptness of this task, Wang Chen was momentarily flabbergasted, unable to restrain himself from mentally exclaiming, "What do you mean, system? Where did these forbidden zones come from? Have you mistaken the script?" Ding. The system's notification chimed once more, and its voice continued. "Apologies, host. I misspoke. You are to reclaim the 2 cities ahead that have been occupied by the monstrous beasts. An additional sign-in opportunity will be rewarded upon task completion." Chapter 9. 6 Flavors of Rehmannia Pills Come On. System, tell me, were you just distracted? I noticed. Wang Chen incessantly questioned in his mind, his tone suggesting he might genuinely seek to lodge a complaint against the system. At this moment, however, Wang Chen had other schemes brewing. After all, since he was idle, he might as well jest with the system to see if he could garner some compensation, albeit with little hope of success. Ding. The system acknowledged the host's intent to complain and, as compensation, granted an additional sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in now? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's previously feigned demeanor brightened instantly, nearly prompting him to laugh aloud. Any benefit was welcome, especially when it came free of charge. With just a bit of pretense, he had secured a sign-in opportunity. How delightful. He urged himself internally. Sign in, must sign. Sign immediately. Ding. The sign-in commenced. Wang Chen awaited the outcome with eager anticipation. He knew that it was due to a novice gift pack that he had attained his current strength, so he expected that the first sign-in should yield something equally valuable. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have signed in for a box of 6 flavors of Rehmannia pills. Upon hearing this result, Wang Chen was momentarily rendered speechless, questioning whether he had misheard. Uncertain, he inwardly asked, "What on earth? System, did you make an error? Are you certain it's 6 flavors of Rehmannia pills? Did I hear incorrectly?" It was worth noting that this was not the world he had previously inhabited. It was a high martial arts world, and he was a formidable warrior at the king level. How could he possibly need something as trivial as 6 flavors of Rehmannia pills? It was an affront to his prowess. Ding. Host did not mishear. Congratulations, host. You have indeed received a box of 6 flavors of Rehmannia pills. Wang Chen felt on the verge of losing his composure, inwardly grumbling. Congratulations? What nonsense. System, what are you implying? Do you look down on me? Do you think I need that stuff? Those familiar with the pills understood that many in his previous life required them, but now he could confidently assert that he had no need for them. Ding. Rest assured, host, the system is fair and just. This 6 flavors of Rehmannia pills is not the same as the ones you know. It is concocted from various precious herbs, possessing not only extraordinary healing properties, but also the ability to enhance cultivation, making it an essential remedy for both home use and adventures. Enhance cultivation? System, are you saying it can elevate my cultivation? Can it help me break through? Am I not already at the pinnacle of the king level? Wang Chen perked up. While he could overlook other aspects, the potential for enhancing cultivation was of paramount importance. In this high martial world, strength was revered, and it formed the very foundation of everything. Although he was currently invincible among humanity, the depths of the monstrous beast's power were unfathomable. There might well be beings surpassing the king level. He felt that his present cultivation was still insufficient for absolute security. Ding. Host is overthinking. The 6 flavors of Rehmannia pills offer limited enhancement for the king level and are not enough for the host to break through to the god level. The mention of the god level startled Wang Chen, as he realized that the god level followed the king level. Although the system's response was somewhat disappointing, he quickly adjusted his mindset, comforting himself. It's fine, my current strength is adequate. Perhaps one day, I'll sign in and obtain the strength of the god level. There's no need to rush. Subsequently, Wang Chen retrieved the 6 flavors of Romania pills, opened the box, and discovered it contained 12 pills, quite a generous quantity. Without hesitation, he popped one out and tossed it to Li Guorong, maintaining a stoic expression as he said, "Take it. It will aid your injuries." Li Guorong's gaze fell upon the thumb-sized black pill in his hand, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind. Nevertheless, he hesitated not for a moment. Quickly bowing in gratitude to Wang Chen, his words brimming with appreciation, "Thank you, senior." As soon as he finished speaking, he swallowed the pill whole. In his heart, he felt that Wang Chen's strength was unfathomable. Should he wish to take his life, it would be but a mere flick of the wrist, a mere slap. Why would he go to the trouble of tampering with the pill? That would be superfluous. Thus, Li Guorong harbored no doubts about the pill's integrity. If it was given to him, he would simply consume it. Besides, he dared not refuse. Even so, Li Guorong did not hold high hopes for the pill's efficacy. He knew that in this world, while many healing substances existed, their effects on a king-level warrior were minimal. Given his current injuries, even with meticulous care, he would require at least a month to fully recover. The pill before him appeared unremarkable, lacking any special characteristics. His decision to consume it was primarily influenced by Wang Chen's formidable prowess and their relationship. Yet, as soon as the pill was swallowed, it instantaneously transformed within him into a surging wave of medicinal energy, akin to molten lava, rapidly coursing through his entire being. Li Guorong felt an unbearable force surging violently within him, unable to suppress a muffled groan as a mouthful of fresh blood surged to his throat, nearly escaping. He dared not linger for even a moment. With a swift motion, he seated himself cross-legged in midair, concentrating all his energy to suppress the overwhelming potency of the medicine coursing through his veins. Wang Chen, casting a glance at the exerting Li Guorong, chose not to dwell on the matter further. With his formidable prowess, he could easily discern the state within Li Guorong, knowing there was no cause for alarm. He even surmised that within a mere hour or two, not only would Li Guorong recover, but his strength might also experience a slight enhancement. Subsequently, Wang Chen descended leisurely from the void, landing firmly upon the walls of Jinyao City. In an instant, the bustling crowd, previously engaged in clearing the battlefield, came to an abrupt halt. They all lifted their heads, expressions filled with reverence, their gazes fixated upon Wang Chen's figure atop the city walls. As soon as Wang Chen touched ground, an invisible pressure emanated from him like ripples in water. Manhwaedit, the highest commander of Jinyao City, had been observing Wang Chen in secret. Upon witnessing his descent from the void, he promptly set aside his tasks and hurried towards Wang Chen's position. In a brief moment, Manhwaedit stood before Wang Chen. His stature was tall and upright, his eyes brimming with determination and decisiveness. Yet, at that moment facing Wang Chen, even his seasoned calmness could not conceal a flicker of tension. He adjusted his military uniform with a swift and solemn gesture, then respectfully offered a standard military salute. After the salute, he inclined his head slightly, his tone imbued with deep respect. "I have the honor to meet you, esteemed senior. May I inquire if you have any instructions?" Despite having survived countless battles and experiencing innumerable trials, standing before Wang Chen, Manhwaedit felt an immense pressure weighing down upon him, akin to Mount Tai, instilling in him a sense of urgency. Wang Chen's gaze remained tranquil as he surveyed the crowd, and he spoke. His voice, though not boisterous, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. There are no specific orders. However, given that the demon beasts have become like lost dogs, and there are no formidable beasts left among them, why do you not seize the opportunity to reclaim the 2 cities we have lost? His words were succinct and straightforward, as if such an action were both simple and entirely reasonable. Yet, upon hearing them, the crowd fell momentarily silent, only to feel their blood surge as the flames of national pride ignited within their hearts. Chapter 10, Achievements and Glory. Achievements and Glory? Reclaiming the territories lost to the demon beasts? Who would not be stirred by such a grand undertaking? Previously, they had lacked the strength, but now the situation was different. The powerful demon beasts in the other 2 cities had been vanquished. This was indeed the prime opportunity to reclaim what was lost. It was akin to a succulent morsel placed tantalizingly close, and to miss it would be to squander one's life. Although the crowd had just endured a fierce battle, their bodies weary, and many were still nursing grave wounds, at that moment, the fire of their fervor blazed within them, dispelling all exhaustion and pain. Manhwaedit, filled with excitement, bowed once more to Wang Chen. "I shall follow your esteemed senior's command." He then turned swiftly and soared out of Jinyao City. "In accordance with your command, we shall reclaim our lands and restore our territories. Charge!" Manhwaedit bellowed, leading the charge forward. For these soldiers, the desire for accomplishment burned more intensely than for anyone else, especially for Manhwaedit. He had steadfastly defended Jinyao City for nearly a decade, dreaming day and night of vanquishing the demon beasts and reclaiming the occupied cities. As time passed, that dream had seemed increasingly elusive, the might of the demon beasts filling him with despair. Yet, just as hope was waning, the dream suddenly materialized before him. How could he not be stirred with passion? "Kill! Haha! Today is the day I achieve greatness. No one shall take this from me. Today, I shall slay to my heart's content. Thank you for this opportunity. To kill. To kill. Under Manhwaedit's leadership, over a dozen grandmasters followed closely behind, each face alight with excitement. They understood that the victory of reclaiming lost territories was all but assured, not only because the demon beasts had lost their strong warriors, but also due to the presence of Wang Chen, a formidable senior. They were all eager to perform admirably, knowing they might not catch the esteemed senior's eye, but hoping to leave a favorable impression nonetheless. Wang Chen stood atop the city walls of Jinyao City, witnessing this magnificent scene, within and outside Jinyao City. From grandmasters to low-level warriors, aside from those gravely injured who could not rise, everyone surged forward like a relentless tide. Even some wounded, missing limbs did not hesitate to join the fray. Observing these undeterred figures, Wang Chen felt a stirring in his heart. Yet, upon reflection, he understood, were he in their shoes, he would do the same. Although Wang Chen did not intend to intervene directly, he discreetly followed to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. On the battlefield, the shouts of battle resounded thunderously. Kill. Exterminate these beasts. Avenge our fallen comrades. Yes, the demon beasts are without their strong warriors. Let us annihilate them. Father, I avenge you. Can you see me now? The crowd fought with fervor, their eyes filled with bloodlust. The demon beasts had not only lost their powerful warriors, but were also dwindling in number. As a master-level demon beast revealed itself, it was swiftly dispatched by the human grandmasters, resulting in a rare situation where there were not enough demon beasts left to slay. There even emerged a phenomenon of contention over the kills, a sight that left Wang Chen, who was observing from the shadows, both amused and exasperated. 2 hours later, the first city, previously occupied by the demon beasts, was successfully reclaimed, the city's demon inhabitants slaughtered to near extinction. We've taken back a city? Haha. I have achieved greatness. When I return, I can boast to my son, my life has been worthwhile. As the last demon beast fell, everyone was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in their eyes. After decades, this city had finally returned to human hands, and every individual present was truly a hero. However, Manhwaedit, as the highest commander, understood that this was not the time to relax. He stood upon the city walls, raising his voice. Comrades, now is not the time for celebration. We must remember there is still another city awaiting our reclamation. We cannot afford to give the demon beasts a chance to react, nor can we disappoint our esteemed senior. Do we have confidence? The fervor within the crowd was reignited. What are we waiting for? Let us charge forward. Yes, I have not had my fill of killing yet. Enough talk. Let us move quickly. If we delay, we might miss the chance to slay the demon beasts. Thus, under Manhwaedit's leadership, the crowd surged towards the next city. Wang Chen continued to follow discreetly, and the journey was uneventful. However, upon arriving at the next city, they found the demon beasts in a panicked retreat towards the spatial passage. A massive serpent-like demon beast blocked their path, standing defiantly. It's a national-level demon beast. What should we do? We can't just watch these beasts escape. What can we do? Only a national-level warrior can contend with it, even if we have numbers. It would be futile. Including Manhwaedit, over a dozen grandmasters found themselves barred from entering the city, rendered helpless in the face of a national-level demon beast. Just as despair gripped the crowd, a colossal hand, forged from the very essence of heaven and earth, descended from above. The serpent-like demon beast, witnessing this awe-inspiring spectacle, was consumed by terror. The overwhelming power exuded a palpable aura of death, enveloping it in an instant. With a furious roar, it summoned all its strength to leap into the air, attempting to thwart this lethal strike. With a thunderous crash, the serpent was forcefully slammed back to the ground. Its life extinguished in an instant, much like the two previous demon beast kings. A senior had intervened. Haha, the demon beast is dead. Charge forth, brothers. The time to achieve glory has arrived. Kill. The battle erupted instantaneously. However, for Wang Chen, the remaining situation was devoid of suspense. He looked on with indifference, his gaze casually sweeping over the figures engaged in combat. At that moment, Li Guorong approached, his steps steady, exuding a contained yet vibrant energy, his previous injuries entirely healed. He had just fully refined the 6-flavor Remania pill bestowed upon him by Wang Chen. This elixir not only healed his wounds in an instant, but also catapulted his strength to new heights. Now, he stood just a step away from the late stage of Martial King, a progress that saved him several years, if not decades, of arduous cultivation. Li Guorong approached Wang Chen and bowed deeply, expressing sincere gratitude. Thank you for the elixir, senior. Wang Chen scrutinized the venerable elder before him, feeling a twinge of unfamiliarity. Nonetheless, he understood that every world operates under its own unique set of rules. Though he may not necessarily agree with them, he must respect them. Especially in this martial world, where demon beasts lurked and danger was omnipresent, lacking sufficient strength rendered survival a mere fantasy, let alone adherence to any so-called rules. Here, power was paramount. Indeed, just a step away from the late stage of Martial King, Wang Chen acknowledged with a slight nod, instantly discerning Li Guorong's realm. A humble smile graced Li Guorong's face as he quickly added, I owe it all to the senior's elixir. Without it, my strength would not have surged so dramatically. Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively, his expression placid. This is what you rightfully deserve. There is no need to dwell on it. He did not allow this matter to inflate his ego. In his view, Li Guorong bore severe injuries while safeguarding the demon suppression city and protecting this nation. A testament to his courage and responsibility that warranted respect. Moreover, it was merely a pill. He had a whole box of them, making it hardly worth mentioning. As the two conversed, a prompt from the system echoed in Wang Chen's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the system's derivative task. Reward. 1 signing opportunity. Chapter 11. Xuanwu Robe. The battle had come to an end. Wang Chen glanced below, where the city was strewn with various demon beast corpses, the remnants stretching all the way to the entrance of space passage number 01. The quicker demon beasts had fled back to their realm, while the slower ones had been mercilessly slain by the warrior pack. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successful sign-in. You have obtained the Xuanwu Robe. The Xuanwu Robe? Is that an article of clothing? System. Please elaborate on the Xuanwu Robe. Wang Chen understood that the items acquired through the system were anything but ordinary. The Xuanwu Robe was likely as extraordinary as the 6-flavor Romania pill. Ding. In response to the host. The Xuanwu Robe is crafted from the fur of Martial King realm demon beasts, fused with celestial, meteoric iron. It possesses exceptional flexibility and comfort, as well as formidable defensive capabilities. Attacks from below the Martial King realm are completely immune, while attacks from the Martial King realm are reduced by 50%. Furthermore, the Xuanwu Robe can change its form at the host's request, freeing you from the troubles of clothing shopping henceforth. Is it truly that impressive? Wang Chen was taken aback. To be immune to all attacks below the Martial King realm meant that donning the Xuanwu Robe would allow him to traverse boldly. After all, there were only 3 Martial Kings in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Such a remarkable defensive ability was unprecedented in his experience. Yet while he was astonished, it seemed somewhat superfluous to him. The only aspect that appeared beneficial was its ability to transform at will. Senior, Li Lao. Nangong approached Wang Chen, first greeting the two before respectfully bowing to Wang Chen. Thank you, Senior. His resonant voice echoed throughout the city, prompting everyone who had just emerged from battle to instinctively look up at Wang Chen in reverence. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. The soldiers saluted, and the warriors bowed. At that moment, heartfelt gratitude resonated throughout the heavens and earth. This scene was profoundly moving. Even Li Guorong had never witnessed such a display. Momentarily frozen in place, Wang Chen's heart was equally shaken. Despite having lived 2 lives, he had never encountered such a spectacle. And these were not mere commoners, but warriors who had just endured a brutal battle. The overwhelming aura of invincibility and the fierce bloodlust stirred the very forces of nature. Fortunately, Wang Chen was now powerful. Otherwise, he might have lost composure in the face of such a staggering situation. You are all too kind. There is no need for such formalities. Achieving this result is a testament to everyone's collective effort. Wang Chen did not feign aloofness, but rather graciously attributed the credit to all present. Although he had played a crucial role in this battle, which could be said to have turned the tide, he knew that the relatively stable life in the Dragon Kingdom was hard-earned by countless individuals sacrificing their lives. He had witnessed the entire process during the Demon Beast siege. Knowing they faced certain death, not a single person had retreated. Many may have been weak in strength, yet their spirit was deserving of admiration. Wang Chen observed numerous individuals below, many wounded, some barely able to stand with the aid of props. Yet they still bowed in respect and gratitude towards him. Sighing, Wang Chen felt at a loss for words. Being an emotional person, he struggled to articulate his feelings. He retrieved 2 6-flavor Romania pills from the system space, and, channeling the power of heaven and earth, crushed them into powder, which then floated down towards the individuals below. Ah, such potent medicinal energy. I can't hold back. I must break through. My injuries are healed. My severed arm has miraculously restored. Haha, not only have I healed, but I've also broken through to the 9th rank martial artist. I too have broken through. I have become a grandmaster. Haha. Witnessing nearly everyone below achieving breakthroughs, Wang Chen smiled with satisfaction. Truly, the 6-flavor Romania pills provided by the system were remarkable. Even someone like Li Guorong, a martial king, found them beneficial, let alone lower-tier warriors. Even a mere speck of powder was a monumental opportunity for them. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Wang Chen had not only saved their lives, but also granted them the chance for breakthrough. Such a favor was enough to last a lifetime in gratitude. Wang Chen had nothing more to say. For him, it was merely an act of spontaneity, and he did not expect anything in return. He then turned to look at Nangong. He had not forgotten the task issued by the system, to exchange for a residence exceeding 1,000 square meters within 3 days. This marked the 2nd day already. Do you have any instructions, Senior? There was nothing particularly pressing, just a small matter I need your assistance with. Wang Chen felt a bit embarrassed, having just helped someone. He now found himself requesting something in return, which felt somewhat like leveraging gratitude for personal gain. Nonetheless, considering the contributions he had made, requesting a residence was indeed a trivial matter. You are too polite, senior. Just let me know what you need. In Nangong Wentian's mind, a superpowerhouse like Wang Chen should be treated with utmost respect. He feared not the demands Wang Chen might have, but rather the silence of his requests. Please help me find a place to stay. It doesn't need to be large, just around 1,000 square meters. As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Nangong Wentian and Li Guorong's eyes. Rest assured, senior, I will arrange it immediately. What are your preferences? Which address should I choose? Address? Wang Chen hadn't really considered that. For him, any location would suffice as long as he could fulfill the system task. System. Does the task have any specific address requirements, or can I choose any place? Ding. Ding. The system responded that there were no address requirements for the task. However, based on various considerations, the host could opt for Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City? Why choose Jiangnan City? Isn't it better to go to Kyoto City? Ding. Ding. The system explained that Jiangnan boasts a pleasant climate, picturesque scenery, and an abundance of beauty, and thus suggested that the host would find residing in Jiangnan more enjoyable than in Kyoto. Let us go with Jiangnan City then. I have no other demands. Just expedite the arrangements, preferably by tomorrow. Understood, senior. You can count on me to have everything ready by tomorrow. Subsequently, Li Guorong escorted Wang Chen back to Jinyao City, arranging for him a lavish temporary residence there. Upon gazing at the opulent room before him, Wang Chen felt little emotional turbulence. Since inheriting the cultivation of the martial king realm, he sensed not only his cultivation had ascended to that of a martial king, but his mental state had also transformed into an exceptionally formidable one, akin to that of a practitioner with countless years of experience. After surveying the room, he settled onto the sofa and turned on the television, ready to catch up on the news, as he still knew too little about this world. In stark contrast to Wang Chen's leisurely demeanor, Nangong Wentian and Li Guorong were not so at ease. They were engaged in a video call in another room. Chapter 12, The Video Call. Elders, greetings. As soon as the video connected, Nangong Wentian rose respectfully to bow, while Li Guorong merely nodded in acknowledgement. Wentian, no need for such formalities. Please update us on the current situation in Jinyao City. Yes, young man, spare us the pleasantries and get straight to the point. We are still in the dark here. 3 elders appeared on the video screen. The first to speak was Elder Lin Qingxian, the Grand Elder responsible for matters concerning martial practitioners in the Dragon Kingdom. The second speaker was the hot-tempered Third Elder Zhao Linghua, who primarily oversaw the military affairs of the Dragon Kingdom, under which Nangong Wentian directly fell. The silent Second Elder, Wu Qixuan, managed the livelihood aspects of the kingdom. These 3 constituted the true power holders of the Dragon Kingdom, their statuses being equal, and all significant decisions were typically made through their discussions. Naturally, the Dragon Kingdom was not limited to these 3 influential elders, as there were 3 martial kings among its ranks who also held elder positions. A martial king, also known as a national-level powerhouse, is automatically recognized as an elder upon successfully breaking through to that level. While they do not manage the day-to-day affairs of the Dragon Kingdom, their power is equivalent to that of the 3 authoritative elders, and in the event of differing opinions, the views of the martial kings take precedence, as this is a world where strength is revered. Reporting to the 3 elders, the crisis in Jinyao City has been resolved, and we have successfully reclaimed 2 cities that were lost to our Dragon Kingdom. What? You mean to say that the 2 cities have been reclaimed? Provide a detailed account of how this transpired. Nangong Wentian's words left the 3 elders on the video utterly astonished, as this was evidently an impossible task. Reporting to the 3 elders, just as Jinyao City was about to fall, a powerful figure suddenly appeared, effortlessly annihilating 2 beast kings and simultaneously eradicating all Grandmaster-level beasts among them. Thus, we were able to hold Jinyao City, and later, upon the suggestion of that esteemed elder, we directly reclaimed the other 2 cities. An unfamiliar powerhouse? Does our Dragon Kingdom have another national-level figure? The Grand Elder frowned. It is said that one thrives under a great tree, and the Dragon Kingdom holds great respect for powerful figures, especially those at the martial king level, who are directly granted elder status along with abundant cultivation resources, essentially receiving whatever they request. Therefore, if someone were to break through to the martial king level, there should be no reason to keep it hidden. Elderly, as a national-level powerhouse, could you shed some light on this unfamiliar figure? Despite his fiery temperament, the 3rd elder showed deference to Li Guorong, as he was aware that in a world that reveres strength, respect for powerful beings transcends status. The disparity in strength is so vast that I could not discern much. Although this elder appears youthful, reaching the martial king level cannot be judged solely by appearance. However, I estimate that this elder is at least at the pinnacle of the martial king realm. In that battle alone, he dispatched 3 beast kings, 1 mid-level martial king beast, and 2 early-level martial king beasts, all with effortless strikes. As Li Guorong spoke, admiration and envy were evident on his face. The pinnacle of the martial king realm? That surpasses Elder Long's strength by a considerable margin. The Grand Elder inhaled deeply before commenting. Elder Long is the martial king powerhouse usually stationed in Kyoto. At the peak of the late martial king realm. Young man Nangong, where is that esteemed elder now? Is he still in Jingyao City? The third elder asked gravely. As missing out on a figure of such strength would represent the greatest loss for the Dragon Kingdom. The esteemed elder is still in Jingyao City. He wishes for us to arrange a residence for him in Jiangnan City, specifying that it need not be large, just 1,000 square meters. What? Why didn't you mention such an important matter sooner? This is fantastic news for us, as it means we can locate this esteemed elder at any time. Indeed, I was just thinking about what we would do if this esteemed elder chose not to come to Kyoto and disappeared. Young man Nangong. Does the esteemed elder have any other requests? No further requests. The esteemed elder simply hopes we can expedite the arrangements for his residence, ideally finalizing it by tomorrow. As he plans to head over then. That is no problem. I will personally travel to Jiangnan City. You all handle the other matters. The second elder stated before promptly disappearing from the video call. Alright, the matter concerning this esteemed elder is now entrusted to the second elder, Nangong Wentian. Ensure that you attend to all his needs before he departs Jingyao City tomorrow. Contact us immediately should anything arise. Yes, Grand Elder. I assure you I will fulfill this task. Now, let us turn our attention to the matter of the two cities we have reclaimed. The two cities have been overrun by demonic beasts for so many years, they must be in a state of utter ruin, particularly the city that faces the No. 01 spatial passage. We must expedite the reconstruction with utmost urgency. Let us first dispatch personnel to the site. As for the million-strong army stationed at Demon Suppression City, they should be redirected to the vicinity of the number 01 spatial passage. We cannot afford any further complications in the city we have so painstakingly reclaimed. The second elder is correct. Let us proceed accordingly. With the third elder absent, I will soon arrange for construction teams to rush there at the fastest possible pace. Observing that all matters have been arranged, Nangong Wentian spoke again. Elders, the news of our successful reclamation of the two cities has undoubtedly spread. After all, we had no one on site to maintain control. Should we formally announce this to the nation? Such exhilarating news must be shared with the people, shortly. I will arrange for an official communique to inform the entire country of our success in reclaiming the two cities. Please inquire about the elder's opinion regarding whether we should conceal any matters concerning him. The Grand Elder's considerations are indeed comprehensive, and it is apparent that this elder is a person of remarkable humility, thus it would not be appropriate for him to make decisions on his behalf. Understood, Elder. I will consult the elder shortly. After concluding the video call, Nangong Wentian and Li Guorong sought out Wang Chen. Wang Chen seemed unfazed about the prospect of publicizing his existence, for his strength was sufficient to face any challenge. You may proceed with the normal publicity. There is no need for any special emphasis on me. Let the facts speak for themselves. Very well, Elder. Should you have any further instructions, please do not hesitate to inform me. After Nangong Wentian and the others departed, Wang Chen resumed watching television, while other warriors toiled relentlessly in their training. He found himself unburdened by such exertions. His strength was directly bestowed by the system, and given his qualifications, training would bear little fruit. He merely needed to await his sign-ins. He could already envision a future devoid of training, employment, or financial worries, living a life of leisure and play. The existence of an invincible powerhouse was astonishingly simple and unadorned. Chapter 13. The Bewildered Leader's Bang. The door to the mayor's office of Jiangnan City was violently thrust open from the outside. Xiaowang, what is the matter with you? Do you not know to knock before entering? The mayor, Pan Yuehua, could not help but reprimand his secretary for such impudence. Mayor, there is no time. I just received word that an elder is on his way to Jiangnan City and is already on the plane. He will arrive shortly. What? An elder is coming to us, and he is almost here? Why the suddenness? Why was there no prior notification? Pan Yuehua stood up from his chair in shock. What status does an elder hold? They represent the pinnacle of authority in the Dragon Kingdom, and it is customary for them not to leave the capital. Even if they were to depart, plans would be meticulously arranged well in advance. At least a month's notice would be expected. Such a sudden arrival without warning is unprecedented. I have already notified him. I called him on his way, and he should be arriving shortly. Who informed you? Did they say why the elder is coming to Jiangnan City? It was the elder's assistant who called, but he did not specify the reason, merely stating that it was quite sudden. The fact that even the assistant is unaware of the reason suggests that an urgent matter has arisen. Has anything significant occurred in Jiangnan City recently? Pan Yuehua's mind raced, quickly recalling every event since his birth, including all matters, great and small, that transpired in Jiangnan City. His mind was nearly aflame, yet he could not fathom what could draw an elder's attention. Moreover, would a trivial issue warrant an elder's concern? It must surely be something of monumental significance. If such an event had transpired in Jiangnan City, would he remain oblivious? Mayor, Jiangnan City has been remarkably peaceful and tranquil lately. Even the demonic beasts outside the city remain subdued. Nothing significant has occurred. Secretary Xiaowang looked equally puzzled. As the mayor's secretary, he served as the mayor's eyes and ears, well informed about happenings. Yet, He too was in the dark about the situation. Old Pan, what is going on? Just as the two were deep in contemplation, the office door burst open once more. A robust man entered, speaking as he walked. Old Zhang, you have arrived. Let us sit and discuss. Upon seeing the newcomer, Mayor Pan immediately rose to greet him, and the two took their seats on the office sofa. Xiao Wang, please arrange for the heads of various departments to prepare for the elder's arrival. Old Zhang and I will head over shortly. Understood, Mayor. Secretary Wang replied before hastily exiting. Old Pan, what is happening? Why would an elder suddenly come to Jiangnan City? If they had given us prior notice, we would have been overjoyed, but this unexpected visit leaves me unsettled. I only just learned of this sudden visit, and it is evident that something significant has transpired. Old Zhang, speak honestly. Being the highest commander of our city's defense forces, has anything noteworthy occurred in Jiangnan City? If there is indeed an issue, we must address it together. After contemplating for a moment, Pan Yuehua could not identify any problems in his jurisdiction. Therefore, the issue must lie with the city defense forces. And Zhang Xiaohu, before him, was their supreme commander. In this world, due to the threat posed by demonic beasts, villages and towns have long been abolished, with the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom comprised solely of cities. Each city has two highest leaders, a mayor and a commander. The mayor oversees the city's daily operations, while the commander manages the city's defense forces, a harmonious balance of civil and military authority. Old Pan, what do you mean? After all these years, you should know me well enough. Am I the sort to conceal matters? Our city defense forces have encountered no issues. Then, that is strange. If neither of our sectors has encountered any problems, what could be the reason for this visit? Surely it cannot be for sightseeing. I have no idea. Let us not dwell on it further. We shall take it as it comes. Worrying will not change anything. Let us proceed. The plane should be arriving soon. Let it go. If it is a blessing, it is not a curse. If it is a curse, it cannot be avoided. Let us move. With that, the two men rose and exited the office, where they encountered the heads of various departments in the lobby. On their way to Jiangnan City Airport, Mayor Pan and Commander Zhang Xiaohu shared a ride. Old Pan, have you heard the news? What news? Where did you hear such rumors? I have heard that the two cities lost near the number 01 spatial passage have been reclaimed by us. You must be dreaming. I have heard whispers of such discussions. But do you think it is plausible? The disparity in strength between our human race and the demonic beasts is far too great. We still do not know the full extent of their formidable forces. We can only hope for more time. After Pan Yuehua spoke, he could not help but sigh. They were all too aware of the depth of the Dragon Kingdom, yet they knew nothing of the demon strength. It was certain that the demonic beasts were far superior to humanity. I find it hard to believe as well, yet there are accounts that sound credible. And the significant aspect is that numerous individuals are voicing the same. If just one person were boasting, it could be dismissed, but when many are in agreement, one must ponder the truth behind it. After all, as the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. Let us not overthink it. We shall await the official announcement. If it is indeed true, the authorities will surely broadcast it widely. I sincerely hope it is true. Moments later, a group arrived at the Jiangnan City Airport. Every city in the high martial world is equipped with an airport. However, not all airports are perpetually operational. Even in a large city like Jiangnan, flights are scheduled only on fixed days. Those who can board the planes are typically formidable martial artists or their teams, much like the flights to Demon Town, where Jiangnan Airport hosts a flight to Demon Town once a week. Flights to Kyoto are also infrequent, and the vast majority of individuals live their entire lives without departing their cities. The primary purpose of airports in the Dragon Kingdom is to provide support. Before long, a military passenger aircraft came into view, flanked by two military jets providing escort. They have arrived, Mayor Pan murmured, instinctively adjusting his attire. The others followed suit. Some even retrieved handheld mirrors to ensure they did not leave a poor impression on their superiors. As the aircraft descended, an elderly man promptly opened the cabin door and stepped out, effortlessly covering several dozen meters to stand before Mayor Pan and his companions. Welcome, Elder, to Jiangnan City. Chapter 14, A National Celebration. At 5 in the afternoon, all networks, television stations, and social media platforms across the Dragon Kingdom received an announcement. This proclamation entered everyone's sight with a brazen force, interrupting whatever they were engaged in, be it watching the news or playing games, with a pinned notice. Elder's Decree. On March 5, 2350, the Dragon Kingdom successfully reclaimed two cities that had been occupied by the demon race for a century. This marks the greatest victory for the Dragon Kingdom in nearly 100 years. This announcement is made nationwide to celebrate. This proclamation is an Elder's Decree, indicating it was issued by the highest authority of the Dragon Kingdom, and it is a red notice. In the Dragon Kingdom, all national announcements are categorized into two types: the Elder's Decree, which signifies major events impacting the entire nation, and the Government Decree, which pertains to significant matters within various cities. All announcements are further classified into three tiers, the lowest being orange, followed by yellow, with red being the highest. What is happening? I was in the midst of a crucial moment in my game, and it forcibly exited me. Damn, it's a red Elder's Decree. I haven't seen one of those in years. Wow, is this real? Have we truly reclaimed those two cities? How so sudden? It is true. I received a call from my father this afternoon, informing me that they had reclaimed the two cities by the 01 passage. At first, I thought he was boasting. But it turns out to be genuine. Incredible. I've become a descendant of heroes. My brother also called us this afternoon, but none of us believed it. Who would have thought it was indeed true? Ah, how frustrating. I had planned to visit Demon Town recently, but I got sidetracked and missed the chance to achieve something significant. Regretful indeed. Haha, splendid. We have finally reclaimed those two cities. This momentous occasion must be celebrated. What my upstairs neighbor said is right. A celebration is in order. Conveniently, I have 2 firecrackers at home. I shall take them out and set them off now. Haha. My brother speaks wisely. I have some as well. Let us do it together. Well said. Previously, the nation prohibited us from setting off firecrackers, and we would resort to doing so clandestinely. But today, I shall celebrate openly. No one can dictate otherwise. Even if the city defense forces apprehend me, I shall accept it. I'm just too elated. At this moment, the entire nation was in an uproar, with streets filled with jubilant individuals dancing with joy. Many were parading in groups to celebrate the reclamation of 2 cities from the clutches of the demon beasts, representing not only a victory for the Dragon Kingdom, but for humanity as a whole. For years, humanity had been suppressed by the demon beasts, occasionally suffering from their city-sacking raids. Over time, many developed a natural fear of the demon race, which is not a healthy phenomenon. It gradually erodes the human spirit. Thus, humanity yearned for a victory, and this reclamation of 2 cities served as the most potent morale booster. Numerous cities reacted to the announcement with various decisions. For instance, many schools granted students a 3-day holiday to celebrate. Some considerate employers offered paid time off to their employees, and others even provided benefits, as many sought to commemorate this event in their own ways. If individuals were celebrating, one can only imagine the fervor in the cities of the Dragon Kingdom. Magic City Government Decree. Congratulations to our nation for successfully reclaiming lost territory. The Magic City Government and its citizens celebrate alongside the motherland. Spring City Government Decree. Congratulations to our nation for successfully reclaiming 2 cities. The Spring City Government and its citizens extend their congratulations to the motherland. Ghost City Government Decree. Congratulations to the motherland for successfully reclaiming lost territory. The Ghost City Government and its citizens celebrate for the motherland. White Cloud City Government Decree. Congratulations to the motherland for successfully reclaiming lost territory. The White Cloud City Government and its citizens extend their congratulations to the motherland. Jiangnan City Government Decree. Congratulations to the motherland for successfully reclaiming lost territory. Jiangnan City and its citizens celebrate for the motherland. Each city promptly issued its own government decree to express their congratulations to the nation. Lingtian City, as a city directly facing the Dragon Kingdom's 02 passage, is not smaller than Demon Town and is likewise home to a military force of 500,000. At this moment, Lingtian City had just concluded a battle, and 2 elders hovered in the void above, gazing intently ahead. Before them, 2 demon beasts were locked in a stare. Countless demon beasts outside Lingtian City were slowly retreating. From a distance, it was evident they were withdrawing into the 02 passage, signaling that the battle had come to an end. Old Long, can you discern what is transpiring with the demon race? Why does today's battle feel rather anticlimactic? Elder Lin's observation holds merit. Although the demon race launched an offensive throughout the day, they did not exert their full strength. Notably, these 2 royal beasts have yet to engage. The 2 conversing are the elders floating above Lingtian City. One is Lin Chongkong, stationed at the 02 passage, while the other is the Dragon Kingdom's foremost expert, Long Yu, who has come from Kyoto to provide support. Earlier that morning, a strange royal beast aura suddenly emerged outside Lingtian City. Lin Chongkong, not daring to underestimate the situation, quickly sought assistance from Kyoto. Upon learning of the situation, the Grand Elder directly summoned Long Yu. Without delay, Long Yu hastened to Lingtian City, unaware that upon his arrival, Kyoto had already received a distress signal from Nangong Wintian in Demon Town. Throughout the day, the demon beasts outside Lingtian City relentlessly assaulted it, yet curiously, the 2 royal beasts remained passive, merely standing their ground in confrontation. The recent assault by the demon beasts on the city appeared quite daunting, as 2 king-tier demon beasts were deployed, causing Lin Chongkong to call for reinforcements. Yet, the ensuing battle was less brutal than usual, leaving both him and Long Outyin perplexed about the true intentions of the demon race. With 2 king-tier demon beasts present, Long Outyin was reluctant to leave, which was undoubtedly frustrating. Lin Lao, Long Lao, we have recent developments. Just as the 2 were engulfed in confusion, the defending general of Lingtian City, Jiang Wei, hurriedly approached them. Xiao Jiang, what has happened? Lin Chongkong and Jiang Wei shared a certain familiarity, as they both were stationed at Lingtian City, allowing for a more casual exchange. Lin Lao, Long Lao, there is a situation at Jinyao City. What? Trouble at Jinyao City? I see. It's a classic feint. We've fallen for the demon race's diversion tactic. Upon hearing of the incident at Jinyao City, Long Yu grasped the situation immediately. realizing that the demon race's strategy was to keep him occupied here. Xiao Jiang, quickly, tell us how Jinyao City is faring. Lin Changkong's face turned pale with alarm, his voice trembling as he dreaded the news to come. Rest assured, both elders, it is good news. Jinyao City is not only safe, but has also seized the opportunity to reclaim the 2 cities in front of the number 01 spatial passage. Now, the whole nation is aware. The Red Elder Decree has been broadcast nationwide. What? Xiao Jiang, are you serious? You mustn't jest. It is true. If you don't believe me, take a look. After speaking, Jiang Wei handed over his phone to the 2 elders, where the screen displayed the contents of the Red Elder Decree. Excellent. This is splendid news. Although they were unsure of the exact occurrences, the outcome was clearly favorable. Lin Lao, the demon beasts have retreated and are unlikely to assault the city again anytime soon. I shall return to the capital to ascertain the specifics. Without allowing anyone time to react, Long Yu swiftly departed towards the capital. Xiao Jiang, I leave the aftermath of the battle in your capable hands. I must return to Lintian City to inquire about the situation at Jinyao City with that old fellow Li Guorong. Lin Changkong stated before vanishing as well. Chapter 15. Journey to Jiangnan City. The following morning, Wang Chen sat up groggily in the soft, expansive bed, a look of contentment gracing his features. The grandeur of the city lord's bed exceeded his expectations, and had it not been for the distant sounds filtering in from outside, he would have relished the opportunity to sleep a little longer. With a languorous stretch, he rose from the bed and donned the Xuanwu robe awarded by the system the previous day. With a mere thought, the stately robe transformed into a simple yet elegant white leisure outfit, immaculate and sharp. He had always favored white, and the design of this attire materialized precisely as he envisioned. Glancing at his phone on the table, he noted the time, only 7 in the morning. Yet, the outside world was already abuzz with activity. The synchronized sounds of military training and the hurried footsteps of martial artists filled the air. Despite Nangong Wentian's South efforts to place him in the finest room of the city lord's mansion, with personnel arranged to prevent disturbances, Wang Chen, as a martial king, possessed exceptionally acute hearing. Even distant noises reached his ears with clarity. He unlocked his phone and began to peruse the news casually. Unsurprisingly, the topic dominating online discussions was the Elder Decree released yesterday, with details of the battle at Jinyao City now public knowledge. However, the descriptions of his involvement were notably vague, referring to him merely as a senior, with not a single photograph released. After all, in the midst of that fierce battle against the demon beasts, everyone had their hands full, leaving no time for snapshots. Even if someone had managed to capture a photo without his consent, no one would dare to publish it, knowing the potential repercussions should he take offense. In this world where strength reigned supreme, offending a martial king equated to courting disaster. Though references to him were scant, discussions about him proliferated online. After all, the title of martial king overshadowed all else. Our dragon kingdom has gained another national-level powerhouse. What a cause for celebration. A national-level powerhouse, formidable indeed, capable of annihilating 3 demon beast kings with a mere wave of their hand. Remarkable. Not to mention, I have yet to meet anyone of such caliber, let alone a master-level warrior. I wonder what this senior's true strength is. Having defeated 3 demon beast kings in one fell swoop, this is an unprecedented victory for our dragon kingdom. While we may not know the specifics of this senior's prowess, they are undoubtedly on par with our other 3 national-level powerhouses. Without a photo of this senior, I am left to wonder what they look like. From this day forth, this senior shall be my idol. With a mere gesture, they reduced demon beast kings to ashes. Truly awesome. As Wang Chen idly scrolled through his phone, Nangong Wentian and Li Guorong arrived, both brimming with vitality, especially Li Guorong, whose face radiated with joy. The previous night, during his cultivation, he had discovered that the elixir Wang Chen provided him had not only been fully refined, but also left a substantial amount of medicinal power within him. If he could absorb it all, a breakthrough to the late martial king stage would be imminent. For a martial king, this was an extraordinary opportunity. Many spend their entire lives without making such progress. How could Li Guorong contain his excitement? Originally, he had hoped to break through to the late martial king stage within several years, but now he was confident it could be achieved within a month. Senior, as per your instructions, the property in Jiangnan City is ready. You may go at your convenience. Nangong Wentian respectfully bowed, his tone laced with reverence. Understood. Just provide me with the address, and I shall make my way there shortly. Certainly, senior. I have arranged for meals to be prepared. Would you care to dine before departing? Nangong Wentian inquired cautiously, uncertain if Wang Chen would agree. Should he consent, it would be a splendid opportunity to engage with such a powerful figure, potentially yielding great benefits in the future. Very well, let us dine first. Wang Chen readily acquiesced. Although, as a martial king, the necessity of eating was diminished, and the energy of heaven and earth could sustain him. He had grown accustomed to enjoying 3 meals a day, viewing culinary delights as one of life's greatest pleasures. Having reached the pinnacle of humanity as a martial king and freed from the burdens of personal cultivation, foregoing such simple pleasures would hold little significance. Please, after you. Manhwaedit gestured for Wang Chen to proceed, then led the way as the three made their way to the dining area. The meal, though not extravagant, was meticulously prepared and delectable, each dish a feast for the senses, evidently crafted by a skilled chef. During the meal, Li Guorong again expressed his gratitude to Wang Chen, vowing to exert himself fully should any future requests arise. Wang Chen readily accepted, recognizing that Li Guorong, as a fellow martial king, stood at the apex of the Dragon Kingdom, and there might come a time when mutual assistance would be necessary. After the meal, Wang Chen lingered not, inquiring about the address from Manhwaedit before vanishing from Jinyao City. System, navigate to Jiangnan City, Yujing Biyuan. Wang Chen commanded, acknowledging that while the phone's navigation was functional, it paled in comparison to the efficiency of the system's navigation, and he was not inclined to waste time. Beep, beep, system acknowledged. Initiating navigation to Jiangnan City, Yujing Biyuan. Once the navigation was confirmed, Wang Chen hesitated no longer and sped directly towards Jiangnan City, guided by the system. After Wang Chen's departure, Manhwaedit wasted no time and immediately dialed the phone number of the second elder. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan City, upon receiving the call from Manhwaedit, the second elder realized that Wang Chen was on his way to Jiangnan City. He promptly informed Mayor Pan Yuehua and Commander Zhang Xiaohu. Subsequently, the three of them set off for the Yujing Villa in Jiangnan City. Excuse me, but what is this Yujing Villa? On the way, Pan Yuehua could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Zhang Xiaohu, sitting beside him, also looked at the second elder with intrigue. After all, the day before, the second elder had headed straight to the municipal government upon landing, dismissing everyone before inquiring about the largest, finest, and most comfortable villas in Jiangnan City. The three of them had personally inspected each one before finally selecting Yujing Villa, and then had arranged for cleaning and the acquisition of various necessary furnishings. Not resting until deep into the night, this morning, they had been urgently summoned back, and they simply could not fathom what kind of person could prompt such effort from the second elder. It's permissible for you to know, as you are the administrators of Jiangnan City, this residence is prepared for a senior who will reside here in the future. You shall understand, the second elder stated with a serious demeanor. What, a senior? Both Mayor Pan and Commander Zhang were taken aback. The second elder held a significant status, and it was evident that only a national-level powerhouse could warrant such respect. Could it be that esteemed figure from Jinyao City? Pan Yuehua, quick-witted as the mayor, immediately connected the dots and surmised the answer. Are you saying that the national-level powerhouse is coming to our Jiangnan City? Commander Zhang Xiaohu was a beat slower in his reaction but quickly grasped the situation upon hearing Pan Yuehua's words, and then he looked at the second elder in astonishment. Just the two of you knowing is sufficient. Do not disclose this to others. We are not well acquainted with this senior, and we cannot be certain of their temperament. It would be troublesome if we were to offend them. The second elder admonished. Understood. We will exercise caution, they assured. Indeed, a national-level powerhouse. We are not foolish enough to offend such a figure. Seeing their reactions, the second elder smiled slightly before continuing. You need not overthink it. Knowing that this senior will reside here is already a stroke of fortune. Over time, as you become better acquainted, there will be ample opportunities for gain. Should this senior have any requests, provided they are not excessive, do your utmost to fulfill them. If any difficulties arise, contact me immediately. It is imperative that we serve this senior well, understood? Understood. We guarantee the task will be completed. Chapter 16, Yujing Villa. Jinyao City and Jiangnan City are both located in the southern part of Long Country, nearly 50 to 60,000 kilometers apart, a distance not considered great. On this journey, Wang Chen was not in a hurry, so he slowed his pace and did not rush. Along the way, he took the opportunity to admire the splendid landscapes of Long Country, passing through numerous cities, though more often than not, he traversed the wilds inhabited by demonic beasts. After nearly an hour, Wang Chen arrived at Jiangnan City. His spiritual energy, like invisible tendrils, had already enveloped the destination, Yujing Villa, following the navigation's guidance. Simultaneously, he keenly sensed the presence of three individuals standing at the entrance of Yujing Villa. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Chen flashed and appeared before them in an instant. The sudden appearance of Wang Chen startled the three, but they were not ordinary individuals and quickly regained their composure, deducing his identity from the formidable aura and demeanor he exuded. Greetings, esteemed senior. I am the second elder of Long Country, Wu Qishuan. The second elder spoke first, his tone imbued with respect. Greetings, esteemed senior. I am Pan Yuehua, the mayor of Jiangnan City. Pan Yuehua slightly inclined his body, his eyes filled with admiration and astonishment. After all, Wang Chen's appearance was remarkably youthful. Greetings, esteemed senior. I am Zhang Xiaohu, the commander of the Jiangnan City Defense Forces. Zhang Xiaohu, standing tall, saluted Wang Chen with a formal military gesture. As Wang Chen regarded these three influential figures in Long Country, especially the second elder, one of the nation's highest leaders, he felt a ripple of emotion stir within him. Despite having inherited the cultivation of a martial king and possessing a heart as steadfast as iron. After all, in both his past and present lives, he had merely been an ordinary person at the bottom of society. The The sudden shift in his status and position was enough to evoke profound sentiments within him. After all, he was still a young man, and vanity was a natural inclination. Hello. No need for excessive formality. Wang Chen replied casually, fully aware that in this world where martial prowess was revered, his peak martial king cultivation warranted the respect of these three, thus he did not consider it pretentious. Esteemed senior, shall we step inside? I would like to introduce you to this Yujing villa, and see if it meets your approval. If not, I can arrange for something else. The second elder Wu Qishuan courteously offered, gesturing for him to enter. Very well, let us proceed inside. Also, there's no need to call me esteemed senior. I am not that old. My surname is Wang. Although Wang Chen relished the reverence that came with the title of esteemed senior, he felt somewhat awkward and uncomfortable given his relatively young age. Then shall I refer to you as Mr. Wang? That works. Wang Chen nodded in agreement, finding the title of Mr. much more natural than that of esteemed senior. Upon entering Yujing Villa, the second elder began the introduction. Mr. Wang, allow me to present this Yujing Villa. The villa spans over 500 square meters, with a total of 3 stories, including 8 bedrooms. It is equipped with a top-tier cultivation room and features an infinity pool outdoors, surrounded by a pleasant environment. This villa is considered the finest in Jiangnan City. In truth, the moment Wang Chen stepped into the villa, his spiritual energy had already thoroughly scanned the entire establishment. He was quite satisfied with the place. The sheer size of over 500 square meters was enough to impress him. As long as he could complete the system's tasks, he cared little for anything else. After all, this was a villa, far superior to the cramped quarters he had previously inhabited. Thus, there was no reason to be overly critical. Excellent. This will do. As soon as Wang Chen spoke, smiles illuminated the faces of the second elder, Pan Yuehua, and Zhang Xiaohu. Their objective was achieved. As long as Wang Chen settled here, they would have more opportunities to cultivate a relationship with him, a figure of at least peak martial king prowess, worth every effort to befriend. Ding ding. Congratulations, host. For completing the system task, you have earned 1 sign-in opportunity. Just as the arrangements were confirmed, the system's notification echoed in Wang Chen's mind at an opportune moment. Mr. Wang, is there anything else you require? Please do not hesitate to ask. As Wang Chen was about to say he needed nothing more, the system's voice chimed in once again. Ding ding. The system has issued a new task. If the host wishes to lead a happy and enjoyable life, how can one lack servants? Please recruit at least 3 staff members, including a senior chef, a housekeeper, and an assistant. Completing this task will reward you with 1 sign-in opportunity. Damn it, system. Are you truly trying to make me live a decadent capitalist life? You know I used to detest this kind of people the most. Wang Chen inwardly complained to the system, while a smirk involuntarily crept across his lips. It seemed he was destined to become the very type of person he once despised. Yet, a subtle sense of anticipation lingered within him. The second elder, filled with intent, said, since that is the case, I must trouble you to assist me in recruiting 3 individuals, a chef, a butler, and an assistant. That shall suffice. No need for anything more. Wang Chen remarked, recognizing that since the system had issued a task, it was only natural to fulfill it. Moreover, he was truly looking forward to the prospect of having someone to attend to his needs. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, I shall return immediately to make arrangements. And by tomorrow at the latest, I will have the individuals delivered to you. The second elder assured, patting his chest confidently. This was a splendid opportunity to strengthen his bond with Wang Chen, and he knew he must seize it. Upon returning, he would convene a meeting to ensure the selection of the most suitable candidates. Thank you, second elder. However, I cannot consistently take advantage of you. Let me gift you something, Wang Chen said, waving his hand to summon a colossal beast carcass from the confines of the system space. This was the serpent-like king-tier beast he had slain near the number 01 spatial passage, now floating before them. A faint aura of the king-tier beast emanated from the carcass, causing the 3 men to shudder involuntarily, feeling as if a heavy stone pressed against their chests. Although the beast was deceased, its presence lingered, not yet dissipated. Is this the corpse of a king-tier beast? The second elder inquired, his voice trembling. Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiaohu stared blankly at the massive creature before them. They had seen king-tier beasts before, but this was the first time they beheld the corpse of one. Mr. Wang, this king-tier beast's carcass is far too precious. You must take it back. Moreover, as a martial king realm expert, you are eligible for an elder position in our dragon kingdom. All expenses for a martial king elder are covered by the state, so there is no need for you to be polite. Serving you is our duty. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. The second elder's words left Wang Chen momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such treatment for a martial king. Please, take it. This is of no significant use to me, Wang Chen urged casually. He had already presented the item. It would be illogical to retract it. Did he not care for his dignity? The primary reason was his aversion to serpentine beasts. He found them repulsive and, thus, deemed it a favor to gift it away, as it would serve no purpose but to disgust him. Then, I sincerely thank you, Mr. Wang. The corpse of a king-tier beast is indeed invaluable to our dragon kingdom. After much contemplation, the second elder resolved to accept it, recognizing its immense significance to their nation. Chapter 17, The Companion Servant. In the Yujing Flower Garden, the three accompanied Wang Chen on a brief tour of the entire villa before bidding him a hasty farewell. As they departed, they each pulled out their phones to exchange contact information, to which Wang Chen readily consented. As a martial king realm expert, he could not afford to handle everything personally. That would diminish his stature. With individuals eager to assist, it would be a waste not to accept their help. Once the three departed, the luxurious villa fell into an immediate silence, leaving Wang Chen alone. He did not feel lonely. Rather, he relished the tranquility. He wandered the villa once more, for it was his first encounter with such opulence, and excitement stirred within him. After exploring the villa, Wang Chen returned to the grand living room on the first floor, eagerly calling upon the system in his mind, as he had not forgotten that he still had one sign-in opportunity remaining. System, I wish to sign in. Ding. The crisp sound of the system notification resonated in Wang Chen's mind, followed by the system's voice. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have acquired one companion servant. What is that? A companion servant? I have only heard of companion spirit treasures. This is the first time I have encountered a companion servant. Wang Chen exclaimed. System, please enlighten me on what a companion servant entails. Ding. Ding. To the host. A companion servant is a naturally born guardian that accompanies the host. The cultivation of the companion servant will automatically elevate alongside the host, always remaining one minor realm beneath the host. Its combat prowess is equal to that of the host, rendering it invincible at the same tier. Moreover, the companion servant will never truly perish, as long as the host remains alive. The servant will resurrect automatically after 1 month following each death. The host is exceptionally fortunate, as a companion servant is a veritable anomaly. Wow. System, you are incredible. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Wang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The capabilities of the companion servant were truly extraordinary. At present, he stood at the pinnacle of the martial king realm, meaning the companion servant would possess the cultivation of a peak late-stage martial king and would also be invincible at that tier. The most critical aspect was its ability to revive indefinitely, simply astonishing. Truly, it deserved to be regarded as a bug-like existence. The thought of the next time he signed in for martial god realm cultivation, the companion servant would also ascend to the martial god realm filled him with exhilaration. Henceforth, he would no longer need to risk himself in dangerous situations, significantly enhancing his personal safety. System, I wish to summon my companion servant, Wang Chen declared, unable to contain his excitement. As soon as he spoke, the space before him began to warp, and a spatial passage materialized out of thin air. Subsequently, a middle-aged man clad in black, exuding a cold demeanor, emerged from the passage. As he stepped forth, the spatial gateway disappeared behind him. Greetings, my lord. Upon hearing this address, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. It sounded rather juvenile, and such a form of address was non-existent in this world. After pondering for a moment, he replied, from now on, refer to me as sir. Understood, sir. The middle-aged man promptly adjusted his address upon Wang Chen's request. Initially, Wang Chen had considered asking him to call him young master, but then he recalled that in this world, only the direct descendants of prestigious families were entitled to such a title. As a legitimate martial king realm expert, his status far surpassed that of those so-called young masters. It would be inappropriate to share a title with those juniors. Thus, sir was indeed the more fitting appellation. What is your name? Reporting to you. Sir, my name is Wang Outyin. Wang Outyin. Upon hearing this name, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing with astonishment. The name was extraordinarily imposing, one typically reserved for protagonists in novels, a name that few could bear. System, you did not generate this name, did you? Ding. Ding. To the host, the name Wang Outyin was randomly generated by the system. If it does not meet your preference, a backup name is available for selection. There are backup names? Wang Chen had not anticipated such consideration from the system, which offered alternative names for him to choose from. Ding. Ding. To the host, the backup names for Wang Outyin are Wang Ritian, Wang Batian, and Wang Patian. You may select one. Wow. Wait, system. These names are rather excessive. Why do they all relate to the heavens? Is there not a more modest option? Wang Chen lamented in his mind, bemused that he had no normal name to choose from. Ding. Ding. To the host, the system does not permit low-profile names. All right, I shall not change it. I suddenly feel that Wang Outyin is quite splendid. The more I hear it, the more imposing it sounds. On the other side, after the elder departed from Wang Chen's royal residence, he immediately boarded a private jet bound for Kyoto. En route, he had already conveyed the detailed circumstances of his meeting with Wang Chen to the other two elders, including Wang Chen's demeanor and the assistance he required. After much deliberation, the three ultimately resolved to convene an emergency meeting specifically to discuss matters concerning Wang Chen. Upon receiving the notice of the meeting, the most exhilarated were Li Guorong and Lin Chongkong, who were stationed at Jinyao City and Lintian City, respectively. Both of their families resided in Kyoto, and opportunities for them to return home were scarce. It had been 2 to 3 years since their last visit. Thus, Upon receiving the notification, they wasted no time and swiftly made arrangements to return to Kyoto at the earliest opportunity. Within the central elders' residence in Kyoto, all 6 of the nation's elders had gathered. 3 were administrative elders, complemented by 3 martial king elders. Well then, since everyone is present, let us commence. Upon hearing this, the second elder did not hesitate and recounted in detail his experiences during his visit to Jiangnan City, including Wang Chen's bestowal of a royal-level beast and his request for assistance in recruitment. Elderly, you were among the first to engage with Mr. Wang. And as a martial king, please share your impressions and insights regarding his prowess. Is he truly that formidable? Long Yu, the foremost powerhouse of the Dragon Nation, prioritized inquiries about Wang Chen's strength. Elder Long, as for Mr. Wang's specific capabilities, I cannot ascertain, but he undoubtedly possesses strength exceeding that of a martial king peak. Whether he has transcended to the next realm, I cannot say. Very well. Regardless of whether Mr. Wang has surpassed the martial king threshold, even if he remains a martial king, he is worthy of our utmost efforts to court. Today, we must deliberate on the tasks Mr. Wang has set for us. This matter indeed requires careful contemplation. We cannot act rashly, as it represents our best opportunity to understand our counterpart. The chef's role can be easily resolved by reallocating one from our ranks. However, the selections for the steward and assistant necessitate thorough consideration. I believe the assistant should undoubtedly be a woman. Their attentiveness is invaluable. Elder Lin's assertion resonated with agreement. Indeed, the assistant should be a female, while the steward ought to be someone of steadiness. I actually have an exceptionally suitable candidate in mind for the assistant. Oh, who might that be? Are they familiar to us? From Kyoto Martial University, by Wang Chen. Chapter 18, Abnormalities in the Demon Clan. By Wang Chen is indeed a fitting choice. Her appearance, character, and talent are beyond reproach. Indeed, I have also heard of her. At such a young age, she has already reached the pinnacle of the master realm, and it is likely she will soon ascend to the grandmaster level. Very well, let us appoint by Wang Chen from Kyoto Martial University as the assistant. Now, let us discuss the steward selection. Regarding the steward, I have someone in mind. As the Grand Elder concluded, Li Guorong interjected. Oh, Elder Li has a candidate in mind? Who is it? At that moment, the other 5 present cast curious glances at Li Guorong, having previously been at a loss regarding the steward selection, uncertain whether to choose a male or female. The revelation of Li Guorong's candidate piqued their intrigue. My candidate is the former commander of Jinyao City, Meng Zirue. What? Meng Zirue? Elderly, you are well aware of Meng Zirue's situation. He is currently unsuitable. Indeed, ever since his injury, his strength has plummeted from the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm to its early stages, and soon he may struggle to maintain even that level. Alas, he is in dire need of recuperation. Following Li Guorong's statement, he was met with immediate opposition from the other elders. The truth was indeed harsh. Meng Zirue, the former commander of Jinyao City, had sustained severe injuries during a demon beast siege, bravely battling 3 demon beasts of equal rank to protect Jinyao City, while Li Guorong was confronted by a royal-level beast. Though he successfully defended the city, he was gravely wounded and remained unconscious for half a month. This incident had weighed heavily on Li Guorong's conscience over the years. It was during that confrontation that Meng Zirue sustained grave internal injuries, resulting in his decline in strength, forcing him to resign from his command, with the current commander, Nangong Wentian, succeeding him. I am well aware of Meng Zirue's circumstances, and it is precisely because of this knowledge that I recommend him. Li Guorong spoke with utmost seriousness, his expression grave, clearly not jesting. Elderly, since you assert this, there must be a compelling reason behind your recommendation. Please elucidate your rationale for endorsing Meng Zirue. Upon the Grand Elder's inquiry, all eyes turned with curiosity toward Li Guorong, eager to understand his reasoning. Because Mr. Wang possesses a healing elixir that could potentially restore Meng Zirue's injuries, and perhaps even elevate his strength further. Li Guorong had personally experienced the efficacy of the elixir. It was undeniably a top-tier healing remedy, beneficial even to a martial king like himself, let alone Meng Zirue, a mere grandmaster. This was the crux of his endorsement. What? Is Elderly speaking truthfully? Elderly, this is no jest. You must recognize the significance of this matter to us. Observing the reactions of his colleagues, Li Guorong felt no ire, for he too would have been skeptical had he not experienced it firsthand. Indeed, during the siege by the demon beasts, I sustained severe injuries. And it was Mr. Wang who provided me with a healing elixir that not only healed my wounds, but also advanced my strength. Before long, I shall break through to the late martial king stage. What? Elderly, you are on the verge of breaking through to the late martial king stage? Oldly, you old rascal have been quite secretive. It appears you have turned misfortune into fortune. Excellent. Should Elderly attain the late martial king stage, it would be a momentous occasion for our dragon nation. If what Elderly claims is true, I shall support Meng Zirue's appointment as Mr. Wang's steward. Given Meng Zirue's capabilities, I believe he can fulfill the role with aplomb. Haha, certainly. After all, he is a former military commander. I too lend my agreement. Agreed. Agreed. Thus it is settled. As for the chef, let us transfer old Zhang. Agreed. Let this be our decision. Now, let us commence deliberations on how to manage the royal-level demon beast that Mr. Wang has entrusted to us. The second elder's remark compelled everyone present to sit up straighter, for this was the most crucial matter of their meeting. It is well known that royal-level demon beasts are treasures in their entirety, particularly their essence blood, which can significantly enhance the likelihood of breaking through to the martial king realm. The Dragon Nation boasts nearly 1,000 grandmasters, yet only 3 martial kings, underscoring the difficulty of such a breakthrough. A single royal-level demon beast yields 3 portions of essence blood. Determining the recipients of these precious portions was the primary focus of their gathering. The essence blood of a royal-level demon beast is far too valuable to be given to anyone but those who have achieved great merit. Our Dragon Nation is not lacking in those who have performed great deeds. Consider those stationed at Jinyao City and Lintian City. Each one boasts significant contributions. Yet, with only 3 portions of essence blood, how should they be allocated? It would be improper to favor some over others, for that could breed resentment. Indeed, with merely 3 portions, it is exceedingly scarce. However, elderly, I have heard that Mr. Wang has slain 3 royal-level demon beasts in Jinyao City, correct? Indeed, he did. Mr. Wang should still possess 2. Upon hearing Lin Chankong's words, Li Guorong replied without hesitation, asserting that it was a universally acknowledged fact, known by the entire nation. And there was nothing to conceal. He pondered whether Mr. Wang was willing to sell. If so, they would certainly consider purchasing it. Elder Lin was correct. Yet it would be unwise to broach the subject at this moment. Perhaps they should revisit it in due time. The Grand Elder's perspective was valid. They ought to deliberate on how to allocate the 3 portions of essence blood. Since no one else had spoken, I shall express my thoughts first. I believe we should grant a share to both Nangong Wentian and Jiang Wei, as they have made significant contributions in safeguarding the Demon Suppression City and the Skyward City. The remaining portion could go to Zhao Ziwu of the Azure Dragon Legion, who distinguished himself by providing crucial support to the Demon City. While the third elder's insights hold merit, it must be acknowledged that every one of the 4 great legions has rendered notable service without their nationwide assistance. Who knows how many cities in our Dragon Kingdom might have fallen? Moreover, the heads of our nation's 5 prestigious academies have not only nurtured countless formidable warriors, but also tirelessly offered their support throughout the land. Each one of them has made substantial contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. Elder Long, do you have anyone in mind that you favor? The Grand Elder turned to the reticent Long Yu, prompting him for his opinion, as his input was of utmost importance given his status as the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom. After a brief consideration and surveying the others, Long Yu spoke. Have you all noticed the increasing activity of the demon beasts lately? Take this instance. For example, 3 king-level demon beasts appeared in the Demon Suppression City, and 2 more emerged in the Skyward City. Such occurrences have never happened before, indicating that the demon beasts may be undergoing some changes, necessitating our vigilance. Therefore, I propose that 2 portions of the essence blood be allocated to Nangong Wentian and Jiang Wei, while the third can be given to the 4 great legions. You may discuss among yourselves who should receive it. The third elder, pleased to find his views aligned with Long Yu's, chuckled and continued, I share Elder Long's sentiments. This arrangement seems most appropriate. Regardless of whom we choose, those who break through to the martial king level should head to the Demon Suppression City or the Skyward City. Given this, it would be more sensible to directly allocate the essence blood to Nangong Wentian and Jiang Wei. Furthermore, both possess commendable talent, enhancing their likelihood of achieving the martial king breakthrough. After hearing the words of Long Yu and the third elder, the Grand Elder then turned his attention to Li Guorong and Elder Lin. Elders Li and Lin, what are your thoughts? I have no objections. Nor do I. Then it is settled. The 3 portions of demon beast essence blood will be distributed, with 1 each for Nangong Wentian and Jiang Wei, and the final portion allocated to the 4 great legions, specifics to be discussed later. With the Grand Elder's words concluding the meeting, this session of the Elder Council was officially at an end. Chapter 19, by Wang Chen and Meng Zirui. Kyoto Martial University. One of the 5 premier academies in the Dragon Kingdom, it ranks first among them, boasting a formidable faculty, with the principal being a peak grandmaster. It is said that Kyoto Martial University is home to no fewer than 10 grandmasters, with all faculty members possessing a minimum cultivation level of master. Any student aspiring to enter Kyoto Martial University must attain at least the warrior realm by the time of their martial examination, and they must also demonstrate impressive performance in practical assessments. In Baiyun City, where Wang Chen resides, typically only 1 or 2 students meet the admission criteria for Kyoto Martial University each year, and sometimes there are none at all. Furthermore, the minimum graduation requirement for students is the master realm, with some exceptionally talented individuals even achieving grandmaster status upon graduation. Bai Wanqing, a graduate of Kyoto Martial University, chose to remain at the institution as an instructor, and she is currently a mentor for first-year students. At the age of 30, Bai Wanqing has already reached the pinnacle of the master realm, poised to break through to the grandmaster level at any moment. She is the most popular mentor at Kyoto Martial University and is renowned as the university's most beautiful woman. Today, Classes at Kyoto Martial University are suspended due to a significant victory at the Demon Suppression City, granting students a 3-day holiday. While Bai Wanqing was in her apartment practicing, she suddenly received a notification from the school's director, summoning her to the principal's office immediately. Although unsure of the reason, she did not inquire further. As a prominent figure in the school, she had visited the principal's office on multiple occasions and was familiar with the way. However, upon entering the principal's office, she was surprised to find a stranger present alongside the principal. Bai Laoshi has arrived. Upon seeing Bai Wanqing, Principal Zhou Cagnian stood up and greeted her warmly. Hello, Principal. Come, Bai Laoshi, let me introduce you. This is Secretary Liu from the Elder's office, and he has come to see you. The principal's words made Bai Wanqing's pupil's contract. A secretary from the Elder's office? This was no ordinary secretary. While the title may not sound particularly impressive, the significance lies in who the secretary serves. A secretary from the Elder's office holds an exalted status. Greetings, Secretary Liu, I am Bai Wanqing. Despite her astonishment and uncertainty about the purpose of this visit, Bai Wanqing hastily offered a polite greeting to Secretary Liu. Bai Laoshi is too kind. I am merely following orders, though I did not have the opportunity to notify you in advance. Secretary Liu was equally courteous, without exhibiting any airs of superiority. May I inquire why Secretary Liu is seeking me? Bai Wanqing asked, taking the initiative as she was just a regular instructor, and it seemed unlikely they would have any intersection. Ordinary individuals and the Elder's office exist worlds apart. I am not entirely sure of the details. If you accompany me, Bai Laoshi, you will find out. It was not that Secretary Liu was withholding information. Rather, he genuinely did not know, as the leadership had simply instructed him to find Bai Wanqing without elaborating on the reason. Secretary Liu, you mean the Elder wishes to meet me? In that moment, not only was Bai Wanqing bewildered, but even Principal Zhou was taken aback. To meet an Elder is a tremendous honor. Yes, Bai Laoshi, the leadership is awaiting you. If you have no further business, we can depart now. I have no pressing matters. Then let us proceed, Bai Laoshi. We wouldn't want to keep the leadership waiting. Thus, Bai Wanqing, still in a daze, followed Secretary Liu out of the principal's office and directly boarded a maglev train parked below, which promptly vanished from Kyoto Martial University. Meanwhile, at the Ming residence in Kyoto, Meng Zirue, deep in cultivation, was abruptly interrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Alas, this is futile. I fear my realm will soon regress to the master level. With a sigh, Meng Zirue rose to answer the door. What is it, Xiaorue? What has happened? Dad. Nothing is amiss. Someone just came to our home and requested to see you, urging me to fetch you quickly. The speaker was Meng Zirue's son, who was in his 20s and a sophomore at Kyoto Martial University. He had returned home for the holiday. Who would come to see me at this hour? Do you not recognize them? Dad, I have never met this person. How peculiar. Hardly anyone has visited our home in recent years. As he spoke, Meng Zirue's expression turned somber. Ever since his injury, although a few acquaintances and family members maintained contact at first, their visits dwindled as his condition worsened. His strength diminished, and with no current position, those who once sought his favor gradually faded away. In recent years, particularly, fewer visitors have come to his home, including friends who once shared a close bond with him, and even his son, who still maintains some contact. Secretary Zhang, greetings. As Meng Zirue and his son entered the reception hall of their residence, Meng Zirue immediately spotted a middle-aged man seated there. After a moment of surprise, he quickly approached the man with swift strides. General Meng, it has been a long time. Secretary Zhang, has the Elder summoned me? Please, feel free to convey any instructions, and I assure you, I will fulfill the task. Meng Zirue was well aware that the man before him was one of the 2 secretaries to the Elder of the Dragon Kingdom. They had little rapport, and this unexpected visit undoubtedly indicated a matter of significance, though he could not discern whether it was fortuitous or dire. General Meng, you are too kind. The Elder has requested your presence. What? You mean the Elder wishes to see me? Indeed. If you have no further matters to attend to, we should depart promptly so as not to keep the Elder waiting. Very well. I have no pressing engagements. I am ready to leave at once. Presently, Meng Zirue found himself with ample free time and no significant commitments at home. Moreover, with the Elder awaiting them, who would dare to delay? General Meng, although I am unsure of the Elder's purpose in summoning you, I was instructed by Elderly Guorong to convey a message. You must seize this opportunity without hesitation. Upon hearing Secretary Zhang's words, Meng Zirue's heart skipped a beat. While he could dismiss others' advice, he felt compelled to heed Li Guorong's counsel. Knowing that the Elder would not lead him astray, it appeared that this summons was indeed a positive development. Thank you, Secretary Zhang, I understand. Excellent. Let us be on our way. The Elder awaits us. Thus, Meng Zirue followed Secretary Zhang directly onto the maglev train stationed at the entrance of the Meng residence. This was a vehicle reserved for high-ranking officials, and only those of exceptional status were permitted to travel in it. Even he had only experienced such a ride a few times. Chapter 20. The bewildered trio as Meng Zirue entered the Elder's office alongside Secretary Zhang. He was taken aback by the scene within. Not only was the Elder present, but also two unfamiliar individuals, a stunningly beautiful woman and an elder gentleman who appeared to be in his 60s. The moment he laid eyes on them, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Were they rivals? Or perhaps allies? If they were competitors, he felt untroubled, as he sensed that their abilities fell short of his own. The captivating woman was indeed formidable, possessing the peak prowess of a master. However, the elder's strength was somewhat lacking, only at the level of a martial artist. Although his own abilities had waned to the early stages of the Grandmaster realm, he still held a considerable advantage over the two. If it came to a competition, he felt assured of victory. Elder, General Meng has arrived. Greetings, Elder. With Secretary Zhang's introduction, Meng Zirui respectfully greeted the elder. Haha, Zirui, it has been several years since we last met. How is your health faring? Thank you for your concern. Elder, I am much better now. Please, if you have any instructions, I am ready to fulfill the task. Haha, splendid. Little Zhang, you may step out for a moment. I wish to discuss matters with these three. Understood, Elder. After bowing to the elder, Secretary Zhang exited the office and closed the door behind him. Zirui, please take a seat. There is no need to be anxious. I have summoned you three to discuss an important matter. Let me introduce you. You should familiarize yourselves with one another. Meng Zirui. You both have likely heard of General Meng. Hello, General Meng. Greetings, General. Haha, greetings to you both. As the elder introduced them, the two exchanged polite greetings with Meng Zirui, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. There was no surprise in this. Meng Zirui had sustained grave injuries while defending the demon suppression city, and he had been heralded as a national hero, thus earning considerable respect. This is Miss Bai Wang Chen, a mentor at Kyoto Martial University. Greetings, Miss Bai. Hello, Miss Bai. This is Chef Zhang, the head chef of the Elder's residence. Hello, Chef Zhang. Oh dear, please do not address me so formally. I cannot bear such a title. Just call me Old Zhang. Upon hearing them refer to him as Old Zhang, he waved his hands in protest. For such a title should not be bestowed lightly. Typically, those referred to as old were individuals of great strength or high status. He considered himself unworthy of such an honor. Now that you are all acquainted, let us proceed to business. The reason for summoning you three is indeed to assign you a task. Of course, participation is not mandatory. You may choose to decline. Elder, please assign the task. I assure you I will complete it. I am ready to heed the elder's instructions. Well then, I shall outline your duties. General Meng will serve as a steward. Miss Bai will act as an assistant, and Old Zhang will take on the role of chef. If you agree, you must commit wholeheartedly to your responsibilities without the slightest hint of negligence. What? Upon hearing the elder's words, Meng Zirui and Bai Wang Chen exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Only Chef Zhang remained unfazed, for to him, being a chef was simply a matter of cooking, regardless of the location. Besides, given that the elder had made the arrangements, he was certain the benefits would not be inferior to his current position, perhaps even more favorable. Thus he remained composed. Elder, you wish for me to serve as a steward? Yes, precisely as a steward. The elder's affirming words left Meng Zirui rooted to the spot. Utterly shocked at the prospect of being assigned such a task, he could hardly fathom that this was the nature of his mission. Was this not an affront? Who was he? A distinguished soldier, the former commander of the demon suppression city, a man of stature. To serve as a steward? What does a steward even do? Even moderately prosperous families have stewards, and his own household employed one. Although many stewards in affluent families commanded respect and held high status, they were, at the end of the day, still servants. It was simply beneath him, despite elderly Guorong's encouragement to seize the opportunity. His sense of dignity forbade him from accepting such a role. He would rather die than serve as a steward. No one could persuade him otherwise. Elder, I believe a person of my standing is ill-suited for the role of steward. I would not hesitate to face demon beasts in battle, even to the point of sacrificing my life on the battlefield, but serving as a steward truly feels inappropriate. Perhaps we could consider a more fitting assignment? After much contemplation, Meng Zirui ultimately declined, as his principles would not allow him to assume such a position. Very well, take your time to reconsider. If you feel it unfit, I shall not pressure you. Your opinion is respected. Miss Bai, what of you? The elder cast a meaningful glance at Meng Zirui before turning his attention to Bai Wang Chen. Elder, you are suggesting I serve as an assistant. May I inquire as to who the individual is? Haha, I cannot disclose specific details about their identity, but rest assured, you should know that this is a senior figure. I have great faith in you, Miss Bai. A senior figure? Although the elder refrained from revealing the person's identity, they were not naive and could easily surmise that anyone deemed a senior by the elder must be of considerable stature, a national-level powerhouse. Only individuals of such caliber could earn the elder's respect. A collective gasp escaped the mouths of the three individuals who, upon rising from their seats, were overtaken by an exhilarating fervor. Esteemed elder, I have just reflected upon my capabilities and firmly believe that I am exceptionally suited for the role of steward. This position must rightfully be mine, Meng Zirui proclaimed, raising his hand earnestly to address the elder. Steward? Not even a dog would desire such a role. What about dignity? Do bear in mind that professions hold no rank. What is so wrong with being a steward? I simply relish the idea. Haha, Zirui. I distinctly recall you asserting your unsuitability moments ago. Am I mistaken? Not at all, my venerable elder, it was I who misspoke. You are aware that I am still recuperating from my injury, and my mouth had a momentary spasm that led to my error. I implore your understanding. Rest assured, I shall conduct myself with utmost propriety in the steward's role, ensuring that you are not embarrassed in the least. Entrust this position to me, and you may have complete confidence. Haha, you young rascal, do you think this is a battle? You must remember to serve that esteemed elder well. It will bode favorably for you. Meng Zirui's words not only amused the elder, but also brought smiles to Bai Wangking and Chef Lao Zhang, who were taken aback by this unexpected facet of his character. Fear not, esteemed elder. I vow to fulfill my duties diligently, ensuring that the elder is well served. Wherever the elder directs, I shall comply. Whatever the elder commands, I shall heed. Should the elder instruct me to venture east, I shall not stray west. Very well. Since you are so resolute, I hereby grant you the stewardship. Haha, how delightful, esteemed elder. Chapter 21. A Predestined Solitude. No longer attending to the exhilarated Meng Zirui, the elder turned his gaze towards Bai Wangking. My dear Miss Bai, what are your thoughts? In response, Bai Wangking readily affirmed, I too wish to accept. Without a moment's hesitation, she agreed. To decline would have been sheer folly. Not only she, but even the president of the Kyoto Martial University would leap at the opportunity to engage closely with a national-level powerhouse, a coveted dream for all, particularly for those at the pinnacle of grand mastery who yearn for guidance from such esteemed individuals, greatly enhancing their chances of breaking through. Even Chef Lao Zhang wore an expression of excitement. Despite having served as a chef in the Elder S estate, he had never encountered these three national-level elders. To prepare meals for such formidable figures would crown him as the preeminent chef in the culinary world, an assertion he would not tolerate contesting. Haha, then it is settled. The position of assistant is yours. And what of you, Lao Zhang? What are your thoughts? I too wish to accept. The title of the culinary world's foremost chef is mine by right. No one shall dare contest me. What? Do you have objections? If so, you must endure them. The reason the national-level elder did not summon you, but chose me speaks volumes about my culinary prowess. Should you disagree, by all means, seek a national-level elder yourself to serve as a chef, and see if they would welcome you. With the three having made their decisions, the elder concluded, so be it. You shall return to organize yourselves today. Tomorrow, I shall personally accompany you to meet the elder. Remember, you must serve the elder well. Should any issues arise, you may directly contact the local mayor or the military commander, or even my secretary. Understood, esteemed elder. The following morning, the elder, accompanied by the trio, boarded a private aircraft bound for Jiangnan City. Upon arrival at the airport, they met with Mayor Pan Yuehua and Commander Zhang Xiaohu, exchanging introductions and contact information. After all, distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. Should any issues arise, it is far more convenient to reach out to Pan and his associates, given that they are on familiar ground. Subsequently, the group made their way to Wang Chen's Yujing villa. That morning, Wang Chen had intended for his attendant Wang Outyin to prepare breakfast for them, as he had discovered an abundance of fresh ingredients in the kitchen. However, Wang Outyin's culinary attempts nearly sent him packing. The fried eggs were scorched beyond recognition, and the stir-fried dishes were undercooked and excessively salty. One might have thought he had dispatched a salt merchant. How is it possible that a distinguished superintendent in the martial king realm cannot cook? If you lack the skill, at least admit it instead of pretending otherwise. How infuriating. Ultimately, it was Wang Chen himself who had to solve the breakfast dilemma. Wang Chen even vented his frustrations to the system, only to receive a retort that Wang Outyin, being human, was entitled to flaws, an infuriating yet somewhat valid point. Through his interactions with Wang Outyin and the system's insights, Wang Chen came to realize that, although Outyin was a companion bestowed by the system, he possessed his own thoughts and was not dissimilar to any ordinary individual. After a simple breakfast, the two settled in the villa's courtyard to enjoy tea, with no work or cultivation to attend to. What else was there to do? Old Wang. We have guests arriving. Please usher them in. With his current prowess, Wang Chen no longer needed to strain to sense his surroundings. Anything pertaining to him would naturally come to his attention. Moments ago, he had sensed a magnetic levitation train approaching, accompanied by two familiar auras. Understood, sir. Wang Outyin replied before vanishing from Wang Chen's sight in an instant. Such was the swiftness of a martial king. Upon encountering Wang Outyin at the entrance of Yujing Villa, the elder and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Who is this person? We have no record of him in our files. Greetings. May I inquire who you are? Mayor Pan Yuehua initiated, curious as they had not encountered this individual the previous day. Most alarmingly, he could not discern the attendant's martial realm. A rather disconcerting revelation given that he was a grandmaster. Not only Pan, but the others, too, sensed something amiss. They were no ordinary individuals. Pan Yuehua, Zhang Xiaohu, and Elder Meng Zirui were all grandmasters, with Bai Wangking also nearing the pinnacle of mastery. Now, they found themselves unable to gauge the realm of this stranger, leaving them with two possibilities. Either this person's realm surpassed their own, or he possessed a rare artifact that concealed his prowess. an exceedingly precious item beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. They leaned towards the latter hypothesis, as the former was far too daunting to fathom. I am Wang Outyan, Mr. Wang's attendant. Please, come in, Mr. Wang is awaiting you inside. With that, Wang Outyan turned and proceeded into the villa, disregarding the group. Attendant? The mere mention of the term left them stunned. What manner of being was a martial king's attendant? They were uncertain of Wang Outyan's level. But one thing was clear. He could not be anything less than a martial king. The group exchanged bewildered glances, struck by the revelation of yet another unfamiliar martial king. Enough speculation. Let us proceed inside and not keep him waiting. The elder quickly urged, realizing that regardless of Wang Outyan's status, he was the protector of Wang Chen, and serving him well was paramount. Upon noticing the arrival of the group, Wang Chen stood from his chair. Given his strength, he could have remained seated without consequence. However, he recognized one of them as the Grand Elder of the Dragon Nation. As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, it was only fitting to extend a modicum of respect upon encountering one of its highest leaders. Greetings, Mr. Wang. Hello, Mr. Wang. After the Grand Elder exchanged pleasantries, the others also respectfully greeted Wang Chen. No need for formalities, please take a seat. Wang Chen casually beckoned everyone to sit down. In this courtyard, there were 2 sets of tables, with ample seating for 8, more than sufficient for their company. Thank you, Mr. Wang. As the guests settled in, Wang Chen took a leisurely glance at them. He had previously met Manhwaedit and Zhang Xiaohu, and the Grand Elder needed no further scrutiny. His primary interest lay in the other 3 individuals. If all went as anticipated, these 3 would be pivotal in the accomplishment of his system tasks. The 2 men were unremarkable. The elder was quite ordinary and unassuming. The middle-aged man bore an injury, which piqued Wang Chen's slight curiosity, compelling him to steal another glance. The most captivating, however, was the woman. At first sight, she embodied his ideal type. It was not merely her appearance, but more importantly, her aura. In his 2 lifetimes, Wang Chen had found himself drawn to mature, gentle, and virtuous women over the youthful maidens. Alas, in this lifetime, he had no desire for romantic entanglements. He was a man bound by a system, and who could predict the heights he might attain in the future? Perhaps he could truly achieve immortality. He did not wish to witness the gradual decline and eventual demise of someone he cherished. Thus, it seemed he was destined to remain a solitary figure in this life. As Wang Chen appraised the 3 individuals, they, in turn, observed him with a certain trepidation. In contrast to Wang Chen's open demeanor, they appeared rather cautious. Although they had been informed beforehand of Wang Chen's potential as a national-level powerhouse, seeing him in the flesh was a revelation that left them astounded. He was exceedingly youthful, almost excessively so. Even the Grand Elder was taken aback. Hearing about Wang Chen was one thing, but witnessing him was an entirely different experience. Mr. Wang, allow me to introduce these 3 individuals. This is Manhwaedit, the former commander of the Demon Suppression City. We intend for him to serve as your steward. Following the Grand Elder's introduction, Manhwaedit promptly rose and respectfully bowed to Wang Chen. Greetings, Mr. Wang. Please feel free to issue any commands, and I assure you I will fulfill my duties as steward with utmost dedication. Wang Chen regarded Manhwaedit with satisfaction, particularly pleased upon learning of his background. A former commander of the Demon Suppression City, serving as his steward conveyed prestige and capability, leaving no room for refusal. Very well. I entrust the position of steward to you. Rest assured, I will accomplish my tasks. Manhwaedit beamed with delight, even offering a military salute to Wang Chen. There is no need for such formality. We shall be like family from now on. Mr. Wang, this is Miss Bai Wanqing, an esteemed mentor from Kyoto Martial University, who will be assisting you. Greetings, Mr. Wang. Please feel free to give me instructions as needed. Bai Wanqing also rose and executed a graceful bow, exuding the poise of a refined lady, mature and gentle. Excellent. That will suffice. Wang Chen dismissed any further discussion with a nod of agreement. To refuse her would be unfathomable. Although he had no intention of pursuing romance, having a gentle and virtuous beauty as an assistant would indeed be pleasing to the eye. This arrangement aligned perfectly with the system's requirements. Having such a stunning beauty to attend to him would undoubtedly enhance his spirits. Mr. Wang, this is old Zhang, a culinary master, who will be your dedicated chef. Greetings, Mr. Wang. Please inform me of your culinary desires, and I will ensure your satisfaction. After the Grand Elder's introduction, old Zhang bowed respectfully to Wang Chen, cherishing this opportunity even more than Manhwaedit and Bai Wanqing. His martial arts aptitude was rather modest. Having only reached the warrior realm, and in a world that revered strength, such prowess was somewhat lacking. Moreover, at his age, he had exhausted most of his potential. Without fortuitous opportunities, he would likely never ascend to the master realm. Although he was a master chef, culinary skills were a minor path, at best ensuring a comfortable living. However, should he seize this opportunity, he would effectively be serving a national-level powerhouse daily, which was an extraordinary chance for him. Who knew, perhaps one day, if Wang Chen were pleased, he might bestow some rewards that could lead to a breakthrough in his martial path. Wang Chen glanced at him. Indeed, his strength was somewhat lacking, but that was inconsequential to Wang Chen. What need had a cook for remarkable power? He did not expect old Zhang to protect him. He simply required him to prepare excellent meals. Very well, I have a keen interest in gastronomy, so I will be relying on you. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Seeing this exchange, the Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief, as long as Wang Chen was content. Their efforts in convening a special meeting were justified. Mr. Wang, please accept these 2 items. Upon concluding his statement, the Grand Elder presented an open box to Wang Chen. Inside were 2 items, a golden token and a bank card. Wang Chen recognized the golden token. It was an elder's token, one granted to each of the 6 elders of the Dragon Nation, symbolizing their status. To possess the token was akin to having the elder himself present. It was a veritable artifact of prestige. Henceforth, if any matters arose, he need not personally intervene. He could simply send someone with the token. In the Dragon Nation, the elder's token held sway over all matters. As for the bank card, its purpose was self-evident, meant for financial transactions. Mr. Wang, this elder's token represents your status, and this bank card allows for unlimited transactions. Each elder of the Dragon Nation possesses one. Very well, I shall accept it, Wang Chen replied, casually accepting the box from the Grand Elder and promptly storing it within his system space. Haha, splendid, splendid, the Grand Elder exclaimed with unrestrained joy, reiterating his approval 3 times, revealing the depth of his delight. Wang Chen, however, harbored no particular thoughts on the matter. He was a citizen of the Dragon Nation. After all, as the saying goes, the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. In the past, he lacked the ability to contribute. Now that he possessed the means, he was willing to lend his support to his country, regardless of one's strength or capabilities. It was essential to remember one's nation, a fundamental principle of humanity. Greetings, Elder Wang. Upon witnessing Wang Chen accept the elder's token and bank card, the others immediately bowed solemnly and respectfully addressed him as Elder Wang. In that moment, Wang Chen officially became the 7th elder of the Dragon Nation. All right, we are no longer strangers. There is no need for formalities. Wang Chen waved his hand casually, yet inwardly, he relished the moment. Though the title of Elder Wang felt somewhat reminiscent of a villain. Elder Wang, here's my personal number. Should you require anything, feel free to contact me at any time. I have many matters to attend to in Kyoto, so I shall not impose further, the Grand Elder concluded, handing Wang Chen a gilded business card before preparing to take his leave. Very well. You may also contact me directly if needed. I will not decline any reasonable request. For I, too, am a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Haha, splendid. I shall take my leave now. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the Grand Elder was filled with elation. He had come to understand Wang Chen's stance, and nothing could bring him greater joy than this. The Dragon Nation had officially gained a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the Martial King realm. Wang Chen escorted the Grand Elder to the entrance of the villa, and only after ensuring that the 3 individuals had departed in their vehicle did he return to the Yujing villa with his companions. Old Wang, please show the 3 of them around. This will be our shared residence from now on. Certainly, sir. Wang Aoyan replied promptly at Wang Chen's request and directed the 3 newcomers to follow him. After watching them leave, Wang Chen settled into a chair in the courtyard, eagerly calling upon the system. System brother, what is the matter? Why the silence? Where's my task reward? Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. You have received 1 opportunity for a sign-in. System, sign me in. Not one to hesitate over good fortune, Wang Chen immediately initiated the sign-in process. It was akin to an addiction. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. You have acquired 10 boundary-breaking pills. Boundary-breaking pills? Are they the elixirs that assist individuals in breaking through their realms? I wonder if I can use them myself. System, please provide details on the boundary-breaking pills. Ding. In response to the host, the boundary-breaking pills are guaranteed to assist individuals in breaking through their realms, applicable only for those below the Martial King level. Anyone consuming them can ascend to the next major realm. A Grandmaster can break through to the peak of Grandmaster. Each individual can only consume 1. Chapter 23. An unexpected call. Wang Chen was quite satisfied with the rewards from this sign-in. Securing 10 boundary-breaking pills in one go was remarkable. Granting 1 to Bai Wanqing would allow her to directly ascend to Grandmaster, and even old Zhang could become a master with just 1. As for Meng Zirui, who bore internal injuries, it was uncertain if the boundary-breaking pills would be beneficial, though he possessed 6 flavors Remania pills, which could heal his wounds whenever he desired. However, it must be noted that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Today was merely their first meeting. He did not know them well enough to casually distribute such precious pills. Should they wish for the pills, they would need to demonstrate their worth. Only through contribution could one expect rewards. At noon, old Zhang, his personal chef, prepared an extravagant feast. Upon gazing at the bountiful spread, Wang Chen could not help but marvel at the culinary mastery on display. The mere sight of the dishes heightened his appetite. It was all thanks to the system. Without it, how could he indulge in such a decadent lifestyle? Yet, as Wang Chen sat at the dining table, he noticed that only Wang Aoyan was by his side, while the other 3 stood awkwardly nearby, hesitant to approach. What are you three doing standing there? Come join me for a meal. We are all comrades here. There is no need for formality. Sir, that simply cannot be. We cannot dine with you. We will wait until you have finished before we eat. Meng Zirue quickly interjected, while Bai Wanqing and Old Zhang nodded in earnest agreement. Not at all. Please, come and eat with me. I have no strict rules here, and besides, it is just us. There is no need to be so reserved. Wang Chen was not a rigid individual. He did not regard them as subordinates. Thus there was no need for excessive formality. Upon hearing his words, the three exchanged silent glances before respectfully taking their seats at the table. Thank you, sir. All right. Let us eat. No need for courtesy in the future. Once the three were seated, Wang Chen beckoned them to begin their meal. He was eager to savor the sumptuous fare, as it was his first encounter with such a lavish spread. Even in his previous life, he had been a mere cog in society, perpetually struggling for basic sustenance, never having set foot in a high-end restaurant. In this world, Wang Chen's origins were no better. Raised as an orphan in a small city like Baiyun, merely having enough to eat was a considerable achievement, let alone indulging in fine delicacies. As he sampled dish after dish, he maintained an outward composure, yet internally he was exclaiming in delight, delicious, absolutely divine. Each dish was not only exquisitely presented, but also fragrant and delectable. Indeed, the culinary maestro summoned by the Grand Elder was extraordinarily skilled. Old Zhang, your culinary skills are remarkable. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Please let me know if there are any dishes that particularly suit your taste, or if there is anything specific you wish to have in advance. Upon receiving Wang Chen's praise, Old Zhang beamed with excitement, while the other two regarded him with envious expressions. They recognized that Old Zhang had already demonstrated his value to Wang Chen. While they had yet to achieve anything noteworthy, how could they not feel envious? The meal continued for nearly half an hour, during which the group became more familiar with one another. Wang Chen learned about their backgrounds. Meng Zirue had a son studying at the Kyoto Martial University. His wife had sacrificed her life defending the demon suppression city, and his parents were also gone, leaving just him and his son. Bai Wanqing hailed from Anyang, a city Wang Chen had heard of, known for its considerable population of over 10 million, with its mayor and military governor being grandmasters as well. Her family was of moderate standing. Both her parents were martial artists of the master realm, and she had a younger brother currently in high school. Chef Old Zhang resided in Kyoto. His wife lacked martial talent and was merely a martial apprentice, having passed away several years prior. He had two sons. The elder, who had a modest talent, barely got into Kyoto Martial University and was nearing graduation, while the younger son lacked any notable aptitude, managing to enroll in a regular university in Kyoto. Despite Old Zhang's limited strength, he held the esteemed position of head chef at the elder's residence, earning a substantial income and having household help, thus freeing him from many concerns. I usually have little to do, so you all should carry on with your own activities. There is no need to mind me. If anything arises, I will inform you, and feel free to approach me with your matters as well. After the meal, Wang Chen addressed the group, clarifying that he had no specific tasks for them, allowing them the freedom to engage in their own pursuits. Understood, sir. Just let us know if you need anything. All right, you may go about your business now. With that, Wang Chen rose and ascended the stairs to his room on the second floor, adjacent to Wang Aoyin's quarters. The rooms for Meng Zirue and the others were situated on the third floor. Once back in his room, he retrieved his phone and reclined on the bed. With no pressing matters at hand, he began to scroll through his device to pass the time. Upon opening his phone, a pinned news article caught his attention. Dragon Nation Elder's Order. A new elder has been added to the Dragon Nation. Curious, Wang Chen clicked to read the article, which detailed his exploits in the demon suppression city and officially announced his status as an elder across the nation. The article did not feature a photograph or mention his name, only referring to him as Elder Wang. While the public had long speculated about this outcome, the formal confirmation ignited excitement nonetheless. The announcement reached the entire nation. Although anticipated, the thrill was palpable. Indeed, our Dragon Nation has gained another national-level powerhouse. How commendable. But why no photo? I would love to see what Elder Wang looks like. Elder Wang is incredible. He made an entrance by slaying 3 King Realm demon beasts. Truly impressive. Indeed, it has been quite some time since our Dragon Kingdom has slain a king-level beast. This time, Elder Wang astonishingly dispatched 3 king-level beasts in one go. Truly remarkable. Elder Wang, the eternal deity, you are my idol. Elder Wang, I aspire to bear your offspring. To those up there, are you out of your mind? How could you ever presume to compete with Elder Wang? If anyone is to bear his progeny, it should be me. Oh, come on, huh? Wang Chen glanced at the comments from netizens and couldn't help but chuckle. It is often said that the comment section produces great talents, and indeed, such a variety of personalities can be found here. After reading for a while, he deemed it unnecessary to linger further. To him, these matters were trivial. The moment he accepted the Elder's token, he anticipated such outcomes. Just as Wang Chen set his phone down to take a brief respite, it rang unexpectedly. Why is it her? Seeing the caller ID display the name of Teacher Xia, Wang Chen felt a twinge of surprise. He had been expelled from school for several days, and not a single person had attempted to contact him during this time. He had nearly forgotten those inconsequential people and affairs. Were it anyone else calling, he would certainly have ignored it, but this teacher Xia was someone he could not disregard, for she is the sole person in this world who has genuinely cared for him. Chapter 24. Teacher Xia Lin. Hello, Teacher Xia. Xiao Chen, where have you been? I went to your home, but no one was there. Upon hearing the voice emanating from the phone, Wang Chen felt a shiver run through him. Even though he had ascended to the martial king realm, his heart still trembled uncontrollably. Xia Lin had been Wang Chen's instructor in martial theory from his first to third year of high school. In this world of martial prowess, teachers could be classified into three categories. The first type comprises cultural subject teachers, who hold the lowest status in this high martial world. The second type includes martial theory instructors, who specialize in imparting knowledge about martial theory and beast classification. The third type consists of martial arts instructors, generally the most powerful, who teach students martial arts and often serve as the head teachers of each class, thereby holding the highest status. Prior to his middle school years, Wang Chen enjoyed relatively favorable living conditions, as both of his parents were martial artists. They resided not in the later overcrowded community, but in a slightly better district, Fukan community. At that time, his family was quite close to teacher Xia's family, as they were neighbors. However, after his parents tragically perished while hunting beasts outside the city with a martial squad, Wang Chen became an orphan. Fortunately, that martial squad was decent enough to provide him with some financial assistance, although it was limited. After graduating from middle school, noticing his dwindling funds, he sold the house and moved into a dilapidated community for the impoverished. As he was not a martial artist and was alone, he could only afford a 30-square-meter studio, which suited his needs. Thus, with the proceeds from the sale of his house, he managed to persist until his senior year of high school. During those 3 years, teacher Xia took special care of him, inviting him over for meals frequently and occasionally gifting him clothes and shoes, allowing him to experience a rare warmth. Although he had traversed into this world, he had also absorbed the original owner's memories, thus inheriting his emotions. The Xia family was the only one he truly cared for in this world. Teacher, I have already left Baiyin City, so you surely will not find me. However, please rest assured, I am doing quite well. What? You have left Baiyin City? How did you manage that? Where are you now? Teacher, it's rather complicated and difficult to explain in a short time, but rest assured, I am indeed doing very well. Xiao Chen, I never expected such a turn of events. I had taken leave for family matters a few days ago, and only today did I learn of your situation. If I had been in school, this would never have happened. Hearing teacher Xia's words filled with self-reproach, Wang Chen felt deeply touched. She was truly concerned for him. Teacher, there is no need to dwell on the past. I am well now. I will return to visit you when I have the time. If you need anything, feel free to call me. As long as I know you are well, that is enough. You must be cautious out there. Is your financial situation sufficient? Do you need me to transfer some funds? Rest assured, teacher Xia, I am truly fine now and do not lack for money. Please do not worry. That is good to hear. Remember to call me if you need anything. Absolutely, teacher Xia. I will remember. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chen found himself unable to calm down for quite some time. Teacher Xia's affection for him was so pure. It is worth noting that his martial talent was exceedingly poor. Barring any unexpected circumstances, he would likely never become a martial artist. This was also the reason the school expelled him without justification. Faced with a seemingly hopeless future, teacher Xia continued to treat him with kindness, demonstrating that her family had never expected anything in return. Now that he had achieved success, it was high time to repay teacher Xia's family. Teacher Xia and her husband were both high school teachers. Her husband's surname was Du, and he was also a martial theory instructor. Both were educators. And while their living conditions were not extravagant, they were far from dire. They had a son, 2 years older than Wang Chen, who possessed commendable martial talent and was now in his second year at a university in Lin City. Wang Chen recalled that both teacher Xia and her husband were martial artists, seemingly at the 8th or 9th level, although he was not entirely certain. He possessed boundary-breaking pills and intended to give each of them one. Ideally, they would break through to the martial master level, allowing them to consume the pills and directly ascend to the grandmaster level. Otherwise, it would be somewhat wasteful for martial artists to use them. There was no rush. He would wait and see if teacher Xia and her husband could break through to martial master on their own. Although the boundary-breaking pills were precious, Wang Chen did not mind giving them to teacher Xia, especially with the system at his disposal. What was there to fear? He would surely be able to acquire even better items in the future. Unbeknownst to Wang Chen, after he returned to his room, Meng Zirui and the other two discreetly sought out Wang Outyin. What brings you three here? Although Wang Outyin was merely Wang Chen's guardian, he possessed his own thoughts. Much like any ordinary person, after Wang Chen ascended the stairs, he brewed himself a pot of tea and sat in the courtyard, leisurely sipping it. Anyone unaware would think he was enjoying a drink. Upon noticing the three approaching, he cast a glance and casually inquired, without pausing his tea-drinking motion. Brother Wang. Apologies for the interruption. We merely wish to seek your guidance, as we are still newcomers and have much to learn. The one speaking was Meng Zirui, as he was the leader among the three, given his superior status and martial prowess. Oh, please, have a seat. What would you like to ask? Brother Wang. Are you also a martial king level expert? Upon Meng Zirue's inquiry, the three gazed at Wang Outyin with eager anticipation, clearly curious about the answer. Haha. You three have keen eyes. Indeed, I am a martial king, and I am at the peak of the martial king realm. What? The peak of the martial king realm? How can this be? Our dragon kingdom's strongest, old dragon, is only at the peak of the martial king realm. Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, Wang Outyin felt immensely pleased. It was quite a delightful sensation. Was this the feeling of showing off? Truly exhilarating. Brother Wang, you are truly at the peak of the martial king realm? Does that mean you are on par with our dragon kingdom's strongest, old dragon? What dragon kingdom's strongest? Do not compare ordinary martial artists to me. Let me make it clear. I am invincible at the same level. As Wang Outyin's words resonated, an overwhelming aura surged forth, as if it were tearing apart the very fabric of heaven and earth. Meng Zirue and his companions were forcefully pushed back several steps by this formidable presence, which was merely the unintentional emanation of Wang Outyin's indomitable spirit, without him even exerting any actual strength. Is this truly the aura of a martial king? It is astonishingly powerful. Such an invincible conviction instills no thought of resistance. The three stared, wide-eyed, at Wang Outyin seated before them, and an involuntary sensation akin to standing before a deity arose within their hearts. To think such an extraordinary warrior is merely a bodyguard? What a jest! Chapter 25. The Mayfly Sees the Sky, Brother Wang. Incredible! The myriad words Meng Zirue wished to express ultimately coalesced into this singular exclamation. Indeed, there exists no phrase more direct or vivid than this. Haha, not bad. Since you all have taken to calling me brother, feel free to share any difficulties with me. I shall assist you in resolving them. Thank you, Brother Wang. From now on, you shall be my true brother. Meng Zirue, seizing the opportunity, lavished praise, calling him brother with an affectionate tone. Despite his military background and having once been a commanding general, his disposition had always been rather carefree, earning him the title of the biggest ruffian in Kyoto during his youth. After enlisting, he had tempered his demeanor somewhat, later rising to the rank of general. However, following a severe injury that forced him into prolonged recovery, his powers had steadily waned, suppressing his inherent nature with a profound sense of despondency. But now, with a martial king as his backing, hope rekindled within him, and his true character began to emerge once more. The chef, Old Zhang, stood nearby, silently brimming with excitement as he gazed at Wang Outyin. They had a martial king as their protector. Who would dare to provoke them now? Do not underestimate a chef. Behind him stands a martial king. Bai Wangqing had remained quiet, calmly observing from the side. Upon learning that Wang Outyin was a late-stage martial king, she too was taken aback, yet her nature remained unperturbed, mature, gentle, and tranquil. Rest assured, from now on, your brother shall shield you, aside from the master. We need not fear anyone. Wang Outyin declared with a sweeping gesture, particularly pleased to see the adoration in Meng Zirue's eyes. In that moment, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction, pure bliss. Thank you, Brother Wang. I shall henceforth follow your lead. Please do not hesitate to command me. Brother Wang, I, Old Zhang, too, shall follow your lead. Seeing both of them so unabashedly pledge their allegiance, Bai Wangqing felt compelled to join in. For respect towards a martial king must be duly given. Brother Wang, feel free to give any orders. Haha, splendid. Oh dear, why are we still standing? Come, sit and converse. Thank you, Brother Wang. Once seated, Meng Zirue leaned in cautiously to inquire, Brother Wang, you are a late-stage martial king. What level of strength does the master possess? They had previously known that Wang Chen was a martial king, yet the extent of his power remained a mystery, and they had not been particularly curious. However, this was no longer the case. Upon hearing that Wang Outyin was a late-stage martial king, their curiosity about Wang Chen's strength ignited. If the attendant was a late-stage martial king, what might his own power be? Had he perhaps transcended the martial king realm? What lies beyond the martial king realm? They were unaware, as no one in this world had ever achieved it. Thus far, the martial king realm represented the pinnacle of martial arts. Upon hearing Meng Zirue's question, Wang Outyin paused, for he himself did not know Wang Chen's true realm. The memories bestowed upon him by the system merely conveyed that Wang Chen was exceedingly powerful, capable of erasing him with but a gesture. The strength of the master is unknown to me as well. Just know this. For an ordinary martial artist, encountering the master is akin to a frog in a well gazing at the bright moon. For a martial king, it is like a mayfly confronting the vast sky. The three were left utterly dumbfounded. What does such a statement mean? A martial king encountering the master like a mayfly facing the heavens? Initially filled with shock, upon reflection, a sense of dread began to creep in. Brother Wang, are you truly speaking the truth? Could it be that the master has surpassed the realm of martial kings? Meng Zirue, oblivious to his own trembling voice, spoke, his heart in turmoil. Not only he, but Old Zhang and Bai Wangqing were equally astonished. The prospect of a realm beyond martial king was terrifying. I cannot ascertain whether the master has indeed transcended the martial king realm. I can only tell you this. Should the master desire to kill me, he could do so with a mere wave of his hand. Wang Chen spoke earnestly, clearly indicating he was not fabricating a tale, but stating a fact. The trio fell silent, not out of a lack of desire to speak, but because they found themselves at a loss for words, their minds consumed by sheer astonishment. After a moment, Wang Chen noticed their silence, evidently stunned by his revelations. Enough. Do not dwell too long on this. The stronger the master, the greater the benefits for us. As the saying goes, to soar alongside a phoenix is to be a remarkable bird. To journey with a Qilin is to be an extraordinary beast. As long as you perform well and remain by the master's side, your future accomplishments will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Wang Chen words resonated like the deep toll of a bell, causing the hearts of the three to quiver. Indeed, such wisdom, if they diligently serve the master, he would surely look after them. Even a mere glimpse of his prowess would present them with monumental opportunities. Thank you, Brother Wang, we understand now. And we will certainly serve the master well, ensuring he is never disappointed. Yes, we will give our utmost effort to ensure the master is satisfied. Meng Zirui and old Zhang both pledged, for anyone with sense would recognize the path they must tread henceforth. With newfound clarity, the three felt buoyant. Engaging in conversation with Wang Chen, eager to learn more about Wang Chen's character and preferences. Although Wang Chen had only recently emerged from the system, it had endowed him with a wealth of memories, including ample knowledge regarding Wang Chen. Thus, he was quite familiar with many aspects of Wang Chen's persona. During dinner that evening, Chef Old Zhang prepared an extravagant feast. Strangely, Wang Chen felt that tonight's meal tasted particularly exquisite, perfectly aligning with his palate. As they dined, Wang Chen sensed a growing familiarity among the four, especially as Wang Chen had assumed the role of the elder brother. This left Wang Chen somewhat speechless. To think this system-generated individual had taken on the mantle of a big brother. What a twist of fate. After dinner, Wang Chen settled into a chair in the courtyard. Bai Wanqing, a testament to her capabilities as a mentor at Kyoto Martial University, quickly adapted to her role as an assistant. As soon as Wang Chen sat down, she promptly prepared tea for him and placed it before him. This made Wang Chen raise an eyebrow in surprise. Such a life was something he had never dared to dream of. Truly, it was exquisite. Yet, feeling somewhat idle, Wang Chen suddenly recalled his greatest passion from his previous life and inquired of the group, "Are there any good fishing spots nearby? Master, do you wish to go fishing?" Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Meng Zirui hastily rose to inquire. Lao Zhang and Bai Wanqing had already entered their work mode, while he, the steward, had yet to prove his worth, and his heart was filled with anxiety. Upon hearing Wang Chen's remarks, he realized it was time for him to shine. Indeed, since he had nothing to do, why not look for a suitable spot? If there is one, prepare accordingly, and we shall set off tomorrow. Rest assured, sir, I shall make the necessary arrangements at once, ensuring that your fishing plans are not delayed. Meng Zirui felt elated. At last, his role as a steward had found its purpose. Wang Chen, observing Meng Zirui's excited demeanor as he departed, was somewhat perplexed. What could be so exhilarating? Could it be that he, like Wang Chen, was also an avid angler? Chapter 26, The Angler's Embarrassment. Early the next morning, after relishing the sumptuous breakfast prepared by Lao Zhang, the group set out. Crescent Lake, named for its crescent moon shape, is situated in the heart of Jiangnan City and is a renowned attraction. This time, Wang Chen and his companions were headed to Crescent Lake, where Meng Zirui had already prepared all the fishing gear the previous night. The completeness of the equipment left Wang Chen in awe. He mused that he had never embarked on such a lavish fishing expedition. 3 large boxes were filled to the brim with an array of fishing paraphernalia, including various rods, lines, hooks, baits, fishing chairs, tackle boxes, and even a portable fishing platform, not to mention a sunshade and night vision lamps. Upon seeing this mountain of gear, Wang Chen was rendered speechless. This was enough equipment for 10 people. What baffled him most was the abundance of night fishing gear. It was unclear whether they intended to fish by day or night. Besides, as martial artists, did they truly require night vision equipment? Initially, Wang Chen had presumed Meng Zirui to be a seasoned angler, but it now appeared that was not the case. In the void above, Wang Chen scrutinized Crescent Lake below. Fishing is indeed a skillful endeavor, and the first step is to select an ideal location. All seasoned anglers know, spring fishing in shallow waters, summer in deep pools, autumn in shaded spots, and winter in warmer areas. Since it was summer, a deeper location was necessary. While Wang Chen meticulously surveyed the area, the others appeared indifferent, clearly lacking any knowledge of fishing. Let us head to that spot. After a few minutes of observation, Wang Chen finally identified a location he deemed promising. He relayed his decision to the others before vanishing from their sight. After all, the time of an angler is precious. There was no time to wait for these novices. Let us go too. We wouldn't want to keep the sir waiting, Wang Chen stated, promptly harnessing the power of nature to lead the others in pursuit of Wang Chen. Upon landing, Wang Chen surveyed his chosen spot and nodded in satisfaction. What a splendid place. The lakeside was beautifully contoured, the scenery picturesque, and there were no disturbances around. It seemed likely that today would yield a bountiful catch. As Wang Chen reveled in his thoughts, the others descended from the void. As expected of the sir, this spot is truly magnificent. Just standing here invigorates the spirit. One remarked. Meng, your flattery is a bit too overt, I assent it. I don't feel particularly invigorated. It seems no different from where we were staying. Brother Wang, you must learn to appreciate it. Come, follow my lead. Take a deep breath. Inhale, exhale, exhale. How does it feel? Doesn't it invigorate the spirit? Invigorate the spirit, my foot. All I can smell is the fishy scent of water. I feel nothing else. Meng Zirue intended to compliment Wang Chen, but instead encountered an unsophisticated fool, his praise utterly deflated by Wang Outyan's bluntness. The quality of the environment matters little. What truly counts is whether we can catch fish. Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at their banter. It was delightful, and Meng Zirue's personality complimented Wang Outyan's well. Eagerly, Wang Chen urged Meng Zirue to unpack all the equipment, and he began to prepare for fishing with practiced ease. Aware that his companions were novices, he explained the preparation step by step. As martial artists, their learning capabilities were unquestionable, and they soon grasped the techniques, albeit with some clumsiness that would improve with practice. Half an hour later, all had cast their lines into the water. The moment the bait hit the water, Wang Chen seemed to enter a state of zen. All external distractions faded, and his focus narrowed solely on the striking float bobbing in the water. Time passed slowly, and the bait was replaced multiple times. Yet the float remained stubbornly still. Of course, Wang Chen was not anxious. Fishing is a test of patience, and he possessed an abundance of it. After all, being a seasoned angler is not a title given lightly. Suddenly, a splash erupted nearby. Oh, I think I've caught something. Bai Wanqing's voice rang out, breaking Wang Chen's concentration. Goodness, Wanqing has hooked a big one. Quick, Wanqing, pull hard. Don't let it escape. Don't pull too hard. Remember what the sir said? We must be patient. Take it slow. In that moment, Wang Outyan and the others abandoned their rods and rushed to Bai Wanqing's side, each offering their unsolicited advice. Wang Chen was also surprised. He hadn't anticipated that Bai Wanqing would be the first to catch a fish. Slowly now, don't tug too hard. When it pulls, ease off, and when it relaxes, pull again. Wang Chen instructed from behind Bai Wanqing. Despite their prowess as martial artists, a sense of nervousness permeated the air. Before embarking on their fishing trip, Wang Chen had informed them that martial arts powers were not to be employed. Otherwise, where would the enjoyment be? It was a simple matter for even a master like Bai Wanqing to catch a fish using martial prowess, but without employing such abilities. Their skills would be put to the test. Old Wang, grab the net. After a flurry of activity, Bai Wanqing finally managed to bring a sizable carp close to the edge. Upon hearing Wang Chen's command, Wang Outyan swiftly snatched the net and expertly scooped the fish up. Wang Chen was taken aback by the size of the fish in the net. It was quite substantial. Well done. This fish must weigh 3 to 4 pounds. Congratulations, Wanqing, on catching the first fish. You all better step up your game. Don't let Wanqing outshine you. What? No way. I could never lose. I, Wang Outyan, am never outdone. Just watch. The next fish will be mine. I, Meng Zirue, have no aspirations for first or second, but I will certainly claim third place. Mark my words. Watching their fervor, Wang Chen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Their banter was comical, almost as if they were preparing for an exam. However, since Bai Wanqing had caught the first fish, the others seemed invigorated, shifting from their initial indifference to complete focus. Their eyes were fixed intently on their floats. Not only were they absorbed, but even Wang Chen felt the pressure mounting. As the leader of the group and a seasoned angler, losing would indeed be quite the embarrassment. Often, circumstances delight in defying our expectations. Before long, Bai Wanqing managed to catch her second fish, once again a hefty carp weighing 3 to 4 kilograms. Leaving the onlookers envious and frustrated, Wang Chen gazed at his motionless float, his patience beginning to wane. 5 individuals. 4 burly men, unable to outdo a single woman. How embarrassing. What a disgrace. Where could he possibly hide his face as a fishing enthusiast? How could he ever muster the courage to speak of fishing again? Chapter 27, The Prodigal Son. Haha, I've caught a fish. I told you. How could I, Wang Outyan, possibly lose? Congratulations, Brother Wang. You're incredible. Upon witnessing Wang Outyan reel in his fish, Meng Zirue hurried over, net in hand, showering compliments as he went. In his words, what harm is there in flattering? Countless souls yearn to curry favor with a martial king and find no opportunity. Damn it. What is this? Am I being mocked? Brother Wang. It seems to be a fish, albeit rather small. Is that a trivial matter? This is a slap in my face. As Wang Outyan proudly displayed his catch, Wang Chen could not suppress his laughter. Haha, old Wang. Regardless of the circumstances, you have indeed caught a fish, far better than any of us. Sir, if you were to catch this creature, what would you do? Wang Outyan held the tiny fish he had just unhooked. A look of despair etched across his face as he regarded Wang Chen. A small bait fish, merely the size of a thumb. Old Wang. What a splendid question. If I were to catch such a thing, I would certainly toss it aside, and the farther the better, With that, Bai Wanqing, upon hearing Wang Chen's remarks, couldn't he help but stifle a laugh. The most uncomfortable of all was Chef Lao Zhang, torn between laughter and fear of inciting Wang Outyan's wrath, leaving him to suppress his amusement. Wang Chen shall never concede defeat. With that declaration, he flung the small bait fish away in a huff and returned to his seat. Old Wang, it's hardly a matter of great concern. Perhaps in a moment, you will catch a big one. Indeed, Brother Wang, I believe you will undoubtedly catch a substantial fish. Haha, of course. I, Wang Chen, am destined to ascend to the pinnacle. How could I possibly lose? Wang Chen observed Wang Chen's arrogance, struggling to fathom that he was indeed a product of a system's signing in. Such a character was remarkably multifaceted. As time progressed, Wang Chen caught yet another sizable fish. Marking her third catch, even Chef Lao Zhang managed to reel in a 2 to 3 kilogram carp. To their astonishment, Meng Zirui also caught a significant fish, weighing at least 4 to 5 kilograms. This was troublesome. They had thoroughly embarrassed their boss, and it was a resounding embarrassment at that. The moment Chef Lao Zhang landed a fish, his expression darkened. He had never anticipated catching one. Was this a death sentence? Had Wang Chen caught a fish first, their predicament might have been less dire, but now their boss had yet to catch anything, while his subordinates reeled in fish one after another. Was this not a recipe for disaster? Particularly distressing was the sight of Wang Chen's grim countenance, causing Lao Zhang's heart to race with trepidation, fearing an explosive reaction. The most apprehensive of all was Meng Zirui. He had initially intended to flatter Wang Chen and Wang Chen, yet now found himself in a predicament. When he caught the fish, his first thought was to let it escape. Thus, he relentlessly battled against the fish, hoping it would shake off the hook. Ironically, the foolish creature managed to swallow 2 hooks, firmly entangled, and despite his best efforts, he ultimately had no choice but to drag it ashore. At that moment, as he beheld the fish he had captured, Meng Zirui felt an overwhelming urge to vanish. His mind raced with a singular thought: it's over. I've stirred trouble. Am I doomed? The wrath of a martial king is not something a mere crippled grandmaster like him could withstand. In that instant, silence enveloped Meng Zirui and his companions, the oppressive atmosphere causing their hearts to tremble, even by Wang Chen's gentle smile fading. It was not that they were overly paranoid. They had only just met Wang Chen the previous day and knew nothing of his temperament. A martial king represents the will of the state. To anger one is akin to inciting the nation's ire, and the consequences could be dire. In truth, their fears were unfounded. Although Wang Chen felt a twinge of discontent and a loss of face, he bore no ill will toward them. In his mind, this was hardly a matter of consequence. As a competent fisherman, he had encountered such trivialities countless times. In his past life, he was known as the Air Force King. This was merely par for the course. Just then, amid the stifling atmosphere, a lewd voice broke the tension. Wow, I didn't realize there was such a stunning beauty here. 4 pairs of piercing, menacing gazes darted toward the source of the voice like blades. Wang Chen, however, remained unfazed. He had noticed the ruckus long before. Spotting a wealthy young man accompanied by 3 bodyguards, merely causing trouble, such insignificant figures hardly warranted his attention. Given his current prowess, few matters in this world could capture his interest. How dare you, you impertinent fools? Do you wish for death? What are you staring at? Do you know who I am? The young man shouted angrily at Meng Zirui and his companions. The moment those 4 fierce gazes fell upon him, he nearly lost control of his bladder, feeling as though a dragon was scrutinizing him, a mere ant. Yet, recalling his status, he quickly regained his composure, resulting in his previous outburst. Oh, pray tell, who are you? Let me see your worth. Meng Zirui rose, casting a dark glare at the young man. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him. While he had been apprehensive moments before, this fool had conveniently appeared to divert his attention. How bold! You wish to know who I am? Do you think you're worthy? Haha, indeed. What commoners could possibly be privy to the name of a noble? Allow me to teach them a lesson, so they understand there are some whom they cannot provoke. Excellent. You 3, go teach them a lesson. Break the legs of the men, but do not harm the women. Upon hearing the young man's orders, the 3 bodyguards sprang into action, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Clearly seasoned in such affairs. Haha, rest assured, young master, we've got this. As they charged toward Meng Zirui, the clash was swift. In an instant, as the trio reached Meng Zirui, he swiftly countered, sending them crashing back. Boom. Ironically, as the 3 bodyguards flew back, they landed right at the feet of the young man, simultaneously spewing blood in perfect unison. This is impossible. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the young master was rendered speechless. Despite his years of nefarious deeds, he had never encountered such a situation. It was worth noting that all 3 of his bodyguards were formidable masters of the martial arts. Grandmasters. After one of the bodyguards stammered the term grandmaster, he promptly collapsed, losing consciousness. Come here, you little brat. Weren't you full of bravado? Didn't you threaten to break our legs? Still so arrogant? Meng Zirui approached the young master, gently patting his face. You, don't go too far. Do you have any idea who I am? You're finished, do you understand? You're all doomed. The young master's complexion turned pale. Fear had indeed gripped him, yet he clung stubbornly to his threats, retreating as he spoke. Ah, look at you, still so defiant. Do you not grasp the gravity of your predicament? Wang Chen cast a disinterested glance, declaring, why waste words on him? Just kill him and don't waste my time fishing. Wang Outyan's disinterest prompted Meng Zirui to hasten his actions. Rest assured, Brother Wang, I will take care of him. You cannot kill me. Do you have any idea who I am? My father is Wang Dahu. If you lay a finger on me, you're done for. And no one will be able to save you. Meng Zirui was taken aback by the young master's declaration. Who was this Wang Dahu, that he inspired such confidence? Could he be the martial king? Yet, he had not heard of any other martial kings. Do you know who Wang Dahu is? Meng Zirui's inquiry left by Wang Chen and old Zhang in a state of confusion, both shaking their heads in response. I have never heard of him. I have not heard of him either. Then tell me, who is your father, Wang Dahu? What is his power? Feeling emboldened by their ignorance, the young master puffed up with pride. Listen well. My father, Wang Dahu, is the head of the Wang family, one of the 3 great families of Jiangnan City. He is a peak grandmaster, and I am the direct heir of the Wang family. How about that? Are you scared now? Good heavens. You think a mere grandmaster intimidates me? I thought you were a martial king. With a swift motion, Meng Zirui delivered a resounding slap, sending the young master flying. It was infuriating to think that a grandmaster could be toyed with by such a spoiled brat. After the young master, a mere warrior, was dispatched with a single blow. Wang Chen remained unperturbed, recognizing him as a notoriously wicked scion. Meng Zirui, showing decisiveness characteristic of his military background, dealt with the 3 bodyguards in a similar manner, swiftly sending them to their demise. Once the matter was settled, Meng Zirui approached Wang Chen. Sir, how should we handle the Wang family? Before Wang Chen could respond, Wang Outyan interjected. Is that even a question? I shall pay a visit and deal with the entire Wang family in one fell swoop. Brother Wang. The young master mentioned that the Wang family is one of the 3 great families of Jiangnan City. Surely, there must be many members, and not all may deserve punishment. Bai Wanqing and old Zhang voiced their agreement, expressing concern that annihilating the entire family might be excessive unless they were all equally culpable. After all, this was no longer the feudal era of collective punishment. You take these individuals away, hand them over to Pan Yuehua, and inform him of this incident. Tell him I want just one outcome. Understood, sir, I will take care of it immediately. With that, Meng Zirui stored the corpses in his spatial ring and soared into the sky to find Pan Yuehua. Let us tidy up and head back. Fishing is off the table. Yes, sir. After Wang Chen's remark, he left the matter in the hands of Bai Wanqing and old Zhang, while Wang Outyan sulked nearby. Evidently dissatisfied with the day's fishing results, Wang Chen found it amusing. He had not anticipated his bodyguard's sensitivity and competitive spirit. Old Wang. It was merely a fishing trip. There's no need to take it so seriously. Besides, you caught a fish, albeit a small one, which is still better than my empty net. Sir, you jest. Honestly, I didn't care much. But let us not speak of the small fish. It's too embarrassing. It's better you caught nothing at all. All right, old Wang. You're just digging at me now. No one is allowed to mention it again. What was meant to be a comforting remark turned into an unintended jest at his expense. How trivial. Alas, our expedition has been poorly executed. Wang Chen lamented before taking his leave, leaving Bai Wanqing and old Zhang in Wang Outyan's care. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan city government, Meng Zirui arrived with unprecedented urgency. After all, this was the first time Wang Chen had entrusted him with such a significant task, and he had to give it his all. The previous night's preparation of fishing gear was merely routine work. With a resounding crash, the office of Mayor Pan Yuehua was once again violently breached. Who the hell, oh? General Meng, what brings you here? Pan Yuehua's exclamation was cut short by the gravity of Meng Zirui's presence. Mayor Pan, I come with an important message from my esteemed master. Seeing Meng Zirui's serious demeanor, Pan Yuehua immediately adopted a more solemn expression. Please convey the elder's orders. We will carry them out without hesitation. Very well. With a wave of his hand, Meng Zirui summoned the 4 corpses from his spatial ring into Pan Yuehua's office. What is the meaning of this? Pan Yuehua stared in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of the bodies. These 4 dared to provoke my master. They not only insulted him, but also attempted to abduct Miss Bai Wanqing before our eyes. Thus, I dealt with them. My master has decreed that such scum must be severely punished. This matter is in your hands, and he desires but one outcome. What? They dared to confront Master Wang? They are courting death. Pan Yuehua's fury ignited. He had intended to curry favor with Wang Chen, yet now someone had attempted to sabotage him. Rest assured, General Meng. This matter will be handled by me. Please inform Master Wang that I will provide him with a satisfactory explanation. Excellent. I have faith in you, Mayor Pan. I will take my leave now. Oh, and do not keep my master waiting too long. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, General Meng. Without further delay, Meng Zirui departed, leaving Pan Yuehua to contemplate the gravity of the situation. Although his words may have been somewhat exaggerated, they were not entirely divorced from the truth. Furthermore, addressing this matter promptly would be beneficial for all parties involved. It would not only demonstrate the sincerity of Pan Yuehua and his associates, but also highlight his efficiency in handling affairs. A harmonious resolution would indeed be in everyone's best interest. Chapter 29. The arrival of the City Defense Army at the Wang family estate inside Pan Yuehua's office. After Meng Zirui departed, Pan Yuehua immediately reached out to General Zhang Xiaohu of the City Defense Army to relay the situation succinctly. Before long, Zhang Xiaohu hurried into Pan Yuehua's office, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Old Pan, I am already apprised of the situation. Let us first have Director Liu introduce the circumstances surrounding the Wang family. Certainly, I must trouble Director Liu then. Mayor Pan, you are too courteous. It is my duty. Allow me to first present the intelligence regarding the Wang family that our City Defense Army's Intelligence Department has gathered. As the director of the Intelligence Department for Jiangnan City's City Defense Army, he was responsible for monitoring the entire city. Upon receiving Zhang Xiaohu's call, he promptly compiled all pertinent information about the Wang family. The Wang family stands as one of the 3 prominent families in Jiangnan City, comprising a total of 115 members, including 3 grandmasters and 12 masters. The 3 grandmasters are the current clan leader, Wang Dehu, who has reached the pinnacle of grandmaster rank, the former clan leader, Wang Fusheng, who is also at the pinnacle, and Wang Dehu's brother, Wang Delong, who is in the late stages of grandmaster rank. These 3 constitute the strongest members of the Wang family. As a long-standing family in Jiangnan City, aside from these 3, there are many collateral relatives, and numerous family members have engaged in unlawful activities, with the most notorious being Wang Dehu's son, Wang Chong. As the only son of the clan leader, Wang Chong was spoiled from a young age and, emboldened by the Wang family's influence, has committed numerous offenses, earning him the reputation of Jiangnan City's most notorious scion. According to evidence from our intelligence department, the Wang family has repeatedly disregarded the City Defense Army's orders in their dealings with demonic beasts, openly defying our commands. The entire family operates with an air of tyranny, and it is said that those who offend the Wang family seldom survive to see another day. The Wang family has become a malignant tumor within Jiangnan City, existing solely due to their formidable strength. Upon hearing Director Liu's account, Zhang Xiaohu expressed his outrage. I never imagined the Wang family could be so despicable. They truly deserve their fate for daring to flout the orders of the City Defense Army. Alas, when the heavens rage, calamity befalls mankind. It is not that retribution does not come, merely that the time is not yet ripe. Old Zhang, what do you propose we do? Pan Yuehua sighed and turned to Zhang Xiaohu. The guilt or innocence of the Wang family was ultimately irrelevant. The moment they crossed Wang Chen, their fate was sealed. Even if they were entirely blameless, Pan Yuehua and his associates would fabricate various charges against them. Such is the reality. This holds true in any world. Need it be said? If the Wang family were wise, we would not be inhumane, only addressing those who are truly guilty. However, should they choose to resist, the existence of the Wang family would no longer be warranted. Zhang Xiaohu, a man of military background, spoke with a tone rife with decisiveness. It must be so. I hope the Wang family does not bring about their own demise and endanger their entire lineage. Enough with the lamentations, old Pan. I will promptly organize the City Defense Army to surround the Wang family estate and ensure Mr. Wang is not kept waiting. You are correct, old Zhang. We must not keep Mr. Wang waiting. Let us proceed. With that, the 3 men made their way to the City Defense Army's main camp to mobilize troops. The mobilization of the City Defense Army quickly stirred the citizens of Jiangnan City. For whenever the City Defense Army stirred, it heralded significant events, thus setting everyone on edge. Quick, find out what is occurring in Jiangnan City that has prompted the City Defense Army to mobilize. What is happening? The City Defense Army does not act without reason. Such a large-scale deployment indicates a major incident. Hurry and send someone to investigate. The city alarms had not sounded, indicating that it was not related to demonic beasts. It seems something has gone awry within Jiangnan City. Let us hope it does not implicate us. Throughout Jiangnan City, there was a palpable curiosity regarding the actions of the City Defense Army, particularly among the 3 prominent families, the Wangs, the Jiangs, and the Lins, all of whom activated their familial channels to inquire about the unfolding events. Unfortunately, despite their exhaustive efforts to reach out to every contact, they were met with a complete lack of information regarding the City Defense Army's actions. Not only they, but even the members of the City Defense Army were bewildered as they assembled, with only Pan Yuehua, Zhang Xiaohu, and the Intelligence Department Director Liu Feng possessing any inkling of the underlying reasons. All personnel, board the vehicles, commanded Zhang Xiaohu, and 1,000 troops from the City Defense Army swiftly boarded the military transport vehicles in perfect unison. This time, Zhang Xiaohu not only brought 1,000 elite soldiers, but also 5 grandmasters from the City Defense Army. With himself and Pan Yuehua, they boasted a total of 7 grandmasters, making subduing the Wang family, which had only 3 grandmasters, a mere formality. As the convoy thundered out of the City Defense Army's camp, a collective sigh of relief swept through the myriad factions within Jiangnan City. Many had feared that the City Defense Army would target them, but now they could rest easy. After all, they were unworthy. Were they not aware of their own capabilities? Just look at that grand procession of military vehicles. It must have required at least 1,000 personnel. Would they truly need such a force for themselves? Look, they are heading south. With so many transport vehicles, at least 1,000 individuals must be involved. What could necessitate such a large deployment? The south is where the Wang family is located, isn't it? Could it possibly be related to them? It is conceivable, but if this is an operation against the Wang family, it would make sense. Considering the Wang family is one of our 3 illustrious families and possesses considerable strength, it would be best if they were indeed heading for the Wang family. I have long harbored disdain for them, especially that spoiled brat Wang Chen. Enough. Let us follow and find out. Curiosity and the desire for spectacle are universal traits. And within moments, a throng of onlookers had gathered. Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiaohu, seated in the vehicle, observed this scene but made no effort to hinder it. Such a grand operation could not be concealed, and there was no need for subterfuge. Besides, who knew if Wang Chen might be watching from the shadows? Their actions were intended to provide an explanation to him, and thus they were untroubled by exposure. After a 20-minute journey, all the transport vehicles came to a halt before a magnificent estate, the Wang family manor, one of the 3 great families of Jiangnan City. Everyone disembark. At Zhang Xiaohu's command, the 1,000 elite soldiers of the city defense army leapt from the vehicles and formed a precise formation. Listen to my orders. Surround this estate and allow no one to escape. Anyone who permits an escapee will face military justice. Yes, sir. Chapter 30. The Despairing List. At this moment, a crowd of curious onlookers had already gathered near the Wang family estate. Upon witnessing Zhang Xiaohu's command, as the city defense forces swiftly encircled the entire Wang family estate, a wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers. What in the world is happening? Are they truly going to take action against the Wang family? Brothers, we must retreat a safe distance. A confrontation is imminent. What has transpired to provoke the city defense forces? Given this situation, a clash is absolutely inevitable. I cannot bear it any longer. I must hide away, for the Wang family possesses formidable grandmasters. If a fight breaks out, I fear I may become an unintended casualty. One brother echoed the sentiment. You're right. Wait for me. In a swift motion, numerous individuals instinctively distanced themselves from the Wang estate, hiding away and craning their necks to observe secretly. Concurrently, the guards at the entrance of the Wang estate had already taken note of the unfolding events. Their reactions were nothing short of dramatic. Aside from the individual who had gone in to deliver the news, the others were visibly shaken. It is worth noting that they were merely hired guards for the Wang family, earning but a meager sum each month. Faced with these wolfish city defense forces, it was only natural they felt fear, especially after hearing Zhang Xiaohu declare that none would be spared, nearly causing them to collapse in terror. Mayor Pan, General Zhang. What does this mean? A group of individuals emerged from the Wang estate, the speaker being the elder at their center. He was none other than Wang Fuxing, the former head of the Wang family. Though he had distanced himself from family affairs, the gravity of the situation compelled him to step forward once more. For a misstep could spell disaster for their entire clan. It appears the elder of the Wang family has arrived. We come seeking individuals as per this list. We kindly request that you hand them over. In addressing Wang Fuxing, Pan Yuehua maintained a semblance of politeness, yet his tone was imbued with an unyielding firmness. After speaking, he extended the list into Wang Fuxing's hands. Upon receiving the list, Wang Fuxing was rendered speechless. The very first name listed was his own, followed by Wang Dehu, Wang Delong, and an array of other prominent members of the Wang lineage. The document encompassed nearly all of his direct descendants, save for a few unremarkable individuals. Was this truly a request for individuals? This was an outright joke. It seemed they intended to annihilate their entire family. Mayor Pan, surely you jest. Are you truly set on this course? Wang Fuxing exclaimed, incredulity flooding his features. Who dares jest with me? Who do you think you are? Speak plainly. Will you comply or not? Zhang Xiaohu retorted sharply, fully aware that surrendering the individuals named was out of the question. The list left no room for negotiation. It appears there is no room for discussion. You two are determined to make things difficult for the Wang family. Wang Fuxing's expression darkened. For despite their status as a prominent family among the 3 great clans of Jiangnan City, they were being subjected to such indignity. How could they endure this affront? Pan Yuehua sighed. It is regrettable that you have made your choice. It seems you are prepared to face the consequences. What do you mean by our choice? Have you ever offered us one? I seek clarity on one matter. May I inquire why? Wang Fuxing pressed, his voice tinged with desperation. What is there to explain? Criminals and wrongdoers must be apprehended. Look at the names on this list. Is anyone wrongly accused? Pan Yuehua replied. Mayor Pan, we are adults. Does anyone around here believe your words? This prompted a chorus of murmurs from the crowd. Indeed, I harbor a deep-seated disdain for the Wang family. Yet Mayor Pan's assertions are far from truthful. Is that not obvious? These affluent families all share the same nature, don't they? Enough talk. Let us take action. Yes, let us proceed. Faced with the crowd's reaction, Pan Yuehua shook his head in resignation and stated, Elder Wang, why cling so desperately to this? Knowing or not knowing the truth changes nothing. The outcome remains unchanged. Father, if they refuse to grant us a path to survival, we shall fight to the bitter end. The Wang family is not made of clay. Indeed, let us resist. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure bore down upon them, emanating from 5 individuals standing beside Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiaohu. The sheer might of their presence left the Wang family members utterly stunned. 7 grandmasters. This is beyond what we can resist. We are well aware of our limitations. Wait, Mayor Pan, if we do not resist. Could you enlighten me on the fate awaiting the Wang family? Wang Fuxing inquired, his voice weary, as if all vitality had been drained from him. His once upright posture slumped, and even his sons, Wang Dehu and Wang Delong, appeared defeated. It was not that they lacked the will to fight back. Rather, they were acutely aware that resistance was futile. Against 7 grandmasters, what could they possibly do? Not resisting might allow the Wang family to preserve its lineage, whereas defiance would surely lead to their annihilation. Congratulations on making the right choice. By sacrificing those on the list, you may save the remainder of your family. Quite a bargain. Pan Yuehua's words were blunt, and the implication was clear. Those named must perish for the rest to survive. We understand, Wang Fuxing said, handing the list to Wang Dehu. Find those individuals on the list. Wang Dehu accepted the list, his expression fraught with complexity, fully aware of the implications. However, for the sake of the family's legacy, he had no choice but to comply. Gritting his teeth, he turned and entered the Wang estate. The Wang family had capitulated. What other choice did they have? 7 grandmasters had arrived. Who could withstand such might? It was a pity, though, no battle erupted. It was merely a matter of surrendering a few individuals, which bore little significant impact on the Wang family. Look, how is it that so many are emerging? Could it be? Impossible. There must be over 30 individuals among them. Many of the Wang family's direct descendants were present, which explained their initial reluctance to comply. The death of these individuals would sever the main lineage of the Wang family. In the astonished gaze of the surrounding crowd, Wang Dehu emerged, his countenance darkened as he led a throng of 35 individuals, all those named on the list. Here they are, Wang Dehu declared, handing the list to Pan Yuehua before standing sorrowfully before Wang Fuxing. As the head of the Wang family, to personally surrender his kin was a burden that left him feeling utterly helpless and enraged. This is the harsh reality. The strong can dictate life and death with a single word. The so-called rules are merely tools wielded by the powerful. Mayor Pan, we shall take matters into our own hands with these individuals, so there is no need for your involvement. However, I would like to request one favor from you. Wang Fuxing beseeched Pan Yuehua earnestly, appearing akin to a frail elder whose last flicker of vitality had long been extinguished. Bereft of the dignity expected of the head of a prominent family. What is this? A plea for oneself? This caught Pan Yuehua somewhat off guard. Despite their current pitiful appearances, he was acutely aware that few among these esteemed families were virtuous. Each individual on that list bore the weight of several lives upon their hands, rendering them all unworthy of sympathy. They were simply aware that their family was on the brink of demise and sought to feign vulnerability to elicit a favor from him. Speak your mind. But whether it can be accomplished is uncertain. Thank you, Mayor Pan. I assure you, I will not place you in a difficult position. Without our presence, the vast enterprise of the Wang family is bound to falter. I merely hope that when the remaining members of the Wang family handle the family business, Mayor Pan might offer a modicum of assistance, preserving whatever little can be salvaged. Ah, so it is this matter. While it may not be of great significance, merely a matter of a few words, it is a commitment he dares not make. The most crucial figure involved in the entire affair is Wang Chen. He must heed Wang Chen's opinions. What if Wang Chen desires total annihilation? Can he afford to disregard that? He cannot. Thus, he is destined to offer Wang Fuxing no promises. As for the remaining members of the Wang family, they must leave their fates to chance. Their lives or deaths hinge entirely on Wang Chen's whims. I cannot provide you with a promise, but I shall endeavor to coordinate assistance for you. Very well. Thank you. Upon concluding his words, Wang Fuxing shifted his gaze towards a group of individuals standing at the entrance of the estate. This assembly, comprised of both men and women, predominantly men of varying ages, bore expressions of pallor and trembled uncontrollably. Even a fool could discern the gravity of the situation unfolding before them. Particularly striking was the realization that these individuals, typically known for their nefarious deeds, were now engulfed in a palpable sense of impending doom. Several were so frightened they could scarcely remain standing. Dehu, you are the head of the family. You shall escort these individuals on their final journey. This, Father, execute the order. Rather than allowing them to fall into the hands of the city defense forces, it is better that we send them off ourselves. Wang Fuxing's words not only astonished the onlookers, but also left the 30-odd individuals on the list utterly stupefied. This cannot be. Oh, I do not wish to die. I am still young. Patriarch, you cannot do this. We are all family. You must not kill us. Elder Patriarch, you cannot act in such a manner. We are your descendants. You must not be so heartless. Indeed, Elder Patriarch, blood is thicker than water. Upon hearing these anguished cries, Wang Fuxing felt as though his heart were being cleaved in two. Among them were his direct blood relatives, including his most cherished grandchildren. Yet what recourse did he have? None. If he failed to act, not only would they perish, but so would many others. Thus, he was left with no choice but to sever ties for the sake of survival. Wang Dao, what are you waiting for? Act. Ah, Father. How can I bring myself to do this? They are all our kin. The dignified head of the family, a peak master of the arts, Wang Dao, shed tears of anguish in that moment. The surrounding spectators fell into a profound silence. At that instant, no one mocked Wang Dao. Even though the Wang family's reputation was tarnished and many would relish their downfall, the scene was undeniably poignant. Had they been in Wang Dao's position, they too might have crumbled. "Ah, I will do it." Thud. A resounding crash echoed as Wang Daolong, who had been quietly standing by, propelled himself into the air with a powerful kick against the ground. "Ah!" In midair, with tears streaming down his face, Wang Daolong, after a heart-wrenching wail, closed his eyes and delivered a fierce palm strike downward. "Ah, no. Head of the family. Help." Boom. With a tremendous roar, the world fell into complete silence. A colossal palm print appeared before the onlookers, within which lay the very individuals from Manhwaedit's list. "Father, second brother. I shall take my leave first." After descending from the air, Wang Daolong, eyes still shut and face etched with pain, uttered a final word to his father and younger brother. Subsequently, a single palm strike. Slap. He struck his own forehead, and his body slowly crumpled to the ground. Eldest brother. Witnessing Wang Daolong's imminent collapse, Wang Dahu rushed forward with a cry, catching him in his embrace. Eldest brother. Little Long. Wang Fuxing, witnessing this poignant scene, was moved to tears, no matter how formidable one may be. The loss of a child is a grief few can withstand. Even as powerful warriors, they are not immune to the pangs of familial bonds. As they observed the unfolding tragedy, for a fleeting moment, Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiaohu believed themselves to be the true villains of this narrative. Truly heart-wrenching. Had they not known the truth behind the events, they might have found it impossible to act. Wang Jiqiang stepped forward. After wiping away the tears staining his cheeks, Wang Fuxing called out to the crowd behind him. Elder Patriarch, a middle-aged man, emerged from the throng. He was a distant relative of the Wang family, a peak master of the arts. He was the most formidable among those who remained. "From this day forth, you shall be the head of the Wang family. I do not expect you to lead us to greatness. I only hope you can ensure the continuation of our lineage." Wang Fuxing gazed at the man before him with hope. Preserving the family's bloodline had become his sole desire. He dared not wish for anything more. "Elder Patriarch, does this mean you and the Patriarch will also? Do you think we have any other options? After I and the Patriarch depart, the family shall be entrusted to you. I seek not merit, only the absence of fault." Elder Patriarch. Uft. A mouthful of blood spewed forth from Wang Fuxing's lips, a former head of the family, a peak master of the arts, meeting his end by severing his own lifeline. "Father, wait, my child." Uft. Wang Dahu, the current head of the Wang family, one of the three prominent families of Jiangnan City, followed his father into the abyss with a cry. "Head of the family. Head of the family." The remaining members of the Wang family fell into a state of terror upon witnessing this. Amid the mournful cries, the saga of the Wang family drew to a tragic close. Chapter 32. The rabbit dies, the fox weeps. Are they all dead? It's over, this time. The Wang family is truly finished. 3 peak masters of the arts have perished. Who could have foreseen such an outcome? The illustrious Wang family, one of the 3 great families of Jiangnan City, with a lineage spanning over a century, has met such a farcical conclusion? It is utterly absurd. It is not that the Wang family lacked strength, possessing 3 peak masters of the arts, who would dare to declare them weak. It is merely that without comparison, one cannot feel the pain. To know that they are confronted by the City Defense Army, a formidable force of national violence, is indeed terrifying. Let us depart. With the situation having unfolded thus, many onlookers around began to leave in succession. Most of these individuals were spies from various factions, who needed to hastily return to report the events that transpired here to their respective powers. Pan Yuehua observed the scene before him, realizing that his objective had been achieved, and subsequently turned to his companion, Zhang Xiaohu. "It is over. We should prepare to withdraw." Alas, I never expected the Wang family to act with such decisiveness. They have indeed made a wise choice. Zhang Xiaohu sighed, having initially anticipated a fierce battle. Yet this is the outcome? Of course, such a result is the most favorable, as the Wang family has preserved their lineage while avoiding casualties, thus achieving a harmonious resolution. Assemble. With Zhang Xiaohu's command, the 1,000 members of the City Defense Army swiftly gathered, the entire process executed with remarkable efficiency. Depart. Thus, Zhang Xiaohu and Pan Yuehua led the City Defense Army away from the gates of the Wang family estate, having arrived and departed in a whirlwind. However, their visit sent shockwaves throughout Jiangnan City. Soon after, the events at the Wang family manor spread like wildfire across Jiangnan City. In the Zhang family's conference hall, as one of the 3 prominent families in Jiangnan City, they had been closely monitoring the movements of the City Defense Army. They were already well informed about the happenings at the Wang family estate. Yet, the clearer their understanding, the greater their trepidation. If the Wang family faced such a fate, what of their own clan? It is worth noting that the Jiang family's strength is comparable to that of the Wang family, which implies that a similar outcome could very well befall them. Knowing the situation with the Wang family, let us share our thoughts. The speaker was Jiang Haoming, the current head of the Jiang family, who was of the same generation as Wang Dehu and similarly a peak grandmaster. Approximately a dozen key decision-makers of the Jiang family were seated within the conference hall. Head of the family. The events transpired too suddenly. As of now, we have yet to uncover the reasons behind the Wang family's predicament. Indeed, I have utilized all available resources within the Jiang family. Yet I have not gleaned any information regarding the Wang family's affairs. That is peculiar. Surely, there must be a cause. Regardless, the Wang family is among the 3 prominent families in Jiangnan City. They are not mere nobodies. This matter must be investigated thoroughly to ascertain the reasons. It seems we can only seek out Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiaohu. But do you believe they will divulge any information to us? The Wang family must have crossed a national threshold, or they would not be cornered thus. Jiang Haoming listened to the discussions of his kin, his expression darkening ominously. After much discourse, they had arrived at no useful information or suggestions. It was all mere drivel. Jiang Haoming was acutely aware that both the Jiang and Wang families were among the 3 prominent families of Jiangnan City, and they were well acquainted with each other's operations. There is little distinction between these great clans. The Wang family's actions, ultimately, could stem from 2 scenarios. Either they have transgressed national boundaries, or they have offended someone of significant consequence. Jiang Haoming leaned towards the latter possibility. However, the mere thought of this possibility sent a shiver down his spine. For the Wang family to have offended someone of such stature who could command the city defense army, there are only a handful at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom. A chilling realization dawned upon him. Very well, since we do not yet understand the reasons, let us continue our investigation. Mobilize all available resources and contact everyone we can. I must have clarity regarding the circumstances surrounding the Wang family. Furthermore, inform all members of the family to maintain a low profile. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be expelled from the clan. The family meeting concluded amidst a grave atmosphere. The expressions of all present were grim. As the saying goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold. If the Wang family has met such a fate, who is to say the Jiang family won't follow in their footsteps? Simultaneously, the Lin family, another of the 3 prominent families in Jiangnan City, convened an urgent family meeting. Like the Jiang family, the mood was somber, for they too had failed to uncover the reasons behind the Wang family's plight. Seated at the head of the table was Lin Nantian, the head of the Lin family, who was of the same generation as Wang Fuxing. He retained his position as family head due to the absence of grandmasters among his descendants. A rather awkward situation given the lackluster performance of the younger generation. The Lin family's prominence among Jiangnan City's elite was largely attributed to the 3 brothers of Lin Nantian, all of whom were grandmaster-level warriors. As the tension in the room thickened, someone suddenly burst into the conference room. Father, Ying, have you managed to contact Lu Feng? Upon recognizing his daughter had entered, Lin Nantian hastily inquired, his tone laced with urgency. Father, I have reached Lu Feng. He mentioned that he too is unaware of the specifics regarding the Wang family's situation. However, he suggested that the Wang family may have offended someone of considerable importance. Offended someone of significant consequence? Could it be? It must be. This is the most plausible explanation, the only one that makes sense. Alas, what a pity for the Wang family, Lin Nantian muttered to himself, never doubting the information brought by his daughter. After all, his daughter, Lin Yingying, was wed to Lu Feng, the director of the City Defense Army's Intelligence Division. Well then, now that we are aware of the reasons, let us disperse. From this moment forth, you must inform the other family members to behave themselves and refrain from causing any trouble. Anyone who dares to create disturbances will face my personal wrath. The Wang family has already met such a fate, and we do not wish to follow in their footsteps. If prominent families are facing such turmoil, one can only imagine the level of panic among the smaller clans in Jiangnan City. The Wang family, to those smaller families, is a colossal entity, and grandmaster-level warriors are revered figures. Yet, even such a formidable family dared not resist the city defense army. In that moment, they truly grasped their insignificance. Before the might of the nation, they were but ants, and should they provoke the state or offend those they cannot afford to, they would find themselves as mere prey on the chopping block. It was due to this incident that the atmosphere in Jiangnan City underwent significant changes in the ensuing years. Members of various families adopted a remarkably low profile. The once arrogant and unruly young scions who reveled in bullying others vanished without a trace. The entire Jiangnan City seemed to transform into a harmonious haven. Chapter 33, The Radiant Sunfruit. In the evening, Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiaohu paid a visit to Wang Chen to report on the resolution concerning the Wang family. Upon learning that the main lineage of the Wang family had been nearly extinguished, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? This is not what he had anticipated. He had merely wished to avoid complications, prompting them to investigate the Wang family while issuing a warning, at most intending to punish a few individuals lightly. Little did he expect that due to his lack of clarity, they would wipe out an entire branch of the family. This was an exceedingly swift action. At this moment, Wang Chen profoundly grasped the essence of a formidable presence. Hearing about it was one thing, but experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different sensation. This may explain why so many individuals relentlessly pursue power. The feeling of having the authority to dictate life and death is indeed intoxicating. Mr. Wang, what should we do about the remaining members of the Wang family? Upon hearing Pan Yuehua's inquiry, Wang Chen felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. What does that mean? Are you not even considering sparing the remaining members of the Wang family? Such ruthlessness. Although it is often said that one should eradicate the roots of a problem to prevent future troubles, for him, this was hardly a concern. He possessed a system capable of obliterating the peak of the Wang family with a mere word, let alone dealing with just the remnants. Furthermore, the fact that he had not eliminated the remaining members indicated that Pan Yuehua and his associates had conducted investigations and found no criminal records among them. If that were the case, why pursue total annihilation? Wang Chen had once been a person living at the bottom of society, and now, having ascended to power, he had become a superpower capable of determining life and death with a single command. While ensuring no threats loomed over him, he still needed to adhere to his own principles. He could not allow himself to become indifferent to life. Of course, he was not an antiquated individual. If faced with potential threats in the future, he would not hesitate to eradicate them completely. I appreciate your efforts. As for the remaining individuals, let us adhere to the established protocols. Those who have committed no wrongdoings should not be pursued further. Understood, Mr. Wang. I know what to do. Observing Pan Yuehua's demeanor, Wang Chen chose not to dwell on the matter. To him, it was merely a triviality, and he did not take it to heart. As for how to handle the situation subsequently, he left it in the capable hands of Pan Yuehua and his team. That night, as Wang Chen lay in bed, he suddenly recalled his system. Why was it so quiet? It had not assigned him any tasks. How irresponsible. System, are you there? Any tasks available? Hee. I am eager to take on a mission. With no other recourse, Wang Chen found himself with an abundance of leisure time, living a life akin to retirement at such a young age. Who could truly understand this feeling? Haha. Ding. Ding. Responding to the host. Currently, there are no system tasks. All system tasks are randomly generated based on specific times, locations, and events. The host may wish to take a stroll, as it may trigger a system task randomly. Oh, the system has such a mechanism? It seems I cannot remain cooped up at home indefinitely. It would be prudent to venture out occasionally. If luck is on my side, I might trigger a system task and reap the rewards. Having made up his mind, Wang Chen promptly drifted off to sleep. For there is nothing greater than the bliss of slumber. The following day, after breakfast, Wang Chen bid farewell to Meng Zerue and the others before heading out with Wang Outyin. This time, lacking a definite destination, the two meandered leisurely through the void. Sir, what is that? Initially lost in the beauty of the scenery, Wang Chen was suddenly drawn back by Wang Outyin's voice. Following the direction of Wang Outyin's pointed finger, he observed a valley teeming with numerous demon beasts, among which the most formidable was a trio of Grandmaster-level beasts. The presence of Grandmaster-level beasts indicated that there was at least a medium-sized spatial passage nearby. In the midst of these beasts stood a fruit tree adorned with bright red fruits. The Qiyang fruit. Wang Chen recalled the descriptions of the Qiyang fruit. Its uses were manifold, not only capable of healing and enhancing strength, but also of refining one's constitution. For demon beasts, consuming the Qiyang fruit would bolster their power and elevate their bloodlines, rendering it irresistibly alluring to them. Interestingly, Wang Chen also noticed a few humans lurking near the demon beasts, evidently drawn by the allure of the Qiyang fruit. Haha, old Wang. It seems fortune smiles upon us. We stumble upon the Qiyang fruit so soon after setting out. Hee, sir. It appears the Qiyang fruit is on the verge of ripening. Shall we hide and let them fight for it a while longer before we make our move? That was precisely my thought. Haha. Having discovered such an intriguing spectacle, Wang Chen could not afford to miss out. Moreover, the Qiyang fruit could enhance one's constitution, which he found exceedingly enticing. Although he currently had no need to cultivate, who wouldn't desire to improve their innate talents? He had attempted to cultivate on his own before, but regrettably, he found it utterly fruitless, yielding no results. The difference between having no talent and not utilizing it was stark. Thus, no matter the cost, the Qiyang fruit was destined to be his, and he could only apologize to the humans below. Sir, here. Upon hearing Wang Outyin's words, Wang Chen turned in confusion, only to be met with the sight of a generous handful of sunflower seeds being offered to him, instantly lighting up his expression. Impressive. Thus, the two of them concealed themselves in the void, munching on sunflower seeds while watching the standoff between the demon beasts below with great interest. As time passed, the Qiyang fruit approached maturity, and the demon beasts below began to grow increasingly agitated, particularly the trio of Grandmaster-level beasts, whose ferocity intensified. This is what life is about. If only I had a bottle of carbonated drink, it would be even better. Just as Wang Chen finished speaking, Wang Outyin's cheeky voice chimed in beside him. Here, your favorite carbonated drink. Seeing the carbonated drink being presented before him, Wang Chen was rendered speechless. He had merely mentioned it in passing, yet here it was. Is it really fitting for a dignified martial king to carry such things when venturing out? Old Wang, this is a classic case of seeking comfort over effort. However, the combination of the drink with sunflower seeds was undeniably delightful. It seemed he would need to prepare more snacks to keep in the system space for future outings. Relying solely on old Wang's provisions was not a sustainable plan. Sir, the Qiyang fruit has ripened. Hearing Wang Aoyen's announcement, Wang Chen looked down and confirmed that indeed, the Qiyang fruit had reached maturity. The ripe Qiyang fruit no longer bore the vibrant red hue of its earlier state. Instead, it had taken on a pale pink exterior, as if magma flowed within, exuding an aura of simplicity, yet holding great treasures within. Boom. In that instant of the Qiyang fruit's ripening, a fierce battle among the demon beasts erupted. Chapter 34. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird waits in the back. The dark underworld serpent, a peak grandmaster-level demon beast, bore a dark purple hue, its form akin to flowing ink. The eerie blue venom seeping from its scales corroded the ground, producing wisps of white smoke, and wherever its tail swept, solid rock crumbled to dust. A deafening tiger roar erupted from the other side. The scarlet flame tiger, wreathed in crimson flames, lunged toward the dark underworld serpent like a blazing comet. Its claws gleamed with a searing light, leaving a trail of fiery brilliance with every step, while the air cracked with explosive sounds as its tail sliced through. Simultaneously, the ground trembled violently as a colossal blood mane boar erupted from the earth. Its body was covered in dark red bristles, each as thick as an arm, exuding a nauseating stench of blood. It surged forth like a violent bulldozer, recklessly plowing through the two great master-level demonic beasts. This spectacle was far superior to any cinematic experience. Wang Chen, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds in the void, reveled in the fierce battle occurring below, occasionally expressing his thoughts. Indeed, my dear sir, observe that comical blood-maned pig among the three great master beasts. It is the weakest of the trio, yet it dares to challenge both simultaneously. Huh, would you not call that foolish? Ah, Wang, you must remember. That is a pig demon. If it weren't foolish, would it still be a pig? He quite right. As Wang Chen conversed with Wang Aoyen, the battle below escalated into a frenzied clash. The nether serpent seized an opportune moment and instantly withdrew from the fray, its body shooting forth like lightning, its jaws agape, revealing menacing fangs, aimed directly at the crimson sun fruit. Roar. Upon witnessing this, the crimson flame tiger emitted a deafening roar. Its claws unleashed a torrential rain of fire, completely sealing the nether serpent's escape route. Meanwhile, the blood-maned pig, leveraging its massive bulk, charged through, using its formidable tusks to tear apart anything that obstructed its path. Thus, the three beasts were once again embroiled in a fierce melee. The nether serpent coiled around the blood-maned pig, attempting to strangle it, while the crimson flame tiger leapt and slashed, leaving gashes upon both the pig and the serpent. The blood-maned pig, with its tough hide and thick flesh, continued to charge, emitting thunderous roars. Each collision sparked violent spatial tremors, sending invisible shockwaves sweeping through the surroundings. The lesser beasts, lurking in the shadows and hoping to take advantage of the chaos, were swept away by the aftermath of the battle. The weaker demons were instantly reduced to bloody mist, while those of slightly greater strength were left bloodied and battered by the cutting winds. Trees in the valley were uprooted, rocks ground to dust, and the ground marred by horrific chasms. The surviving beasts, filled with terror, emitted chilling cries as they fled in all directions, heedless of their safety. Yet, the battle's residual force continued to wreak havoc, leaving devastation in its wake. Blood stained the valley, dismembered limbs scattered about, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. The three great master-level beasts, having succumbed to bloodlust, disregarded their own injuries, vowing to claim the crimson sun fruit for themselves. This brutal slaughter seemed destined to continue endlessly. After another half hour, the fierce contest for the crimson sun fruit finally reached its conclusion. The crimson flame tiger, dragging its bloodied claws, left deep crimson trails upon the scorched earth with each step. Its labored breaths caused its wounds to ooze, remnants of the fierce battle against the nether serpent and the blood-maned pig. Ultimately, it emerged victorious, and as it beheld the crimson sun fruit before it, excitement flickered in its eyes. However, as it eagerly extended its claws to seize the fruit, a shadow, laden with a foul wind, swept through like a specter. Thud! A dark violet energy beam pierced the air, crashing into the ribcage of the crimson flame tiger. The searing pain elicited a heart-wrenching roar, and its massive body was sent hurtling backward like a severed kite, gouging a 3-jean-long trench in the ground. As the dust settled, a wolf-shaped demonic beast, emanating a ghostly blue sheen, stepped forth from the shadows, its amber vertical pupils glimmering with an eerie red light. The blood-eyed wolf, notorious for its cunning and ferocity. Awoo! The blood-eyed wolf howled at the heavens, its voice carrying an underlying sound wave attack that caused the remaining trees to tremble. It had long been lurking at the edge of the battlefield, observing the bloody clash of the three beasts, and now revealed its fangs. The crimson flame tiger sprang up, emitting a low, rumbling growl. It fixated on the drool trickling from the wolf's mouth, and the greedy gaze fixated on the crimson sun fruit, a chill creeping into its heart. The prior attack had already fractured several of its ribs. If the struggle continued, it would surely become the wolf's next meal. In a moment of deliberation, it abruptly turned and dashed into the dense forest, vanishing into the blood-red twilight. Awoo! Observing the panicked escape of the crimson flame tiger, the blood-eyed wolf unleashed a series of triumphant howls. Sir, another foolish wolf has arrived. Does it truly believe it is the last unsuspecting prey? Haha. Wang Chen could not suppress his laughter at the smug expression of the blood-eyed wolf below. One cannot blame it. Who would have guessed there would be so many lurking? Yet those few humans displayed remarkable restraint, refraining from intervening. Wang Chen regarded the hidden figures below with a sense of optimism. Such patience was rare and indicative of future achievements. Kill. Boom. Just as the blood-eyed wolf was about to approach the crimson sun fruit, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. 5 figures, bearing formidable attacks, surged toward the blood-eyed wolf. Awoo! True to its reputation for cunning and danger, the blood-eyed wolf remained vigilant. Upon sensing the impending attacks, it swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding any harm from the powerful onslaught. Damn, this creature's vigilance is infuriating. It managed to evade our strike. Everyone, stay alert. The blood-eyed wolf is exceedingly cunning. We must be at our utmost focus. Same strategy. I will lead the attack. You all provide support. Understood. Kill. Awoo. Crash. Once again, the battle erupted with intensity, rivaling the previous encounter, primarily due to the blood-eyed wolf's escalating frenzy. It had initially believed itself to be the unsuspecting prey, only to realize it had become the hunted, a role it could not accept. Its fearsome reputation demanded that these 5 must perish. Wow. Sir, look. The blood-eyed wolf is incredibly fierce, holding its ground against 5 assailants. How impressive. Wang Chen exclaimed, while Wang Chen found himself at a loss for words. This was rather obvious. Oh Wang, if someone were to attempt to seize your possessions, I reckon you would be even fiercer. Hee indeed. If someone dared to rob me, I would simply swat them dead. That would settle matters. Chapter 35. The Cloak of Departure, Concealing Oneself Among Renown. As time progressed, the blood-eyed wolf began to falter. For 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, and its strength was merely at the late stage of the Great Master realm. The 5 individuals confronting it were commendable. Wang Chen observed the 5 engaging the blood-eyed wolf below with a hint of admiration. Their strengths were formidable, one at the late stage of Great Master, one at the early stage, and the other 3 at the pinnacle of the Master realm. Such a combination was undeniably powerful. As long as they did not act recklessly, they were unlikely to face significant danger. The key was their seamless cooperation and exceptional control of the battle's rhythm. They did not recklessly charge in despite their superior strength. Instead, they maintained their pace, advancing steadily from the very beginning. This was the aspect Wang Chen appreciated most about them. Steady. Do not rush. Maintain the rhythm. On the scene, the leading late-stage Great Master continued to remind the others, for the blood-eyed wolf was also a late-stage Great Master beast. Any lapse in attention could result in injury or even death. Little 5, what on earth are you doing so close? Are you courting death? Hold it down, second brother. Don't let it attack anyone else. Leave it to me. I'll finish it off. The shouts of several individuals echoed through the scene, while the crimson-eyed demon wolf began to show visible wounds. Witnessing this, Wang Chen realized that the battle was nearing its conclusion, despite having the upper hand. Eliminating the crimson-eyed demon wolf would still prove to be a challenge. Given the wolf's cunning nature, Wang Chen surmised that it would attempt to escape shortly. All right, old Wang. Let us prepare to leave. There is nothing more to see. After Wang Chen spoke, he waved his hand, causing the crimson sun fruits on the tree in the valley to be enveloped by a force of nature and delivered to him. With a mere thought, he stored them all within his system space, and then he vanished. Hey, wait for me, sir. What is going on? Upon seeing Wang Chen disappear, Wang Chen did not dare linger, and he too swiftly vanished from the spot. There is a saying, a guilty conscience speaks loudest. Although they were not thieves, they certainly did not act with complete integrity. Even though they knew that no one would notice their departure, why take the risk? They had never intended to confront those few individuals. They merely sought to reap the rewards and depart without pretense. A howl erupted, just as Wang Chen had predicted. The moment he left, the crimson-eyed demon wolf let out a roar, breaking free from its captors and sprinting towards the valley's exit. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. Haha, brother, we've struck it rich this time. Indeed, after planning for so long and investing so much, it's finally paid off. All right, let us go pick the crimson sun fruits before the night drags on. However, when the group arrived at the crimson sunfruit tree, they were left dumbfounded. The tree stood barren, devoid of any fruits. Not a single trace remained. What happened? Where are the crimson sunfruits? They were here just moments ago. I even took a special look. Ah, damn it. Who stole our crimson sunfruits? If I find out who it was, I swear I won't let them get away with it. The frustration was palpable. Enough. Let us not dwell on this. It was probably during our battle with the crimson-eyed demon wolf that someone swiped them. Whoever managed to steal the fruits right under our noses must possess considerable strength. Brother, what does it matter if they're strong? Are we just going to let this slide? I can't swallow this humiliation. It's infuriating, after all that effort. We end up making someone else rich. Sighing deeply, the eldest brother could not suppress his discontent. Yet what could he do? They had no idea who had taken the Crimson Sun fruits. They, the 5 tigers of Nanyang, were renowned figures in the Dragon Kingdom. The 5 brothers, all exceptionally talented, had graduated from one of the 5 prestigious universities in the Dragon Kingdom, the Magic City Martial University. In recent years, they had gained considerable fame, particularly after their heroic stand during a city defense battle in Nanyang. Nanyang, like Jiangnan, was a large city that had recently faced a massive beast siege. While the 5 brothers happened to be present in that battle, they had slain 6 Grandmaster-level beasts, earning great merit. It was from that moment they earned the moniker 5 Tigers of Nanyang, a title they took great pride in. Throughout the years, while hunting beasts together, they had often lent a helping hand to those in need, rescuing numerous martial artists on the brink of death at the hands of beasts. Their reputation as the 5 Tigers of Nanyang remained strong. Most who encountered them would extend a courtesy. Yet, they had not anticipated suffering such a significant loss, especially one without recourse for redress. Well, since this has happened, lamenting further serves no purpose. We don't even know who took the fruits, so what can we do? Brother, I simply cannot let this go. Yes, brother. We prepared so much for the Crimson Sun fruits, invested so many resources, and ended up with nothing. It's truly disheartening. Hearing his brother's grievances, the leader of the 5 Tigers of Nanyang understood their frustration. Yet, this world operated on its own principles. Effort did not always guarantee reward. Much like business, success was often accompanied by failure. Brothers, remember, the person who managed to take the Crimson Sun fruits without us noticing likely possesses strength that far exceeds ours. The fact that we are alive is our fortune. As long as we live, we will have opportunities in the future. Besides, there are plenty of beast corpses here. We can sell them and still come out ahead. Upon hearing their elder brother's words, the others fell silent. They understood these truths. In this high martial world, humans and beasts constantly clashed, and even they often faced danger. During the contest for the Crimson Sun fruits, for Grandmaster-level beasts appeared. Their survival without injury was already a stroke of luck, and it was not necessary to always reap rewards. All right, brothers, there are so many dead beasts here, and the stench of blood is overwhelming. It will surely attract more beasts. Let us quickly clean up and take what we can. Don't worry, brother. Although we didn't get the Crimson Sun fruits, we can at least make up for it with the corpses of these beasts. Yes, let us take everything we can. This is all money. With their minds set, the 5 brothers began to collect the fallen beasts, especially the 2 Grandmaster-level corpses, which were treasures in their own right. Meanwhile, Wang Chen was entirely unaware of the 5 Tigers of Nanyang's situation, as he and Wang Outyin had already arrived in a new city. Chapter 36, Breaking Off the Engagement. Lingyu City, a small city in the southern part of the Dragon Kingdom, akin to the Baiyun city Wang Chen previously resided in. In Wang Chen's perception, the entire city lacked even a single Grandmaster. Its population was under 1 million, with the majority being martial disciples, and true martial artists were exceedingly rare. As noon approached, and they happened to pass through this small city, Wang Chen and his companion decided to take a break and grab a bite to eat. They casually found a restaurant, opting for a table in the main hall rather than a private room. Wang Chen glanced at the menu and ordered a few of the restaurant's specialties, after which they settled in to wait. The hall was bustling with patrons, the noise creating a lively atmosphere. A quick scan revealed that most diners were martial artists, each carrying a hint of ferocity. If Wang Chen's assumptions were correct, these individuals likely ventured out frequently to hunt beasts. Hey, have you heard? The Xiao family is in trouble. Which Xiao family? Come on. Brother, you can't be serious. How many Xiao families are there in Lingyu City? That is true, but didn't I hear that the Xiao family was set to marry into the Shin family? Once that union occurs, who would dare cross them in Lingyu City? You're right, but therein lies the problem with the marriage. A few individuals sat beside Wang Chen, and thus their conversation was overheard in its entirety by him and his companion. The group spoke without any reservations, their voices resonating loudly, capturing the attention of many around them, as if they were intentionally displaying their knowledge. Wang Chen paid little heed to the chatter. Matters of such triviality held little interest for him, given his current strength and status. As they discussed the Xiao family, he mused that their might was likely nothing more than that of a martial artist family. Even the Wang family, one of the 3 prominent families in Jiangnan City, paled in comparison to his eyes, let alone a mere martial artist family. Hey brother, would you enlighten us on what transpired with the Xiao family? One asked eagerly. Brother, allow me to treat you all to drinks at this table. Just share the details about the Xiao family with us. We are all quite curious. Another chimed in, haha. You're too kind, brother. I'll share what I know about the Xiao family. Everyone was aware that the Xiao and Shun families were set to unite in marriage, specifically between Xiao Yishan, the scion of the Xiao family, and Shun Fengqing of the Shin family. The 2 clans had been close friends for many years, and Xiao Yishan and Shun Fengqing had grown up as childhood companions. Their engagement had been established long ago, seemingly without any complications. However, the crux of the issue lay in Shun Fengqing's exceptional talent. She had already ascended to the rank of a second-tier martial artist, easily qualifying for the 5 premier universities in our dragon country. In contrast, Xiao Yishan had yet to progress beyond a fifth-tier martial apprentice. And even gaining admission to an ordinary university seemed uncertain. One could hardly argue the compatibility of the two. As the speaker concluded, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. What? Shin Fengqing, is that impressive? I've only managed to reach the second tier myself. Another exclaimed. If what this brother says is true, then Xiao Yishan truly does not deserve her. Indeed, as the saying goes, a dragon does not associate with a snake. Such an ill-matched union seems doomed to fail. Right. This brother speaks truthfully. I heard that this afternoon, the Shin family intends to formally annul the engagement. The revelation sent shockwaves through all present. The idea of annulling an engagement was no light matter. In this world, such actions carried significant implications. Typically, it was the weaker party that initiated the dissolution of the engagement, acknowledging their inferiority to the other party, and consent from both sides was required. Now, the Shin family, due to Shin Fengqing's superior talent, had deemed Xiao Yishan unworthy and sought to withdraw from the engagement, a blatant affront to the Xiao family, an unparalleled humiliation for any clan. What is wrong with the Shin family? Can they not discuss the annulment civilly? Must they handle it this way? Someone questioned. Indeed, considering they are family friends, this disregard for mutual respect is quite uncalled for. Do you not grasp the situation? This is a deliberate act by the Shin family. What do you mean by that? Questioned a bystander. Why would the Shin family behave this way? Yes, it seems irrational, many echoed, puzzled by the Shin family's actions, which appeared to be counterproductive. It is because the Shin family aims to escalate the situation and completely sever ties with the Xiao family and Xiao Yishan. Only in this manner can they minimize the repercussions on Shin Fengqing. When she seeks to marry in the future, this engagement will not tarnish her reputation. The Shin family is confident in their calculations. Goodness, they can be this shameless? I previously held a favorable view of the Shin family, but their opportunism is truly appalling. Sigh, the Shin family is indeed acting ungraciously. At this juncture, Wang Chen and his companion had their meal served, and they ordered a bottle of locally produced liquor. As they sipped their drinks, they listened to the martial artist's conversation. However, as Wang Chen absorbed the dialogue, he felt an eerie sense of familiarity. It felt reminiscent of the protagonist in the tales of his past life regarding annulled engagements. Sir, the Shin family is utterly shameless. This is a quintessential act of betrayal, Wang Outyin remarked indignantly, noting that anyone would feel a sense of disgrace over the Shin family's behavior. Yet, Wang Chen found understanding in the situation. It was human nature to strive for higher ground. Relax, old Wang. Is it truly worth such agitation? Wang Chen replied. Sir, do you not feel anger at the Shin family's actions? Wang Outyin's fervor was evident, prompting Wang Chen's confusion. You're a formidable martial king. Though you are a character summoned by the system, your emotional resilience seems rather lacking. Such trivial matters should not provoke such intense feelings. Old Wang, remember, humanity is complex. You can despise beasts, but when humans turn malevolent, they can be infinitely more terrifying. The Shin family's behavior is hardly worth concern. At worst, it is merely unethical. Driven by self-interest. It doesn't even qualify as truly wicked, yet it is still infuriating. I do not possess your level-headedness. Wang Outyin's character was one Wang Chen appreciated. He was clear in his affections and aversions, unafraid to speak his mind, qualities that made him a person of substance rather than a mere automaton. Didn't they claim that the Shin family would be at the Xiao residence this afternoon to annul the engagement? Let us pay a visit to the Xiao family. Wang Outyin proposed. Haha, splendid. Let us see what unfolds at the Xiao family. If the Shin family irritates me, I, Wang Outyin, shall not hesitate to assist the Xiao family. Wang Chen did not mind Wang Outyin's words. Let him do as he wished. For them, the desire to intervene in a matter was not bound by notions of right or wrong, but rather dictated by their whims. However, Wang Chen felt a tinge of curiosity. With such a familiar narrative, he too wished to see what made Xiao Yishan stand out. Chapter 37, A Notable Scene Afternoon. In the grand hall of the Xiao family, the atmosphere was stifling, with the expressions of the Xiao clan members reflecting their displeasure. Please, Brother Xiao, understand and consent to the dissolution of their engagement, Shin Ping. The head of the Shin family addressed the seated Xiao Zhantian. His words, though seemingly courteous, carried an undercurrent of aggression. With a resounding crash, the teacup in Xiao Zhantian's hand shattered into 1,000 pieces, his expression dark as he glared at Shin Ping, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The hall was filled with numerous core members of the Xiao family, and Shin Ping's proclamation served as a resounding slap to the face of Xiao Zhantian and all present from the Xiao clan, regardless of any internal disputes within the family. In this moment, they united against a common foe. Every face radiated an aura of fury directed at the members of the Shin family. Annul the engagement? How dare they? An agitated voice erupted from the crowd. To humiliate us, the Xiao family? They are courting death. While the elders maintained their composure, the younger generation was far less restrained. If they could endure this, what would that say of them as youth? The atmosphere in the hall ignited with tension. Many of the Xiao family's younger members brimming with the desire to charge forward and exact vengeance upon the Shin family. What was happening? Xiao Yishan. Standing in the hall, lowered his head slightly, his teeth clenched in anxiety. He never anticipated such a turn of events. He had shared a close relationship with Shin Fengqing. How could it have devolved into this? The girl who had once followed him, professing her desire to marry him, now felt like a stranger. Miss Shen. Xiao Yishan raised his head, casting a cold gaze at the proud young woman standing beside Shin Ping, and inquired icily. Might I ask whose intention it is regarding today's annulment of the engagement? It is my intention. Shin Fengqing shot a disdainful glance at Xiao Yishan, her tone dripping with contempt. Xiao Yishan, you are a clever individual. You should understand that dragons do not dwell with snakes. Do you believe you are worthy to stand beside me now? Are you deserving? Are you deserving? Are you deserving? These 3 words struck Xiao Yishan's heart like a thunderclap, shattering the remnants of hope that lingered within him. My daughter speaks truly. This is also the sentiment of our Shin family. With my daughter's innate talent, she is destined to enter one of the 5 prestigious academies of Manhwa. In time, she will rise like a phoenix in the heavens. Do you truly believe your Xiao family is worthy of our Shin family? Boom. As Shin Ping's words echoed in the air, the members of the Xiao family erupted in fury, their collective aura surging forth, bearing down upon Shen's group, including the family patriarch, Xiao Zhantian. There was no choice. Shin Ping's words had provoked a wrath that could not be ignored. While they understood Shen's daughter's potential, such arrogance was premature, and to assume the Xiao family was an easy target was folly. Quite right. The Xiao family does possess some backbone. This is becoming quite interesting. Let us see how the Shen family will navigate this situation, thought Wang Chen, observing the unfolding drama from above the Xiao family's hall, satisfied with their response. Wang Chen was equally surprised, having not anticipated the Xiao family's resilience. This conflict involved 2 families, and it was no longer solely the Shen family that needed to consider how to conclude matters. The Xiao family, too, had to contemplate their course of action. The tension had already escalated. They could not simply let it go. To do so would be to invite ridicule upon themselves. What are you all planning to do? Do not act recklessly. Shin Ping was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. He had not expected such a confrontation. It was said that countries do not harm envoys. Why were the Xiao family acting so rashly? What do you mean? What are we doing? We are here to deal with you. They replied. To dare wreak havoc in our Xiao family, we cannot simply let you go. Indeed, let us take action. As the scene unfolded, even the patriarch Xiao Zhantian refrained from intervening. In his own home, if one were to be bullied without retaliation, could he still consider himself a man? How could he ever lead his family with dignity thereafter? Thus, the only course before him was to take action. Father, wait. Just as a confrontation was imminent, Xiao Yishan suddenly spoke up. The members of the Xiao family turned their gaze toward him. Xiao Shan, are you still concerned about your feelings with her? Feelings? What of feelings? Xiao Shan interjected. Leave the rest to us. Indeed, Xiao Shan. This is not the time for sentiment. Otherwise, our Xiao family's reputation will be in tatters. The surrounding members of the Xiao family assumed Xiao Yishan was still hesitating due to his feelings for Shin Fengqing. And even Xiao Zhantian looked at him with a puzzled expression. Xiao Shan, do you have something to say? Father, this matter originated with me. So I wish to make my own decision, if I may. Xiao Yishan gazed firmly at his father. Xiao Zhantian paused, taken aback by his son's resolute demeanor, and eventually nodded. Then please share your thoughts. Remember, this concerns the family's reputation. It is not a trivial matter. Xiao Zhantian's words served as a subtle reminder to Xiao Yishan that this was about more than merely annulling an engagement. He hoped his son would not be blinded by youthful emotions and prioritize the family's interests. Father, I understand. Xiao Yishan surveyed the hall, ultimately fixing his icy gaze upon Shin Fengqing. Shin Fengqing, the reason you wish to annul our engagement is simply because you consider yourself exceptional, believing I am unworthy of you. However, do not forget, the future is unpredictable. One must remember that the tides of fortune can shift dramatically. Do not underestimate the youth who may seem impoverished today. Well said. A splendid reminder not to belittle the young. Xiao Zhantian laughed heartily upon hearing his son's words, pride radiating from him. My son certainly possesses the spirit of the Xiao family, unwavering in any circumstance. However, while some rejoiced, others were not pleased. Shin Fengqing, incensed by Xiao Yishan's remarks, felt a surge of anger rising within her. You, a mere 5th-tier martial apprentice, dare to lecture me? What a farce. Such idle boasts only reveal your impotence. To showcase your pride, one must possess the requisite strength, which you clearly lack, Xiao Yishan. Ding. In the ethereal realm, Wang Chen suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding. Special event detected, the awakening of the destined child. Please, host, take them as your disciple to receive a signing opportunity. A destined child? The system's announcement startled Wang Chen momentarily, but he soon came to terms with it. Such a dramatic moment was indeed fitting for a destined child. Chapter 38. It is thus decided. Wang Chen felt a surge of delight. Why had he come out? Was it not to see if he could trigger a system task? Now, a task had indeed been issued, yet a hint of concern lingered in his heart, for this was a task involving discipleship. Did he possess the qualifications to take on a disciple? Regarding strength, he certainly had the credentials. If even a martial king could not take on a disciple, who could? However, simply having strength did not suffice for teaching. He lacked the necessary resources, such as techniques and martial skills. He certainly could not request resources from the state for his disciples' training. That would be an embarrassment. Ding, ding. Do not worry, host. The system will provide the martial techniques and skills required for your disciples' training. The system will adapt a set of techniques based on what the host cultivates. Should your disciple harbor any ill thoughts towards you, the techniques will automatically rebound, causing them to lose their cultivation. Wow, how considerate. The system has thought of everything. Wang Chen was astonished by the system's foresight, resolving the concerns of taking on a disciple without leaving him any worries. What a delightful feeling. Wait, that was odd. Typically, a destined child would possess extraordinary traits or even their own unique advantages. Could Xiao Yishan also possess some hidden power? System, what makes this Xiao Yishan special? Surely, a destined child cannot be ordinary. When in doubt, consult the system. Since the system had identified him as a destined child, it must already know his true nature. Ding, ding. In response to the host, Xiao Yishan, as a destined child, is certainly no ordinary individual. He possesses the battle saint physique. This constitution is most suited for cultivating through combat, ultimately enabling him to challenge both heaven and earth. The reason for his sluggish cultivation speed lies in the lack of formidable resources. As a sacred body, the demand for such resources is immensely daunting, and his diminutive family simply cannot bear the burden. I had surmised that Xiao Yishan, being the child of fortune, was certainly no ordinary individual. It is likely that, even without my intervention, he would have encountered other opportunities and ultimately ascended to the pinnacle of this world. System. What resources are necessary for the cultivation of the battle saint body? Wang Chen is acutely aware that in this realm, there exists but one type of cultivation resource, and that is elixirs. These elixirs are concocted from the blood essence of demonic beasts combined with various precious herbs, varying according to the martial artist's realm. Should a practitioner of lower strength recklessly consume an elixir meant for a higher realm, it could very well result in a catastrophic explosion of their blood. Although Xiao Yishan's family is quite small, they should at least be able to provide elixirs for the martial apprentice realm. So why has he only managed to reach the 5th stage of the martial apprentice realm thus far? Wang Chen speculates that this may be closely tied to his constitution. Ding, ding. Responding to the host, the battle saint body is indeed a formidable constitution that cannot be treated by conventional standards. Ordinary elixirs for the martial apprentice realm have a limited effect on its cultivation. At the very least, elixirs of the martial master realm are required to yield any results. Furthermore, this constitution can be cultivated directly through the consumption of demonic beast blood essence, and the more potent the blood essence, the more effective it is within its bearable limits. This explains why Xiao Yishan's strength remains so low as a martial apprentice. Who would dare to provide him with elixirs meant for the martial master realm? That would be tantamount to courting death. Reflecting upon the 2 corpses of martial king realm demonic beasts within my system space, once I extract their blood essence for Xiao Yishan, his cultivation level must surely soar. Ah, good heavens. Sir, look how arrogant that member of the Shin family is. It incites such ire in me. With that little girl's talent, she could never hope to reach anything beyond the master realm in her lifetime. One might mistakenly believe she could ascend to the martial king realm. Upon hearing Shin Fengqing's words, Wang Aoyan expressed his indignation to Wang Chen. He had always held a disdainful view of the Shun family's actions, and now, with Shin Fengqing's audacious proclamation, his tolerance was wearing thin. If that is the case, shall we descend and have a look? Wang Aoyan was momentarily taken aback by Wang Chen's unexpected suggestion. He had never anticipated that Wang Chen would involve himself in such a trivial matter. Indeed, no one has misheard. To them, this is but a trivial affair. Despite Wang Aoyan's apparent fury, he was merely venting his frustration. He had never truly considered intervening, merely passing the time to witness the spectacle. It is akin to observing 2 ants battling on the roadside during a moment of boredom. Would a person truly feel compelled to intervene in the squabbles of ants? The same reasoning applies. Would 2 martial king realm powerhouses really concern themselves with the affairs of 2 minor families? Normally, one would assume they would not. Let us proceed. With that, Wang Chen vanished into the void. In the Xiao family hall, upon hearing Shin Fengqing's remarks, Xiao Yishan's expression soured. Despite his lofty ambitions, he was acutely aware of his current inferiority in strength. Any grandiose claims he might utter would only ring hollow at this moment. Just as he found himself in this dilemma, 2 unfamiliar figures suddenly materialized before him. Who were they? At that moment, all eyes in the Xiao family hall turned toward the 2 figures standing before Xiao Yishan. Although everyone was taken aback by their sudden appearance, none dared to voice their inquiries. The ability to appear silently among so many indicated their formidable strength. To step forward now would be inviting trouble, and none present were foolish enough to do so. I grant you 1 year. Do you possess the confidence to defeat her? Wang Chen did not broach the subject of apprenticeship directly, but rather inquired if Xiao Yishan believed he could surpass Shin Fengqing within a year. As the child of fortune, he should possess such confidence. Moreover, even if he lacked confidence, he must not appear diminished. A man cannot admit defeat. Wang Chen sought to ascertain whether he harbored that indomitable belief. whether he possessed the courage to strive for the seemingly impossible. Senior, I have confidence. Within a year, I will undoubtedly defeat her. Xiao Yishan was not foolish. He recognized that the two before him were undoubtedly powerhouses beyond the master realm, for otherwise, they could not have stealthily manifested before everyone in such a manner. Thus, without hesitation, he expressed his determination, which resonated with his inner conviction. He firmly believed he was not a failure. Today, the Shun family had stripped him of his dignity, and he was resolute in reclaiming it, even at the cost of his own life. Excellent. Such ambition is commendable. Let it be decided thus. As for the engagement between the two of you, let it remain as it is for now. 1 year hence, the victor shall take charge. Wang Chen was quite pleased with Xiao Yishan's response. As expected of the child of fortune, he did not disappoint. Chapter 39. Who agrees? Who disagrees? What does this mean? Who are they? This is our affair with the Shin family. How can it be decided so hastily? Indeed, a year is far too short. Are we being pushed into a fiery pit? At that moment, the entire Xiao family hall was left in utter bewilderment. Even the patriarch, Xiao Zhantian, wore a look of disbelief. Is it truly settled with a single phrase? What was the purpose of their lengthy debate? Particularly the members of the Shin family, their expressions were exceedingly grim. They had convened several meetings within their family for this annulment, and after much deliberation, they had finally reached a consensus for the long-term benefit of the family to approach the Xiao family. Now, with a mere statement, the engagement has been postponed by a year. What was the purpose of their visit? It seemed they were being utterly disregarded. Observing the murmurs surrounding him, Wang Chen paid them no heed. He was indifferent to their opinions, for regardless of dissent, his word was law in this world governed by strength. His declarations were the rules. My master's words have been spoken. Who agrees? Who disagrees? I oppose. Boom. Upon hearing a voice of dissent, Wang Outyin cast a glance over. In an instant, the head of the Shin family, Shun Ping, was hurled away by an overwhelming force, crashing outside the Xiao family hall. Father, patriarch. Only after Shin Ping was sent flying did the members of the Shun family react, gasping in unison before rushing outside. Father. Shin Fengqing rushed to assist Shin Ping from the ground, calling out to him incessantly. Patriarch. Patriarch. The other members of the Shun family surrounded Shin Ping, calling out repeatedly. However, regardless of their fervent pleas, the prostrate Shin Ping remained unresponsive, as though he had perished, leaving the Shun family members utterly stunned. As Shin Fengqing gazed at the unresponsive Shin Ping, tears streamed down her face, her voice continuously calling out for him. No matter how one puts it, he is still her father. If he were to perish due to her matters, she would become a true sinner, bearing the weight of shame for all eternity. Wang Outyin cast a glance at the weeping members of the Shun family at the door, then waved his hand impatiently and declared, Enough. He won't die. Hurry and carry him away, and remember what my master said. There's still a year left in the agreement. Upon hearing Wang Outyin's words, the Shin family felt as if a great burden had been lifted, hastily lifting Shin Ping and rushing out of the Xiao residence. In truth, after witnessing Wang Outyin severely injure Shin Ping with merely a glance, they were utterly terrified. However, they dared not move until Wang Outyin spoke, which led to their frantic departure when he finally commanded them to leave, not even pausing to bid farewell. They are gone. You all have no objections, do you? Wang Outyin's seemingly casual remark struck the remaining members of the Xiao family like a thunderclap, causing them all to shudder involuntarily. Senior, you jest. We have no objections. One replied, Yes, we must thank you, Senior, for upholding justice on our behalf. Another chimed in, Indeed, thank you, Senior. We shall heed your words. Xiao Zhantian, being the head of the family, possessed keen insight. He clearly understood that someone as formidable as Wang Outyin referred to Wang Chen as master, indicating that Wang Chen must be even more powerful. Thus, he promptly approached Wang Chen, offering his utmost respect. Senior, we are grateful for your assistance to the Xiao family. It is our honor for you to visit. Please command us, and we shall comply without fail. Thank you, Lord Xiao. Wang Chen replied courteously with a nod, acknowledging the other's goodwill. After all, this gentleman was the father of his prospective disciple, and thus he felt a familial connection. It was only right to extend the courtesy, lest his disciple find himself in a difficult position. Wang Chen then turned his gaze toward Xiao Yishan, smiling as he inquired, Would you be willing to take me as your master? Take you as my master? The question left Xiao Yishan bewildered. It was so sudden. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances. At his age, having only reached the 5th stage of martial apprentice, his talent could be deemed abysmal. A harsh reality he could not deny. While he could not ascertain Wang Chen's precise strength, he estimated him to be at least at the grandmaster level. How could such a towering figure possibly take notice of him? It was beyond belief. Stupid boy, what are you thinking? Hurry and bow to the senior. Xiao Yishan was taken aback, but his father, Xiao Zhantian, was not. After a moment of surprise, he quickly reacted. Seeing his usually spirited son standing there like a fool during such a critical moment infuriated him. He could not resist voicing a reminder. This was an opportunity that his son must not squander. Haha, no rush. You may take your time to consider. I won't force you. Wang Chen chuckled at the sight of Xiao Yishan's confusion and Xiao Zhantian's exasperation. This father-son duo was rather amusing. He had initially thought Xiao Zhantian, as the head of the family, would possess a serious demeanor, yet he turned out to be quite humorous, demonstrating a commendable adaptability. I am willing, senior. I wish to pay my respects as your disciple, Xiao Yishan declared, ready to kneel and perform the bow of apprenticeship. Wait, you rascal. How can you be so perfunctory in honoring your master? Senior, please take your seat. Very well. Wang Chen did not decline and stepped forward to occupy the seat that Xiao Zhantian had just vacated. Although this act of accepting a disciple was intended to fulfill a system task, it was still his first disciple, and the proper rituals ought to be observed. Disciple Xiao Yishan pays his respects to master. After Wang Chen sat down, Xiao Yishan approached solemnly and performed the kneeling ceremony. Xiao Shan, serve tea to your master. Upon Xiao Yishan completing his bow, his father promptly handed him a cup of tea. Master, please enjoy this tea. Thank you. Wang Chen took a sip from the tea offered by Xiao Yishan before passing it to Xiao Zhantian. From this day forth, you are my disciple. My surname is Wang, and my given name is Chen. I hope you will diligently cultivate your skills and not disappoint my expectations. Rest assured, master. I shall train diligently and will not let you down. Xiao Yishan responded decisively, his eyes brimming with determination. To have a powerhouse like Wang Chen as his master was indeed a stroke of fortune, yet whether he could maintain this fortune hinged upon his future actions. He was acutely aware of the one-year agreement with Shen Fengqing. There was no turning back for him. He must strive with all his might. The humiliation of having been rejected once was not something he wished to endure again. Wang Chen regarded Xiao Yishan with satisfaction. After traversing into this world, he had initially believed himself to be the child of destiny. However, it appeared he was not. Nonetheless, being the master of the child of destiny seemed rather delightful as well. Chapter 40. The 9 Dragons of Incense. Before nightfall, Wang Chen and his companions returned to the Yujing courtyard in Jiangnan City. After accepting Xiao Yishan, Wang Chen did not linger long at the Xiao residence. Once Xiao Yishan bid farewell to his parents, he took him away. Considering Xiao Yishan's need for the blood of demon beasts for cultivation, they had intentionally hunted many demon beasts of the Grandmaster level and above on their way back to Jiangnan City, including 5 at the Great Grandmaster level. The sights and experiences along the way left Xiao Yishan utterly astounded. By the time the 3 returned to the Yujing courtyard, he was still in a daze, controlling the forces of heaven and earth, slaying Grandmaster-level demon beasts as if they were mere chickens. This was a national-level powerhouse. He had actually taken a national-level powerhouse as his master, and astonishingly, there was another national-level powerhouse accompanying him. Such a scene far exceeded his imagination. He had already surmised Wang Chen's identity, a newly appointed elder at the martial king level in the Dragon Kingdom. Now, as the disciple of an elder, his status was anything but ordinary. One could say he could walk with pride in the Dragon Kingdom. If Shen Fengqing were to discover that he had taken an elder as his master, one could only imagine her regret. While Xiao Yishan was lost in thought, several voices suddenly interrupted his reverie. Sir, you have returned. Dinner is ready. Very well, let me introduce you. This is my newly accepted disciple, Xiao Yishan. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Meng Zirue and the others were taken aback, a flicker of unspoken emotion passing through their eyes. Wang Chen's disciple was a status far superior to theirs in this context. They were not foolish. Upon realizing this, they quickly began to introduce themselves. They certainly could not wait for Wang Chen to introduce them, as that would reflect poorly on their manners. Haha, so you are Sir S' disciple. Brother Xiao, greetings. I am Meng Zirue, Sir S' steward. You may call me Brother Meng. Brother Meng, greetings. I am Bai Wanqing, Sir S' assistant. You may call me Sister Bai. Sister Bai, greetings. Haha, young brother, just call me Old Zhang. I am Sir S' chef. Old Zhang, greetings. Just call me Xiao Shan. Xiao Yishan found himself somewhat ill at ease in the presence of the 3 exceedingly warm individuals before him, particularly Meng Zirue, who appeared to be older than his own father. To think that he was expected to address him as brother. Although he was unaware of the true capabilities of these 3, it was evident that they were not weak, having caught the attention of his master, and yet they treated him with such courtesy. This was an unprecedented experience for him. All right, let us dine, and we shall discuss matters afterwards. Very well, sir. After the meal, Wang Chen did not rush to instruct Xiao Yishan in his cultivation, preferring instead to allow them to become acquainted with one another. Unfortunately, after only a brief conversation, Xiao Yishan found himself restless. Over the years, due to his poor cultivation aptitude, he had worked harder than anyone else, believing that diligence would triumph over innate talent. He was convinced that with enough effort, he could catch up to others. Thus, while others enjoyed leisure, he relentlessly pursued his training, which had become a habit. In his view, engaging in idle chatter over tea was a waste of precious time he could ill afford to squander. Wang Chen, being of considerable cultivation, quickly discerned Xiao Yishan's discomfort and inquired, "What troubles you, Xiao Shan? You seem quite restless." Well, master, I wish to begin my cultivation." "Wow, I didn't expect you to be so diligent, Brother Xiao. Truly, you are a disciple worthy of my master's attention." Meng Zirui and the others were taken aback by Xiao Yishan's self-motivation. It is well known that cultivation can be a tedious endeavor, akin to a child attending school. Few willingly endure the monotony, and not many young individuals can withstand such solitude. Xiao Shan, do you understand why your cultivation speed is so slow? Master, is it not due to my poor aptitude? Wang Chen's words momentarily stunned Xiao Yishan. Wasn't slow cultivation simply a matter of poor talent? This was a widely accepted truth. Could there be another reason? Your slow progress is not due to a lack of talent. On the contrary, your innate abilities are impressive. The reason for your sluggish advancement lies in your physical constitution. Master, does Brother Xiao possess a special constitution? A special constitution? Impossible. Those with unique physiques are typically geniuses, cultivating at rates far superior to the average person. Brother Zhao's cultivation speed hardly suggests he possesses such a physique. The individuals present found Wang Chen's assertion hard to believe, as the world was not devoid of those with extraordinary constitutions. Given Xiao Yishan's current pace, it seemed implausible that he could have a special physique. Xiao Shan indeed possesses a special constitution, for his physique is exceptionally robust. Ordinary cultivation resources are ineffective, requiring at least resources of master-level quality. A special constitution? A formidable talent? Master, are you truly saying that my talent is exceptional? This revelation caught Xiao Yishan off guard, leaving him momentarily incredulous. For so many years, he had borne the label of a waste, and over time, he had begun to doubt himself, believing that perhaps he truly lacked talent. Indeed, your physique is known as the Battle Saint Body, a remarkably powerful constitution. With the right cultivation resources, your progress will be exceedingly rapid. Battle Saint Body. The name alone sounds impressive. I have never heard of such a physique, but if you say so, Master, then it must be true. For today, rest well. I shall procure suitable cultivation resources for you, and from tomorrow onwards, you must devote yourself to training, understood? Understood, Master. I shall cultivate diligently and not disappoint you. Wang Chen was quite pleased with Xiao Yishan's response. He was the child of destiny, capable of rising even without his guidance, requiring little concern from him. Later that evening, upon returning to his chamber, Wang Chen could no longer resist the urge to summon the system. He had not forgotten that he still had one sign-in opportunity remaining, and he was quite eager for it, as the system had never failed to deliver satisfaction. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in to receive the replica vehicle, the Nine-Dragon Agarwood Chariot. What is this? Nine-Dragon Agarwood Chariot? Is it the one I am thinking of? System. Please clarify, is the Nine-Dragon Agarwood Chariot truly the one I envision? Ding. Host, what are you thinking? This is a high martial world, not a mythical realm. Consider if you truly deserve it. It is a replica, understand? Aside from the name, everything else is different. Darn, you got my hopes up for nothing. Then, system, please elaborate on this replica Nine-Dragon Agarwood Chariot. What makes it special? Ding. Responding to the host, the replica Nine-Dragon Agarwood Chariot is crafted from precious materials, specifically 1,000-year-old Agarwood, and is drawn by 9 initial-stage martial kings, demon dragons. Where the Nine-Dragon Agarwood Chariot passes, it exudes unparalleled nobility, and the 9 demon dragons will grow stronger as the host's strength increases. 9 initial-stage martial king demon dragons pulling the chariot? Is it really that extravagant? Chapter 41, Unbridled. Though it is a replica, it remains exceptionally impressive. Not to mention, just these 9 demon dragons could likely dominate this world. What more could one desire? If I were to take a ride in this, what an impressive spectacle it would be. Wang Chen grew increasingly excited, akin to someone who had just purchased a car, eager to take it for a spin and revel in the experience. Especially for someone like Wang Chen, with such a divine vehicle. It would be a shame not to test such an extraordinary chariot. Without hesitation, he made up his mind and swiftly departed. In the void, Wang Chen accelerated to his utmost speed, heading directly towards the demon town. He was bound for the demon beast world. For if he were to unleash the Nine-Dragon Agarwood Chariot in this world, it would undoubtedly incite widespread panic. Who could withstand the aura of 9 initial-stage martial king demon dragons in this realm? Yet to do so stealthily would be meaningless, without an audience to witness his grandeur. The significance would be halved. Therefore, after careful consideration, he resolved to venture into the demon beast world, where he could act without restraint, with his strength. What did it matter if he were to be unbridled? At full speed, Wang Chen swiftly surpassed the demon town. As he passed the city adjacent to the entrance of Space Channel number 01, he sensed the presence of Li Guorong. The once shattered city had been rebuilt. Wang Chen did not linger and plunged straight into the Space Channel number 01. Moments later, he traversed the passage, entering the demon beast world. In Wang Chen's perception, the demon beast world bore little distinction from the human realm, save for its more primeval ambience, with towering trees reaching for the sky. System, extract the Nine-Dragon Agarwood Chariot. Ding. Extraction of the Nine-Dragon Agarwood Chariot successful. If the host does not require it, the chariot can be stored in the system space at any time. Roar. Before Wang Chen, a dark rift in space split open, and thunderous roars erupted from within. Then, to Wang Chen's astonished gaze, 9 colossal black dragons, each 1,000 meters long, emerged, pulling a luxurious carriage from the rift. Each of the 9 dark-scaled dragons, with their tails sweeping the air, unleashed gales that tore through the clouds, their necks entwined with chains of dark iron. The red gemstones embedded within the links sparkled like fiery stars under the breath of the dragon, while the gaps between the obsidian scales emitted an ethereal azure glow, reminiscent of a cascading river of stars descending upon the dragon's body. The carriage, crafted from a millennium-old agarwood, floated in mid-air, its deep, ink-like hue shimmering with an amber halo under the moonlight. The surface of the carriage was intricately carved with ancient totems, the patterns infused with the unique luster of agarwood, and tendrils of fragrant aroma coiled around the palanquin like mist. The eaves of the roof were sculpted into 9 dragon-headed pearlkins, with 9 strings of blood-red beads dangling gracefully, producing a melodious chime with the gentle currents of air. 9 colossal dragons raised their heads in unison, their voices resonating like a thunderous roar that distorted the very fabric of space. A soft golden shield enveloped the agarwood palanquin, as if the primordial deity had descended. Under the pressure of its presence, all beasts within 100 miles cowered in trepidation, while even the ancient trees trembled, shedding their leaves in a flutter. Such overwhelming majesty. Wang Chen, unable to contain his excitement, ascended the carriage, and the moment he stepped inside, the rich fragrance of agarwood enveloped him luxuriously. A jade table adorned with luminous pearls glimmered softly, while wisps of white smoke spiraled from an incense burner, forming delicate dragon shapes. The silken cushions embroidered with golden cloud patterns were exquisitely soft, and neatly arranged in a concealed compartment were jade wine cups and crystal fruit platters. The glass palace lanterns hung with tassels, casting a kaleidoscope of colors throughout the space. Wang Chen settled onto the cushions, his fingertips gliding over the warm agarwood walls, his heart swelling with unparalleled grandeur. Such a prestigious and lavish conveyance transcended his understanding. He found himself at a loss for words. Let us proceed. Upon uttering these words, the 9 colossal dragons raised their heads simultaneously, the dark iron chains vibrating with a resonant hum reminiscent of a dragon's roar. The obsidian bodies of the dragons surged with power, fracturing the clouds into a swirling vortex. The wheels traversed the void, leaving behind 9 blazing trails of light, distorting the space in their wake, causing all avian beasts within a 10-mile radius to plummet in fear. Inside the carriage, Wang Chen felt no jolt. The shock absorption was simply unparalleled. Thus, Wang Chen rode the agarwood palanquin pulled by 9 dragons, aimlessly traversing the realm of beasts. This would spell disaster for the creatures in their path. Wherever they roamed, all beasts within 100 miles were reduced to quivering supplicants, many of the weaker ones losing control of their bodily functions in sheer terror. Giant Stone City, a colossal fortress in the realm of beasts, akin to a first-tier metropolis in the human world, teeming with countless creatures. At this moment, all the beasts were ensconced in slumber. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the various beasts, once lost in dreams, were jolted awake, their expressions morphing into sheer terror as they prostrated themselves on the ground. What is happening? How can a dragon appear here? My lord, the arrival is ominous. Quickly, send word to the Beast Emperor. We need his aid. Time was of the essence. With a resounding crash, Wang Chen dispatched 2 early-stage Martial King beasts with a mere slap. Before entering the city, he had sensed the presence of these 2 Martial King beasts. Having encountered them, he could not let them escape. He overheard their conversation regarding the Beast Emperor, who was presumably the leader of this realm. The existence of 2 Martial King beasts within a single city underscored the formidable strength of the beast world, far surpassing that of humans. It was likely that there were even martial god beasts lurking within this realm. Caution would be paramount moving forward. After collecting the remains of the 2 Martial King beasts, Wang Chen departed the scene, disregarding the other creatures. As he journeyed, Wang Chen passed through 3 large beast cities, each housing 2 Martial King beasts, all of whom he dispatched with a single blow. Unbeknownst to him, the beasts had their own means of communication, and his actions were already echoing throughout the entire beast realm. Unbelievable. How dare he slaughter our powerful kin? In the central region of the beast world, within a massive city, a gathering of formidable beasts emanated an intense aura. 9 dragons pull the carriage, each possessing the strength of a martial king. The carriage must harbor a great terror. We are ill-equipped to confront it. We cannot handle this. We must summon the Beast Emperor. Let us notify the Beast Emperor. Only he can resolve this situation. Little did the beasts know, while they sought the emperor, Wang Chen had already departed the beast realm. Regardless of their speculations, they would never conceive that a human occupied the carriage, for within their worldview, humans were feeble beings, mere prey to their dominion. Wang Chen traversed the beast realm in the agarwood palanquin for 3 to 4 hours, relishing the experience. Each time he witnessed the sight of myriad beasts bowing before him, his heart surged with exhilaration. Regrettably, he was the sole witness to such grandeur. Perhaps he would return someday, accompanied by others to share in the spectacle. Chapter 42, A Gifted Talent. The following morning, Wang Chen awoke a tad later than usual. After his exhilarating return the previous night, he found himself unable to sleep for quite some time. He retrieved all the beast corpses from the system space, extracting their essence blood one by one. With Xiao Yishan's current strength, he could only withstand the essence blood of master-level beasts. Once he advanced to the martialist stage, he could attempt to consume the essence blood of Grand Master-level beasts. Naturally, as long as he was present, he could suppress the power within any beast blood, regardless of its level. Upon descending the stairs, Wang Chen discovered that everyone had already gathered, and old Zhang had prepared breakfast. Without hesitation, he took a seat at the dining table, prompting the others to join him. Although it was merely breakfast, old Zhang had prepared a delightful variety, reminiscent of the lavish feasts of ancient emperors, regardless of whether one ate or not. After the meal, Wang Chen presented Xiao Yishan with 10 vials of master-level beast essence blood, urging him to cultivate diligently and strive for a breakthrough to the martialist stage. Staring at the vials in his hands, Xiao Yishan was momentarily taken aback. Master-level beast essence blood, 10 whole vials. Their family's strongest member had only reached the martialist stage. He had never even laid eyes on such treasures before. Since learning that his teacher was a martial king, he understood that his future cultivation resources would be plentiful. Yet holding these resources in his hands still stirred profound emotions within him. Thank you, teacher. I will not disappoint you. Well, I believe in you. Go and cultivate. Strive to break through to the martialist stage as soon as possible, Wang Chen encouraged, giving Xiao Yishan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He was also curious to see how swiftly the son of fortune, armed with the resources he provided, would progress in his cultivation. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Since Wang Chen did not require cultivation, his days were filled with leisure, consisting primarily of eating, sleeping, and playing. He had once enjoyed fishing, but he knew that the others were merely indulging him, so he opted not to pursue it further. Over the past few days, the 5 of them had engaged in card games, particularly the Royal Guard game from his previous life, which was perfectly suited for 5 players. Guests are arriving. Wan Qing, please escort Mayor Pan in. As Wang Chen engaged in a card game, he was suddenly enveloped by a familiar aura drawing near. It was none other than Pan Yuehua, the mayor of Jiangnan City. Good day, sir, Bai Wangqing exclaimed, setting down her cards and rising to stride towards the exit. Moments later, she returned, leading Pan Yuehua inside. Mayor, what brings you here today? Wang Chen inquired. Greetings, Mr. Wang. I merely came to see if there's anything I can assist with, as I haven't visited in several days. Thank you, Mayor Pan, but there's nothing urgent. Since you're here, would you care to join us for a game of cards? Wang Chen proposed with a chuckle. Haha, I have no pressing matters. It would be my honor to play cards with you, Mr. Wang. Wang Chen was taken aback by the mayor's swift agreement, having merely been polite. Are you truly so free, Mayor? Sir, it's nearly noon. I must prepare lunch. Let Mayor Pan take my seat. With Pan Yuehua's eagerness to join the game, one of the 5 needed to vacate their spot. Thus old Zhang graciously stood to offer his seat to the mayor. Once old Zhang departed, Pan Yuehua picked up a card, inquiring curiously, Mr. Wang, how does one play this? It's quite simple. Allow me to explain the basic rules, and after a couple of rounds, you'll be well versed, Wang Chen replied. By the way, do you have any cash on hand? Cash? Pan Yuehua hesitated, bewildered. What do we need cash for? Are we gambling? Gambling is illegal. A swirl of thoughts raced through his mind. If it were gambling, would he participate or abstain? Would his refusal offend the others? Yet, Wang Chen interjected with a smile. Indeed, a little wager adds excitement to the game. Oh, no problem, I have cash. Pan Yuehua quickly responded, retrieving a wallet from his storage ring and producing a large sum of cash. Mr. Wang, I wonder if this amount is sufficient? Observing the pile of money on the table, Wang Chen's lips twitched slightly as he replied, no need for such a large sum. We're merely engaging in some lighthearted entertainment. Please, put it away and use just a little change. Just a little change? Wang Chen shook his head in resignation. It was merely for amusement. A means to lighten the atmosphere. Who genuinely cares about money? Not to mention, the others present were all well off. Using some change is sufficient to enliven the atmosphere. No one truly cares about winning or losing, he remarked before deftly shuffling the cards and dealing them out. As a master-level expert, Pan Yuehua's capacity to learn was unparalleled. Within just 1 round, he had completely grasped the rules of the game. As a card game that had once captivated the nation, its allure remained undiminished. Even in this new world, Master, I have broken through to become a martial artist. As noon approached and lunch was being prepared, Xiao Yishan rushed down from upstairs, his face alight with excitement. In just 3 days, he had ascended from a 5th-level martial disciple to a martial artist. Such rapid progress was something he had never dared to dream of. Initially feeling pressure about his upcoming duel with Shin Fengqing in a year, he now felt reassured. At this rate, he might very well achieve the status of a master by then. What? Brother Xiao, you've broken through to become a martial artist? Is this the result of a special constitution? Yet, such rapid advancement seems implausible. Upon hearing Xiao Yishan's announcement, Meng Zirue and the others quickly surrounded him, their expressions filled with disbelief. They had heard of special constitutions before, but witnessing such an extraordinary one in action was a first. Breaking through in just 3 days was beyond their expectations. They had assumed it would take him at least a month to reach this stage. Excellent. After lunch, I shall impart to you the cultivation techniques and martial skills. Once you have mastered them, you can venture outside the city to hunt beasts. Your constitution will allow you to grow stronger in battle. Yes, master. I can hardly wait. All right, let's eat first. Wang Chen chuckled at Xiao Yishan's exuberance and instructed everyone to begin their meal. He had already planned for Xiao Yishan's future as the child of destiny. He could not remain by his side forever. Venturing forth was his true calling. Chapter 43, The Prodigy. Master, are the techniques and martial skills for my disciple Xiao Yishan ready? While enjoying his meal, Wang Chen began to communicate with the system in his mind. He recalled that the system had mentioned providing Xiao Yishan with cultivation techniques. It was time to put that into action. Ding, ding. Response to the host. The system has extracted the most suitable techniques and martial skills for the battle saint body. The jade slip containing the techniques is stored in the system space. Simply place the slip against your forehead to access the contents. It includes corresponding martial skills. Excellent. Now that I have the techniques and resources, I can leave the rest to Xiao Yishan. As the child of destiny, favored by heaven, he is unlikely to face demise. In times of peril, he may encounter fortuitous opportunities. From now on, he can forge his own path while I continue to enjoy my leisure. Master, what are you doing? You seem so impatient. Do you think I could forget? Wang Chen lamented, finding it amusing that Xiao Yishan, immediately after finishing his meal, stared at him expectantly, clearly waiting for his teachings. Here you go. This is the cultivation technique, complete with accompanying martial skills. Make sure to practice diligently and do not squander this opportunity. What level is this technique, master? Xiao Yishan, now aware of Wang Chen's identity, was curious about the level of the technique being bestowed upon him. In this world, cultivation techniques were categorized by levels, ranging from heaven to earth, and within each level, they were further divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and supreme tiers. The Xiao family possessed their own advanced earth-level technique, and he knew that Shen Fengqing practiced a similar advanced earth-level technique from the Shen family. Given that his teacher was a martial king-level expert, he assumed the technique would at least be of earth level. You needn't concern yourself with the specific level. Just know that this is the technique most compatible with your constitution. Most compatible with my constitution? But what level is it really? Seeing Xiao Yishan's persistent curiosity, Wang Chen replied with slight exasperation, it's no less than heaven level. Is that satisfactory? Why are you so inquisitive? Go and practice. What? A heaven level technique? Not only Xiao Yishan, but even the others were taken aback upon hearing this revelation. Heaven level techniques were not easily come by. It was said that there were only 3 such techniques in the entire Dragon Kingdom, reserved for only the most formidable practitioners. Moreover, cultivating a heaven-level technique required exceptional talent. Those with lower strength often struggled to achieve success. Sir, the difficulty of cultivating a heaven-level technique is immense. Is it not too soon for Brother Xiao, having just become a martial artist, to begin training in such a technique? No worries. The celestial stage martial arts technique is meticulously tailored to his physique, making practice relatively effortless for him. While others may remain oblivious, Wang Chen is certainly aware of this fact. Can the child of destiny truly be an ordinary person? For many, cultivating the celestial stage technique is akin to scaling the heavens. Yet for Xiao Yishan, there is no cause for concern. Even if one were to present him with a divine-level technique, he would likely discern its intricacies with ease. A personalized technique? Is it truly possible for a technique to be tailored to one's physique? What level of power would one require to achieve such a feat? Meng Zirue and his companions gazed at Wang Chen in bewilderment, utterly stunned by the gravity of his words. To create a custom technique necessitates a profound understanding of the specific constitution. How can one attain such understanding? Only the individual possessing that constitution can grasp it fully. Could it be that Mr. Wang also possesses the battle saint physique? Enough of these musings. Let us return to our tasks. Upon hearing Wang Chen's remarks, although they were taken aback, they refrained from further discussion. Once Xiao Yishan returned to his chamber, he wasted no time and directly pressed the jade slip to his forehead. Subsequently, he lost consciousness. The sheer magnitude of the martial arts content contained within the jade slip was overwhelming for his martial spirit, which could not bear the load. As a protective mechanism of the brain, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Wang Chen sensed Xiao Yishan's predicament but chose not to intervene, knowing that he would awaken shortly. Consider this a lesson for him. One must remain composed in all endeavors and think twice before acting. Carelessness is unacceptable. Thankfully, it was merely a jade slip containing a technique inheritance. Had it been an offensive jade slip, he might have met a dire fate. How could I have fainted? The content of this technique and martial arts is simply too vast. 2 hours later, Xiao Yishan gradually regained consciousness. He shook his head and surveyed his surroundings, finally breathing a sigh of relief upon realizing he was in his own room. After reviewing the memories in his mind, he discovered he had acquired a new technique and a set of martial skills. The battle saint method. Is this what the teacher referred to as the celestial stage technique? As Xiao Yishan perused the introduction of the battle saint method in his mind, he grew increasingly astonished. This technique, when cultivated to its zenith, could indeed contend with the heavens. A technique capable of battling both heaven and earth. Could it truly be a celestial stage technique? Is such power inherent to celestial stage techniques? No matter, I shall cultivate it. Given the potency of this technique, the difficulty of mastering it must undoubtedly be considerable. I cannot afford to disappoint my teacher. While Xiao Yishan engaged in his training, Wang Chen and the others commenced a game of cards, for idleness was their only option, as there was no need for cultivation. Mayor Pan had departed during lunch, and now Chef Zhang had taken over. In a world where strength reigns supreme, one would expect everyone to be fervently training. Yet the five of them were a notable exception. Wang Chen and Wang Outyan, of course, had no need to cultivate. Meng Zirui, heavily injured, could only slow the regression of his strength. Cultivating would yield little benefit. Bai Wangqing, now at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, could not hope to break through to the great Grandmaster level in a short span, especially as she was currently serving as Wang Chen's assistant and had to remain by his side, leaving her no time for training. As for Chef Zhang, his potential had been fully exhausted. He had long since resigned himself to his fate, acknowledging that without opportunity, his life would remain as it was. With Wang Chen's nonchalance, they could do little but follow suit. Suddenly, while engaged in their card game, Meng Zirui spoke up. The college entrance examination is just around the corner. I've heard that this year's cohort has produced several prodigious talents. Some high school students have already reached the advanced martial artist level. Upon hearing Meng Zirui's words, Bai Wangqing promptly added, I have heard that the Capital Martial University has preemptively recruited a genius. Reportedly, this individual has already attained the 9th stage of martial arts. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. Teenagers at advanced martial artist levels will undoubtedly achieve great grandmaster status without any doubt in the future. Let us not forget about our teacher's disciple. Brother Zhao's talent is no less remarkable than those prodigies. Hearing their conversation, Wang Chen was not surprised. He was well aware that the emergence of a child of destiny often heralds the advent of a prosperous era. Surely, the child of destiny cannot be the only one to shine. Wang Chen eagerly anticipated their eventual encounter. Without his presence, they would undoubtedly engage in a fierce contest of equals. While the outcome would likely favor the child of destiny, the journey would be fraught with trials. Now that the child of destiny has crossed paths with him, his growth would surely accelerate significantly. At that time, it would undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold, likely transforming from a clash of equals into an overwhelming display of prowess. Chapter 44, The Martial Examination. In mid-July, the martial examination for Dragon Nation high schools officially commenced. Each city had its own examination venue, as the most critical aspect of the martial examination was practical combat. Thus, every city designated an area outside the city for this purpose. Numerous demon beasts would be released within this area, and the level and quantity of these beasts were determined by the number of candidates in the city. A few days prior, Wang Chen had received an invitation from Manhwaedit to observe the practical combat situation during the martial examination in Jiangnan City. He did not decline, as he was originally one of the candidates for this examination. However, he now attended in the capacity of a guest. Just as Wang Chen and his companions finished breakfast, the vehicle arranged by Manhwaedit was already awaiting them at the villa entrance. Mr. Wang, you've arrived. Please come in. Haha, welcome, Mr. Wang. At the temporary command center for the Jiangnan City martial examination, when Wang Chen and his group arrived, Manhwaedit and Zhang Xiaohu were standing at the door to greet them. As soon as Wang Chen stepped out of the car, the two approached with utmost reverence. You are too kind. We are merely here to observe. We hope we won't be a hindrance to your work. Not at all. We are thrilled to have Mr. Wang here. Indeed, Mr. Wang, please come in. Under the guidance of Manhwaedit and his companion, they swiftly entered a grand hall. Wang Chen glanced around and noted that a colossal screen dominated the front of the hall, displaying a vast mountain range. He understood that this must be the practical combat venue for the martial examination. As the time had not yet arrived, the mountain was devoid of participants, only populated by various demon beasts. In front of the screen sat a dozen or so staff members. Additionally, there were other individuals present. Mr. Wang, allow me to introduce you to our Vice President of Jiangnan University, Shui Pingyang. Old Shui, this is Mr. Wang. Manhwaedit gestured toward a man in his 50s while emphasizing Wang Chen's name. Mr. Wang, it is an honor to meet you. Shui Pingyang spoke, his voice trembling slightly, and immediately bowed to Wang Chen after finishing his greeting. The other individuals present immediately shed their earlier casual demeanor, standing up in a flurry of anxiety. Those who could be present here were far from ordinary, through the deference shown by Manhwaedit and Zhang Xiaohu towards Wang Chen. They sensed the distinction. In the Dragon Nation, it was rare for a mayor at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm to exhibit such respect, save for a select few. Moreover, with the surname Wang, if they could not deduce Wang Chen's identity, they truly did not deserve to be present. There's no need for such formality, Vice President Shui. I am merely here to observe. Wang Chen likewise greeted Shui Pingyang with courtesy. As one of the 5 premier universities in the Dragon Kingdom, it is only fitting that the individual capable of holding the position of Vice President possesses remarkable abilities. Moreover, Wang Chen could ascertain that this President Shui is equally a master at the pinnacle of his realm, his prowess rivaling that of Mayor Pan. Mr. Wang. These three gentlemen are the principals of our city's three esteemed high schools, Zhangchang, Songkaiwan, and Subaohua. Greetings, Mr. Wang. Greetings to you all. Please, take a seat. There is no need for formality. With Pan Yuehua's introduction, Wang Chen became acquainted with several individuals within the hall. In addition to the four principals, there was also a deputy commander from the City Defense Forces and a leader from the Jiangnan City Education Department. Once the introductions concluded, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat stifling. Wang Chen's imposing identity as an elder of the martial king realm cast a significant shadow over them. Typically, they would not even qualify for an audience with someone of his stature. Were their statuses more comparable, they might have found ways to engage in conversation. However, the current disparity in their ranks was so vast that they scarcely dared to utter a word, sitting rigidly in their seats, resembling elementary students in their demeanor. Mr. Wang, this year we have encountered several prodigies in Jiangnan City, the most formidable of whom has already broken through to the 8th rank of martial artists. I believe he stands a chance to compete for the national champion. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Pan Yuehua sought a topic to alleviate the tension. Oh, an 8th rank martial artist. Indeed impressive. I shall be keen to observe his performance shortly. Wang Chen felt a flicker of astonishment. He had not anticipated such a talent to emerge from Jiangnan City. Achieving 8th rank at the high school level certainly qualified one for national champion contention. Even Xiao Shan, with the aid of the blood of fierce beasts at the master level, had only reached the 5th rank after a period of cultivation. It was important to note, however, that this did not imply Xiao Shan was inferior. Rather, he had squandered considerable time. With his current rate of progress, it would not be long before he caught up. Mr. Wang, Mayor Pan speaks truthfully. Zhou Hao is from Jiangnan No. 1 High School and is already at the peak of 8th rank, poised to break into 9th rank at any moment. I have also heard that Zhou Hao hails from an ordinary family, lacking in superior cultivation resources. Were he to have access to better resources, he might have already transcended to 9th rank. I have heard that this year, not only Jiangnan City has birthed prodigies, many other cities have also witnessed the emergence of numerous talents. Upon hearing the conversation, Xiao Shan, standing beside Wang Chen, brightened at the mention of the 8th rank martial artist. 8th rank. I wonder how formidable he truly is. Though I am currently only at 5th rank, I feel an overwhelming strength within me. An 8th rank martial artist is hardly a concern. Just days prior, with Wang Chen's consent, he had ventured alone beyond the city to hunt fierce beasts. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Aoyan had been silently safeguarding him throughout. During that excursion, he successfully slayed several peak martial artist level beasts, and even confronted a martial master level beast. Though he did not prevail, he managed to retreat unscathed. Typically, beasts of the same rank surpass humans in strength, yet Xiao Shan had demonstrated his ability to fight above his level, which is why he held Zhou Hao in such low regard. As the time approached, it was nearly time for the students to enter. Indeed, they should be arriving shortly. Look, here they come. Suddenly, the screen showcased a multitude of large vehicles, all transporting students from Jiangnan City's 3 high schools. Wang Chen turned his gaze to the screen, aware that the martial examination was about to commence, as the testing schedule was uniformly set nationwide. The screen displayed thousands of candidates gathered, while a middle-aged man began to announce the rules of the examination. The rules were quite straightforward. Participants would slay fierce beasts to accumulate points, with each beast corresponding to different point values based on its rank, higher-ranked beasts yielding greater points. In case of danger, students could opt to withdraw, as each carried an emergency distress device that would summon assistance. Points would equate to their performance, a standardized measure for future school applications based on the results of this practical examination. With the rules announced, the middle-aged man declared, "The martial examination officially begins." As he uttered those words, Wang Chen witnessed thousands of candidates eagerly rushing into the mountains behind them. Chapter 45. The Dark Horse, Lung Ningyue. At the martial examination site, Zhou Hao surged ahead directly into the depths of the mountains. As the most powerful high school student in Jiangnan City, he carried a sense of pride. Generally, prior to the martial examination, many candidates would prearrange to form teams for safety and efficiency, given the examination spanned a full day and night. Should they encounter danger early on, it could spell disaster. Triggering the emergency device would signify the end of their examination. Thus, ensuring safety was paramount for achieving commendable results. Yet, there were always a few mavericks in every martial examination, confident in their abilities and disdainful of teamwork. Zhou Hao was one such individual. As Zhou Hao ventured deeper, the beasts he encountered grew increasingly formidable, evolving from martial apprentice-level beasts to martial artist-level beasts. Clutching an alloy-long sword, an extravagant gift from his parents who had sacrificed everything for him to perform well in this examination, Zhou Hao's strength was indeed commendable. No beast stood a chance against him. They fell before him, transforming into points for his score. This Zhou Hao truly lived up to his reputation as Jiangnan City's strongest prodigy. His prowess was undeniable. Indeed, his combat experience is impressive. He must have ventured outside the city frequently. Given Zhou Hao's performance, the position of city champion seemed assured. The question remained, how would he measure up nationally? Did he have a chance to contend for the title of national champion? Within the temporary command center of the martial examination, all eyes were fixed on Zhou Hao's performance on the screen, their faces alight with smiles, clearly focused on him. Mr. Wang, what are your thoughts? Manhwaedit, noticing Wang Chen's silence, could not restrain his curiosity and inquired. As a martial king realm expert, Wang Chen's insights would surely be more discerning than theirs. Upon hearing Manhwaedit's inquiry, Wang Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he remained transfixed on a figure on the screen, his mind echoing with the system's voice. Ding! Ding! A person of great fortune has been detected. Host may take them as a disciple, rewarding one sign-in opportunity. System. Could the person of great fortune you speak of be the young lady I see? Wang Chen had roughly deduced who the system referred to. While everyone's attention was drawn to Zhou Hao, he had spotted someone even more formidable. At the onset of this martial examination, he had recognized her presence. Being a martial king realm expert, his spiritual perception was remarkably acute, and no detail could elude his scrutiny. Ding! Ding! Affirmative, host. The person of great fortune is indeed the young lady you have observed. Isn't the child of destiny Xiao Shan? Could it be that there are multiple children of destiny in one world? Ding! Ding! In response to the host, it is said that yin and yang coexist. Where there is yang, there must be yin. Each world will have one yin and one yang, both being great children of destiny. I hope the host will quickly take them as disciples, and the system shall reward you with a chance to sign in. So that is how it is. The exchange between Wang Chen and the system was but a fleeting moment, and upon understanding the reason, he quickly reacted. Zhou Hao is indeed impressive and can be considered a genius, but I have greater expectations for another. After Wang Chen spoke, he pointed towards a location on the screen. There, the image displayed a girl wielding a sword, and beside her lay the corpse of a warrior-level beast. Who is this girl? She managed to slay a warrior-level beast, and it appears she did so with a single strike. I did not see her make a move, but achieving this must indicate she is at least a high-level warrior. Which school does she belong to? I have no recollection. As several individuals were discussing the identity of the girl, she encountered another warrior-level beast on the screen, this time a blue steel wolf. The blue steel wolf is a formidable creature among the warrior-level beasts, challenging for even high-level warriors. With a single stroke, the girl effortlessly dispatched the powerful blue steel wolf, leaving it no chance to resist. What? How is this possible? What kind of martial skill is this? Executed with such swiftness? It must be at least a high-level Xian grade martial skill, and perfected to a consummate level. Otherwise, it would not be so effortlessly done. Can you discern her realm? How can we tell from behind the screen? Besides, I feel she hasn't exerted her full strength. Others may fail to perceive the girl's realm, but it does not escape Wang Chen's keen eyes. Only he and Wang Outyan, both of Warrior King realm, can discern it. A 9th-tier warrior. Moreover, she wields an exquisite Xian-grade martial skill, her true strength capable of contending with a martial master, likely on par with Xiao Yishan's combat prowess. Yet, why is this girl concealing her power to such an extent that even the 3 school heads do not recognize her? Surely there must be some unspeakable reason. At the martial examination site, after effortlessly slaying the blue steel wolf, Lung Mingyue did not linger but continued deeper into the mountains. She was unaware that her actions had drawn everyone's attention, for each candidate wore an electronic wristband that displayed real-time scores. The wristband not only showed their own scores, but also 2 rankings, one for the city and one for the nation. Initially, Lung Mingyue's ranking was not high, as she had not wasted time on warrior-level beasts until she encountered them. Now, the rankings revealed: city ranking, 1st place, Lung Mingyue, score 1358. 2nd place, Zhou Hao, score 1150. National ranking, 3rd place, Lung Mingyue, score 1358. 15th place, Zhou Hao, score 1150. This ranking bewildered not only the students participating in the martial examination, but also the entire Jiangnan city. What a surprise! Who is this Lung Mingyue? Surpassing Zhou Hao to become the 3rd nationally. Is there such a remarkable person in Jiangnan city? Could it be someone from our class? But the surname Lung is quite rare, making it improbable to share the same name. It cannot be our Lung Mingyue, as she is merely a 7th-tier martial apprentice. Incredible! 3rd nationally. I never expected Jiangnan city to produce such a top-tier talent. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao, having just slain a warrior-level beast, could not resist glancing at the ranking on his wristband. Upon doing so, he was left in shock, rubbing his eyes uncertainly before reopening them. How could this be? I should be in 1st place, not 2nd. Who is this Lung Mingyue? I have never heard of her. No, I must be 1st. Zhou Hao bellowed and charged deeper into the mountains with his sword drawn. Chapter 46, A Tragic Past. Lung Mingyue was oblivious to the shock she had instigated in others. She did not care. Her sole focus was on striving to achieve the best results to dictate her own fate. She dared not pause, gripping her sword as she ventured deeper into the mountains. With a swift strike, Lung Mingyue felled another warrior-level beast, though her complexion had grown somewhat pale. She had dispatched over a dozen warrior-level beasts on this path, each with a single strike. My cultivation technique is of too low a grade, and my recovery ability is too slow to sustain prolonged combat. Thankfully, I have the sword technique my mother left me. Otherwise, I would not have achieved my current results. As she glanced at her ranking on the wristband, a smile of satisfaction spread across her face. The leaderboard still showed her as the first in Jiangnan City and third nationally. Moreover, she had widened the gap from the second place Zhou Hao by over 600 points in the city rankings. Even in the national ranking, while she was close to the top 2 within 100 points, she had distanced herself from the fourth place by over 200 points. Once I enter university, I must immediately switch to a higher level cultivation technique. Otherwise, if a prolonged battle ensues, I will undoubtedly suffer greatly. Lung Mingyue murmured to herself, not pausing as she pressed forward into the depths of the mountains. Who would have guessed this little girl is a student from our third middle school? Yet we had no idea of her formidable strength. She has always presented herself as merely a martial apprentice. I wonder why she conceals her talent. Indeed, it appears she practices the most ordinary yellow grade technique in the school. Had we known her talent was so exceptional, she would not be restricted to such basic cultivation. No one would intentionally hide their abilities, as it serves no benefit. There must be some other reason for her actions. Let us investigate her family background. I have already arranged for this. Results will be forthcoming. Wang Chen was curious as well. What could compel someone with such talent to hide it? If she cultivated a higher level technique, her combat strength would surely elevate another tier. Teacher, can you discern her strength? I sense she is quite powerful. Suddenly, Xiao Yishan, who had been standing beside Wang Chen, spoke up, his eyes brimming with combat spirit. He could perceive that Lung Ningyue's strength far surpassed Zhou Hao's, particularly her swordsmanship, which seemed to reach an extraordinary level. Even he could not afford to underestimate it. What is this? Are you interested in her? Teacher, she is undeniably strong, but I believe I am not inferior to her. In a true match, she would not be my opponent. I am confident I can win. Haha, splendid. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Confidence is essential. Indeed, as a child of destiny, this unyielding spirit and determination are remarkable. Wang Chen was acutely aware that Xiao Yishan's assertions were indeed valid. However, there are times when one must deliver a firm admonition. Moreover, it is worth noting that the other party is also a wielder of great fortune, possessing innate talents that are by no means inferior to his own. You are absolutely right. She has already attained the status of a 9th-tier martial artist. Yet, at present, the two of you exhibit comparable combat capabilities. And if one were to engage in a contest, the outcome remains uncertain. But Xiao Shan, you must understand that the reason you can stand shoulder to shoulder with her as a 5th-tier martial artist is that her cultivation technique is quite inferior. If she were to practice a technique of the same level as yours, do you truly believe you could prevail against her? Remember, Xiao Shan, one may possess a proud spirit, but one must not harbor arrogance. Master, your disciple shall remember this. Upon witnessing Wang Chen's serious demeanor, Xiao Yishan felt a jolt of surprise. Reflecting on his recent words, he realized they were indeed rather boastful. It seemed he had forgotten the shame of being jilted by the Shin family, oblivious to the fact that he was once labeled as a waste. Only after encountering Wang Chen and honing formidable martial skills did he rapidly evolve from a mere waste into a super genius, causing his ego to swell unintentionally. Suddenly, a message regarding Lung Mingyue arrived. The principal of Sanzhong, Su Baohua, glanced at his hands, clearly indicating that news had surfaced regarding the investigation into Lung Mingyue. Well then, old Su, do enlighten us. We are quite curious as to why she conceals her extraordinary talents. Indeed, enough of the preamble. Please share the details with us. At that moment, everyone in the hall turned their attention to the principal of Sanzhong, including Wang Chen and Pan Yuehua, who were equally intrigued. Ahem, let me elaborate. Lung Mingyue hails from the Lung family in Jiangnan City, a prominent family in the region. Within the family, there is one early-stage grandmaster and 5 master-level practitioners. Lung Mingyue is the current head of the Lung family's daughter. Regrettably, she is not the legitimate child, but rather the offspring of the family head's drunken encounter with a maid. From a young age, Lung Mingyue has been looked down upon by her family, and her mother passed away under mysterious circumstances when she was quite young. A few years ago, she moved out of the Lung residence and now lives independently. All her expenses are covered by her own endeavors, as she hunts demon beasts outside the city. The Lung family has not provided for her. Moreover, it is said that in an attempt to curry favor with the Jiang family, the Lung family arranged a betrothal for her to a fool devoid of martial talent. This might be the reason behind her concealment. She fears that once the Lung family discovers her exceptional abilities, they will turn against her. That seems plausible. It is likely she fears being unable to secure her place within the family should they learn of her talents. Such power struggles among influential families are all too common. This poor child, blessed with such remarkable gifts, yet compelled to hide them. How despicable the Lung family is. Indeed, I wish I could strike down those within the Lung family with a single blow. Otherwise, Lung Mingyue's strength could have been even greater. Perhaps even allowing her to vie for the title of national champion. What a pity. Wang Chen had not anticipated such a tragic backstory. Is this the sorrowful narrative that accompanies those endowed with great fortune? Xiao Yishan, once branded as a waste and spurned in marriage, thought he had it rough. Yet Lung Mingyue's plight was even more tragic. Xiao Yishan's slow cultivation arose from his physique, leading to his derogatory label, while Lung Mingyue intentionally feigned weakness. Both stories are lamentable. However, since the system has issued a task, it signifies that Lung Mingyue is destined to be his disciple. As her mentor, she will no longer need to conceal her abilities. With him as her support, she shall face no fear in the future. Like Xiao Yishan, Lung Mingyue's path ahead is destined to be smooth. As for whether he could successfully take her on as a disciple, Wang Chen had never doubted it. Unless Lung Mingyue was a fool. Is Lung Mingyue foolish? If she were, she would not have survived this long in secrecy. The martial examination had proceeded for the better part of the day. If anyone's spirits were shattered, it would undoubtedly belong to Zhou Hao, once brimming with confidence. He now found himself utterly despondent. As the strongest martial candidate in Jiangnan City, he not only failed to secure the top position, but also fell behind by over 600 points. Originally, he had intended to exert himself to catch up, only to find that the harder he tried, the greater the disparity became. Finally, unable to contain his despair, he let out a mournful wail. Ah, why was I born as Hao, while she is born as you? Chapter 47. I am not her equal. Nightfall arrived swiftly. Within the temporary command center of the martial examination, all eyes were intently fixed on the candidates, specifically on Lung Mingyue. As for Zhou Hao, who had once been favored, he had long since been cast aside by the crowd. Wang Chen, too, was keenly observing Lung Mingyue. He was thoroughly impressed by her performance. She truly embodied the essence of a wielder of great fortune, adept at adapting and decisive in her actions. Under normal circumstances, Wang Chen would have departed long ago. His presence here was merely out of curiosity. Yet, now he found himself unable to leave, compelled to witness the performance of his future disciple. Filled with intrigue regarding what accomplishments she would achieve. Meanwhile, at the martial examination site, Lung Mingyue did not pause for a moment, relentlessly hunting demon beasts. The night had fallen, and the nocturnal demon beasts were even more perilous. However, I cannot afford to stop. This is my sole opportunity for redemption. Achieving third place nationwide might satisfy others, for such a result would allow the 5 leading universities of Long Country to freely select her, potentially offering high rewards. Yet, Lung Mingyue was not content. She aspired to ascend further, vying for the title of national champion. After enduring years of suppression, was it not for this moment to shine brilliantly? Most importantly, she sought to make the Lung family regret their actions. To make that man who viewed her as a disgrace regret his choices. To instill fear in all those who had belittled her. She aimed for the title of national champion. In the darkness, numerous demon beasts began to emerge in packs, searching for food. Lung Mingyue cautiously advanced deeper into the mountains, skillfully avoiding any groups of demon beasts she encountered. Though her strength was formidable, her ability to slay martial-grade demon beasts relied primarily on her sword-drawing technique. This technique not only demanded substantial energy, but was also a single-target attack, meaning she could only eliminate one demon beast with each strike. Moreover, with her current strength, she could only perform the sword-drawing technique a maximum of 2 times consecutively. Thus, when faced with a pack of martial-grade demon beasts, she was compelled to bide her time. A solitary bristle-covered hedgehog. As Lung Mingyue stealthily advanced through the darkness, she unexpectedly spotted a lone bristle-covered hedgehog. Although its strength was not formidable, its defensive capabilities were astonishing. Generally, martial-grade attacks would struggle to inflict harm upon it. Unfortunately for you, you have crossed paths with me. Consider yourself unfortunate. Swish. A flash of light darted through the darkness, and the previously tranquil bristle-covered hedgehog let out a pitiful howl. A horrifying gash appeared across its neck. Though the wound was not fatal, it only provoked its ferocity. Truly, the bristle-covered hedgehog was renowned for its defense. My sword-drawing technique had only inflicted a minor injury. Seeing the crazed bristle-covered hedgehog, Lung Mingyue remained unfazed. This was all within her expectations. The previous strike had not been executed with her full strength. Aru! Thud, thud, thud. With a thunderous roar, the bristly porcupine furiously flailed its 4 hooves, its massive form charging directly towards Lung Mingyue. Its bristles stood erect like steel needles, and its eyes burned with an almost frenzied fire, fierce and resolute. As it barreled through, the surrounding underbrush was instantly shattered, and despite its considerable size, it moved with astonishing speed, hurtling towards Lung Mingyue like a tidal wave. In a flash, Lung Mingyue executed a swift maneuver, sidestepping just as the bristly porcupine closed in. Her movement as quick as a bolt of lightning. After missing its target, the porcupine seemed to grow even more frenzied. Its nostrils flared violently, expelling 2 jets of fetid mist, and with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it charged at Lung Mingyue once more. The ground trembled under its weight, sounding like a war drum reverberating through the forest. Lung Mingyue glided like a specter, at times darting behind boulders, at others nimbly leaping upon low trees. The porcupine repeatedly crashed into emptiness, shattering rocks and toppling trees. Its bristles shimmered with rage and exertion, while the ferocity in its eyes intensified. in her evasive maneuvers. Lung Mingyue meticulously observed the creature's movements and the wound on its neck. As time passed, the porcupine's blood flowed more profusely from its injury due to its frantic movements, and its speed and reactions gradually diminished. At that moment, as the bristly porcupine charged once more with all its might, she did not retreat. Instead, she advanced to meet it. Just as it was about to collide with her, she crouched low, skimming the ground, her sword drawn in a flash. Sword drawing technique, she cried, her blade slicing through the air like a streak of lightning, aiming directly for the pre-existing wound on the porcupine's neck. The sword's edge met the wound with precision, and with a tremendous force, it cleaved through, severing the porcupine's neck completely. With a resounding crash, the massive creature collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Lung Mingyue slowly sheathed her sword, her complexion pale and her breath somewhat ragged. Yet, as she gazed upon her fallen quarry, a flicker of pride shone in her eyes. After a brief moment to collect herself, she continued deeper into the mountains. For her, it was not yet time to rest. Such meticulous thought and rich combat experience. It is hard to believe she is merely a high school student. Indeed, her battle acumen surpasses that of many seasoned martial masters. Did you notice? Each angle at which she sidestepped and the distances she retreated were perfectly calculated to evade the porcupine's lethal strikes. This is not mere improvisation. It reflects an intrinsic understanding of the beast's instincts. It appears that Jiangnan City has truly birthed an extraordinary talent. In the temporary command center for the martial examination, several principals and experts, including Pan Yuehua, were astounded by Lung Mingyue's remarkable tactics. Even Wang Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated her depth of combat experience, evidently gained through frequent encounters with demonic beasts. In this regard, Xiao Yishan still had much to learn. How does it feel? Wang Chen inquired of Xiao Yishan, who stood nearby. Teacher, I indeed lack her practical experience, Xiao Yishan replied without hesitation, showing no signs of embarrassment, clearly acknowledging the gap between their combat skills. That is good to recognize. Starting tomorrow, you shall venture outside the city to hunt demonic beasts and hone your combat experience, Wang Chen instructed. I understand, teacher. Xiao Yishan nodded earnestly. After hearing his response, Wang Chen said no more, trusting in Xiao Yishan's potential, for he was indeed the child of destiny. A timely reminder was all that was necessary. When Wang Chen turned his gaze back to the screen, he discovered that in such a short span, Lung Mingyue had encountered another formidable demonic beast. Chapter 48, The Beast of the Martial Master Realm. Before the creature before her, Lung Mingyue refrained from a reckless attack. After a day of relentless battle, fatigue had begun to weigh upon her, compounded by the significant depletion of her internal energy, leaving little time for recovery. This highlighted the importance of her cultivation method. Had she practiced a higher-level technique, her energy would restore more swiftly, and the strength cultivated through more advanced methods would be far more substantial. It is known that among warriors of the same realm, those practicing higher-level techniques can utterly dominate those relying on inferior methods. She could only bide her time, seeking the perfect opportunity for a decisive strike. With a grave expression, Lung Mingyue observed the approaching beast, her mind already crafting a plan. Thus, she danced gracefully around the creature, her movements fluid and serpentine, often eluding its attacks just as they were about to land. After 15 minutes, the moment arrived. Sword drawing technique. With her command, a brilliant arc of sword light cleaved through the air. The beast charging towards her was instantly severed in two. Not pausing to linger, Lung Mingyue vanished from sight, aware that the nocturnal hunting grounds were teeming with even more demonic beasts. Such a sanguine scent would surely attract many more, if she were to be surrounded. Her situation would become perilous. Throughout the night, none rested. All candidates were fiercely hunting demonic beasts, and nearly 1,000 of them found themselves in danger, requiring urgent rescue. As dawn broke, painting the sky with a delicate blush, Lung Mingyue emerged from the mountains, standing before a small peak. Without a moment's hesitation, she surged toward its summit. Not long after her departure, a figure approached the foot of the mountain. Our dear classmate, Zhou Hao. He appeared grave, his clothing tattered and stained with blood, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. The beasts atop this peak were likely the strongest encountered in this martial examination, estimated to be at the pinnacle of the martial realm. With my strength, I should be able to contend, and even if I cannot prevail, I can escape. Fortune favors the bold. This is my only opportunity. Zhou Hao glanced at his ranking within the wristband, his expression darkening ominously. After a night of relentless effort, he had managed to close the gap between his score and that of the leader from over 600 points to over 900. A beast at the pinnacle of the martial realm should be worth at least 1,000 points. If he could slay it, he would overtake the leader and reclaim all that was rightfully his. Resolute, Zhou Hao began his cautious ascent toward the peak. Though he longed to vanquish the beast immediately, he was not foolish. Charging recklessly with his 8th-tier martial prowess would be tantamount to courting death. His only recourse was cunning. He would first observe, seeking the creature's weaknesses. Roar. Just as Zhou Hao cautiously reached the halfway point of the mountain, a beastly roar echoed down from the summit. What was happening? Had someone already engaged the beast? No, that beast is mine. At that moment, Zhou Hao disregarded all caution, employing his utmost agility to dash toward the peak. Roar! A series of roars echoed from the mountaintop, tugging relentlessly at Zhou Hao's heart. Within him, this monstrous beast represented his final hope for a triumphant turnaround, and he would not allow anyone to interfere. At this moment, he was blinded by his desire for victory. Otherwise, he would have realized through the beast's cries that this was not merely a warrior-level beast. Bang! Roar! The cacophony of roars mingled with violent crashing sounds, making the entire mountain peak tremble as if an earthquake were occurring. How could this be possible? When Zhou Hao desperately reached the summit, the sight before him left him utterly dumbfounded. There, a colossal giant ape was relentlessly pursuing a woman. Wherever the giant ape passed, it seemed to shake the very earth. Its enormous paws could easily shatter mountains with a single blow. Meanwhile, the woman adeptly dodged the giant ape's attacks. The mountaintop had been flattened by the giant ape. Despite its overwhelming strength and ferocity, the woman managed to evade each assault with her nimble movements, occasionally retaliating. Though her counterattacks failed to inflict any real damage on the beast, it turned out to be a warrior-level Earthshaker giant ape. Just as Zhou Hao was rendered speechless, a voice called out from behind him. Who? Zhou Hao tightened his grip on his sword and spun around, his hair standing on end as he realized someone had approached him unnoticed. He had been too careless. Ah, it's you three. Upon recognizing the trio before him, Zhou Hao relaxed his guard. The three were acquaintances, 2 men and a woman, all considered geniuses from Jiangnan City, each a 7th-tier warrior, slightly weaker than Zhou Hao himself. Due to the examination's rules against inter-candidate violence, Zhou Hao felt secure once he recognized them. She must be Lung Ningyue. It has to be her. Who else could be this formidable? Engaging a warrior-level beast like that explains her outstanding results. Zhou Hao, when did you arrive? Do you know her? Hearing this, Zhou Hao's face darkened further. Who the hell knows her? I don't know her. I just got here. Alas, we can't intervene in this battle. We can only watch helplessly. The speaker was the woman among the trio, her expression visibly pained, clearly affected by the situation. She had thought she was the strongest among high school girls in Jiangnan City, with Zhou Hao being her only rival. She had taken great pride in this. But witnessing the battle before her made her realize how laughable her previous assumptions had been. I can't believe there are such powerful individuals in Jiangnan City. It's truly eye-opening. Hee, Zhou Hao, you're the top student of Jiangnan High. This spotlight should rightfully be on you. Don't hesitate, go for it. Get lost. Zhou Hao almost choked with anger. If I had that capability, would I need you to tell me? Enough of this. Should we help? What the hell? Lin Yaozu, have you lost your mind? As a member of the Lin family from Jiangnan City, how could you utter such a brainless statement? Exactly. If we go up there, we'd only be a hindrance. Zhou Hao might be able to help a little, but we three should just stay put. Indeed, despite the Earthshaker giant ape's massive size, its speed is no less impressive. If we fail to evade in time, just one strike could send us to our graves. Chapter 49, Facing Death to Embrace Life. Lung Ningyue had long since noticed Zhou Hao and his companions, but she was too preoccupied to acknowledge them. The warrior-level Earthshaker giant ape was not only powerful, but also possessed astonishing defense. Ordinary warrior-level attacks struggled to inflict meaningful harm upon it. To defeat it, she needed to strike at its weak point. However, targeting the beast's abdomen directly would be exceedingly difficult. Time was of the essence. To slay it, she would have to resort to her tried-and-true method, first breaking through its abdominal defenses. As time passed, impatience began to creep into Lung Ningyue's mind. The longer she evaded the Earthshaker giant ape's assaults, the more exhausting it became for her. After all, as a mere warrior, her stamina paled in comparison to that of the giant ape. If this continued, mere evasion would ultimately wear her down. I can't wait any longer. After narrowly dodging another attack, she seized the opportunity and executed a sword-drawing technique, slicing towards the ape's abdomen. Swish! Thud! A gaping wound appeared on the Earthshaker giant ape's belly, crimson blood gushing from the injury. Roar! The Earthshaker giant ape glanced down at its wound, then let out a deafening roar filled with fury, its eyes instantly turning a blood-red hue. Not good. The Earthshaker giant ape has entered a berserk state, its strength doubling at least. I had no idea Lung Ningyue was this formidable. She broke through the giant ape's defenses with a single strike and inflicted considerable damage. Enough chatter. You all stay back. If she finds herself in danger, I will go to her aid, at the very least to divert the Earthshaker giant ape's attention. At this moment, Zhou Hao's expression was grave. The other three were taken aback by Zhou Hao's declaration. They knew that with Lung Ningyue's strength, killing the Earthshaker giant ape might be challenging, but if she chose to retreat, she could easily do so. Her refusal to leave stemmed from her desire to defeat the beast and secure a better ranking. They were competitors. Why would they help her? Particularly Zhou Hao, who should feel animosity towards her for having taken the first place that rightfully belonged to him. Yet, he was now expressing a willingness to assist her. Was he out of his mind? Zhou Hao paid no heed to their bewildered gazes. They considered Lung Ningyue merely a rival, forgetting that they were all compatriots from Jiangnan City, united as humans. If Lung Ningyue achieved a better result, it would bring honor to them all. One must not have a narrow perspective. One must possess vision. Zhou Hao was a man of vision and responsibility. Bang! Damn it, get down. With a thunderous crash, a massive boulder before Zhou Hao and the others was pulverized by the Earthshaker giant ape's swipe. The group, who had been sheltering behind it, were left covered in dirt and dust due to their delayed escape. The crucial point was that their cover was gone. They were now fully exposed to the Earthshaker giant ape's gaze. Run. The moment Lin Yaozu saw the giant ape's attention shift towards them, he shuddered in fright. He shouted at the others and fled down the mountain without looking back. Go. The other two shared the same fate. Seizing the opportunity to escape before the Earthshaker giant ape launched an attack, turning to follow Lin Yaozu. Only Zhou Hao remained different. He created some distance from the giant ape, but did not flee outright. Instead, he remained tense, his gaze fixed on the beast. Even though this was merely an examination and there were powerful humans nearby, providing covert protection, he refused to abandon his kin to escape alone. Zhou Hao gripped the alloy longsword tightly in his hands, his gaze fixed intently on the ground-splitting giant ape before him. The tension that had previously enveloped him suddenly dissipated, replaced by an unexpected tranquility. A soft sound echoed from within him, followed by a surge of power that catapulted him to an entirely new plateau of strength. Intriguing. Quite impressive. This moment did not escape Wang Chen's notice. Despite the distance created by the screen, he discerned Zhou Hao's remarkable transformation. A 9th-tier warrior. Zhou Hao had managed to break through in the heat of battle, successfully ascending to the rank of a 9th-tier warrior. While Wang Chen had been keeping a close eye on Lung Mingyue, he had also monitored Zhou Hao, as the latter was undeniably the foremost prodigy in Jiangnan City. Through careful observation, Wang Chen recognized Zhou Hao as a genuine talent, albeit with a notable gap when compared to the monstrous genius that was Xiao Yishan and Lung Mingyue. However, Wang Chen's perspective began to shift. As the saying goes, comparisons can breed discontent. Witnessing the other three flee without hesitation while Zhou Hao chose not to abandon Lung Mingyue sparked admiration in Wang Chen. Although his decision might appear foolish, staying behind could hinder their chances of survival. The very act of loyalty endeared Zhou Hao to Wang Chen significantly. Though Wang Chen had already accepted Xiao Yishan as a disciple and was on the verge of taking Lung Mingyue under his wing, these decisions were not originally his intent. Initially, they were merely steps to fulfill the system's requirements. Given his own cultivation level and the system's influence, he remained indifferent to notions of being the favored son of fate. Nevertheless, having taken them as disciples, he felt compelled to fulfill his responsibilities as a mentor. As the chosen ones of destiny, their character should ideally be unquestionable, which further motivated him to accept them as students. Of course, should he discover any flaws in their character, he would not hesitate to act decisively. This marked the first time he actively considered taking Zhou Hao as a disciple. He had piqued Wang Chen's interest. On the scene, Lung Mingyue was taken aback to see Zhou Hao not fleeing. A flicker of surprise crossed her features before vanishing as the ground-splitting giant ape charged at her once more. Roar! Now in a frenzied state, the giant ape's speed had escalated beyond its initial pace. While Lung Mingyue had previously evaded its attacks with relative ease, she now found herself struggling to dodge its onslaught. At this rate, it would not be long before she succumbed to defeat, and a misstep could lead to severe injury. Time was of the essence. Her energy was depleting too rapidly. If she hesitated any longer, she would be incapable of mounting a counteroffensive. With steely determination, she focused on the advancing giant ape. This time, rather than retreating, she charged forward to meet it. Embracing death to seize life, she unleashed her sword technique. As the two forces were on the brink of collision, Lung Mingyue halted abruptly, and a flash of sword light erupted. Thud! The gleam of her blade struck the wound on the giant ape's abdomen, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. Roar! Just as the giant ape's massive body began to descend, its colossal paw, fueled by its last vestiges of strength, came crashing down towards Lung Mingyue. Had she failed? Gazing up at the looming paw, Lung Mingyue felt utterly powerless to evade it. Chapter 50. Fortuitous Misfortune. Save her. At that moment, panic erupted among those in the temporary command center, as well as those covertly safeguarding the students at the martial arts examination site. Everyone had witnessed Lung Mingyue's extraordinary talent. She was undoubtedly Jiangnan City's most illustrious prodigy, and even on a national scale, she ranked among the very best. While unexpected fatalities occurred each year during the martial arts examinations, given that battles with monstrous beasts were a matter of life and death, rescue efforts could rarely guarantee timely intervention. However, Lung Mingyue was different. Her fame had soared too high, being the top in Jiangnan City and third nationally. In this world, all martial arts examination results were updated in real time, accessible to the public. The top 3 contenders commanded immense attention, and any mishap involving them would incite widespread outrage directed at Jiangnan City. In any society, the loss of ordinary individuals may go unnoticed, but even the slightest misfortune befalling a figure of renown could provoke a significant uproar. Amidst the tense atmosphere, only Wang Chen maintained his composure. After all, Lung Mingyue was a disciple designated by the system. Thus, to preempt any unforeseen circumstances as she confronted the giant ape, Wang Chen had dispatched Wang Outyin. Initially, he merely intended to provide Lung Mingyue with an assurance, believing it unnecessary. Yet, he was unprepared for her audacity in her quest to slay the giant ape. She adopted a reckless approach of embracing death without retreat. On the scene, Lung Mingyue faced the gigantic paw without an ounce of fear in her eyes, only an overwhelming sense of regret. Mother, I cannot avenge you. Lung Mingyue refrained from activating the distress signal on her wrist, knowing it would be futile. At such close range, even a grandmaster would be unable to save her, unless a martial king intervened. Yet, she was certain that no martial king resided in Jiangnan City. Exhausted of energy, she was not only incapable of dodging, but merely standing was her last act of defiance. How intriguing. This is truly fascinating. Haha. As Lung Mingyue appeared to have lost all capacity for resistance, Wang Outyin, hovering in the void, was about to obliterate the giant ape when he suddenly discerned something of interest. The intention to annihilate the giant ape dissipated. I'm coming. Boom. Amidst the chaos, a thunderous voice jolted everyone from their panic. Lung Mingyue, who had closed her eyes in resignation, abruptly opened them in disbelief and turned to look behind her. A figure, resolute in the face of death, charged towards her. I am Zhou Hao, the first prodigy of Jiangnan. With that declaration, the figure collided fiercely with the giant ape's descending paw. Boom. Thud. Accompanied by a deafening crash, Zhou Hao spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward. The giant ape, its final attack thwarted, collapsed to the ground, bereft of life. As Zhou Hao was thrown aside, he struggled to lift his gaze towards the fallen giant ape. A faint smile graced his lips upon seeing its demise before his head drooped, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Although he had just broken through to become a ninth-tier warrior, the giant ape was a martial master, and its desperate strike was beyond his capacity to withstand. That was Zhou Hao's voice. The trio of Lin Yaozu, who had already descended the mountain, halted abruptly upon hearing Zhou Hao's shout. Turning back to glance at the summit, could Zhou Hao be foolish enough to intervene? Indeed, it seems he has already engaged the giant ape. How dare he? Though his strength exceeds ours, he cannot possibly contend with a giant ape. Isn't that a reckless gamble? Sigh. This may very well be the reason why he surpasses us. These words plunged the three into silence. They seemed to have forgotten that martial artists inherently contend against the heavens. Without unwavering courage, the path of martial arts would indeed be limited. Within the temporary command center of the martial examination, the forces of heaven and earth surged, and Wang Outyin's figure materialized in the hall. He was carrying two individuals, Lung Mingyue and the already unconscious Zhou Hao. One had merely exhausted too much energy, while the other had sustained some serious injuries. It was not a grave matter. Having uttered this, Wang Outyin placed them directly on the ground. Lung Mingyue was faring better, having somewhat regained her strength. At least she could stand without issue. However, Zhou Hao was another story. As soon as Wang Outyin released him, he thudded onto the ground. Thankfully, he was unconscious. Or he would have surely lamented, why is it always me who gets injured? Quickly, administer healing elixirs to them. With a flurry of activity, the individuals present soon managed to revive the two, and even Zhou Hao regained consciousness. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, he appeared quite bewildered, as his memories were still anchored in the moments preceding his fainting. You both have performed admirably, bringing glory to our Jiangnan city, especially you, Lung Mingyue. After slaying the earth-shattering giant ape, your score has risen to the second highest in the nation, and even Zhou Hao has ascended to 9th place. Pan Yuehua regarded the two with increasing fondness, for this was the first time Jiangnan City had achieved such remarkable success. Previously, the best performance in the martial examination from Jiangnan City had only seen one individual break into the top 10, and that had been many years prior. Never had anyone entered the top 5. As the mayor of Jiangnan City, this was a significant triumph for him, a substantial political achievement. I made it into the top 10 too? Zhou Hao was taken aback upon hearing Pan Yuehua mention his inclusion in the nationwide top 10, as he had not yet had the chance to check his results after regaining consciousness. However, if his memory served him correctly, he had been ranked 16th before losing consciousness. How had he suddenly entered the top 10? Although the earth-shattering giant ape was slain by Lung Mingyue, had it not been for you, she might have perished alongside the beast. Thus, according to the rules of the martial examination, you are considered a team, and naturally, you share in the points. Upon hearing Pan Yuehua's explanation, Zhou Hao finally comprehended the situation. He checked his score ranking and discovered that he had accrued a remarkable 2,000 points, meaning he had received a share of the points for slaying the earth-shattering giant ape. Is this a case of misfortune turning into fortune? Yet, it seems I have caused some trouble. Zhou Hao cast a surreptitious glance at Lung Mingyue, standing beside him, his expression grim. For while checking his score, he had also noticed that Lung Mingyue's score was a mere 700 points shy of the top score in the nation. Had it not been for his 2,000 points, she would have claimed the title of the national champion, the top scholar. Jiangnan City would have basked in the glory of having the top scholar, elevating its status significantly and attracting more resources, yet he had inadvertently marred that prospect. I'm sorry. Zhou Hao lowered his head after speaking. Chapter 51. I am willing. Sorry. What do you mean, sorry? Yes, Zhou Hao. What are you apologizing for? You have performed splendidly. You are in the national top 10, bringing honor to Jiangnan City. Upon hearing Zhou Hao's words, everyone present looked at him with expressions of appreciation. Had it not been for him taking away some points, Lung Mingyue would have been the national champion. Zhou Hao's voice rendered everyone speechless. Even Lung Mingyue looked at him in astonishment. Did these people not wish for Jiangnan City to produce a national champion? However, in comparison to the title of champion, they valued a person's character even more. When others chose to flee, Zhou Hao not only stayed, but, at a critical moment, disregarded his own safety to save Lung Mingyue. It should be noted that they were rivals. Had Lung Mingyue perished, he would have claimed the title of Jiangnan City's top scholar. Such integrity was admired by all present. Who could utter a word of reproach? Those with strength do not necessarily earn the affection of everyone, but those with good character are universally liked. Zhou Hao, I am the mayor of Jiangnan City, and we value your character far more than any title of champion. You have done the right thing. I am certain that Lung Mingyue will not hold it against you. Indeed, Zhou Hao, remember, while strength is important, a person's character is even more so. Everyone present nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with admiration for Zhou Hao. In an instant, he became the center of attention, overshadowing even Lung Mingyue. It was undeniable. Zhou Hao possessed both talent and integrity, making him a figure of great likability. Zhou Hao, thank you. Thank you for saving my life. Lung Mingyue turned to Zhou Hao, speaking earnestly. No, it's nothing. As long as you don't blame me. Zhou Hao felt a touch embarrassed, scratching his head. He was inexplicably nervous in front of Lung Mingyue, even stumbling over his words. All right, you two should rest well here. The martial examination will conclude shortly, and we will arrange for your return home. Throughout, Wang Chen had remained silent, quietly observing. He had witnessed Zhou Hao's actions and could discern the sincerity in his words with his prowess at the martial king level. Although the system had not issued any tasks, perhaps Zhou Hao's talent did not meet its requirements. Wang Chen still wished to take him on as a disciple, primarily due to the young man's admirable character. You two, come here for a moment. Just as Zhou Hao and Lung Mingyue sought a place to sit, Wang Chen suddenly called out to them. In that instant, every individual present turned their gaze in unison toward Wang Chen, their eyes shimmering with envy. All were aware of Wang Chen's esteemed identity, and it was clear now that he had taken an interest in the two, a monumental opportunity for them. They had spent a day and night together, but Wang Chen had never initiated a conversation with them. Aside from occasionally exchanging a few words with Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiaohu, others had not even had the chance to speak with him. Now, witnessing Wang Chen's apparent interest in the two, it was impossible to hide their envy. While others were astonished and envious, Zhou Hao and Lung Mingyue were utterly perplexed, primarily because they did not recognize Wang Chen. They were familiar with the other attendees, as they were all notable figures from Jiangnan City. Even if they had not met in person, they had seen them in news reports. However, Wang Chen was a complete stranger to them. The key was that Wang Chen appeared particularly young, looking about their age, leaving them unsure of how to address him. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Wang. Recognizing their awkwardness, Pan Yuehua took the initiative to introduce Wang Chen to them. Mr. Wang, good day. Upon hearing Pan Yuehua's introduction, the two hurriedly bowed respectfully to Wang Chen. Though they did not know him, they were not foolish. He could clearly perceive the gazes of those around him, including that of Mayor Pan, who referred to the other person as Sir, indicating that this individual was certainly not an ordinary one. So, do you two wish to take me as your master? Wang Chen inquired directly. Whether they agreed or not was inconsequential to him. The opportunity had been presented, and their choice would determine its fate. Even if Lung Mingyue declined, he would not press the matter. As for the system's tasks, he was no longer overly concerned with their completion. To submit to a master? To be apprenticed? The two exchanged glances, but did not respond immediately. In this world, the act of taking a master held considerable significance. It was a deep commitment, where one day as a teacher meant a lifetime as a father. Both of them were prodigies, having ranked among the top 10 in the National Martial Arts Examination, with the 5 prestigious universities of Manhwa available for their selection. Thus, whether they chose to be apprentices was of little consequence. Attending a martial arts university would yield similar opportunities. As long as they possessed potential, any teacher at the university would be eager to accept them as disciples. The reason Xiao Yishan readily agreed to apprenticeship was that he had no other options. As a 5th-tier martial apprentice, he was not even qualified for university admission. Hence his swift agreement. Cough, cough. Zhou Hao and Lung Mingyue fell into silence, which caused anxiety among the others, particularly their principal, who was frantically signaling them. Nearly on the verge of tears. Truly, it was a case of the emperor being calm, while the eunuchs were anxious. After posing his question, Wang Chen ceased speaking, quietly sipping his tea as though it were of no concern to him. Lung Mingyue, Mr. Wang. Principal Su Baohua, seeing Lung Mingyue's hesitance to answer, sought to remind her urgently. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt Wang Chen's gaze fall upon him. That calm look seemed to possess boundless authority. and the immense pressure bore down upon him like a mountain, causing him to break into a cold sweat. The words he had intended to utter became stuck in his throat, as if an invisible hand had clasped around it. The entire venue fell into silence. Although Wang Chen did not speak, his earlier glance at Su Baohua made everyone acutely aware of his stance. I am willing. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Zhou Hao's voice broke through the silence. Chapter 52, Designated Sign-In. Upon hearing Zhou Hao's declaration, Wang Chen nodded slightly, satisfied with this disciple. The reason Zhou Hao was quicker to decide than Lung Mingyue was simple. He understood his principal's unspoken urgency. The principal's eyes clearly communicated a message. Hurry and take the opportunity to become an apprentice, or face consequences. Having been the top talent at Jiangnan High School and the principal's cherished pupil, Zhou Hao had often exchanged glances with him, allowing him to decipher the message with ease. He gave little thought to anything else, as long as he knew the principal would not lead him astray. Conversely, Lung Mingyue was much more contemplative. Due to her family background, she harbored a strong distrust of others. It was essential to note that her biological father had never regarded her as anything more than a means to exploit her value. She feared that taking Wang Chen as her master might lead her down a similar path. While she could not alter her origins, she now had the chance to shape her future. I am willing. After much contemplation, Lung Mingyue ultimately reached her decision. The reactions of those around her assured her that Wang Chen was indeed an impressive individual. Taking him as a master would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. Thus, she resolved not to be indecisive, fearing a future that had yet to unfold and missing this opportunity. Most importantly, her talents had already been exposed, and certain members of the Lung family would certainly not tolerate her presence. With time before university enrollment dwindling, she was in a precarious position and needed a formidable ally, one that the Lung family would not dare provoke. Observing Wang Chen, she recognized him as a colossal pillar of support, someone completely beyond the Lung family's reach. When Wang Outyin had brought them here, Zhou Hao had been unconscious, but she had remained alert. The power Wang Outyin displayed was beyond her imagination. It was a capability attributed to those legendary martial kings. She hesitated to presume that he was a martial king, as he had remained at Wang Chen's side, clearly serving as a protector or attendant. The idea of a martial king acting as a mere bodyguard was too daunting, leading her to doubt such a notion. However, while she questioned his rank as a martial king, she firmly believed in his status as a grandmaster. Just Wang Outyin alone was sufficient to make the Lung family apprehensive, not to mention the presence of Wang Chen. Therefore, considering all factors, becoming his apprentice was her best course of action. Very well. From this day forth, you two shall be my disciples. Will you accompany me now, or return home first? With the martial examination nearing its conclusion and having gathered his disciples, Wang Chen prepared to depart. Teacher, I shall return home briefly to inform my parents. Otherwise, they will worry. Zhou Hao, hailing from an ordinary family in Jiangnan City, cherished the love of his parents as their only child, leading a contented life. Now that the martial examination was over and he had taken a teacher, he wished to report to his parents to alleviate their concerns. I will accompany the teacher. Lung Mingyue's choice was anticipated by Wang Chen. He had already thoroughly investigated her background and understood the complexities of her relationship with the Lung family. Yet, this was her personal matter, and if she chose not to disclose it, he would not press the issue. Then let us depart, Wang Chen declared, rising to his feet. Mr. Wang, allow me to escort you. Mr. Wang, please. As Wang Chen prepared to leave, everyone stood in respectful acknowledgement. Thus, under the reverent gaze of those present, Wang Chen and his companions boarded the special vehicle arranged by Manhwaedit. Seated in the vehicle en route to the villa, Wang Chen began conversing with the system. System? Brother system? Have the tasks been completed? Ding, ding. The disciple acquisition task is complete. You have earned one sign-in opportunity, and the martial techniques of disciple Lung Mingyue have been fully extracted. System, if you can provide Lung Mingyue's martial techniques. What of Zhou Hao? Will you not provide for him? Ding, ding. Response to the host. Zhou Hao's martial techniques fall outside the scope of the system's provisions and therefore cannot be supplied. System, let us not engage in trivialities. Simply inform me how I can secure martial techniques for Zhou Hao. You cannot expect me to find them for him myself. The techniques offered by the system are not only potent, but also foster a bond, preventing betrayal. This is precisely why Wang Chen insists on the system's provision of martial techniques. Ding. According to the host's wishes, and without contravening the system's regulations, the host may utilize a sign-in opportunity to perform a designated sign-in. Designated sign-in? Does that mean signing in for Zhou Hao's martial arts techniques? Ding. Indeed, host. You may proceed to sign in for Zhou Hao's martial arts. What are we waiting for? Let us immediately conduct the designated sign-in for Zhou Hao's martial arts. Ding. Designated sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on signing in for the technique Zhengqi Ju along with its corresponding martial skill Hao Ran sword technique. Following the system's notification of successful sign-in, Wang Chen beheld 2 jade slips of martial arts in the system space. Having already acquainted himself with Zhou Hao's martial arts, Wang Chen found himself rather curious about the other jade slip, wondering what technique had been extracted for Lung Mingyue by the system. Heaven-slaying sword technique. This was the martial art bestowed upon Lung Mingyue by the system. The heaven-slaying sword technique serves both as a technique and a martial skill. And when cultivated to its utmost, it can cleave the very stars. Impressive. This is truly remarkable. Wang Chen could not help but admire the system's prowess for being able to instantaneously extract such formidable martial arts. Upon returning to the Yujing Villa, Wang Chen instructed Meng Zirue to guide Lung Mingyue in familiarizing herself with her new surroundings, given that she would soon be residing there. Miss Lung, allow me to introduce you to the others here, and then we can explore the environment. All right. Thank you, Brother Meng. Lung Mingyue promptly expressed her gratitude upon hearing Meng Zirue's words. Earlier, when Wang Chen assigned Meng Zirue, he referred to him as Old Meng. Hence Lung Mingyue addressed him as Brother Meng. Haha, no need for thanks. Meng Zirue was exceedingly courteous to Lung Mingyue, as she was Wang Chen's disciple. And by that association, she was akin to their young master and young lady. Now, let me introduce you. This is Miss Bai Wanqing. You may call her Sister Bai. She was once an instructor at the Kyoto Martial Arts University and is currently the assistant to our master. An instructor at Kyoto Martial Arts University? Lung Mingyue was taken aback, for she had noticed Bai Wanqing long before. It was impossible not to. Her beauty was striking. However, she had not anticipated that the other was a former instructor at Kyoto Martial Arts University, which implied she was at least a high-level master. Sister Bai, greetings. Hello. If you require anything, feel free to approach me directly. Bai Wanqing replied with a smile. Understood. Thank you, Sister Bai. Chapter 53. The head of the Lung family is terrified. While Lung Mingyue was touring the Yujing Villa, a commotion erupted outside. Lung Mingyue's name resonated throughout Jiangnan City. Indeed, it spread across the entire nation. Furthermore, information concerning Lung Mingyue was leaked to the public. Damn, I never imagined that Lung Mingyue's life was so tragic. Indeed, the Lung family is utterly despicable, forcing Lung Mingyue to conceal her talents. Had she not hidden her gifts, she would likely have perished long ago. The Lung family is truly repugnant. Now that her talents are known, I wonder what their thoughts are. The Lung family was, of course, aware of the events unfolding outside, prompting the current head of the family, Lung Mingyue's father, to convene a family meeting within the grand hall of the Lung family. As a premier family in Jiangnan City, second only to the Lin and Jiang families, the hall was lavishly decorated. Presiding over the meeting was the head of the Lung family, Lung Muhan, who surveyed all present with a dark expression before asking, as you are all aware, the events outside have come to light concerning Lung Mingyue. How shall we address this matter? Speak freely. What is there to discuss? Lung Mingyue is a member of our family, given her accomplishments. It won't be long before universities reach out to her. We must ensure she is well guided. Indeed, my second brother speaks the truth. Lung Mingyue's current achievements are a result of our family's nurturing. Any university seeking to recruit her should at least offer us some compensation. Eldest brother. The most pressing matter is to bring her back to the family immediately. She must not remain outside any longer. Furthermore, we must expedite the arrangement of her engagement with the Lin family. Upon hearing their remarks, Lung Muhan felt no surprise. This was all as he had anticipated, for he shared the same thoughts. He then turned to a middle-aged man beside him and inquired, Afu, where is that rebellious daughter now? Reporting to the master. I have dispatched personnel to her residence, but she was not found. We are uncertain of her whereabouts. Then hasten to locate her. Once found, bring her back to the family at once. Understood, master. I shall arrange for someone to search immediately. The man addressed as Afu promptly departed in haste. Second brother. You are to visit the Lin family and finalize the engagement between Lung Mingyue and the young master of the Lin family. Understood, eldest brother. I shall go at once. Following this, Lung Muhan issued a few more commands before concluding the meeting. Meanwhile, in the back courtyard of the Lung family, within an opulent room, a woman appearing to be in her 30s was furiously smashing items around the room, cursing under her breath. This was none other than Lung Muhan's original wife, Zhao Xiaolan. This little wretch, how could she possess such extraordinary talent? Had I known, I would have killed her alongside her useless mother. Ah, this little wretch. How can she endure this? With such remarkable gifts, she hides and suppresses them. Otherwise, I would have had her eliminated long ago. No, I cannot let this go. She must die. After venting her frustrations, Zhao Xiaolan gradually calmed down. She retrieved a mobile phone from her storage ring, glancing around instinctively. Then dialed a number etched in her memory. Xiaolan. Yonga. Xiaolan, why are you calling me now? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by that scoundrel Lung Muhan? There's no time for that, Yonga. You must help me kill that little wretch. You mean Lung Mingyue? She's currently under intense scrutiny. Killing her will bring significant trouble. Yonga, if you help me kill her, I promise to follow your lead in our future encounters. Haha, very well. It's settled then. I will assist you in eliminating Lung Mingyue, and thereafter, I will dictate the terms. How annoying. I've already listened to you plenty. After hanging up, Zhao Xiaolan revealed a relieved smile. She understood that as long as that man intervened, Lung Mingyue would undoubtedly perish. The only reason she had refrained from eliminating Lung Mingyue before was that she posed no threat. Now that a threat had emerged, she could no longer allow Lung Mingyue to live. While the Lung family was mobilizing, Pan Yuehua received the news and promptly called Wang Chen. It was well known that Lung Ningyue was now Wang Chen's disciple, and given her plight, Pan Yuehua naturally took precautions. Within the Yujing villa, after ending the call with Pan Yuehua, Wang Chen turned to Meng Zirue, beside him, and said, "Old Meng, Mayor Pan just called to inform me that the Lung family is searching for Ningyue. You and Old Wang should pay them a visit and issue a warning." "Understood, sir. We shall depart immediately." Without hesitation, Meng Zirue rose and went to find Wang Outyin. Wang Chen observed the spirited demeanor of Meng Zirue, feeling somewhat perplexed. After all, he was the commander of the former demon town and a formidable grandmaster. What could possibly warrant such enthusiasm over trifles? This left Wang Chen utterly baffled. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Zirue was actually quite anxious. Why? Because he found himself with too much idle time on his hands. Such leisure could prove detrimental, for he feared that one day, Wang Chen might realize that his presence was inconsequential, which would spell disaster for him. The three of them had arrived together. Zhang, for instance, diligently prepared meals, serving a significant purpose for Wang Chen. Bai Wanqing, although equally unoccupied, was a stunning beauty, pleasing to the eye, unlike him, a middle-aged man with an unkempt appearance, creating an impossible comparison. How could he not be anxious? After locating Wang Outyin, Meng Zirue briefed him on the situation. The two then soared into the sky, heading towards the Lung family estate. Wang Chen merely cast a fleeting glance at their departing figures before returning to his own affairs. Within the Lung family's courtyard, everyone was diligently attending to their tasks. Lung Muhuan and several core members of the family were gathered in the main hall, awaiting news from Lung Ningyue. Suddenly, an immense pressure descended upon the courtyard, akin to that of an ancient divine mountain, causing numerous individuals to collapse to the ground. Lung family head, step forth and respond. Wang Outyan's voice resonated like thunder, echoing across the land for miles around. Who is this? How could the Lung family have provoked such a powerhouse? Are we to be caught in the crossfire? Let us investigate. It seems the Lung family is in grave danger. Regardless of the reactions surrounding them, the members of the Lung family were utterly bewildered. Countless individuals lay prostrate on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Lung Muhuan, the head of the family, emerged with a face of sheer terror, scrambling forth. Upon seeing Wang Outyin and Meng Zirue hovering in the air, he knelt down in fright. "Senior, I am the head of the Lung family, Lung Muhuan." He knelt before them, not daring to raise his head, although he did not recognize Wang Outyin and his companion. As a grandmaster, he possessed the discernment to sense the immense power that could manipulate the forces of the heavens. These were martial kings. "Word has it that your family is searching for Lung Ningyue?" Meng Zirue's tone was devoid of emotion, yet it resonated with an overwhelming pressure that sent shivers through those of the Lung family. "Why yes, senior. There is indeed such a matter. Might I inquire what instructions you have?" Lung Muhuan, having no option but to comply, spoke candidly. After all, Lung Ningyue was one of their own. Their actions were justifiable. "There are no instructions, merely a notification. Henceforth, do not interfere with matters concerning Lung Ningyue, nor disturb her in any way. She is capable of making her own decisions. Senior, Lung Ningyue is still one of our family members, and we have the right to." Presumptuous. Before Lung Muhuan could finish, Wang Outyin interrupted him. Immediately, a far more terrifying pressure bore down upon Lung Muhuan. PFF. A mouthful of blood erupted from Lung Muhuan, mingled with fragments of internal organs. Wang Outyin had long harbored disdain for the Lung family, particularly for Lung Muhuan, who treated his daughter so poorly, demonstrating a complete lack of paternal responsibility. This was merely a lesson for him. "I believe you may have misunderstood our words. This is a notification, not a negotiation. Do you comprehend?" "Why yes. Understood. I shall heed your instructions." Lung Muhuan replied, struggling to lift his head, his face a mask of terror. Just moments before, he had contemplated a rebuttal. What folly! It was evident that the visitors bore ill intentions. He should have simply listened and avoided further provocation. "Remember your words, or I shall not hesitate to eliminate you," Wang Outyin declared before departing with Meng Zirue, leaving the Lung family in stunned silence. "Brother, they've left." Lung Muhuan's younger brother rushed to assist him to his feet. "Phew, I'm alive." Wiping the blood from his mouth, Lung Muhuan exhaled in relief, genuinely believing he was moments away from death. "Brother, what shall we do now? Should we continue searching for Lung Ningyue?" Search? You must be out of your mind. Do you wish for death, or do you want me to perish?" Lung Muhuan roared in frustration, utterly disappointed that his brother could not grasp the gravity of their situation. Were they not of the same blood, he might have wished to strike him down. Tell Ah Fu to withdraw everyone. There's no need to concern ourselves with that rebellious daughter any longer. Let us pretend she never existed. What about the engagement with the Lin family? Damn it, are you daft? What engagement? You shall visit the Lin family and clarify the situation regarding the engagement. Word of today's events will soon reach them. They shall not make it difficult for you. Sighing, Lung Muhuan realized their family's dignity had been utterly diminished today, yet he felt powerless to rectify it. Although the Lung family's troubles had concluded, their ramifications were just beginning. Was that truly a martial king? Indeed, only a martial king can harness the forces of nature. There is no mistake. When did our Jiangnan city acquire a martial king? I've never heard of such a thing. Have you forgotten? Our dragon kingdom recently appointed a new elder. Could it be him? Most likely. That is the only elder we do not recognize. I wonder where he resides. I would love to pay my respects. How ridiculous. Do you think one can just visit a martial king? The news of a martial king's appearance in Jiangnan City swiftly spread throughout the entire region and began to reach the nation at large. In the afternoon, Zhou Hao arrived at the Yujing courtyard, guided by the address provided by Wang Chen, accompanied by his parents. Both of Zhou Hao's parents were martial artists of the martial master realm. In smaller cities such as Baiyun City or Nanyang City, they would be considered powerful figures. However, in a major city like Jiangnan, martial masters were rather commonplace, merely average. Upon hearing Zhou Hao mention his apprenticeship, they felt it appropriate to accompany him, at the very least to demonstrate their sincerity to Wang Chen. Such gestures were fundamental etiquette. Wang Chen held a very favorable impression of Zhou Hao's parents, perceiving them as a genuinely humble couple. This simplicity of character was a refreshing experience for Wang Chen in this high martial world. Mr. Wang, my wife and I are merely ordinary martial artists, with nothing of value to present. Please accept this as a token of our appreciation. Zhou Hao's father, Zhou Daqiang, said as he extended a small box the size of a palm towards Wang Chen. Mr. Zhou, you are too kind. I accepted Zhou Hao as my disciple due to his character and talent. There is no need for such offerings. Wang Chen had not anticipated that Zhou Hao's parents would arrive bearing gifts. When he received Xiao Yishan, he had received nothing at all. Regardless of the reasons behind this disparity, the contrast was undeniable, which made it difficult for Wang Chen not to feel a fondness for them. Mr. Wang, we understand that you might not be interested in ordinary gifts, but this is a humble token of our appreciation. Please do accept it. Zhou Daqiang spoke earnestly, his eyes brimming with hope. Observing this scene, Wang Chen no longer hesitated and extended his hand to accept the box from Zhou Daqiang. Very well, thank you, Mr. Zhou. He replied with a smile. Haha, as long as Mr. Wang does not find it unworthy. This is a stone I stumbled upon many years ago. I cannot discern its nature, but I have always felt it to be something special, which is why I have kept it all these years. A stone? Upon hearing Zhou Daqiang's words, Wang Chen was taken aback, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. He swiftly opened the box. The moment the box was opened, it was as if a star twinkling with brilliance appeared before everyone's eyes. Once the light dissipated, a fist-sized black stone lay quietly within the box in Wang Chen's hands. The stone was an abyssal black, seemingly capable of devouring all light from the world. At first glance, it resembled a concentrated fragment of the night, tranquil and profound, exuding an irresistible aura of mystery. However, when light inadvertently touched its surface, a wondrous transformation occurred, akin to countless tiny stars flickering upon the stone's exterior. Wow, what kind of stone is this? It's so beautiful, exclaimed someone. I've never seen anything like it, but it certainly possesses an air of mystery. Sir, do you know what this stone is? Hearing the voices of Meng Zirue and the others around him, Wang Chen did not immediately respond, for he too was unfamiliar with it. System, quickly, I need your assistance. Help me identify this object. Ding ding. Responding to the host, this is a starshine stone. Starshine stone? How come I've never heard of it? Wang Chen pondered, realizing he had no recollection of such a stone. Ding ding. It is entirely normal for the host to be unaware, for the starshine stone can only be utilized by those above the martial god realm. Above the martial god realm? System, what exactly does that entail? Why is there no record of this in this world? Ding. The realm above martial god includes the stardust level, moonlight level, sunlight level, domain lord level, among others. The world you currently inhabit is merely a medium-level realm, allowing for cultivation only up to the martial god level. To transcend to the stardust level, one must comprehend the power of rules, which is only found in higher realms. High realms, stardust level, moonlight level, sunlight level, domain lord level. This is utterly absurd. I initially thought this was an impressive martial arts world. It appears to be nothing more than a small, insignificant place. Wait a moment. If higher realms exist, could it be possible that their powerful beings might one day descend upon lower realms? It stands to reason that competition would be far more brutal in higher realms. Wouldn't it be preferable to exert dominance in a lower realm instead? Would this not pose a danger to me? Ding. The host need not worry. Beings above the martial god realm find it exceedingly difficult to traverse the spatial pathways between the realms, as such pathways cannot withstand the might of those above the martial god level. Thank goodness. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Wang Chen finally felt a sense of relief. It seemed that as long as he did not recklessly seek death by venturing into higher realms, he could continue to live a carefree life in this world. This is the Starshine Stone. It is an exceedingly rare material, even more precious than beasts of the martial king realm. Are you certain you wish to give this to me? Wang Chen's words astonished everyone. Zhou Daqiang's mouth agape in disbelief, though he recognized the stone's uniqueness. Its significance was indeed astonishing. Sir, you claim this stone is more valuable than beasts of the martial king realm? Meng Zirue asked incredulously. Indeed, it surpasses them in value immensely, for this item is intended for those above the Martial King realm. What a pity. Upon learning that only those above the Martial King realm could utilize the stone, disappointment washed over everyone. An item's value is only meaningful if it can be employed. Otherwise, it is rendered utterly useless. Mr. Wang, no matter how precious this item may be, it holds no significance for us. Please, you must accept it. Though astonished, Zhou Daqiang's eyes reflected sincerity and acceptance, devoid of regret or hesitation. Very well, I shall accept it, but I cannot take the Starshine Stone without offering something in return. Here are 2 breakthrough pills for you. Consider it a gesture of reciprocity. After speaking, Wang Chen retrieved 2 breakthrough pills from the system space. He recognized Zhou Daqiang and his wife's predicament. Their potential had reached its limit, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would likely never break through to the Master Realm. These breakthrough pills were perfectly suited for them. Mr. Wang, this is too much. How can we accept your pills? That would be utterly inappropriate. Zhou Daqiang and his wife looked alarmed at the prospect. Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively and said, accept them. I cannot simply take your gift without offering something in return. These 2 pills could enable you to break through to the Master Realm, allowing you both to flourish. And your son, Zhou Hao, can focus on his cultivation with peace of mind. The Master Realm? Zhou Daqiang questioned, doubting the validity of his own ears. How could that be possible? He and Zhou Hao's mother were both at the Martial Master level, he as a senior Martial Master, and she as a mid-level Martial Master. The key issue was that their strength had stagnated for years. They were acutely aware that their potential had been exhausted, rendering any hope of breaking through to the Master Realm a distant dream. Now, Wang Chen claimed that with these 2 pills, they could achieve the Master Realm. Such a notion seemed utterly fantastical. He had never even heard of such pills. Yet, they did not question Wang Chen's words. He had no reason to deceive them. The truth would soon reveal itself. There was no need for lies. Mr. Wang, this is far too precious. We cannot accept it. Our talents are limited, and our potential has been exhausted. Using these pills would simply be a waste of resources. Indeed, Mr. Wang, we cannot accept. The incredulity on Zhou Daqiang and his wife's faces was mirrored by Meng Zirui and the others. In this world, who could resist the allure of enhancing their strength? It was perhaps the most formidable temptation imaginable. Countless individuals had turned against each other over a mere ordinary pill. Yet, despite the opportunity for power being presented to them, they could still maintain their composure, which was genuinely remarkable. At the very least, Meng Zirui and his companions felt they could not have done the same. Accept it. Lao Meng, take them to the training room. Understood, sir. Please, come with me. Meng Zirui gestured for Zhou Daqiang and his wife to follow. Zhou Daqiang stared at the pills in his hand, momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Wang Chen's assertiveness. Wang Chen gazed at the 2 individuals before him, smiling as he waved his hand, and said, go on then. All right. The couple, Zhou Daqiang and his wife, exchanged a glance before nodding in agreement. To refuse again would have been rather ungrateful. After Zhou Daqiang and his wife followed Meng Zirui out, Wang Chen examined the Starshine Stone in his hand once more before placing it into the system storage. At this juncture, further research seemed futile, as he was still far from reaching the stellar rank. You two, Wang Chen addressed Lung Ningyue and Zhou Hao, take the day to rest and recuperate. Starting tomorrow, we shall embark on rigorous training. He then gestured toward Xiao Yishan, introducing, this is your senior brother, Xiao Yishan. Do get to know each other. We are all in this together now. Greetings, senior brother. They chorused. Haha, greetings to you both. From now on, we shall be siblings in the art of martial cultivation. If you have any matters to discuss, do not hesitate to approach me, Xiao Yishan replied. Wang Chen regarded his 3 disciples with a complex mix of emotions. Others perceived him as a formidable martial artist, ageless and wise, yet he alone knew that, in this world, he was merely a high school graduate like Xiao Yishan and the others. In fact, in comparison, he might even be younger than them. Even in his previous life, he was scarcely beyond his 20s. Now he found himself with 3 disciples. How unpredictable life can be. Chapter 56. Old Zhang's resolution within the training chamber of the other courtyard. Zhou Daqiang and his wife gazed at the elixirs in their hands, their excitement undeniable. They had never doubted the efficacy of these pills. If Wang Chen claimed they would help them ascend to the rank of master, they had every confidence that it would come to pass. Yet, the prospect of becoming masters felt surreal, as if they were caught in a dream. To become a master, a watershed moment in the world of martial cultivation. Once achieved, one could be deemed a formidable force anywhere, even in a bustling city like Jiangnan, where masters held esteemed positions. Let us not delay. We must consume the elixirs and not keep Mr. Wang waiting. Yes, indeed. The couple, having exchanged words, found their respective places in the training chamber. After a brief moment of shared understanding, they consumed the elixirs simultaneously. Half an hour later, they both opened their eyes. Unbelievable. Without even realizing it, we have ascended to the rank of master. Zhou Hao's mother exclaimed. Disbelief etched on her face as she felt the formidable power coursing through her body, an extraordinary force unique to masters. One moment they were martial apprentices, and the next masters? Indeed. What kind of elixir is this? It is nothing short of miraculous. You, a junior martial apprentice, have managed to break through alongside me, a senior martial apprentice. Yes. Upon consuming the elixirs, there was no sensation of a bottleneck. Everything unfolded seamlessly. Now let us step outside. But do not speak of the elixirs to anyone. Keep it to ourselves. Zhou Hao's mother paused at Zhou Daqiang's serious demeanor, quickly coming to understand the gravity of his words. Rest assured, I understand. They were all too aware of the adage that a common man bears no guilt, yet possessing a treasure can lead to peril. Such miraculous elixirs, once known, would undoubtedly attract covetous eyes. While Wang Chen might be unconcerned, they could not afford to be indiscreet. When Meng Zirui and Bai Wanqing beheld the couple emerging from the training chamber, their astonishment was palpable. Although the couple's appearance remained unchanged, their aura had transformed. Exuding an innate sense of mastery, it was evident that both had ascended to the rank of master. Yet, such a rapid transformation in just half an hour seemed astonishing. Father, mother, you have both become masters? Zhou Hao exclaimed, his excitement unmistakable. Indeed, we owe it all to Mr. Wang, otherwise, your mother and I would never have achieved this in our lifetimes. Hearing his father's words, Zhou Hao felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Becoming a master was momentous. Not to mention, the average lifespan of a martial apprentice is around 100 years, but upon breaking through to become a master, that lifespan extends to 150 years. An additional 50 years of life. Teacher, thank you. Zhou Hao knew that it was all thanks to his teacher, who had provided his parents with the opportunity to ascend to mastery. Do not mention it. This is simply what your parents deserve. Wang Chen smiled at Zhou Hao, acknowledging their merit, especially since they had gifted him a starshine stone. Moreover, Wang Chen held a favorable view of Zhou Hao's family. They were sincere and capable. The elixirs, mere boundary-breaking pills, were of little consequence to him, and he would gladly offer them. Unbeknownst to Wang Chen, others were profoundly astonished by this scene, especially old Zhang, who felt a deep sense of envy, for he once shared a similar level of strength with Zhou Daqiang and his wife, yet they had now ascended to mastery. How could he not yearn for such an achievement? Even Meng Zirui and Bai Wanqing wore expressions of envy. Why had they come here? Ultimately, it was to strive for a brighter future. Associating with the strong naturally enhanced their chances of growth. Their decision had proven wise. Had they not witnessed Wang Chen casually producing 2 elixirs that could elevate 2 individuals to mastery? If they were given just one such elixir, perhaps they too could break through and save themselves countless hours of effort. Suddenly, while conversing with Zhou Daqiang and his wife, Wang Chen sensed several fervent gazes directed at him. What was this? Raising his head, he met the eager eyes of Meng Zirui, Bai Wanqing, and old Zhang. In an instant, he grasped the situation. What is it? Do you require something? Wang Chen inquired with a warm smile, refraining from acknowledging their intentions directly. Sir, do you have more of those elixirs? Typically, when inquiring, Meng Zirui would take the lead, but this time, old Zhang, with an impatient tone and eyes gleaming with hope, spoke up first. Yes, sir. What kind of elixir is that? It's extraordinary. How could it allow someone to leap from intermediate martial apprentice to master in an instant? Meng Zirui chimed in, clearly coveting the elixir Wang Chen had produced. There are more of these elixirs, Wang Chen began, and they are called boundary-breaking pills. As the name suggests, they facilitate breakthroughs in cultivation, especially to significant realms. No wonder they enabled Mr. Zhou and his wife to ascend to mastery. If one were to consume a few more, wouldn't they be invincible? That seems unlikely. If it were that effective, I suspect the sir would have consumed them all by now. Bai Wanqing remarked, looking thoughtfully at Wang Chen. Sir, are there any restrictions on these elixirs? Or are they effective for all realms? Upon hearing Bai Wanqing's question, Wang Chen ceased his playful banter and directly explained, You are correct, Wanqing. The boundary-breaking pill is only effective for those below the rank of Martial King, and each individual may only consume one. You currently stand at the Martial Master realm, and should you successfully transcend to the Grandmaster level, consuming the boundary-breaking pill would elevate you directly to the esteemed Great Grandmaster. Meanwhile, Wang Qing has reached the pinnacle of the Martial Master realm. If you are able to surpass into the Great Grandmaster level before taking the boundary-breaking pill, it would enable you to ascend to the peak of the Great Grandmaster realm. I still possess some boundary-breaking pills. If you desire them now, I can provide them to you without delay. The choice lies in your hands. Will you take them now or wait until after your breakthrough? Upon finishing his statement, the first to respond was by Wang Qing, who without a moment's hesitation declared, Master, I shall discuss this after I achieve the Great Grandmaster level. In contrast to Bai Wanqing, Chef Old Zhang found himself in a quandary. Given his advanced age, his prospects of breaking through to the Martial Master realm appeared bleak. However, the thought of requesting the boundary-breaking pill from Wang Chen at this moment left him feeling reluctant. After all, the distinction between a Martial Master and a Great Grandmaster is monumental. Great Grandmasters are the apex of society in this world, and despite his age, he yearned to glimpse the view from the summit. After much contemplation, Old Zhang finally reached a decision. Master, I believe I can strive a bit harder. so I shall forego the pill for now. Oh, old Zhang, your ambition is commendable. I have faith in you. Keep it up. Wang Chen was genuinely surprised that old Zhang, despite his age, was able to restrain himself. Nevertheless, Wang Chen felt a sense of satisfaction with old Zhang's choice. After all, he was a sentimental individual, having grown accustomed to old Zhang's culinary skills over this period. And he did not wish for a day to come when old Zhang would fall behind due to insufficient strength. Chapter 57, Jiangnan University. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had gone by. On this particular morning, Wang Chen arranged for his 3 disciples, Xiao Yishan and the others, to embark on a training expedition. During these 3 days, Wang Chen had imparted the martial techniques to Lung Ningyue and Zhou Hao. After 2 days of diligent practice, both had become quite proficient in their respective techniques. Although their realms had not advanced, their overall strength had markedly improved. Meanwhile, Xiao Yishan's prowess had ascended to the level of a 6th-tier martial artist. They were all prodigies, especially Xiao Yishan and Lung Ningyue, who were truly the favored children of fortune in this world. Wang Chen understood that individuals of their caliber were destined for a life of adventure rather than tranquility. However, to ensure their safety, he dispatched Wang Outyin to covertly protect them. Once they departed, the Yujing villa became markedly more serene. Wang Chen found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden tranquility. Let us take a stroll. We have been in Jiangnan City for quite some time without properly exploring. Certainly, master. I will arrange for transportation immediately. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Meng Zirue prepared to organize a vehicle. As an elder of the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Chen was entitled to a dedicated car, though he had never utilized one. There's no need for a vehicle. We can simply meander about. To be honest, given their strength, a car was entirely superfluous, especially for a formidable warrior like Wang Chen, who regarded a car as mere scrap metal. Master, I will stay behind to cultivate and prepare meals. Very well, old Zhang. Focus on your cultivation at home. Best of luck. Ever since old Zhang learned about the boundary-breaking pill, he had become enamored with cultivation. For the past few days, aside from preparing meals, he had scarcely been seen, spending all his time immersed in his training room. Although Wang Chen felt that his strength had shown no signs of growth after several days, he refrained from voicing his concerns, occasionally offering words of encouragement instead. Thus, Wang Chen, accompanied by Meng Zirue and by Wan Qing, ventured out of the Yujing villa. Upon exiting the villa, the trio leisurely strolled towards the city along the road. They encountered very few people along the way, as this was indeed a villa district with a sparse population. Upon entering the urban area of Jiangnan City, the level of prosperity before their eyes exceeded Wang Chen's expectations, surpassing that of the world he had known before his transmigration, with many aspects he had never even seen. The streets were bustling with countless individuals, but the most captivating were the elegantly dressed women. The entire street was awash with beauty. The long legs, the fair arms, and the enchanting faces made it difficult for even Wang Chen to resist stealing glances. This was not due to a lack of virtue on his part, nor was it a matter of lechery. Rather, the splendor was in full bloom, and to neglect such beauty would be to demonstrate a lack of appreciation for the finer things in life. In summary, having lived 2 lives, he was merely a man in his 20s, and it was only natural to admire beauty, was it not? What man does not appreciate beautiful women, unless he is abnormal? Truly, Jiangnan City, renowned by the system for its abundance of beauties, lives up to its name. Everywhere one looks, there are stunning women. As Wang Chen ambled along, he marveled at the high caliber of beauty in Jiangnan City. If 10 were the highest score, he had yet to encounter any woman who scored below 6 or 7. Perhaps due to the benefits of cultivation, as martial arts can indeed enhance one's physique. After wandering for over an hour, Wang Chen suddenly inquired of Meng Zirue, "Old Meng, what is particularly special about Jiangnan City?" "Master, the most notable feature of Jiangnan City is undoubtedly Jiangnan University, as it is one of the top 5 universities in the Dragon Kingdom, wielding considerable influence." "Jiangnan University? How intriguing. Let us pay a visit." "Certainly, master. I will notify Jiangnan University to make arrangements." After Meng Zirue spoke, he promptly took out his phone to inform the university. "Tell them not to make a fuss. Just send someone to meet us at the school gate," Wang Chen instructed Meng Zirue. While he would not mind making a grand entrance elsewhere, he felt it unnecessary to do so at a school, as it is a place of learning, and they were merely visiting. It was best not to disrupt the normal educational activities. "Understood, master," Meng Zirue replied before promptly calling Jiangnan University. In the conference room of Jiangnan University, a high-level meeting was currently underway, presided over by the university's president, Zheng Donghua. Suddenly, the solemn atmosphere was shattered by the ringing of a phone. "Whose phone is that? Do you not realize we are in a meeting? How many times have I emphasized to silence your phones during meetings? Do you treat my words as mere trifles?" The room fell silent as the attendees exchanged bewildered and astonished glances at the president's stern admonition. The assistant seated beside the president discreetly observed the president's pocket, his facial muscles twitching slightly. Cautiously, he stood up, approached the president from behind, and whispered, "President, it's your dedicated phone for urgent matters. There must be an emergency." As he spoke, The president had already realized it was indeed his phone ringing. However, having made the statement, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. Feeling utterly embarrassed, fortunately, his astute secretary had provided him with an escape route. Indeed, something urgent must have transpired. Zheng Donghua, after uttering these words, wore an awkward smile and promptly retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket. "Hello, this is Zheng Donghua," he said. "What? All right, understood. Certainly. Goodbye. After hanging up the call, although his expression was grave, a flicker of excitement and exhilaration sparkled in his eyes. "Continue with the meeting, everyone. Please ensure that the competition this afternoon proceeds without a hitch. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Zheng Donghua hurriedly exited the conference room, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Was there truly an urgent matter at hand? Or was he merely concocting an excuse to escape the awkwardness? Well, since the principal has urgent business, let us deliberate on the remaining matters ourselves. First, let us discuss the schedule for this afternoon's competition. Upon exiting the conference room, Zheng Donghua hurriedly made his way to the school gate. The incident that had occurred during the martial arts examination days ago had already been reported to him by the school's director. He had been lamenting the missed opportunity to visit Wang Chen, but to his astonishment, Wang Chen was coming to their school. What a stroke of fortune this was. Chapter 58, The Great Competition Among Schools. When Wang Chen and his companions arrived at the entrance of Jiangnan University, they spotted Zheng Donghua waiting for them from a distance. He was alone, save for two security guards inside the security booth, who were observing him with curiosity. The guards were intrigued by Zheng Donghua's behavior, as he seemed to be awaiting someone, and quite an important someone at that. However, if a notable figure were indeed arriving, the guards would have surely received notification. Moreover, it would be rather unusual for the principal to be the only one to greet such a distinguished guest. That would seem far too informal. Upon seeing Wang Chen and his companions, Zheng Donghua recognized them as the individuals he had been anticipating. Without hesitation, he jogged towards them. "Mr. Wang, I am Zheng Donghua, the principal of Jiangnan University. We warmly welcome you to our school to provide guidance." Wang Chen's first impression of the middle-aged man before him was that he was quite adept at navigating social niceties. It was remarkable that he jogged the short distance to greet them, which reminded Wang Chen of some renowned figures from his past life. "Principal Zheng, you are too kind. I have long wished to visit Jiangnan University and pay my respects. I hope I am not intruding." "Oh, Mr. Wang, you are far too gracious. Your presence at our school is indeed an honor. We are most eager for you to offer us your guidance." Wang Chen found himself at a loss for words upon hearing Zheng Donghua's remarks. The constant references to guidance struck him as somewhat absurd. Could this be the manner of speaking typical among those in leadership? "Principal Zheng, you are excessively polite. Shall we proceed inside?" Despite the flattery in Zheng Donghua's words being quite pleasing to hear, it was no surprise that many aspired to hold positions of authority. The feeling of being exalted was indeed delightful. However, Wang Chen remained unaccustomed to such sycophantic displays. "Very well, Mr. Wang, please. General Meng, Miss Bai, please follow." While conversing with Wang Chen, Zheng Donghua did not forget to extend his courteousness to Meng Zerue, and by Wangking, treating them with equal respect. "Principal Zheng, please." Under Zheng Donghua's lead, they entered Jiangnan University. As they passed the security booth, the two guards emerged to bow respectfully to them. Jiangnan University, indeed, lived up to its reputation as one of the 5 great universities of the Dragon Nation. Casually encountering a student within its grounds revealed that many possessed martial arts mastery. In smaller cities, such individuals could easily establish their own clans. "Mr. Wang, Jiangnan University is one of the 5 eminent institutions of the Dragon Nation, spanning an area of 1.5 million square meters, with an enrollment of approximately 13,000 students. Last year, we ranked 4th among the 5 great universities." As they walked, Zheng Donghua continuously provided insights about Jiangnan University. However, as they progressed, Wang Chen noticed that a throng of students was converging towards a singular direction, engaged in fervent discussions about some competition. "Principal Zheng, is there a special event taking place today? It seems many students are heading in the same direction." "Haha, Mr. Wang. Your timing is impeccable. Today marks the day of our school's great competition, hence the multitude of students preparing to witness the contests." "A school competition?" Upon hearing Zheng Donghua's words, Wang Chen didn't express much further curiosity, as competitions were quite standard for educational institutions. "Indeed, Mr. Wang, it is the annual Dragon Nation 100 School Competition. Not only our university is participating, but 100 universities across the nation will also be contesting in the coming days." "Oh, I see. We have truly arrived at an opportune moment." Wang Chen was familiar with the Dragon Nation 100 School Competition, which was organized by the 5 prestigious universities and included all 100 universities in the nation. The competition was divided into 3 groups, representing the first, second, and third-year students. It served as a critical basis for university rankings. Last year, Jiangnan University secured 4th place, while the first place was claimed by the Dragon Nation Military University. This competition was also a means to vie for resources, as the government allocated resources based on the rankings, thereby providing greater support to higher-performing schools. However, this also had its drawbacks, as the strong would become stronger while the weak would fall further behind. The 5 great universities, already steeped in tradition, attracted over 90% of the nation's talents each year, resulting in an ever-widening gap between them and other institutions. Mr. Wang, the competition is about to commence shortly. Would you care to join us in witnessing it? Zheng Donghua's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he posed the question. Certainly. I am eager to see what talents Jiangnan University has to offer. Excellent. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. Without hesitation, Zheng Donghua, brimming with excitement, took out his phone to make calls for arrangements. Wang Chen held a distinguished position as a newly appointed elder of the martial king realm in the Dragon Nation, widely recognized for his unparalleled strength. The mere knowledge of his presence at their school to observe the competition would serve as an exceptional promotional opportunity for them. This would undoubtedly have a substantial effect on their recruitment efforts this year, especially since several exceptionally talented individuals had emerged from the martial arts examination. Yet they had not yet decided on which school to attend. If word got out about Wang Chen visiting their institution, Zheng Donghua felt confident he could persuade those prodigies to enroll at Jiangnan University. Although the 5 great universities maintained a considerable lead in the Dragon Nation, Jiangnan University had consistently ranked at the bottom, failing to break into the top 3 in competitions. Who wouldn't want to improve? A man of ambition, born between heaven and earth, cannot languish in the shadows for long. Zheng Donghua yearned to lead Jiangnan University towards progress. As Wang Chen and his party arrived at the university's sports ground, they were greeted by a sea of people. In the center of the field stood a massive competition stage, already surrounded by throngs of spectators. Mr. Wang, let us proceed. A seat has already been prepared for you. Following Zheng Donghua's gaze, Wang Chen discovered a row of podiums directly in front of the martial arts arena, each adorned with identification cards before every seat. Notably, the 3 central positions on the podium bore no identification cards, evidently reserved for them. Even Meng Zirue and Bai Wanqing had been allocated seats, positioned adjacent to him in the prime central spots. Wang Chen exchanged a meaningful glance with Zheng Donghua, recognizing the man's adeptness in navigating social intricacies. His skills in handling human relations were truly exemplary. Very well. Please, Principal Zheng, Wang Chen said with a gracious nod. Oh no. Mr. Wang, you are too kind. Please, I insist you go ahead, Zheng Donghua replied. The formidable trio of Wang Chen, Meng Zirue, and Bai Wanqing swiftly took their seats on the podium. As they appeared unexpectedly, a wave of confusion washed over the crowd. Who are they? I don't know. But look at the principal's obsequious demeanor. They must hold a remarkable status. Is this really the principal I know? He resembles a bumbling fool now, huh? I recognize that beautiful lady. She is the most renowned instructor from Kyoto Martial University. Why is she at our school? Isn't it odd? Aren't the teachers from Kyoto Martial University unqualified to sit there? Didn't you notice how the principal's seat is pushed to the side? Curiosity enveloped the crowd as they gazed at the trio of Wang Chen, Meng Zirue, and Bai Wanqing. The other attendees were familiar faces from Jiangnan University's administration. Yet the trio remained an enigma. The significance of their central positions on the podium was unmistakable, as seating arrangements in such contexts are laden with meaning. The closer one sits to the center, the higher one's status. No sooner had Wang Chen settled into his seat than a middle-aged man beside him rose excitedly, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Mr. Wang. Welcome to Jiangnan University. Wang Chen recognized him instantly, Xue Pingyang, the director he had encountered during the martial arts examination. Ah, Director Xue, you are too courteous. Observing the deference exhibited by the principal and director towards Wang Chen, the others on the podium began to speculate about his identity. Their conjectures were rather daunting. Oldly, do you think this Mr. Wang is that esteemed elder? I believe it's highly likely. The name Wang, and the principal's obsequiousness. Who else could it be? Without a doubt. Look at the individual beside him. He is the former commander of the Demon Suppression City. Who else in the Dragon Kingdom could command such respect? Shall we go greet him? Let us not overthink this. If he does not initiate contact, we cannot presume to approach him. Let us remain discreet. Wang Chen overheard the whispers of the other university officials, but he paid them no mind. He had never intended to conceal his identity. He believed in letting things unfold naturally. With his current prowess, what did it matter if the entire nation became aware of his status? Ultimately, it was a matter of, I am invincible. You may proceed as you wish. As he surveyed the scene, Wang Chen was astonished by Jiangnan University's profound heritage. A glance around revealed few students at the martial artist level, with the lowest being high-tier martial artists. The majority were martial master students. Among these, he even spotted 3 martial grandmasters, albeit fresh from their breakthroughs. Yet, a grandmaster is still a grandmaster. Those who achieve such status before graduation are truly exceptional talents. It is essential to acknowledge that as one progresses in cultivation, the challenges intensify. Many plateau at the initial martial master stage, unable to advance further. Most ordinary universities set their admission standards at high-tier martial disciples. Some students never attain the martial master level by graduation. Only institutions like Jiangnan University, one of the 5 elite universities of the Dragon Kingdom, can boast a graduating class entirely composed of martial masters. Mr. Wang, does your identity require confidentiality? What's the matter, Principal Zheng? Why do you ask? Wang Chen was slightly perplexed. He had never deliberately kept his identity under wraps. If he intended to maintain secrecy, he wouldn't have made such a grand entrance. Mr. Wang, it seems the students are quite curious about your identity. If it does not require confidentiality, may I share it with them? It would surely serve as a tremendous encouragement. Zheng Donghua's voice was laced with trepidation as he assessed Wang Chen's expression, ready to retract should any displeasure arise. Fortunately, Wang Chen's demeanor remained unchanged, devoid of any discontent. Certainly, my identity does not necessitate strict confidentiality. That is splendid news. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Zheng Donghua's heart surged with excitement upon receiving Wang Chen's approval. Initially contemplating leveraging Wang Chen's influence, he now found himself in a position to openly champion Wang Chen's name. It seemed this year's enrollment would flourish. Students, may I have your attention? Zheng Donghua's enthusiastic voice resonated throughout the campus, instantly silencing the previously raucous playground. When the principal speaks, who would dare to disregard him? This was a far cry from the world Wang Chen had known, where leaders convened while the masses held their own discussions. The perception of a grandmaster is formidable. Disobedience would not go unnoticed, leading to dire consequences. Students, I am Principal Zheng Donghua, and it is my honor to introduce the esteemed Mr. Wang seated beside me. I have observed your curiosity regarding Mr. Wang, and with his consent, I am delighted to formally present him to you. Mr. Wang is a newly appointed elder of the Martial King realm in our Dragon Kingdom. As Zheng Donghua's announcement reverberated, the playground fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into exuberant cheers. It is Elder Wang. He is so young and remarkably handsome. Simply astounding. He truly is a newly appointed elder in our Dragon Kingdom. I wonder if we might have the chance to meet him. Mr. Wang, look at me, I know. I must perform well in the upcoming competition. Perhaps I could catch Mr. Wang's eye. Wang Chen observed the fervent atmosphere, with everyone gazing at him with excitement and shouting various exclamations. In that moment, he experienced a fleeting taste of celebrity. To be honest, it felt rather delightful. Greetings. I am Wang Chen. Wang Chen merely uttered his name, saying nothing more, as he found himself at a loss for words in such an unprecedented scenario. Though endowed with the prowess of a martial king, he had not been granted the ability to deliver speeches. In his previous life, although he attended university, it was merely a mediocre institution where he gleaned little knowledge and instead indulged in frivolities. In this life, he finds himself merely a high school student. Faced with a multitude of spectators, what could he possibly articulate? Words elude him. Regardless, he stands as the most formidable presence here. His reluctance to speak changes nothing. So Elder Wang's name is Wang Chen. We must be among the first to discover this. Mr. Wang Chen possesses a melodious name. How impressive it sounds. And his eloquence is so captivating. I find it utterly delightful. This is the most striking oration I have ever witnessed. He is truly remarkable. Is my name pleasing? I am at a loss for words. Is it considered impressive? Is it even possible to convey it this way? Upon observing the audience's reaction, Wang Chen was left utterly bewildered. In Chapter 60, filled with trepidation, Wang Chen had previously heard that once one's strength reaches a certain zenith, all unreasonable actions would be deemed rational. Even the most trivial acts, such as a mere flatulence, would be regarded as fragrant. At that moment, Wang Chen felt the rumors crystallize into reality. Any irrational act he committed would be justified by others. This sensation was exhilarating beyond measure. Unbeknownst to him, news of his appearance at Jiangnan University had spread throughout the entirety of Long Nation. It is noteworthy that the speed of information dissemination in this world rivals that of his previous life. Public curiosity about the newly appointed elder of Long Nation, Wang Chen, was palpable, with the majority still unaware of his identity and appearance. In Baiyun City, at the residence of teacher Xiaolin, she and her husband, teacher Du, both of whom teach martial theory to the third-year students, found themselves at leisure now that the martial examinations had concluded. Neither ventured outside that day. Teacher Du was absorbed in his phone in the living room, while teacher Xia busied herself tidying their son's bedroom in anticipation of his return from university for the summer break. Suddenly, while arranging the room, teacher Xia was startled by the sound of a glass shattering outside. What happened? Xiaolin, come here quickly. Teacher Du's urgent voice echoed from the living room, indicating something significant was amiss. What's wrong? What happened? Teacher Xia rushed out of the bedroom to find teacher Du staring at his phone in shock, a broken glass lying at his feet. Xiaolin, come look at this. Who is this? Is it Xiaochan? Teacher Du exclaimed, extending his phone towards her. It truly is Xiaochan. Where's this? Teacher Xia took the phone and saw a photo of Wang Chen seated on the podium at Jiangnan University alongside Zheng Donghua and others. Do you also think this is Xiaochan? Of course. Who else could it be? We watched him grow up. How could we mistake him? Teacher Xia retorted, slightly annoyed by her husband's incredulity. It was impossible for her to misidentify a child she had known since childhood, especially considering it had only been a short while since their last meeting. Wait, do you know what the news is saying about him? Who else could it be but Xiaochan? But did you see where the photo was taken? He didn't tell me last time I asked. If he had told you, it would have shocked you to death. What do you mean by that? How can you speak to me like this? Do you still wish to share a bed? As a proud educator, how could you utter such vulgarities? Oh, my dear wife, just open the news and take a good look. You will understand. I need a moment. Teacher Du responded, handing the phone back to Teacher Xia. What do you mean? Teacher Xia was left perplexed by her husband's cryptic remarks. This cannot be. This is undeniably Xiaochan. After reviewing the news on the phone, Teacher Xia was rendered speechless, her expression one of disbelief as she sought a reasonable explanation from her husband. Don't look at me. I have no idea. I'm just as bewildered as you are. Could it be that we are mistaken? Impossible. This is Xiaochan. We are not mistaken. Did you not see that their names are the same? Teacher Du, too, understood that they were not mistaken. They simply could not fathom the reality. In their eyes, martial masters were already considered formidable. They had never even encountered a grandmaster, let alone a martial king. This exceeded their wildest imaginations, and thus, they struggled to accept it. What had Xiaochan experienced to suddenly ascend to the status of a martial king elder? His talents. Teacher Xia gazed at Wang Chen's photo on the phone, disbelief etched on her face. She was well aware of his abilities. It was precisely why he had been expelled from school. Now that they were aware, it was likely that others at the school had also learned of it. How curious it would be to see how they would respond. Teacher Du, with a sense of relief, remarked that they had previously approached the principal regarding Wang Chen's unjust expulsion. However, the principal not only failed to reprimand Wang Chen's homeroom teacher, but also chastised them for their lack of understanding and for failing to consider the greater picture. I must inform you that if anyone inquires about Wang Chen, especially those at the school, we should maintain that we know nothing and cannot contact him, understood? Teacher Xia said earnestly. She could already envision the panic that must be gripping some at the school. It wouldn't be long before they would seek their assistance. So she felt it necessary to forewarn her husband. Do you think I wouldn't know? To expect us to plead for them is nothing short of a fantasy. As Teacher Xia had surmised, within Baiyun City's first high school, there were indeed individuals who were now thoroughly alarmed. This included the principal, the head of the department, Wang Chen's former homeroom teacher, and the 2 security guards who had expelled him, particularly for Wang Chen's homeroom teacher, who had been busy practicing at home since the martial examinations concluded. The days had been monotonous. In search of relaxation, he had planned to attend a leisure event today, only to be confronted with the news about Wang Chen en route. Initially, he was incredulous, but after multiple confirmations, he was forced to accept that the Wang Chen depicted in the news was indeed the same individual he had expelled. The revelation nearly sent him into a panic. And without a moment's delay, he turned back towards the school, abandoning his plans for leisure. He would have to let the young lady miss out on her earnings. On the way to the school, he had already determined that the decision to expel Wang Chen had not been solely his. Others were involved as well. He could not bear the entire burden alone. Upon his arrival at the principal's office, he was taken aback to find it already occupied by familiar faces, individuals all involved in the expulsion of Wang Chen. Chapter 61, Strict Punishment Principle, exclaimed Sun, Wang Chen's homeroom teacher, whose surname was Sun and given name to Ji. His heart raced as he observed the principal's indifferent demeanor. What shall we do? What do you mean, what shall we do? The principal retorted sharply. You were the one who expelled Wang Chen. What concern is that of mine? Why are you asking me? Principal, you cannot be so callous. At the time of Wang Chen's expulsion, I clearly consulted you, and you acquiesced. Sun Deji's face reflected sheer panic as he gazed at the principal. He had never anticipated that, during this critical moment, the principal would seek to evade responsibility rather than collaborate to navigate the crisis. What did I acquiesce to? Who can substantiate that? It was you who took it upon yourself to expel Wang Chen, and I have yet to hold you accountable. Old Sun, this is where you erred. How could you so casually expel a student? Interjected the school director, immediately shifting the blame onto Sun Deji. Sun Deji's complexion paled further upon hearing the director's words. It was evident they intended to place the entire burden upon him. And us. We merely followed Teacher Sun's directives. We are at most minor accomplices. A security guard chimed in, raising his hand. No one was foolish. This was the opportune moment for blame shifting. Each of them understood the reality of the situation. Finding a scapegoat was paramount. And if they were not willing to be that scapegoat themselves, they would certainly seek another to take the fall. Sun Deji was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Old Sun, do not hold it against us for shifting the blame to you. You must realize there is no escaping this. Given Wang Chen's current standing, he might refrain from causing them trouble out of pride, but his silence did not guarantee that others would not pursue them. To curry favor with Wang Chen, it was likely that even the state would not spare them. Sacrificing you alone is far better than all of us facing reckoning, right? At the very least, we shall ensure that you and your family are taken care of in the future. Upon hearing the principal's words, Sun Deji fell silent. He understood his fate was sealed. Yet, he could not help but feel a sense of injustice. After all, he had merely expelled a failing student. Why had the situation escalated to such dire consequences? How could a mere underachiever suddenly transform into a formidable elder of the martial king realm? He had done nothing wrong. merely felt aggrieved. Huh, do you think everyone else is a fool? I am but a homeroom teacher. Without your consent, how could I possibly possess the authority to expel a student? You cannot simply shift the blame onto me. Sun Deji raised his head defiantly, his expression indifferent. Since he was already doomed, there was nothing left to fear. Who do you think you are, principal? What of the director? All of you can just leave. Sun Deji, what do you mean by that? I had initially intended to give you a dignified exit, to assist you and your family in the future. Yet you display such ingratitude. I hereby announce that Sun Deji has unlawfully expelled a student, a severe violation of school regulations, and thus shall be subjected to expulsion. Expulsion? Huh. Even if you expel me, it will not absolve you of your responsibility. None of you can escape. With that, Sun Deji slammed the door behind him, leaving no opportunity for others to react. Since they had denied him a path to redemption, he saw no reason to engage in further discourse. Principal, what shall we do? Sun Deji is right. We bear responsibility as well, and our time is running out. After Sun Deji's departure, the school director, his face grim, turned to the principal. Indeed, principal, think of a solution swiftly. We, two mere security guards, were only following orders. We are innocent. The principal felt overwhelmed by their words. Was he not innocent as well? Who could have foreseen that casually expelling someone could lead to such a revelation of a true dragon? Sighing, he realized there was but one course of action left: to seek out teacher Xiaolin from our school and implore her to intercede on our behalf with Wang Chen. Right. Teacher Xiaolin had once sought me out regarding Wang Chen. Given their relationship, it should not be too difficult for her to plead for us. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Alas, while the aspirations were lofty, reality proved harsh. Upon arriving at teacher Xiaolin's residence, they were met with the disheartening news that they could not reach Wang Chen. As for the truth of the matter, they dared not inquire further. There was no other recourse. This is what it means when one ascends, others rise alongside them. Previously, they had never regarded teacher Xiaolin and her husband with any respect. Now, however, they found themselves in a position of humility. Yet the couple's polite demeanor belied their utter disinterest in engaging with them. They could not afford to show any displeasure. The wheel of fortune had turned indeed. When teacher Xiaolin recognized Wang Chen, so too did his classmates. As information about Wang Chen proliferated online, his entire profile quickly came to light for many. Among those who took notice were several elders from Long Country. Upon learning of Wang Chen's circumstances, they expressed surprise at his age, but ultimately deemed it inconsequential. What mattered was that he was a powerful figure of the martial king realm. In this world where strength reigns supreme, age is but a trivial detail. Everything hinges on power. Subsequently, a telephone call was made directly from the elder's residence in Kyoto to the mayor's office in Bayun City. The message was clear: conduct a thorough investigation, impose severe penalties, and show no leniency. Though it was merely a secretary on the line, the mayor of Bayun City felt his heart race with trepidation. The root of the issue lay within Bayun City itself, and as its mayor, he immediately sought to grasp the full details of the situation. However, he was merely the mayor of a small city, a martial master at best. Given that this matter involved an elder of the martial king realm, he dared not act rashly, fearful of incurring trouble through mismanagement. After careful contemplation, he ultimately resolved to convene a meeting with several city leaders and the military governor of Bayun City to discuss the matter. Yet, before the meeting could commence, a call from Kyoto interrupted. This call underscored the gravity with which Kyoto regarded the incident. He could not afford to be complacent and promptly turned to his trusted colleague, the military governor of Bayun City. Old friend, as you just heard from the call, Kyoto's concern regarding this matter far exceeds our expectations. We have been overly indecisive. Kyoto may already harbor discontent with us. Therefore, I propose we immediately dispatch the city defense forces to apprehend all individuals involved and bring them in for questioning. I concur. However, I also recommend that we do not overlook those students who had deep-seated grievances against Elder Wang Chen. Let us detain them as well. Sighing, he lamented. If it were not for these wretched individuals, our Bayun City would bask in the glory of having Elder Wang Chen among us. Yet they have ruined everything. These words strike directly at the heart of the mayor of Bayun City. If Wang Chen were to remain in Bayun City, the mayor would undoubtedly be the greatest beneficiary. Alas. Very well, I agree. Let it be so. Anyone associated with this matter, or in conflict with Elder Wang Chen, must be apprehended without exception. Chapter 62. The Arrest. The principal and director of Bayun City's first high school had just returned, disheveled and humiliated, from a rather disheartening visit to teacher Xiaolin's residence. Hardly had they settled into their seats when military vehicles from the city defense forces rolled into their school. 3 combat vehicles came to a halt directly beneath the principal's office. Shortly thereafter, a regiment of 50 well-organized city defense soldiers disembarked, led by none other than the city's defense commander, Kong Jianxi. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of the principal and director within the office. They had not anticipated such swift action, nor the personal involvement of Kong Jianxi. It appeared they had underestimated the gravity of the situation. The principal of the first high school, his face pale, murmured anxiously. In that moment, regret and fear washed over him. his legs trembling as he contemplated the impending consequences. He had initially intended to shift all blame on his son Daji, believing that while they bore some responsibility, it would merely be classified as minor mismanagement, with little severe repercussions. However, it seemed they had all miscalculated. Even without Wang Chen's direct involvement, others would not hesitate to take action to curry favor with him. Such is the might of the powerful. There is no need for them to personally intervene in every matter. Countless individuals willingly take it upon themselves to clear away any trivialities in order to align themselves with his significant influence. Bang! The door to the principal's office swung open. Kong Jianxi, accompanied by several city defense soldiers, strode in. "Principal Yang, shall we escort you, or will you come with us voluntarily?" Kong Jianxi wasted no time with pleasantries. Principal Yang, who was already acquainted with him due to their shared status within the small confines of Baiyun City, could sense the gravity of the situation. The disgrace of having driven away a hidden martial king was a tremendous loss for Baiyun City. The mere fact that they had not been forcibly apprehended was a courtesy extended to them. "No need to trouble Commander Kong. We will accompany you," Principal Yang conceded. Fully aware that the current atmosphere indicated severe repercussions awaited them, their noncompliance would surely be seen as a grave error. Perhaps Kong Jianxi and his men were secretly hoping for resistance. Should they choose to fight back, it could result in commendations for them. Had they not observed the eagerness and anticipation in the eyes of the soldiers following Kong Jianxi? "Oh, then we thank you for your cooperation, Principal Yang. Please, after you." "Gentlemen, was it merely an illusion, or did Principal Yang detect a hint of disappointment in Kong Jianxi's tone?" Thus, the principal and director were escorted away by the city defense forces, creating quite a stir within the school. After all, aside from the senior students who had just completed their martial examinations, many first and second-year students were still attending classes. What could have transpired? Why were the principal and director taken away by the city defense forces? Who could say? They must have committed some wrongdoing. Otherwise, such a display of force would be unwarranted. Indeed, the commander leading the city defense forces was none other than the defense commander of Baiyun City himself, indicating that the offenses committed by the principal and director must be quite serious. Good riddance, some students murmured, for the principal and director were not held in high regard. The students may have been unaware of the circumstances surrounding the principal and director's removal, as they were not familiar with Wang Chen. During his time at school, Wang Chen was quite inconspicuous, and when he was expelled, the school made no grand announcements. Thus, he remained a stranger to them. However, many teachers were acquainted with Wang Chen, having seen him through several years of high school and changes in faculty. Upon witnessing the principal's removal, those teachers in the know mostly displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Many teachers disapproved of the principal and director's arbitrary expulsions of students due to poor academic performance. But they were powerless against the school's decisions. A similar scene unfolded across several locations in Baiyun City. For instance, Sun Daji from the Zijingwa community was also apprehended by the city defense forces right from his home. The Zijingwa community is considered a moderately upscale area in Baiyun City, inhabited by individuals of some standing as martial artists. Sun Daji's capture incited quite a stir, given that he was a key figure in the incident regarding Wang Chen's expulsion, thus attracting significant attention from the city defense forces. They dispatched 10 soldiers for this operation, led by a captain of the martial artist rank. Such a display of force was considerable for a small city like Baiyun. Like Principal Yang, Sun Daji offered no resistance and willingly followed the city defense forces. However, there are always those who are obstinate. During the apprehension of a student harboring grievances against Wang Chen, the individual chose not to submit, but rather to resist. Zhao Zifeng, the son of the director of the Education Administration Bureau, leveraging his status, he had conducted himself with impunity within the school, with Principal Yang often turning a blind eye to his antics out of respect for his position. Although Zhao Zifeng and Wang Chen had only minor conflicts, primarily involving the occasional theft of Wang Chen's training resources, Zhao Zifeng had found the meager offerings from the school to be unworthy of his interest. His prior thefts were merely for amusement, as Wang Chen's lack of strength and talent rendered any resources he possessed largely ineffective. Eventually, Zhao Zifeng lost interest and ceased his petty thefts. Zhao Zifeng had become the individual with the most significant grievances against Wang Chen, whereas others had only minor disputes, many of which Wang Chen had since forgotten. Yet, this time, all grievances were scrutinized, resulting in 5 students with conflicts against Wang Chen being apprehended by the city defense forces. Zhao Zifeng's father, a prominent figure in Baiyun City, wielded considerable influence as the director of the Education Administration Bureau, possessing martial artist capabilities at an intermediate level. Furthermore, their family boasted more than one martial artist, as Zhao Zifeng's grandfather was also an intermediate-level martial artist. In a small place like Baiyun City, a family with 2 intermediate martial artists is considered a significant clan. Coincidentally, today marked Zhao Zifeng's grandfather's birthday, and their home was filled with relatives and friends, creating a lively atmosphere. Completely unaware of the unfolding drama involving Wang Chen, when the city defense forces stormed in to make arrests, Zhao Zifeng's father was incensed. After all, He held a prestigious position as the head of the Education Administration Bureau and was considered a leader in Bayun City, often engaging with the mayor and defense commander, sharing drinks and camaraderie as familiar acquaintances. And now, they had the audacity to come to his home unprovoked to arrest his son. Such an affront was utterly intolerable. Before the city defense army arrived, they too had received a stern order. They must capture Zhao Zifeng and bring him back. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. And military law is devoid of compassion. Consequently, both sides refused to back down, leading to an immediate confrontation. Chapter 63. Inviting Teacher Du to be the principal. The battle commenced swiftly and concluded even more rapidly. Zhao Zifeng's family's resistance did not hinder the city defense army in the slightest. They were ruthlessly suppressed, with Zhao Zifeng's father sustaining severe injuries. Due to the Zhao family's defiance against the enforcement of the city defense army, the entire family was apprehended and taken away. It is worth noting how significant this capture operation was to the mayor of Bayun City, who had made extensive preparations prior to the action. Investigations into the targets had been thoroughly conducted, with all circumstances anticipated, including those concerning Zhao Zifeng's family. Among the city defense forces dispatched to the Zhao residence, there were 3 martial artists, including 1 high-ranking martial artist. This capture operation was executed with such meticulousness that it could be said the city defense army had brought out their full strength. In the grand conference room of Bayun City's government, 5 individuals convened. Apart from the mayor and the military governor of Bayun City, there were 3 others. These 5 individuals represented the pinnacle of power and influence within Bayun City. Governor Kong, how is the capture operation proceeding? The mayor inquired at the outset of the meeting regarding the city defense army's efforts. The operation has proceeded smoothly, and all individuals have been apprehended. The Zhao family, who resisted the enforcement, has also been captured and are currently detained in the city defense army's prison. Good. Now we must consider how to handle these individuals, especially since it involves a martial king-level elder. Upon hearing the mayor's words, a man in his 50s suddenly interjected. What is there to discuss? We should handle it with strictness. Surely, you are not considering waiting for the elder's opinion? With his current status, he will not lower himself to concern himself with such trifles. We merely need to present a resolution that meets his satisfaction. The others nodded in agreement, tacitly endorsing this perspective. Then let us deliberate on how to enforce strict measures. Among these individuals, there are principal offenders and accomplices. Some of them are not truly at fault. As the mayor concluded, someone immediately stood to counter. At this juncture, is there really a distinction between principal offenders and accomplices? Our sole objective is to provide that esteemed individual with a satisfactory response. Therefore, I propose we enforce strict measures across the board. I concur. We should scrutinize each individual thoroughly, imposing the heaviest sentences possible. I too agree. If it were not for these individuals, how flourishing Bayun City would be. They have tarnished it entirely, hence I strongly advocate for severe penalties. I also concur, let it be harsh. As several voices chimed in, a consensus was ultimately reached among them all to impose the harshest sentences upon all those implicated. Furthermore, there is a pressing matter. The first high school currently lacks a principal. To ensure the school operates smoothly, we must promptly appoint a new principal. Does anyone have any suggestions? The mayor's statement ignited a spark of interest among the others present. I believe Teacher Du from the first high school would be an excellent choice for this role. Indeed, Old Wang's suggestion is astute. Teacher Du would be quite suitable as principal, and Teacher Xiaolin would make a fine director as well. I share the same sentiment. After exchanging glances, the 5 individuals could not help but smile in unison. Well, since we are all in agreement, I shall personally approach Teacher Du and Teacher Xiaolin. Mayor, I feel it might not be appropriate for you to go alone. Perhaps we should all go together to convey sincerity. Yes, together it shall be. Haha, you old fellows. If that is the case, let us all go together. The mayor remarked with a smile, well aware that each of these individuals sought to forge connections, himself included. At Teacher Xiaolin's residence, ever since they dismissed the school principal and director, both she and Teacher Du felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Previously, the principal had disregarded them, and just last time, they had been reprimanded over Wang Chen's incident. Now, to see that same principal approach them with such deference brought them near to laughter. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking interrupted their viewing of the news, leaving both teachers momentarily stunned, as they initially thought it was the school principal returning. However, upon opening the door, Xiaolin was left speechless. The individuals at the door were all familiar faces, yet it was precisely this familiarity that rendered her momentarily speechless. Haha, is this Teacher Xia? Won't you invite us in for a seat? No, not at all. Esteemed mayor and several honored guests, my apologies. Please, do come in. Once Xiaolin regained her composure, she hurriedly invited the guests inside, her nervous excitement causing her words to stumble. After all, the individuals before her were those she often encountered in the city news, yet she had never met them in person, nor did she possess the standing to do so. So it is the esteemed mayor and several honored guests. Please, take a seat. Teacher Du responded rather swiftly, only slightly taken aback upon seeing the visitors, quickly regaining his composure and speaking with ease. Haha, Teacher Du, You are too kind. We are indeed intruding upon your time. Yes. We hope Teacher Du does not take offense at our sudden visit. Observing their demeanor, Teacher Du surmised the reason for their visit. They were likely here to inquire about Wang Chen. You esteemed individuals are far too courteous. It is our honor to have you visit us. Teacher Du responded with politeness, not allowing Wang Chen's situation to inflate his ego. Teachers Du and Xia, we have come to seek your opinions on a matter. As expected. Upon hearing this, Teacher Du and Teacher Xia exchanged glances, and they could roughly guess what the inquiry would entail. What else could prompt such esteemed individuals to seek them out, if not for Wang Chen's affairs? Esteemed Mayor, please feel free to instruct us. We shall not decline what we are capable of assisting with. Teacher Du understood that with Wang Chen's involvement, they were now in a position of relative safety. Whether they chose to assist or not was entirely within their own discretion. Teacher Du, you are being overly modest. There is a matter for which we would like your and Teacher Xia's assistance. As you may know, the principal and director of the first high school have made some errors and have been taken away by the City Defense Army. Now that the school lacks both a principal and a director, it will inevitably face significant challenges. Thus, we have convened to request that you both temporarily assume the roles of principal and director of the first high school. What are your thoughts? What? You wish for us to become the principal and director of the first high school? Chapter 64. One person ascends, all rise. What audacious words. How could they dare suggest a mere martial artist be made principal? Have they truly lost their sense of propriety in their eagerness to curry favor with Wang Chen? Esteemed gentlemen, your sense of humor is truly remarkable. You are undoubtedly aware of the circumstances surrounding my spouse and me. We hardly possess the qualifications to assume any leadership role within the school. Might I suggest that Teacher Du does not aspire to the position of principal? It is certainly not the case. Which educator does not yearn for such a title? However, one must possess the requisite capability to ascend to such heights. In Baiyan City, there are merely 3 high schools, each led by a martial artist of formidable prowess. Lacking such strength while desiring a high position inevitably leads to becoming a figure of ridicule. Teacher Du's abilities are commendable, and he has recently achieved a breakthrough, now standing as a 9th-tier martial artist. Yet, even a 9th-tier martial artist is not deemed worthy of leading a high school. In Baiyan City, the minimum requirement for a high school principal is to be a martial master. Teacher Du, please do not be hasty in your refusal. We understand that your strength may still fall short for the role of principal at First High. Therefore, we have decided to appoint you as the acting principal of First High, with the intention of reassigning the position once a more suitable candidate emerges. An acting principal? This proposition has indeed piqued Teacher Du's interest. With his recent advancements, he has become one of the most distinguished educators at First High. Serving as acting principal is, after all, a position he could justifiably hold. Indeed, Teacher Du, we have conducted our research, and in terms of both capability and character, you and Teacher Xia are the most fitting candidates. We cannot entrust First High to anyone else. As instructors at First High, you two would not wish to witness chaos arising from a lack of leadership, would you? The mayor's words left Teacher Du momentarily speechless. Strength? Capability? Character? In these 3 aspects, he felt reasonably confident only in his character. As for the other 2, he believed they bore little relevance to him, as there were many teachers within the school far more capable than he. Well, esteemed leaders, I fear that our abilities are somewhat limited. We may not be able to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Perhaps it would be wiser to entrust the school to others. Upon hearing Teacher Du's words, the city officials exchanged knowing smiles. They recognized that Teacher Du had not outright rejected their proposal. Rest assured, Teacher Du, the school is a place for education and nurturing. In our view, character is of paramount importance, far exceeding strength and capability. We are confident that you and Teacher Xia will lead First High excellently. In light of your leader's assurances, shall we then give it a try? Teacher Du felt a surge of enthusiasm. The position of principal at First High is one coveted by every teacher. Thus, after hearing the city official's words, he turned to Teacher Xia and inquired, "What do you think?" "You decide. I will follow your lead." Teacher Xia, beaming with a smile, did not oppose. She sensed her husband's eagerness to seize this opportunity. Under these circumstances, her sole role would be to steadfastly support him from behind. Haha, splendid. Since both of you have agreed, it is settled. For today, please take the time to rest. We will relay your appointments back at the office, and by tomorrow, you shall commence your duties at the school, having achieved the desired outcome. The Baiyan City officials took their leave from Teacher Du's residence without lingering. On their journey back to the municipal government, they conspired to ensure a smooth transition for Teacher Du and his wife, planning to notify all teachers at First High in advance that they must be present to welcome the new leaders. If necessary, they would subtly hint at the connection between Teacher Du and Wang Chen. Meanwhile, at Teacher Du's residence, only he and Teacher Xia remained. I am to be principal? I am to be director? The two exchanged wide-eyed glances, each momentarily enveloped in disbelief. Just moments ago, in the presence of the city officials, they had maintained their composure. Now, in the privacy of their home, they were liberated from restraint, free to express their thoughts without inhibition. Who would have imagined that one day I would assume the role of principal? It is beyond anything I could have ever dreamed. Oh, come now. We owe this to the good fortune brought by Xiao Chun. Otherwise, do you truly believe such an opportunity would have fallen into our laps? All this talk of capability and character is merely a pretext. You are right. This is indeed a case of one person attaining success while lifting others along with them. Thanks to Xiao Chun, even individuals like us have become objects of admiration. The truth is, both Teacher Du and his wife understood that they were merely beneficiaries of Wang Chen's influence. As long as Wang Chen remained in their corner, barring any self-destructive actions on their part, no one would dare to offend them. Should we inform Xiao Chen? After all, this matter concerns him. We wouldn't want to cause him any trouble. You are correct. However, the news reports indicate that Xiao Chun is currently at Jiangnan University. I wonder if he is available to take a call. I will send him a message to update him on the situation. Very well. Please proceed with sending him a message. At the Jiangnan University competition venue, Wang Chen was engrossed in the ongoing matches, blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside. It must be said, the students participating in this competition possessed remarkable abilities, each being a rare talent among thousands. Each grade had 10 contestants, with 2 ultimately selected to represent Jiangnan University in the grand competition among hundreds of schools. The current event was the sophomore competition, with each participant having reached the martial master level. Although most were at the novice stage, this was still an impressive feat, especially considering that some of the strongest individuals in smaller cities were merely martial practitioners. Ding dong. The sound of a notification startled Wang Chen from his concentration on the competition. Surprised, he noted that in this world, spam messages and scam calls were non-existent. His phone was usually quite silent, having not rung in quite some time. It is from Teacher Xia. It seems they are already aware of my situation. Upon seeing that the message was from Teacher Xia, Wang Chen deduced that it must pertain to his recently revealed identity. However, as he opened the message and read its contents, he was taken aback, even finding it somewhat amusing. He had not anticipated such swift action from the leaders of Baiyun City. It had barely been a short while since they apprehended everyone involved in his dismissal, including even those students with whom he had had no significant conflicts. Aside from Zhao Zifeng, the leaders of Baiyun City seemed to be operating under a better safe than sorry policy, choosing to eliminate 1,000 innocents rather than let one guilty party slip by. Their commitment was commendable. Most importantly, they intended for Teacher Du to become the principal and Teacher Xia the director. Wang Chen was all too familiar with both of them. To be frank, he felt that appointing them to such roles was somewhat of a stretch. Chapter 65, Delivering the Medicinal Pills. It is not that Wang Chen underestimated Teacher Xia and Teacher Du, rather, it is a matter of being realistic, given their current capabilities. It was indeed somewhat inappropriate for them to hold such significant positions in the school. Nevertheless, regarding the decision made by the leaders of Baiyun City, Wang Chen could only commend them. Well done. Wang Chen originally contemplated that after some time, when Teacher Xia and the others broke through to the martial master realm, he would bestow upon them the boundary-breaking pills, thus enabling them to ascend directly to the Grandmaster realm in one fell swoop. However, it has become evident that waiting any longer is not an option, although his presence dissuades anyone from daring to provoke Teacher Xia and her companions. Should their strength remain inadequate, upon assuming their roles as principal and director, they would inevitably become the subject of gossip, with whispers suggesting they secured their positions through nepotism. Old Meng, this vial contains the essence blood of a Grandmaster-level beast, along with 2 boundary-breaking pills. I need you to make a trip to Baiyun City. Locate Teacher Xia Lin and Teacher Du, and assist them in absorbing this essence blood. It is sufficient for them to break through to the martial master realm. Once they achieve that, they should consume the boundary-breaking pills. There is no need for you to rush back. Simply return after ensuring they have consumed the pills and successfully advanced to Grandmaster. Upon receiving the essence blood and pills from Wang Chen, Meng Zirui did not hesitate, promptly rising to accept the items. Rest assured, sir, I will ensure the task is completed without delay. Excellent. Be cautious on your journey, and do not hesitate to contact me should any issues arise. After acknowledging Wang Chen's words, Meng Zirui turned and departed from the podium. Once he exited the grounds of Jiangnan University, Meng Zirui swiftly made a call to General Zhang Xiaohu in Jiangnan City. As soon as the call connected, without waiting for a greeting, Meng Zirui issued his command. Old Zhang, arrange a private jet for me at once. It's urgent. Understood, General Meng. Where are we headed? Will you require fighter jet escort? To Baiyun City, no escort is needed. I have been dispatched by Mr. Wang. Very well. Head directly to Jiangnan City Airport. I will await your arrival. On my way. After ending the call, Meng Zirui deftly maneuvered, his agility at its peak as he made his way to Jiangnan City Airport. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the airport, where a military aircraft awaited, with General Zhang Xiaohu standing nearby. General Meng, you've arrived. The plane is ready. And I've already coordinated with the airport in Baiyun City. Excellent. I want to be polite. I will treat you to a drink upon my return. Hearing Meng Zirui's words, Zhang Xiaohu's expression brightened, and he quickly responded, Haha, I will eagerly await your return, General Meng. Establishing a direct rapport with Wang Chen may prove challenging, yet forging a connection with his associates would suffice. Furthermore, As Meng Zirui serves as Wang Chen's steward, he is considerably close to him. By befriending Meng Zirui, one could indirectly align with Wang Chen's interests. The speed of the military aircraft is remarkably swift. Over an hour later, the plane landed at Baiyun City Airport. At that moment, all high-ranking officials of Baiyun City had gathered, standing ready for the arrival. Just over an hour prior, the airport director of Baiyun City received a call from General Zhang Xiaohu of Jiangnan City, indicating that an important figure was en route, necessitating their preparedness for the reception. This news startled the director, as Baiyun City, a small town, could hardly compare to the sprawling metropolis of Jiangnan. One could equate Jiangnan City to hundreds of Baiyun cities. Logically, there should be no intersection between them, as they were not deserving of such attention. To their astonishment, the call came directly from the general of Jiangnan City. In their eyes, Zhang Xiaohu was a person of immense stature, and anyone deemed important enough to warrant his attention was undoubtedly significant. Hence, the airport director dared not be negligent and promptly reported the matter to the mayor of Baiyun City. Given that Wang Chen hailed from Jiangnan, the prospect of a high-profile individual arriving from there naturally led them to think of him. Wang Chen, after all, was a newly appointed elder of the Dragon Kingdom, a formidable martial king. The arrival of such a prominent figure in their Baiyun City was indeed cause for excitement and warranted utmost seriousness. Thus, the scene unfolded as it had, with the upper echelons of Jiangnan City present at the airport. As the military aircraft touched down, amidst the expectant gazes of Baiyun City's leaders, a middle-aged man emerged from the aircraft. Who is this? He does not appear to be Elder Wang Chen. I recognize him. He is the individual seen beside Elder Wang Chen in the news. General Meng, I presume. Welcome to Baiyun City. The mayor of Baiyun City responded quickly, extending his hands to greet Meng Zirui after a moment of surprise. Greetings. I am Meng Zirui. General Meng, it is an honor. I am Wei Changzheng, the mayor of Baiyun City, and these are the leaders of our city. We welcome you to Baiyun City to guide our work. Thank you for your hospitality. I have come on behalf of Mr. Wang to meet with Teacher Xia Lin and Teacher Du, and I would appreciate your assistance in guiding me. Meng Zirui wasted no time with pleasantries, directly stating his purpose. Given his strength and status, he certainly need not engage in small talk. Not only does he represent Wang Chen, but his mastery of the Grandmaster realm also makes him someone whom the leaders of Baiyun City would not dare to offend. General Meng, please allow me to escort you to Teacher Xiaolin's residence. Mayor Wei Changzheng gestured graciously for Meng Zirui to follow. Meng Zirui declined the accompaniment of others, opting for a direct ride with Mayor Wei to Teacher Xiaolin's home. At Fukang Community, outside Teacher Xiaolin's apartment, Meng Zirui stated, I can go up by myself. You may return, Mayor Wei. Very well, I shall not disturb you, General Meng. Please feel free to reach out should you require anything. After Mayor Wei departed, Meng Zirui ascended the stairs and knocked on Teacher Xiaolin's door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A voice inquired, and the door opened from within. May I ask whom you are seeking? Teacher Du, upon opening the door and seeing Meng Zirui, felt a sense of familiarity, though she could not place him. However, she discerned that he was no ordinary individual, exuding an air of nobility, and thus spoke with great courtesy. You must be Teacher Du. I am Meng Zirui, sent by Elder Wang Chen to find you. Meng Zirui's tone was exceedingly polite, a stark contrast to his demeanor with Mayor Wei. You were sent by Xiao Chen? Please come in. Thus, Meng Zirui was warmly invited into the abode by Teacher Du. Mr. Meng, please have a seat. I will prepare some tea. Teacher Xiaolin, upon seeing Meng Zirui enter, prepared tea while speaking courteously. There is no need for formalities, both of you. We are all on familiar terms. I am here on Mr. Wang's orders to deliver some items for you, Meng Zirui stated, producing the essence blood of the beast and the boundary-breaking pills entrusted to him by Wang Chen. What is this? Teacher Du inquired, puzzled by the items Meng Zirui presented. This is the essence blood of a Grandmaster-level beast, along with 2 boundary-breaking pills. Upon observing the 2 individuals with puzzled expressions, Meng Zirui smiled as he introduced them. To be honest, he felt a twinge of envy towards them. 2 boundary-breaking pills, he was truly covetous of those. He couldn't help but wonder when Wang Chen might bestow one upon him. What? The essence of a Grandmaster-level beast? This is far too precious. Mr. Meng, this is far too valuable. We cannot accept it. Please take it back and convey to Xiao Chen that we appreciate his kind intentions. Teacher Du and his companion were taken aback upon hearing that it was the essence of a Grandmaster-level beast, and they fervently waved their hands in rejection. For them, residing in Baiyun City, their horizons were rather limited. After all, the strongest in Baiyun City only reached the warrior realm, and they had never even encountered a master-level expert. Moreover, the essence of a beast, being the most critical resource for cultivation, only the best in Baiyun City amounted to that of a master-level beast, let alone that of a Grandmaster, which had never before graced their city. Thus, this Grandmaster-level beast essence was unequivocally too precious for them. They surmised that even selling themselves would not equate to its worth. Besides, although they had previously received minor favors from Wang Chen, they dared not accept such a lavish gift. After hearing their responses, Meng Zirui was momentarily stunned. Are you mistaken? The most valuable item here is the boundary-breaking pills. You seem to underestimate those. While the essence of a Grandmaster level beast was indeed valuable, it required the accompaniment of various herbs to be transformed into a pill to realize its full potential. If consumed directly, its efficacy would only be about 10 to 12%. Such wastefulness was uncommon, which is why few opted to consume beast essence directly. Furthermore, Grandmaster level beast essence was only beneficial to those below the Grandmaster tier. For Grandmaster level experts, it held little intrinsic value. Therefore, from Manhwaedu's perspective, he found it incomprehensible that Teacher Du and his companion would act in such a manner. Esteemed teachers, it is the boundary-breaking pills that are truly the most precious. What? Mr. Meng, are you suggesting that these pills surpass the essence of a Grandmaster-level beast in value? Teacher Xia and her companion were astonished by Manhwaedu's assertion. What kind of pill could possibly exceed the worth of Grandmaster-level beast essence? Given their abilities, they could not even utilize high-grade pills. Thus, they instinctively had never considered that the pills could be more valuable than the beast essence. Indeed, you may not be aware that these boundary-breaking pills are exclusive to Mr. Wang. Upon consumption, they enable a direct breakthrough of an entire realm. A direct breakthrough of an entire realm? Yes, Mr. Wang has already anticipated your needs and asked me to assist you in absorbing the essence of the beast first. This Grandmaster-level beast essence is sufficient for both of you to ascend to the warrior realm. Once you have achieved that, you may then consume the boundary-breaking pills to directly transform into masters. Become masters? When did it become so simple to attain that status? Teacher Du and his companion could scarcely believe their ears. Mr. Meng, is this truly the case? Can we really become masters? At that moment, Teacher Du shed all pretense of modesty in the face of such a possibility. Becoming a master was no trivial matter. Of course it is true. How could I possibly jest about such a matter? Why not proceed and consume the beast essence to elevate your cultivation to the warrior realm? Just like that? Wouldn't that be too extravagant? Teacher Du questioned, gazing at the beast essence in hand with uncertainty. Simply consume it, rest assured. This Grandmaster-level beast essence is but a trifle for Mr. Wang. He can procure as much as he desires. Manhwaedu declared with a nonchalant air, exuding an aura of extravagance. Hearing Manhwaedu's assurance, Teacher Du and his companion ceased their objections. Truth be told, they too aspired to become masters. They proceeded to divide and consume the Grandmaster-level beast essence. However, consuming such essence at the warrior realm carried significant risks. It was imperative to have a Grandmaster-level expert assist in channeling the energy within. Otherwise, the overwhelming force could lead to fatal repercussions. As time passed, Manhwaedu's complexion grew increasingly pale. After all, he was still nursing injuries, and his strength had waned to the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm. Managing the energy for two individuals was proving to be quite taxing, just as he felt he could not hold on any longer. Teacher Du successfully broke through to the warrior realm. With one less person to assist, his burden lightened considerably. Half an hour later, Teacher Xia also broke through to the warrior realm. Phew. All right, both of you rest for a moment. Once you adjust your states, you may consume the boundary-breaking pills to ascend to the master realm. Having said this, Manhwaedu collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Assisting others in channeling energy was a highly delicate task. A slight miscalculation could lead to severe injury, making it an endeavor that demanded immense focus and effort. Thank you. Mr. Meng, Teacher Du and his companion expressed their gratitude, noticing Manhwaedu's pale visage. While they understood he was merely helping due to his connection with Wang Chen, they felt a genuine sense of appreciation for his efforts. Oh, esteemed teachers, please do not mention it. It is my duty. After resting for a while, Teacher Du and his companion heeded Manhwaedu's advice and directly ingested the two boundary-breaking pills. As soon as the pills slid down their throats, a fierce surge of medicinal power erupted, coursing through their meridians like a torrent, akin to thousands of steel needles piercing, nearly causing them to faint. They had only just broken through to the warrior realm and had yet to acclimate. They gritted their teeth, desperately circulating their techniques to tame the ferocious energy. Gradually, the torrent subsided, merging seamlessly into their limbs and bones, which crackled as if being reshaped. As the medicinal energy penetrated deeper, their warrior aura surged. Intermediate warrior. Advanced warrior. Suddenly, both felt a jolt as the barriers of the master realm within them crumbled. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure radiated forth, stirring a mini whirlwind in the living room. Simultaneously, they slowly opened their eyes, their gazes sparkling with brilliance. Are we truly on the verge of becoming masters? After exchanging incredulous glances, they still found it hard to believe. Yet, the formidable force within them unmistakably signified that they had indeed ascended to the master realm. Chapter 67, Assuming Office. Is this the power of the master realm? It's astonishing. Who would have imagined we could become masters in this lifetime? Indeed, we owe this fortune to Xiao Chun. Otherwise, merely breaking through to the warrior realm would have been a remarkable achievement. Yes, it feels as though we are living a dream. As they reveled in the formidable power coursing through them, Teacher Du and his companion found themselves momentarily entranced. Such a realm was once beyond their wildest dreams. Now, They had effortlessly transcended the warrior realm to become masters. In an instant, they stood at the pinnacle of Bayun City, surpassing all others. Henceforth, even without Wang Chen's influence, no one in Bayun City would dare to provoke them. Even the mayor is powerless. This is the confidence that comes with the mastery of the Grandmaster realm. Congratulations to both esteemed teachers for successfully breaking through to this level. Upon seeing the two of them regain their composure, Meng Zirui rose to extend his congratulations. Haha, we must also thank Mr. Meng. Without his assistance, our breakthrough would not have been so smooth. You're too modest. Teacher I was merely following Mr. Wang's instructions, even in my absence. Others would have come forth to assist. This statement holds truth. If Elder Wang gives the word, countless individuals would eagerly vie to assist him. Regardless, we must express our gratitude to Mr. Meng. Tonight, we shall indulge in a drink, returning inebriated or not. Haha, splendid. The following morning, at the entrance of Bayun City High School, all teachers had received notifications to welcome their new principal. Early in the day, city leaders gathered, a large crowd arriving with much fanfare. Alas, I never anticipated even the mayor would be present, accompanied by so many officials. Isn't that stating the obvious? Teachers Du and Xia are connected to Elder Wang. Who wouldn't want to curry favor? Indeed, I must cultivate a good rapport with teachers Du and Xia. Perhaps I may one day connect with Elder Wang as well. What do you mean, Teacher Du? He should be addressed as Principal Du. Yes. Principal Du. Enough chatter. Principal Du has arrived. The previously murmuring crowd fell silent in an instant. In the distance, a rather ordinary maglev vehicle glided towards them and came to a halt before the assembly. Subsequently, teachers Du and Xia emerged from the vehicle. Principal Du. The moment they disembarked, Mayor Wei led the others forward to greet them, initiating the conversation. Good day, Mayor. It is truly too kind of you to personally make this trip. Greetings, Principal Du. Greetings, Principal Du. As teachers Du and the mayor exchanged pleasantries, others began to greet Principal Du as well, transforming the atmosphere into one of lively excitement. Observing Teacher Du, Mayor Wei's brow furrowed slightly. Was it merely an illusion? Or did Teacher Du seem different today compared to yesterday? Not only Teacher Du, even Teacher Xia appeared transformed. Upon closer inspection, he sensed an almost imperceptible pressure emanating from both teachers. It is noteworthy that he is a peak martial artist. The only reason someone could instill pressure upon him is that they possess superior strength. Yet, how could this be possible? Old Wei, do you feel that our Principal Du seems different? Kong Jianxi, standing beside Mayor Wei, regarded Teacher Du with a serious expression. You sensed it too? It's not just Principal Du. Look at Teacher Xia. She has changed as well. Indeed, how could they undergo such a significant transformation overnight? Their natural aura can only belong to Grandmaster level experts. A Grandmaster? How could one transition from being a martial artist to a Grandmaster in just a day? Old Wei, do not forget the individual who visited yesterday. Surely they brought something that enabled their power to surge. I shall inquire if they have indeed become Grandmasters. It would be a boon for Bayun City. Mayor Wei remarked before striding directly to Teacher Du, who was still engaged in conversation with several teachers. Principal Du, may I inquire about the current level of strength possessed by you and Teacher Xia? Upon hearing Mayor Wei's inquiry, Teacher Du's eyes sparkled with delight. What a splendid question. He had been yearning for an opportunity to showcase his prowess, as it would be quite inappropriate to boast about his abilities without prompting. Truly, the mayor possesses keen insight. Haha, there has been a slight breakthrough. With Mr. Ming's assistance yesterday, I barely managed to reach the Grandmaster realm. Indeed, it is the Grandmaster realm. Upon hearing Teacher Du's words, Mayor Wei displayed an expression of unsurprised comprehension. The surrounding individuals, however, were engulfed in shock upon hearing Teacher Du's declaration. I did not catch that. Did Principal Du just say he has broken through to what? Principal Du has attained Grandmaster status? How is that possible? Indeed, wasn't Principal Du merely a martial artist? How could he have transcended to Grandmaster? Surely he must have misspoken. It must be martial artist. It should be true. Look at Principal Du's demeanor. It is entirely different now. This natural aura undoubtedly signifies the Grandmaster realm. What has Principal Du consumed to escalate from martial artist to Grandmaster? Congratulations, Principal Du, on achieving the Grandmaster realm. Congratulations, Principal Du. Meng Zirui, having observed the arrival of Teacher Du and his entourage at the school, then took his leave. Wang Chen had mentioned there was no need to rush back, clearly indicating his desire for Meng to safeguard Teacher Du's inauguration from any unforeseen events. However, before departing, he sent Teacher Du a message to inform him of his appointment as principal of Bayun City High School and the news of his breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm, which swiftly spread throughout Bayun City. This explosive news turned the city upside down. A Grandmaster. Bayun City has a Grandmaster now. The dynamics of Bayun City are bound to change dramatically. Quick, prepare gifts. I must visit the high school. Let's go to Bayun City High. We must congratulate Principal Du on his new role. A meeting? What meeting? Head to Bayun City High and bring along those 2 treasured bottles of Tiger Whip liquor. In no time, numerous influential individuals from Bayun City were making their way to the school. Whether a Grandmaster would meet you was one matter, whether you attended was another. If you showed up, They might not remember you, but if you did not, they would certainly take note. In truth, in a small city like Bayun, a grandmaster is akin to a sovereign figure. As long as he does not commit any egregious errors, the state would refrain from intervening, and locally, no one possesses the strength to challenge him. Consider the implications of such a scenario. Who would not wish to curry favor with a grandmaster? Chapter 68. Modesty. Upon returning to Yujing Bun, Meng Zirue elaborated on the circumstances of teacher Xia and due to Wang Chen. After hearing the report, Wang Chen felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He was quite satisfied with the arrangements made for teachers Xia and Du in Bayun City, having done them a significant favor. Should the opportunity arise in the future, he would not mind extending a courtesy to the leaders of Bayun City as well. Old Meng, you have worked hard this time. Take this pill. It not only restores your vitality, but may also enhance your strength further. After saying this, Wang Chen tossed a 6-flavor Remania pill to Meng Zirue. Through their recent interactions, Wang Chen had developed a deeper understanding of Meng Zirue and his companions, and he was quite pleased with their performance. He had noticed Meng Zirue's injuries and realized that if they were not addressed promptly, his strength might regress to the Grandmaster level. This was a timely opportunity to reward him with a pill for his assistance in running an errand to Bayun City. What is this? Meng Zirue gazed at the pill in his hand, momentarily taken aback. The arrival of this happiness is astonishingly sudden. One of the reasons he is willing to serve as Wang Chen's steward is undoubtedly his hope of discovering a remedy for his injuries. Yet, how long has it been since he arrived? Not even a month, and his wish has already been granted? After all, what has he done since his arrival? With so few of them here, what is there to manage? There are no trivial matters to attend to, and yet he seems to be idly passing the days. This is an exceptionally rare healing elixir. You should take it. Perhaps it will even help you transcend to the level of a martial king. Wang Chen's nonchalant tone left Meng Zirue and by Wang Chen utterly astonished. Was this even a reasonable statement? To transcend into a martial king so casually? Sir, is this not too precious? Although Meng Zirue was eager to swallow the elixir right then and there, he maintained a facade of humility and courtesy towards Wang Chen. Enough. The excitement in your eyes is nearly overflowing. Why pretend any longer? Go back to your room and consume the elixir. Wang Chen said with a hint of irritation. If you wish to be polite, at least try to suppress that greedy look in your eyes. You can't even manage to feign modesty properly. Haha, thank you, sir. I shall take my leave, Meng Zirue responded, and upon hearing his words, Wang Chen merely waved his hand in acknowledgement, directing his gaze towards by Wang Chen. Wang Chen, I see that your strength is on the verge of breaking through to Grandmaster. Here is a vial of the blood essence from a martial king-level beast. Take it and use it to achieve your breakthrough. Having already bestowed an elixir upon Meng Zirue, Wang Chen felt it only fair to extend the same generosity to Bai Wanqing and Old Zhang. They were all part of his circle, and he believed in equity among them. Moreover, he was not lacking in such resources. If necessary, he could always venture into the beast realm to procure more. Blood essence from a martial king-level beast? Bai Wanqing was momentarily stunned when she saw the vial Wang Chen offered, and she quickly shook her head. Sir, my strength will soon allow me to break through to Grandmaster on my own. There is no need to waste this precious blood essence. She understood that the blood essence from a martial king-level beast significantly enhances a Grandmaster's chances of transcending. While she was indeed tempted, her rationality prevailed, prompting her to decline. What waste are you speaking of? Take it. You belong to me, so why be polite? Wang Chen insisted, then handed her a breakthrough elixir as well. Unbeknownst to Wang Chen, his declaration of "you belong to me" left by Wang Chen utterly flabbergasted. I belong to him. I am his. Her movements halted abruptly, her mind consumed by his words, as a blush rapidly crept across her cheeks. Thank you, sir. I shall return to my room now. Without daring to meet Wang Chen's gaze, she turned and hurried towards her chamber. Unlike her usual composed and graceful demeanor, her steps were now noticeably frantic. What is going on? Why the rush? Wang Chen mused, bemused by her eagerness. Truly, in the world of martial prowess, strength reigns supreme. Their enthusiasm for cultivation is remarkable. He reflected on his own leisurely approach and lack of diligence. Soon after, Wang Chen stood up and sought out Old Zhang. Initially, he had intended to wait for Old Zhang to exert himself and break through to Grandmaster before providing him with a breakthrough elixir, but that now seemed unrealistic. During this period, Old Zhang had transformed into a relentless warrior, hardly seen outside of mealtimes. Yet, due to his advanced age and diminished potential, Wang Chen observed no growth in Old Zhang's strength after all his efforts. Continuing in this manner would merely be a waste of time. Thus, it appeared he would have to take matters into his own hands and utilize the martial king-level beast blood essence to aid Old Zhang in his breakthrough to Grandmaster. Meanwhile, upon returning to her room, Bai Wanqing found herself unable to enter a state of cultivation. Wang Chen's words echoed in her mind, causing her cheeks to feel flushed. I must not overthink this. The sir certainly did not mean it in that way. Besides, my strength is hardly worthy of his attention. But what impression does he have of me? I suppose I am not unattractive. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Various thoughts swirling in her mind only deepened her embarrassment, causing her breath to quicken. Bai Wanqing, what are you daydreaming about? Regardless of what may come, if I wish to follow the Sir, I must possess strength. Thus, I must focus and cultivate diligently. After a few deep breaths, she gradually calmed herself. Then retrieved the vial of martial king-level beast blood that Wang Chen had given her. With my current strength, I am but a step away from Grandmaster. I needn't use such a large quantity of beast blood. A small portion should suffice. After murmuring this to herself, she extracted a fraction of the blood essence and stored the remainder away. Without further hesitation, she took a deep breath and consumed the selected portion. On the other side, Wang Chen was busy channeling the energy within old Zhang's body, who had just ingested the martial king-level beast blood essence. This was Wang Chen's first experience with such a task, yet it felt remarkably effortless given his strength. In less than half an hour, old Zhang successfully broke through to Grandmaster. Following this, Wang Chen provided him with a breakthrough elixir, enabling him to surge onward to the Grandmaster level in one breath. Chapter 69, Half-Step Martial King. At 3 p.m., Wang Chen reclined on a lounge chair in the courtyard, engrossed in his phone. This world differs greatly from his previous life, where news primarily revolved around celebrity scandals, either one star's infidelity or another's substance abuse. In contrast, this world's news predominantly reports on beast attacks and the latest breakthroughs in martial prowess, or who has vanquished which beast. Recently, the most talked about topic was the upcoming grand tournament among the 100 schools, set to take place in the Martial University of Magic City in just 3 days. Wang Chen found himself quite intrigued, especially after witnessing the fight at Jiangnan University yesterday. The combat scenes far surpassed those of any film. He pondered whether he should attend the tournament in Magic City. I have broken through to Grandmaster. Suddenly, old Zhang's voice erupted from within the villa, followed by his jubilant figure rushing towards Wang Chen. Sir, I am now a Grandmaster. Seeing old Zhang's exuberant demeanor, Wang Chen chuckled. How does it feel, old Zhang? What is it like to be a Grandmaster? Wonderful. It's more exhilarating than any thrilling entertainment. Old Zhang exclaimed. I never dared to dream I would one day become a Grandmaster. Thank you so much, sir. Old Zhang's words took Wang Chen by surprise. He seemed to have caught a glimpse of a key term, an exhilarating program. To his astonishment, old Zhang, that cantankerous old man, had engaged in such an exciting endeavor. Something Wang Chen himself had never partaken in. How outrageous. So what if he had played it before? Why must he even mention it? Truly excessive. All right, old Wang. Since you've ascended to the pinnacle of the Grandmaster, I suggest you return to your chamber to solidify your realm. Fine then, sir. I'll retreat to consolidate my cultivation. Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to engage further. Let old Zhang revel in his past experiences. Did he not realize he was still a novice? Old Zhang departed, visibly anxious, perplexed as to why Wang Chen had suddenly become displeased. Had he misspoken? It shouldn't have been the case. He had only uttered 2 ordinary sentences. How could he have offended Wang Chen? Once old Zhang left, Wang Chen resumed scrolling through the news on his phone. The world was vast, teeming with an array of bizarre and intriguing stories. Wait, what? Bai Wanqing had broken through to the peak of the Grandmaster. Wang Chen suddenly sensed that Bai Wanqing's training had concluded. As anticipated, after consuming the boundary-breaking pill, she had ascended from the early stages of Grandmaster directly to its zenith. Sir, I have reached the peak of the Grandmaster, and there is still a considerable amount of beast essence remaining. Bai Wanqing approached Wang Chen, her expression somewhat unnatural. As she spoke, she presented the remaining beast essence to him. Haha, splendid. As for the leftover beast essence, you may keep it for yourself. I have no need for such trifles. After you thoroughly consolidate your cultivation for a while, you can use this essence to attempt a breakthrough to the Martial King realm. Wang Chen's mood brightened significantly upon seeing Bai Wanqing, his tone becoming markedly gentler. A beautiful woman? Who could resist? Moreover, Bai Wanqing, in both appearance and character, embodied Wang Chen's ideal type. Well then, thank you, sir. Thank for what? There's no need for such formality. We are all comrades here. Expressing gratitude repeatedly makes things feel distant. Wang Chen's words extended beyond just Bai Wanqing. They also encompassed Meng Zirui and old Zhang. Perhaps due to his strength, Wang Chen always felt they were overly reserved in his presence. In truth, he considered himself quite affable, with no reason for them to harbor excessive fear of him. Wang Chen's statements, while seemingly innocuous, resonated differently in Bai Wanqing's ears. Comrades. Those 2 words struck her hard, like a thunderclap, overturning the effort she had made to suppress her fluttering emotions. I understand. Bai Wanqing's face flushed as she forced herself to appear composed. Her gaze averted from Wang Chen. What's the matter? Why is your face so red? Is it due to the excitement of breaking through to the peak of the Grandmaster? Truly, there is no need for such excitement, rest assured. It won't be long before you ascend to the Martial King realm. There will be ample time for excitement then. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Bai Wanqing lifted her head. Incredulity etched across her features. Was she truly excited? She could barely distinguish between shyness and excitement. No wonder she remained unaffected in the presence of such a striking beauty. It turned out he was emotionally inept. What kind of look is that? Ah, nothing. You were correct, sir. I was just too excited earlier, but I'm fine now. Wang Chen hastily adjusted her mindset, regaining her gentle and demure demeanor. Boom. A deafening sound erupted as a figure leapt from the third floor of the villa. Haha. Sir, my injuries have healed. Not only that, but I have also made a breakthrough. Brother Meng, you've reached the Martial King realm? Wang Chen exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Meng Zirui's words. The Martial King realm? There were so few in the Dragon Kingdom. Once someone transcended to that level, they gained the eligibility to become an elder of the Dragon Kingdom. Not quite. The Martial King realm is not so easily attained. However, while I have not become a Martial King, I have taken a significant step forward and reached the Half-Martial King. Half-Martial King? Indeed. I have broken through to the peak of the Grand Master, and what remains is to master the power of heaven and earth, which requires a process. Meng Zirui was elated. His injuries had healed, and he had advanced to the Half-Martial King. Once he fully grasped the power of heaven and earth, he would be a true Martial King. This could be seen as a blessing in disguise. Had he not been injured, he would likely still be the commander of the demon-suppressing city, lacking the opportunity to accompany Wang Chen, and thus would have missed the chance to break through to the Martial King. Many of his contemporaries were still merely Grand Masters. How difficult it was to break through to the Martial King. Indeed, mastering the power of heaven and earth requires time. During this period, focus on your cultivation here. We have no other pressing matters. Understood, sir. Thank you. Meng Zirui replied, bowing respectfully to Wang Chen. This gesture was heartfelt, though he may have arrived with ulterior motives. He was now genuinely grateful to Wang Chen. Enough with the formalities. We are comrades. There's no need for such politeness. Just cultivate diligently. Wang Chen waved his hand. Bemused by their excessive politeness, he was indeed pleased. With the trio's cultivation levels rising, the lowest among them had now reached the Grandmaster realm. This elevation in their prowess made it all the more impressive to venture out together, befitting his stature. Chapter 70. Chun Changji's Thoughts. 2 days later, Wang Chen resolved to take Meng Zirui and Bai Wanqing to the Martial University in Magic Capital to witness the Grand Intercollegiate Competition. This marked Wang Chen's first public outing since revealing his identity, and the spectacle was nothing short of grandiose. When Wang Chen decided to travel to the Magic Capital, Meng Zirui promptly informed Manhwaedit, the mayor of Jiangnan City. The mayor, not daring to be negligent, immediately contacted Chun Changji, the mayor of Magic Capital. The two engaged in a detailed discussion regarding Wang Chen's upcoming journey, particularly since he would be accompanied by Meng Zirui and Bai Wanqing. Had Wang Chen been traveling alone, such arrangements would have been unnecessary. He could have soared through the skies at his leisure, expediting the process. This outing was Wang Chen's first real taste of what it meant to have such grandeur. As they journeyed from their residence at Yujingbiyuan to the Jiangnan City Airport, the route was comprehensively sealed off, with city defense troops stationed every few steps, creating a veritable fortress. Wang Chen had only witnessed such scenes on television. Experiencing it firsthand was exponentially more awe-inspiring, stirring profound emotions within him. What a thrill, an exhilarating sensation. Once aboard the military aircraft bound for the Magic Capital, Wang Chen noticed 4 fighter jets flanking the aircraft for aerial escort. Naturally, the Magic Capital could not remain idle. Upon learning that Wang Chen's plane had taken off, they dispatched 4 fighter jets to greet him in the skies. As Wang Chen's plane traversed halfway through its journey, the Magic Capital's jets joined them in the air. Thus, the spectacle unfolded. The aircraft bearing Wang Chen soared through the skies, flanked by an impressive formation of 8 fighter jets. This extraordinary aerial display naturally stirred a considerable commotion below. What on earth is that? A squadron of fighter jets. 9 aircraft mobilized at once. It seems something significant is unfolding. What could be so important? Clearly, a high-profile individual is traveling. Can't you see that those 8 jets are escorting the central aircraft? Impossible. Which prominent figure would command such a grand display? Quick, capture this moment and share it online. Perhaps someone will shed light on the situation. The distance from Jiangnan City to the Magic Capital is substantial. Even aboard a military aircraft, it would take over an hour, traversing numerous cities of varying sizes along the way. Countless individuals within the cities, upon witnessing the thunderous passage of the fighter jets, hastily retrieved their phones to document the spectacle. Photographs of the aerial formation proliferated online, capturing the curiosity of many. Who is this esteemed individual traveling? Such grandeur is unprecedented. I recall the last time the Grand Elder visited the Magic Capital, and it was nowhere near this lavish. Is there anyone who can explain this? I reside in the Magic Capital and just observed 4 aircraft departing from the airport. I wonder if any of those 8 jets belong to our local forces. I believe I can guess who is aboard that plane. To the brother above. Are you certain you're not exaggerating? I seek clarification from the esteemed individual above. I am from Jiangnan City and witnessed the formation take off from there. Initially, there were only 5 aircraft, and I heard that a road in Jiangnan City was recently closed. Moreover, the brother from the Magic Capital mentioned that 4 jets have flown out of the city, suggesting they are converging with those from Jiangnan. Who in Jiangnan has the privilege of commanding such a display? Think about it. Jiangnan. It must be Elder Wang Chen. Indeed. Only Elder Wang Chen is worthy of such a spectacle. It's confirmed. This is undoubtedly Elder Wang Chen. It appears he is heading to the magic capital. Oh, how I wish to encounter Elder Wang by chance in the magic capital. In any realm, clever minds abound, and given that Wang Chen's journey was not shrouded in secrecy, it was swiftly deduced by onlookers. Presently, Wang Chen's reputation in the Dragon Nation is immense, garnering the admiration of all. His recent exploits in slaying Demon City, where he dispatched a formidable beast with ease, have solidified his fearsome reputation. In the hearts of the people, Wang Chen is regarded as the foremost powerhouse in the Dragon Nation. Thus, every action of his draws the gaze of the masses. At that moment, the Magic Capital Airport was under strict security. All significant leaders and select powerful individuals awaited his arrival with bated breath. As everyone anxiously anticipated, a young man hurriedly approached the mayor of the Magic Capital, Chen Changji, and, with a hint of urgency, conveyed, "Mayor, news of Elder Wang Chen's arrival has spread online. Many people are rushing to the airport." Upon hearing his secretary's words, Mayor Chen was not taken aback. After all, Elder Wang's visit was not a clandestine affair. It was only natural for it to be known. "Old he, is everything arranged?" "Rest assured, everything is in place. No one will disturb Elder Wang." Hiyong, the military governor of the Magic Capital, had been a college mate of Chen Changji, and the two had jointly managed the vast metropolis for over a decade. Upon learning of Wang Chen's impending arrival, they had prepared for every eventuality, including the current situation, having established various defense measures well in advance. That's good. This visit from Elder Wang is an opportunity for both of us. We must seize it. Why overthink it? Just let things unfold naturally. You tend to overanalyze. Hiyong replied nonchalantly. They were not only classmates, but also close friends. Recently, they received news that Wang Chen had gifted a martial king-level beast to the state. The beast's essence had been extracted, with 3 portions distributed to Nangong Wentian of Slaying Demon City, Jiang Wei of Lingtian City, and Zhao Ziwu of the Qinglong Legion. It was said that all 3 were currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the martial king realm. It wouldn't be long before the Dragon Nation might see an increase in powerful warriors. Chen Changji felt a twinge of envy upon hearing this. Having been college friends with both Hiyong and Nangong Wentian, he recalled their trio being dubbed the 3 Musketeers. Now, while Nangong Wentian was on the verge of a breakthrough, they found themselves stagnating at the pinnacle of the Grand Master level. There's an old saying, one fears their brothers endure hardship, yet one also fears their brothers drive luxury cars. This encapsulated Chen Changji's current feelings. Hence, upon hearing of Wang Chen's visit, he felt a stir of excitement. They were well aware that Wang Chen possessed more than just a single martial king-level beast. Considering that one beast could yield 3 portions of essence, it was evident that Wang Chen was not lacking in such resources. He shared his aspirations with Hiyong, hoping that they could both grasp this opportunity. Whether they would receive the essence from Wang Chen was uncertain, but ensuring they served him well could potentially lead to a glimmer of hope. Even if they missed the chance to obtain the essence, at the very least, they could leave a positive impression on Wang Chen, which might open up future opportunities. Chapter 71, Dues Eating. The thunderous roar of the aircraft engines resonated like a tumultuous tide, rolling forth from the heavens. As the plane drew nearer, the sound intensified, akin to a multitude of drums sounding in unison. Elder Wang Chen has arrived. Preparations for his welcome were in full swing. Observing the approaching aircraft, Chen Changji solemnly instructed those beside him, instinctively adjusting his attire. Once the aircraft came to a halt, the first to disembark was not Wang Chen, but Meng Zirui. After stepping out, he surveyed the surroundings before respectfully taking his position at the side of the aircraft door. When Wang Chen emerged, accompanied by Wang Qing, he immediately noticed the throng of people gathered below. "Welcome, Mr. Wang, to the Magic Capital." The synchronized voices of dozens rang out, momentarily leaving Wang Chen speechless, unsure of how to respond. A simple acknowledgement of their efforts felt somewhat inadequate. With no recourse, Wang Chen could only feign indifference, offering a curt nod and remarking, "You are all too kind. Mr. Wang, I am Chen Changji, the mayor of the Magic Capital. We extend our warmest welcome to you, as you grace us with your presence." As Wang Chen alighted from the aircraft, Chen Changji, brimming with excitement, approached him and extended his hands. "Mayor Chen, it's a pleasure." Wang Chen grasped Chen Changji's hands, feeling the fervor in his grip. It was evident that the mayor was quite exhilarated. Wang Chen found himself perplexed, wondering what warranted such enthusiasm. After all, he was no beauty. "Mr. Wang, allow me to introduce you to the commander of the Magic City Defense Force, Hiyong, who happens to be my university classmate." "Greetings, Mr. Wang. I am Hiyong." Upon hearing Chen Changji introduce himself, Hiyong, not daring to be remiss, quickly stepped forward, extending both hands to greet Wang Chen. Wang Chen briefly shook hands with him and remarked, "Hello, Commander He." Subsequently, Chen Changji introduced several other leaders from Magic City, as well as a few individuals of particular interest, among whom was the president of Magic City Martial University, Zheng Xinjian, who piqued Wang Chen's curiosity. In terms of renown, Zheng Xinjian, as the president of Magic City Martial University, eclipsed even that of the mayor of Magic City, Qin Changji, across the entirety of Long Country. While it is widely recognized that Magic City is one of the nation's two super cities, few people are aware of who the mayor actually is. In stark contrast, Zheng Xinjian, as the head of one of the 5 major universities in Long Country, is a name that resonates with nearly everyone who has ever participated in martial examinations. This is because, after each martial examination concludes, the presidents of various schools typically make an appearance in the news to expound upon their recruitment plans. Wang Chen himself had indeed heard of Zheng Xinjian. "Greetings, Mr. Wang. I am Zheng Xinjian, the president of Magic City Martial University." As Qin Changji introduced him, Zheng Xinjian courteously acknowledged Wang Chen. Unlike the obsequious demeanor of the others, Zheng Xinjian exuded an air of nobility, maintaining a respectful yet unassuming attitude, devoid of any semblance of flattery. "Haha, President Zheng, you are too modest. I have indeed heard of your esteemed name. My purpose for visiting Magic City is to witness the grand competition of 100 schools. I have heard that one requires an invitation to attend if not affiliated with one of the 100 schools. Might I trouble President Zheng for an invitation?" Wang Chen said with a smile, fully aware that, given his current status, he need not concern himself with such formalities. His very identity served as the most compelling invitation. "Mr. Wang, you jest. It is our honor for you to attend the grand competition of 100 schools. What need is there for an invitation? You would be making me lose face." Zheng Xinjian responded, his expression tinged with embarrassment, though a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Historically, no formidable warriors had attended the grand competition, and if Wang Chen were to grace their Magic City Martial University with his presence, it would immensely elevate their prestige. Just this alone would allow them to overshadow the other 4 institutions in terms of influence. "Haha, splendid. It is settled then. Very well, Mr. Wang. I shall eagerly await your arrival at Magic City Martial University tomorrow." Wang Chen then followed Qin Changji into a vehicle that had been prepared in advance. The convoy set forth, gradually making its way toward the airport exit. As soon as the convoy exited the airport, Wang Chen was met with a cacophony of shouts. "Look! A convoy is emerging. Ah, Elder Wang Chen must be in that very vehicle." "Alas," the crowd lamented, "we can't see him. What should we do?" "Elder Wang Chen. I adore you. Ah, I wish to meet Elder Wang Chen." The scene outside the airport was a veritable sea of humanity, with throngs lining the roads. Wang Chen had not anticipated such a fervent reception. Had his fame grown to such proportions? While astonished, he refrained from stepping out to greet the enthusiastic crowd. The fervor exhibited by the onlookers felt almost frenzied, and he understood why many celebrities from his past life often traveled with numerous bodyguards. Should he venture out, he might well be overwhelmed by this fervent mob. Although he was a formidable warrior, he could not bring himself to act against these innocent individuals, for they were, after all, his fans. Furthermore, as a distinguished warrior, he needed to maintain an air of aloofness. Fortunately, in this high martial world, despite their fervor, the crowd still retained a semblance of rationality. They would not dare to recklessly confront a warrior of his caliber. Qin Changji and his associates had already arranged luxurious accommodations for Wang Chen, a grand villa perched atop a mountain. As they approached the villa, the others refrained from following, leaving only Qin Changji and He Yong to accompany Wang Chen. Upon entering the villa, Qin Changji provided an overview of the premises before bidding farewell, assuring Wang Chen that should he require anything, he could simply call upon them, and they would be at his service in an instant. Wang Chen and his companions did not linger in the villa for long. After a brief tour, he led them away, heading toward the heart of Magic City. As a super city of Long Country, how could he possibly resist exploring it? Despite being a formidable warrior now, he was still, at heart, a young man. In his previous life, his financial constraints had prevented him from visiting grand cities. Now that he stood at the pinnacle of this world, he felt no need for reservations and sought to remedy the regrets of his past. However, just as Wang Chen and his companions entered the city center of Magic City, he sensed a familiar aura. Instinctively, he turned toward the source of this familiarity. Not far from them, 2 groups of young individuals stood in confrontation, judging by their demeanor. Both groups appeared to be university students, embroiled in conflict for reasons unknown. Among them, the individual who struck him as familiar was a young man from one of the groups. "Du Ziding? What is he doing here?" Although recognizing an acquaintance, Wang Chen refrained from approaching immediately. It was evident that the other party was encountering trouble, as a crowd had already gathered to observe. Wang Chen, along with Meng Zirue and Bai Wanqing, made their way over. Despite being in a high martial world, the tendency of people to gather for amusement remained unchanged from Wang Chen's past life. The 2 groups in the center of the commotion consisted of one entirely male faction, one of whom bore a particularly unsavory appearance, perhaps by nature. The other group comprised 4 males and 2 females, one of whom was Wang Chen's acquaintance, Du Ziding. The male-dominated faction's leader suddenly called out to Du Ziding's group. "Are you here to participate in the grand competition of 100 schools? Which school do you represent? What concern is it of yours which school we represent? Should you fail to apologize, do not blame us for being impolite." Du Zhiting's faction clearly rebuffed the inquiry, their tone laced with hostility. Oh, come now. You think too highly of yourselves. Try being impolite and see what happens. Precisely. You expect us to apologize? Dream on. With mouths and eyes of our own, we shall do as we please. Do you have any say in the matter? Ha ha. Du Zhiting's group was incensed at the words of the opposing faction, especially upon noticing the lecherous male who persisted in his inappropriate behavior. The tension between the two groups had escalated due to this lecherous man's lascivious gaze fixated on their two female companions, accompanied by indecent remarks that had sparked the conflict. Even at this juncture, the odious man showed no signs of restraint, igniting the fury of Du Zhiting's group. What the hell are you staring at? While this seemed a rather innocuous statement, its impact was anything but trivial. Naturally, upon hearing this, the 6 burly men instinctively retorted, "What are you looking at?" A mere 6 individuals, yet they unleashed a deafening aura. Their synchronized voices rivaled the grand spectacle of a military parade from Wang Chen's past life. This sudden display left the onlookers momentarily stunned. What audacity! Did these young men not consider the impact of such an unexpected outburst? While others were taken aback. The key participants, Du Zhitong and his companions, were unfazed. Reflexively, the 6 pointed at one another without the slightest hesitation, shouting in unison, "Dare to look again." The surrounding crowd, still processing the initial shock, was jolted once more by the sudden roar. The harmony of their voices bore the mark of meticulous training. Most intriguingly, the sound possessed an inexplicable allure, igniting an impulsive desire among the spectators to join in the fray. The all-male faction shouted, "Dare to try." Du Zhitong's group retorted, "What are you staring at?" The onlookers echoed, "What is it to you?" Du Zhitong and the crowd, "Dare to look again." The all-male faction and the onlookers, "Dare to try." Wang Chen observed the scene, nearly bursting into laughter. Even Bai Wanqing covered her cherry lips with her hand, though her eyes betrayed her suppressed amusement. As for Manhwaedit, he had already blended into the surrounding throng, his voice rising above the din. Look at your grandpa. Brothers, let us take them down." Bang. "Ah, bastards, how dare you ambush us? You lack martial ethics. Brothers, let us finish them off. Damn it, get away, or you'll end up splattered with blood." Upon witnessing the brawl erupt, the onlookers instinctively retreated, granting ample space for the combatants. Manhwaedit returned to Wang Chen's side, yet the expression on his face suggested he was still yearning for more excitement. "Sir, should we intervene?" he inquired. "No need. They are not foolish enough to cause a fatality. Let them be." Wang Chen was quite taken aback. Every movement from both parties was within his keen observation. He had not anticipated that Du Zhitong would be the first to strike. In his recollection, Du Zhitong was not an impulsive individual, but rather a relatively earnest one. How had he transformed into such a fiery spirit in just a short time? Go for it, handsome. Strike at his lower regions. Oh dear, how shameless. He.s. targeting the girl's private parts. The crowd chuckled. Look at his lecherous face. It's clear he.s. no good. Hurry up and fight, otherwise the city defense forces will arrive. Wang Chen discerned that both groups likely represented their respective schools in the impending grand competition. However, judging by their abilities, the most formidable among them barely reached the 9th rank in martial prowess. Evidently, both schools were of similar standing, neither boasting exceptional strength, likely ranking among the lower tier of the 100 schools. While their altercation appeared intense, it was merely a trivial scuffle. Not only Wang Chen and his companions, but even the spectators regarded it with indifference. After all, this was the Magic City, where nearly everyone possessed martial capabilities and many were skilled practitioners. Within the crowd, Wang Chen sensed at least 8 martial masters and 1 grandmaster. "Stop fighting. The city defense forces are coming." A voice rang out, prompting the gathering to disperse, and even the fighters ceased their struggle simultaneously. Although fighting in the city was not explicitly forbidden, after all, in a high martial world, drawing blades over minor grievances was commonplace. One could not be reckless in urban settings. Ignoring the presence of the city defense forces would be a direct affront, risking arrest if they displeased the authorities. "What is happening here? Why are you fighting?" A middle-aged man, leading the city defense forces, approached Du Zhitong and his companions, clearly aware of who was involved in the fray. "Uncle from the city defense forces, it's nothing. We were just playing around." One of them replied, "Yes, uncle. We're here for the grand competition and happened to cross paths. We were just a bit eager to spar." Another chimed in, "Indeed, we were just sparring, not fighting." The middle-aged man scrutinized them briefly before nodding slightly. "Since it's nothing serious, you may disperse. As you are here to participate in the grand competition, focus on your preparations and refrain from causing trouble. Understood?" "Understood. We're leaving right away." Thus, a minor farce concluded hastily with the intervention of the city defense forces. Du Zhitong and his companions dared not linger, swiftly vanishing from sight. Wang Chen observed their retreating figures, but made no effort to follow. Instead, he turned to Manhwaedit and the others. "Let us move on and explore further." Chapter 73. Confidence upon returning to their hotel. Du Zhitong and his companions were caught red-handed by their principal. With the grand competition looming the next day, they had been instructed to remain at the hotel for preparations. even receiving additional training resources for this purpose. Yet, in a mere moment of inattention, they had vanished without a trace. What have you all been up to? Were you not instructed to train diligently at the hotel? And why do you look so disheveled? What on earth happened? Initially prepared to reprimand them, the principal's concern for their appearance overshadowed his intent to chastise. This was the Magic City, after all, in a place teeming with formidable individuals. Even his status as a university principal felt inadequate. Among the so-called 100 schools of the Dragon Kingdom, only the top 5 were considered prestigious, with the next 15 classified as first-tier institutions. Schools ranked from 21 to 50 were deemed second-tier, while those beyond 50 were, at best, mere diploma mills. In the context of the Magic City, their school's standing barely measured against even the third-rate families of the area. Seeing their disheveled state, the principal surmised that they had encountered a conflict outside. He could only hope they had not offended anyone too powerful. Principal, we had a minor altercation with students from another school, but it's all resolved, so no worries. A conflict with students from another school? That is acceptable. As long as you haven't crossed any local powers, it's fine. The principal's anxiety eased upon hearing this. Inter-student rivalry and disagreements were commonplace. And even if the opposing school were stronger, it was of little concern. Within the same system, connections were ever present. Which school were you at odds with? We're not sure. They never mentioned their school's name. And what was their strength like? The name of the school may be inconsequential. What truly matters is the caliber of its students, which reveals the institution's prestige. Their abilities are comparable to ours. We engaged in a contest where neither side gained the upper hand. Excellent. Well, that settles it. Everyone should rest and adequately prepare for tomorrow's competition. After the principal made this statement, he departed with a look of ease, shedding the tension that had previously enveloped him. Du Zeding and his companions exchanged brief greetings before retreating to their respective rooms. The recent skirmish, though devoid of peril, had nonetheless proven to be quite exhausting, necessitating a period of recuperation. Upon returning to his room, Du Zeding chose not to continue his training. Instead, he poured himself a glass of water and sipped it slowly. Reflecting on the day's events, he felt a sense of astonishment, puzzled by his own impulsiveness at that moment. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted his reverie, jolting him from his contemplation. Xiaoya, is that you? Come in. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the lovely figure of his girlfriend, Xiaoya. As she stepped into the room, she inquired, Zeding, I hope I'm not interrupting your training. Not at all. I was just taking a break and haven't started training yet. After they settled down, Du Zeding poured a glass of water for Xiaoya. Xiaoya, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Although they were a couple, Du Zeding sensed that her visit had a purpose. Given that tomorrow marked the grand competition among numerous schools, it was crucial for them to focus on honing their skills and adjusting their states. Moreover, having just emerged from a battle, they needed to replenish their inner strength. The thought of her coming to discuss romantic matters seemed implausible. They were not at that level of yearning yet. I do have a matter to discuss. I wanted to ask you what was going on today. You're not usually this impulsive, she replied. You're referring to my initiating the confrontation, right? What is so difficult to understand about that? It was quite a natural reaction. That lecherous man not only glanced at you with those inappropriate eyes, but also uttered such vile words. As your boyfriend, how could I possibly tolerate that? Don't be fooled by my usual demeanor. I am a person of principles and boundaries. My girlfriend deserves my utmost protection. Du Zeding's words resonated with conviction. And in that moment, he appeared larger than life in Xiaoya's eyes. A wave of security washed over her, causing her heart to race. And she felt an overwhelming urge to leap into his arms. Thank you, I understand now. I'll head back. Please take care of yourself. After uttering these words, Xiaoya stood up and made her way towards the door. Her cheeks flushed, her heart racing, and her eyes faltered as she dared not meet Du Zeding's gaze. Her steps were slightly unsteady. Just as she reached the doorway, she paused, turned back, and said, I had a wonderful day today, and I will cherish what you just said. With that, Xiaoya exited. However, Du Zeding's heart remained unsettled. His earlier words had been heartfelt, and he had long established his romantic relationship with Xiaoya, loving her deeply. Their bond was strong, and he was indeed willing to safeguard it with his life. Yet, the reason for his boldness today stemmed from an entirely different source. He had learned that his parents had achieved the status of masters and understood the reasons behind their breakthrough. Indeed, Du Zeding was the son of teacher Xiao Lin and teacher Du, having grown up alongside Wang Chen. Although he was 2 years older than Wang Chen, they had spent considerable time together before Du Zeding entered university, maintaining a close relationship. Given the recent buzz online about Wang Chen's identity, he was well aware of the situation. He had not anticipated that Wang Chen would rise to become an elder of the martial king realm in the Dragon Kingdom. Standing at the pinnacle of its hierarchy, Du Zeding refrained from reaching out to Wang Chen, uncertain if he still valued their friendship. The saying goes, to accompany a ruler is akin to befriending a tiger. With Wang Chen's current prowess, countless individuals sought to curry favor with him, and the social dynamics between them had undoubtedly shifted. However, from what he could discern regarding his parents' circumstances, it seemed that Wang Chen still cherished their bond, evidenced by his assistance in their ascension to mastery. While Du Ziding would never exploit Wang Chen's status, he firmly believed that should anyone unjustly bully him, Wang Chen would not stand idly by. This conviction provided him with a sense of assurance. His willingness to act decisively today was fueled by two factors: the righteousness of their cause and the invisible confidence that Wang Chen's friendship bestowed upon him. Though their relationship remained discreet, unknown even to his girlfriend Guoxiaya, it did not diminish the immense confidence he derived from it. This was why he could so abruptly abandon his usual reserved demeanor and confront his adversaries. In the evening, Wang Chen and his companions returned to their accommodations after spending considerable time exploring the vibrant city of Magic Capital. They had witnessed its splendor and savored various local delicacies. Old Meng, please locate the students involved in the altercation on the street today. One of the parties is from the Academy of Arts, and among them is teacher Xiao's son. Bring him to me. Since he had encountered Du Ziding, Wang Chen felt it imperative to see him, as their relationship had always been quite amicable. In Wang Chen's memories, they had been neighbors during their childhood, traveling to school together each day, leading their classmates to believe that Du Ziding was his elder brother. Children often possess a certain innocence. Having an older brother to shield them made all the difference. Everyone assumed that Wang Chen had an older brother 2 grades above him, which rendered him immune to bullying at school. Thus, Wang Chen had benefited from Du Ziding's protection, riding on his coattails. Although Du Ziding had considerable talent, Wang Chen's aptitude was rather modest. Nevertheless, Du Ziding had never looked down on him for that reason. Their relationship, if not akin to that of brothers, was certainly close, and Wang Chen had always remembered this debt of gratitude. I understand, sir. I'll head out immediately. Meng Zirui replied without hesitation before stepping outside. Based on the information provided by Wang Chen, he promptly contacted the principal of Magic Capital Martial University, Zheng Xinjian. As the host of the grand competition, the university would likely possess information regarding the other participating schools. A simple inquiry should reveal Du Ziding's current whereabouts. Even if the staff at Magic Capital Martial University were unaware, they could certainly assist in the search, as they shared a common system and would surely have contact details for one another. This exemplified the allure of power. With just one phone call, one could uncover the information they sought. The Millennium Hotel in Magic Capital was where Du Ziding and his companions were staying, a relatively upscale establishment in the city. Though they hail from a modest town, their prowess may not seem formidable in the bustling metropolis, yet it must be acknowledged that they are indeed backed by a university. And securing a stay in a more upscale hotel is entirely feasible. Upon arriving at the hotel, Meng Zirui did not disturb anyone else, but directly sought out the hotel manager. Through this individual, he acquired the room number of Du Ziding. General Meng. The knock on the door startled Du Ziding from his meditation. However, upon opening the door and seeing Meng Zirui, he momentarily froze before recognizing him. Greetings, Brother Du. I must trouble you to accompany me, for Mr. Wang wishes to see you. Why, you mean, Mr. Wang wants to see me now? Indeed. Brother Du, please prepare yourself quickly. We wouldn't want to keep Mr. Wang waiting. Meng Zirui spoke with utmost courtesy, addressing Du Ziding as brother, a gesture reflecting the significance of Du Ziding's relationship with Wang Chen. It is often said that one should consider the Buddha even when looking at the monk, and thus, being polite could only serve him well. Very well, please wait a moment, General Meng. I must inform our principal, lest they grow concerned. Understood. I shall wait for you downstairs. Brother Du. With that, Meng Zirui turned and departed. Du Ziding, feeling a surge of excitement, knocked on the door of their principal. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not thrilled at the prospect of meeting Wang Chen. Although they had grown up together, Wang Chen was now an esteemed elder in the realm of martial arts, a figure unattainable for ordinary practitioners. Had it not been for their connection, they would not even have the privilege to meet him. Ah, Du Ziding, what brings you here? The principal opened the door, taken aback to find Du Ziding, who should have been focusing on his training. Principal, I have urgent business to attend to and wish to inform you. What? You are going out again? What is it this time? You must concentrate on your training and prepare for tomorrow's competition. The principal's expression grew grave, recalling the altercation from his last outing. Relieved it hadn't escalated into a serious issue. Should you venture out again, what if trouble finds you? Principal, I truly have a matter to attend to. A senior is waiting for me downstairs. Someone is waiting for you downstairs. Don't jest with me. I've never heard of any relatives of yours in the metropolis. The principal, while not untruthful, had a point. As a representative of the school, he was well aware of each student's background. Du Ziding's lineage was spotless, with no mention of relatives in the city. Really, Principal, do you think I would deceive you? I must leave now, or it would be impolite to keep him waiting. Du Ziding was genuinely anxious, as the individual awaiting him was none other than General Meng Zirui, a formidable master. Should he delay excessively, it might provoke displeasure, a troublesome scenario indeed. Wait, I shall accompany you. You are my student, and it is late. I cannot allow you to go alone, lest you fall prey to deceit. The principal's unexpected decision to follow him surprised Du Ziding, who felt a wave of gratitude at the principal's serious demeanor. Let us hurry, Principal, lest we keep that esteemed senior waiting. Du Ziding did not oppose. Knowing it would be futile, the principal would not heed his objections. Furthermore, They would first meet Meng Zirue, not Wang Chen directly. Had it been an audience with Wang Chen, he would have refrained from bringing anyone without prior consent. As they descended the hotel's elevator to the ground floor, a palpable tension gripped the air. It was eerily quiet, too quiet for such a lavish establishment, which typically bustled with activity. Sensing something amiss, the principal remained alert, prepared to whisk Du Ziting away at the first sign of danger. In the lobby, aside from the two receptionists, a middle-aged man sat in the lounge area, accompanied by a respectfully standing gentleman clad in formal attire, the hotel manager, whom Du Ziting recognized. What is happening here? Is the hotel on lockdown? The principal, standing beside Du Ziting, quickly deduced the gravity of the situation, clearly. A significant figure's presence had led to this sudden security measure. Yet, he questioned why they had not been informed or stopped. Spotting Meng Zirue immediately, Du Ziting approached him without hesitation. As they drew nearer, the principal recognized Meng Zirue as well. Boom. The principal felt as though his mind had been struck by thunder, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. General Meng, he stammered, taken aback by the unexpected encounter. Meng Zirue had become a prominent figure, a former commander of the Demon Town and a national hero, now also recognized as Wang Chen's steward. Though they had not publicly announced this role, it was not beyond the reach of public awareness. Despite being merely a steward, his position carried more weight than all his previous titles combined. When Wang Chen was present, one could treat him as a mere steward without consequence, but in his absence, to regard him as such would be a grave misunderstanding. Hadn't the hotel initiated lockdown protocols upon his arrival? General Meng, I apologize for keeping you waiting. This is our school's principal, who insisted on accompanying me this late, Du Ziting explained, startling the principal, who had not expected to find himself in such proximity to Meng Zirue. Just as he was grappling with his astonishment, he witnessed a scene that left him questioning his own reality. Meng Zirue, upon hearing Du Ziting's words, smiled and rose, greeting him warmly. Brother Du, you are too kind. Your principal is indeed commendable, a responsible individual. If you have no further matters, let us depart and not keep Mr. Wang waiting. Certainly, General Meng. Du Ziting replied without hesitation. Greetings, General Meng. I am Wang Ziyong, the principal of Du Zitong. Did I hear correctly that Mr. Wang wishes to see Du Zitong? Hello. Principal Wang. You are indeed correct. It is Mr. Wang who wishes to meet young Du. Meng Zirue harbored a favorable impression of the principal before him. For a headmaster who genuinely cares for his students is deserving of respect. The fact that Mr. Wang indeed sought an audience with Du Zitong was utterly astonishing. How could this be possible? Upon receiving this confirmation, Principal Wang's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He had never imagined that a student from their school would have the fortune to be received by Wang Chen. This was preposterous, an absurdity of the highest order, an inconceivable connection. Well then, we should be on our way. Would you care to join us, Principal Wang? Without further delay, Meng Zirue urged them onward, for Wang Chen was awaiting them. Any delay would reflect poorly on his efficiency. No, that won't be necessary. You two go ahead. It is a privilege for Du Zitong to be received by Mr. Wang. Upon hearing Meng Zirue's words, Principal Wang instantly declined without a hint of hesitation. Did he not wish to meet Wang Chen? Certainly not. There was likely no one in the nation who would not desire such an encounter. However, without Wang Chen's express permission, who would dare to approach him uninvited? Meng Zirue's polite gesture was merely that, should the principal foolishly accept, it would be a grave misstep. It is safe to assert that had the principal acquiesced, Meng Zirue would have found another means to refuse him. For Meng Zirue would never dare to bring anyone to meet Wang Chen without prior approval. Very well, young Du, let us be off. Mr. Wang is awaiting us. Understood. General Meng. Du Zitong acknowledged with a nod and turned to Principal Wang. Principal, I shall accompany General Meng now. Yes, off you go. Do not keep Mr. Wang waiting. And remember to be respectful and polite when you meet him. Do you understand? Yes, Principal, I understand. After affirming, Du Zitong followed Meng Zirue out of the hotel. Watching their figures fade from view, Principal Wang stood in a daze, as if everything that had transpired was a mere dream. Principal Wang, I never imagined your student would be granted an audience with that esteemed gentleman. His future is certainly bright. Congratulations. You are too kind. Indeed, it is a fortuitous opportunity for my student. But whether he can seize it is up to him. As he conversed with the affable hotel manager, Principal Wang maintained a polite demeanor, yet internally, he reveled in delight. The hotel manager before him had achieved mastery in the realm of power. Although they had crossed paths several times since their arrival, there had been no meaningful interaction, simply because they did not hold the manager's interest. Even as a principal with considerable prowess, he remained unworthy of the manager's attention in this bustling metropolis. Oh, Principal Wang, you are too modest. Receiving an audience with that gentleman signifies that your student has certainly captured his attention. Should you require any assistance during your stay, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall arrange for a dedicated staff member to provide you with 24-hour service. Any needs you may have, simply command. You are far too polite. That is unnecessary. We are quite comfortable here and have no particular requirements. Particular requirements? Not an issue at all, Principal Wang. We can certainly accommodate that. Let me arrange something for you. Rest assured, our services are professional and will surely meet your satisfaction. As the hotel manager spoke, Principal Wang noted a gleam of excitement in his eyes, and his demeanor seemed to take on a rather disreputable air. Could your notion of special services be? We are all adults. Some matters need not be explicitly stated. We all understand the implications. Principal Wang was undoubtedly aware of this, too. Fear not, Principal Wang. I understand you are a headmaster and must maintain your image. However, trust that we are professionals. We guarantee that only the three of us will know. Along with her, there will be no fourth party aware. Should your students desire assistance as well, you may inform me, and I shall arrange everything for you. Hearing the hotel manager's words, Principal Wang's gaze faltered for a moment. The temptation was quite considerable. In testing the resolve of officials, who could withstand such a trial? All men possess their desires. If it could be assured that no complications would arise, perhaps such special services could be acceptable. In that moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded Principal Wang's mind, as if several small voices engaged in fervent debate within him. After a struggle of conscience, his expression finally settled into tranquility, and clarity returned to his gaze. Let us forego the special services. I am not that kind of person. Thank you for your kind offer. After uttering these words, a sigh escaped his lips inwardly. Truthfully, I am quite curious about what distinguishes the special services of this city. Chapter 76. The meeting. Meanwhile, Meng Zirui had led Du Zitong to the residence of Wang Chen. Standing before the opulent gates of the villa, Du Zitong could not suppress a surge of anxiety. Such a place was not one he would normally be deemed worthy to enter. Sensing Du Zitong's unease, Meng Zirui chuckled. Haha, young Du, why the apprehension? Given your relationship with Mr. Wang, there is no need for such nerves. General Meng is right. I must apologize for my anxiety. Du Zitong managed an awkward smile. Yet the tension within him remained unabated. I cannot fathom why I feel this way. I simply cannot help but be a bit nervous. Du Zitong pondered, as it should be quite normal to meet someone he had grown up with, especially considering it had not been long since their last encounter. It is perfectly natural to feel this way. This is the inherent aura of the strong. Meng Zirui remarked earnestly. Those lofty figures emanate an aura that commands respect, even without a word spoken. In this regard, Meng Zirui spoke from experience, for he had felt it firsthand. Despite Wang Chen's amiable demeanor and courteous treatment toward them, they remained instinctively cautious in his presence, as if driven by a primal instinct, fearful of any transgressions. You and your family have conducted yourselves admirably, never abusing Mr. Wang's identity, while maintaining a sense of reverence. This is indeed the wisest choice. One must understand that lacking respect can lead to a short existence. Given the bond you share with Mr. Wang, as long as you remain prudent, endless benefits will accrue to you. Du Zitong nodded in agreement, deeply appreciative of Meng Zirui's counsel. Thank you, General Meng. I shall remember your words. We will not act recklessly. Very well, let us proceed inside. Upon entering the villa, the duo immediately spotted Wang Chen standing in the courtyard, clearly awaiting their arrival. Haha, Tenggu has arrived. Wang Chen greeted warmly, his mood evidently buoyant upon seeing Du Zitong. In this world, his relationship with Du Zitong has always been harmonious. Since childhood, Du Zitong has taken great care of him. Although he now stands in a position of high esteem, he finds himself devoid of a true confidant. Xiao Wang, greetings, Mr. Wang. Just as Du Zitong was about to address him as Xiao Chun, he promptly caught himself. It was understandable for his parents to call Wang Chen Xiao Chun, as they were elders, but for him, it was an entirely different matter. He and Wang Chen were peers, not blood relatives. In this society, which reveres martial prowess, should he dare to call Wang Chen by his childhood name, it may not offend Wang Chen, yet it would undoubtedly reflect poorly on his understanding of decorum. Why is Tenggu still treating me with such formality? Just like before, you can call me Xiao Chen. Wang Chen was taken aback by how distant Du Zitong had become, recognizing that his shift in status had altered many aspects of their relationship. No, that simply cannot be. It would be highly inappropriate. I shall continue to address you as Mr. Wang. Du Zitong exclaimed, raising his hands in protest. Despite Wang Chen's insistence to drop the formalities, Du Zitong felt an undeniable trepidation. After all, who in the nation would dare address Wang Chen by his name without the utmost respect, referring to him as Mr. Wang or Elder Wang? If it were to become known that he, a mere junior martial artist, had the audacity to call Wang Chen by his nickname, what repercussions would he face? Forget about the rules. I am the one who decides here. Let us revert to how we used to be. Du Zitong implored. No, please. I insist on calling you Mr. Wang. It is for the best. And please, refrain from calling me Tenggu. It sends chills down my spine. You may call me Zitong or Xiao Du instead. We cannot disrupt the established hierarchy that reveres the strong. Du Zitong understood that the more humble his demeanor, the more advantageous it would be for him. If he truly heeded Wang Chen's words, he was uncertain whether Wang Chen would genuinely be unbothered, given the latter's esteemed status. However, if he maintained a lowly position and afforded Wang Chen the respect he deserved, he was confident that Wang Chen would harbor no ill feelings towards him. Recognizing Du Zitong's steadfastness, Wang Chen realized that to persist would only serve to impose upon his friend. This, perhaps, was the unwritten rule of their world. With his current prowess, he was indeed entitled to embody the norms of this realm. Very well, I shall comply. From now on, I will call you Zitong. Now, let us enter and converse. Through their interaction, Wang Chen learned that Du Zitong represented their second-year class in the prestigious 100 Schools tournament. Given their school's standing, it was fair to say they were merely participating for the experience, as they had little hope of placing in the top 50. During their time together, Wang Chen had inquired if Du Zitong wished for assistance in transferring to a better school. There was no doubt about Wang Chen's capabilities. With his current status, he could easily facilitate Du Zitong's admission into one of the top 5 universities in Manhwa. After all, attending a prestigious institution signified access to superior training resources and faculty, an opportunity every martial artist would cherish. Yet, Du Zitong declined without a moment's hesitation. This left Wang Chen puzzled, as it seemed to be a splendid opportunity. He could not fathom why Du Zitong had rejected it so decisively. Ultimately, after further questioning, he discovered that Du Zitong had a girlfriend and did not wish to part ways with her. How disheartening. Reflecting on his own life, having traversed 2 lifetimes without even holding a girl's hand or experiencing the bittersweetness of love, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Nevertheless, Wang Chen maintained his composure, masking any trace of jealousy. He even suggested that he could assist Du Zitong's girlfriend in transferring to a better school as well. Yet, Du Zitong remained steadfast in his refusal, stating he did not wish to burden Wang Chen, even though for Wang Chen, it would be a mere matter of words. However, a favor, regardless of its simplicity, carried weight, and the significance of Wang Chen's goodwill was undeniable. Furthermore, given their limited talents, even if they were to attend a better school, they would likely find themselves at the bottom of the ranks. It would be more advantageous to remain at their current institution, where they were regarded as prodigies and nurtured as such. The resources available to them at their school would not necessarily be inferior to those at a more prestigious establishment. Wang Chen chose not to press further. Everyone has their own aspirations, and this was Du Zitong's choice. In the end, Wang Chen bestowed upon Du Zitong a wealth of training resources, ranging from materials suitable for advanced martial artists to those for masters, ample enough for him to ascend to the rank of an advanced martial master. He also assured Du Zitong that he could reach out to him anytime if he needed assistance. Through this meeting with Du Zitong, Wang Chen recognized that their significant difference in status made it increasingly difficult for them to revert to their former camaraderie. Although he had yet to meet Teacher Xia and the others, he could already envision their reactions upon seeing him, likely mirroring Du Zitong's. Unless their strengths became comparable to his, the influence of his power and status would remain unchanged. Chapter 77. The majestic motorcade early the next morning, under Meng Zirue's arrangements. The 3 of them boarded a specially designed magnetic levitation vehicle en route to Modu Martial University. Wang Chen need not concern himself with how the vehicle had come about or the arrangements for their journey. Such matters were the responsibility of Meng Zirue. Otherwise, what purpose would a steward serve? At this moment, Modu Martial University was bustling with activity, far more vibrant than previous year's 100 Schools tournaments. Not only had all participants arrived, but numerous leaders from the city of Modu were also present, including Chen Changji and He Yong. Each year, regardless of the hosting school, the organizers invite influential local figures and formidable individuals to witness the event. This year's tournament was particularly lively due to the widespread news that Wang Chen would be attending. Throughout the previous day, Principal Zheng Xinjian's phone was nearly inundated with calls. Many expressed their desire to attend the tournament, some being close acquaintances while others were merely casual contacts. Mayor Chen, Commander He, you have arrived. Welcome. Zheng Xinjian greeted them warmly. Principal Zheng, what is happening? Why is there such a crowd? Chen Changji inquired, glancing at the throngs nearly blocking the entrance. Don't mention it. I didn't anticipate such a turnout. The school has begun to disperse the crowd, but with so many people, it's a challenge to clear them all at once. Zheng Xinjian lamented, knowing full well why they had come. Yet, he dared not voice the truth. These individuals were there to catch a glimpse of Wang Chen. Having learned of his anticipated arrival at Modu Martial University, they were akin to fans, and although they had no direct connection to Wang Chen, it would be inappropriate to forcibly disperse them. After all, provoking Wang Chen's displeasure could lead to dire consequences. Old He, send more city defense troops to maintain order, and ensure they adopt a friendly approach. Rest assured, you need not mention it. I had already made arrangements. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. As the commanding general of the city defense army in the Demon City, He Yong is undoubtedly a perceptive individual. Upon his arrival, he quickly discerned the underlying issues and had already made arrangements via phone. Shortly thereafter, 2 military vehicles from the city defense army arrived at the entrance of the Demon City Martial University, from which disembarked dozens of fully armed soldiers. What the hell? Why is the city defense army here? Surely they're not here to chase us away? Panic rippled through the crowd as the soldiers advanced toward them, confirming their fears. We are here to meet Elder Wang Chen. On what grounds do they have to expel us? Let us ignore them and see what they can do. Indeed. Everyone stay put. we haven't caused any trouble. However, the fierce glares from the soldiers elicited expressions of helplessness among them. The orders received prior to their arrival mandated that they maintain order at the university entrance, employing a gentle approach to law enforcement, avoiding conflict with the public at all costs. Upon receiving these orders, the squad leader was left in a state of bewilderment. Who are they? The City Defense Army, a violent organization tasked with combating monstrous beasts and suppressing all malevolent practitioners. To expect them to enforce the law gently is nothing short of a hardship. Captain, what does gentle enforcement entail? How are we supposed to act? Yes, Captain, we can kill if ordered, but learning to be gentle is beyond our capabilities. Shut up. Do you think I understand this any better than you? Just follow my lead and don't cause any trouble, the captain retorted, striding toward the crowd. Upon reaching them, he unexpectedly stomped his foot down with great force. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as the ground beneath him caved in, followed by a palpable aura of mastery that enveloped the area. Listen up. If you all behave, we want to interfere with you. But anyone who dares to cause a ruckus will find their head twisted off. His words plunged the crowd into stunned silence. Is this the captain's version of gentle enforcement? They exchanged glances, noting how effective his display had been at silencing the crowd. Indeed, the captain is remarkable. He truly knows how to handle such situations. Meanwhile, Hyung, witnessing this scene, wished he could sink into the ground. What happened to the promised gentle enforcement? And Zhang Dapio, why is he still so ferocious? Does he take my words lightly? Enough complaining. The outcome appears satisfactory, does it not? In contrast to Hyung's frustration, Chen Changji maintained a calm demeanor. The method is irrelevant. Results are what truly matter. Sometimes, the most straightforward and forceful approach yields the best results. I suppose this time it's a case of serendipity. Hyung chuckled, revealing that his earlier exasperation was merely an act. Zhang Dapio was, after all, a captain he held in high regard, which is why he chose to send him during such a critical moment. By the heavens, this fellow startled me. What a booming voice he has. Not only was the captain vociferous, but he was also immensely powerful, standing at the peak of the master realm. It seems the City Defense Army is not here to chase us away. With the realization that the soldiers were not there to expel them, everyone present exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Most of them were ordinary practitioners. Those with genuine status were in no hurry, having already established connections to meet Wang Chen during the upcoming grand tournament of the 100 schools. In every world, there are fans. Much like those starstruck admirers of Wang Chen in his former life. Wherever they went, they were followed by a throng of devoted fans, even when the stars themselves paid them no heed. In this realm, Wang Chen was akin to the most illustrious celebrity, in a world where strength reigns supreme. All admired the powerful, and Wang Chen epitomized that strength. As anticipation built, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, a convoy is approaching." The shout drew everyone's attention as a formidable convoy appeared at the entrance of the Demon City Martial University. Leading the procession were two heavy-duty military vehicles from the City Defense Army, flanked by several light military vehicles, with additional heavy-duty vehicles following behind, along with 2 transport vehicles. At the convoy center was a luxurious and grand magnetic levitation car, distinguished by its striking red license plate, designating it as a vehicle for the elders of the Dragon Kingdom. In that moment, no introduction was necessary. Everyone knew that Wang Chen had arrived. Chapter 78. Under surveillance, the convoy came to a gradual stop at the university's entrance, accompanied by the screech of brakes. This was due to an unwritten rule among the Dragon Kingdom's 100 schools. No vehicles were permitted to enter the campus. Simultaneously, dozens of soldiers from the transport vehicles surged forward, swiftly forming a protective circle around the specially designed magnetic levitation car. Bang! The driver's door swung open, and Meng Zirue stepped out with precision and grace. Upon touching the ground, he quickly moved to the rear of the car, slightly bowing. His back straight and his demeanor focused as he gently grasped the car door handle, pulling it open with a blend of gentleness and decisiveness. With one hand naturally lowered and the other poised respectfully above the door, his movements were impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. Goodness, how imposing. Is this the treatment afforded to an elder? Witnessing such grandeur made the experience worthwhile for many present. This is how a man should be. I would gladly trade my life for just a taste of such treatment. Many male practitioners felt their blood surge with excitement at this display of authority. Then, a young man clad in black martial attire stepped out of the car, his demeanor calm yet authoritative, exuding an air of composure that made it seem as though he was the very center of the universe. This was Wang Chen, the elder of the Martial King realm in the Dragon Kingdom. As he emerged, a throng of admirers rushed forward. "Mr. Wang, greetings. Welcome. Hello, Mr. Wang. Welcome, Mr. Wang." Chen Changji, Hyung, Zheng Xinjian, and others hurried to greet Wang Chen. Wang Chen scanned the crowd, recognizing some faces while others were unfamiliar. Yet all were filled with excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervor. "Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience," Wang Chen greeted, shaking hands with Chen Changji and the others. After exchanging pleasantries, he proceeded into the Demon City Martial University, flanked by the crowd. As he moved, All the city defense army soldiers promptly followed suit, with 2 rows flanking Wang Chen while the rest trailed behind him. To comprehend the formidable presence of the city defense forces, one must recognize that they are resplendently armed. Their every movement exudes an overwhelming aura, invoking a palpable sense of pressure. This scene unfolded before the eyes of all present, and the sheer magnitude of it left everyone utterly astounded. Such spectacles, typically relegated to the realm of television, reveal a staggering impact when experienced firsthand. Witnessing this, the onlookers were not only stirred with fervor, but also voiced their admiration. What a grand display, surrounded by a throng. It was their inaugural encounter with such an impressive spectacle. Previously, when observing similar scenes in films, they appeared grandiose. Yet now, confronted with reality, it became clear that their prior perceptions were naive. The authenticity of the moment was far more awe-inspiring. My goodness, is this the grandeur befitting an elder of our dragon nation? Henceforth, a fervent commitment to rigorous training was resolved upon. I too aspire to such a notable presence. The overwhelming nature of this scene defies description. Countless minds in the crowd envisioned themselves in Wang Chen's shoes, particularly among the men, who felt a thrilling rush that coursed from their very souls to the crown of their heads, elevating their spirits. Such exhilaration is destined to be etched in the memories of all present, never to be forgotten. At the Martial Arts University of Magic City, preparations for the grand inter-school competition were underway, with 10 colossal arenas lined up on the university grounds. The vicinity of the arenas was teeming with spectators, predominantly students from the Martial Arts University of Magic City. Under the guidance of Principal Zheng Xinjian, Wang Chen and his companions traversed a special passage to ascend the viewing platform on one side of the playground. Those privileged to ascend the platform were undoubtedly individuals of significant standing within Magic City, including Mayor Qin Changji, Commander He Yong, and several heads of prominent factions, complemented by the leadership of the Martial Arts University and dignitaries attending the competition from various schools. Mr. Wang, General Meng, please, upon reaching the viewing platform. Principal Zheng Xinjian promptly ushered Wang Chen to the central seat of honor. Even Meng Zerue was assigned a place beside Wang Chen. Regarding the seating arrangement, Wang Chen expressed no reluctance. Given his presence, the principal seat was undoubtedly his rightful place. Who would dare occupy it in his stead? In this world, the notion of guests being afforded the same courtesy as the host is hardly applicable, unless the two parties share comparable strength and status. Please, Mr. Wang, just a moment. The grand inter-school competition is about to commence. Principal Zheng was overly courteous. No need to mind me. Proceed with your arrangements as planned. Wang Chen remained amiable. Despite standing atop the pinnacle of the Dragon Nation, possessing the power to dictate destinies with a mere word. However, his mindset as an ordinary person had not yet fully transformed, and he had yet to adopt an aloof demeanor. While Wang Chen and his companions awaited the commencement of the competition, his 3 disciples were embroiled in a desperate escape. After departing Jiangnan City, Xiao Yishan and his companions made their way to the relatively nearby South Lake City. They had heard rumors of a beast tide troubling the area, and a visit there would not only hone their skills, but also allow them to acquire resources through the hunting of demonic beasts. Throughout this period of training, Xiao Yishan as cultivation had ascended to the peak of the warrior realm, catching up with Lung Ningyue and the others. Thanks to his extraordinary physique that allowed him to freely refine the blood essence of master-level demonic beasts. Coupled with the ample training resources provided by Wang Chen before their departure, his cultivation soared dramatically. Now, all 3 had reached the pinnacle of the warrior realm. And being geniuses, they possessed the ability to engage foes of higher levels. Their combined strength could easily vanquish advanced martial masters. Within just a few days, they had established a formidable reputation in South Lake City. Such notoriety inevitably attracted attention. The Wild Wolf Hunting Team, a notorious martial artist squad in South Lake City, comprised 9 members, with its leader being a master-level powerhouse, while the remaining 8 were all martial masters. Although they ostensibly operated as a team dedicated to slaying demonic beasts, their true activities often revolved around murder and robbery. Once targeted in the wilderness, there was little hope for survival. Each time they struck, they would promptly disable all communication devices, ensuring no witnesses could relay their actions. Consequently, the city defense forces had been unable to gather evidence of their crimes. This time, they set their sights on Xiao Yishan and his companions. Early that morning, after Xiao Yishan and his companions exited the city, the members of the Wild Wolf Hunting Team stealthily trailed them. Just outside the city, after the trio had successfully collaborated to slay 3 warrior-level demonic beasts and had not yet had the chance to rest, they found themselves surrounded by the hunting team. Since cultivating the techniques imparted by Wang Chen, the trio had experienced a significant boost in strength. Moreover, their recent fame led to a swell of confidence. Upon realizing that trouble had come their way, they exhibited no trepidation, charging headlong into confrontation. The outcome, however, was a grave miscalculation. Upon engaging, they quickly discovered they were outmatched. Not only were all their adversaries martial masters, but the leader was a master-level expert. With no viable option left, the trio had no choice but to flee.